With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars from the heavens. There exists no one in this world quite like me. It is said that Huo Yuhao ultimately forgot his original intentions and became a mere pawn for Tang San. Now, what if Xiao Yan, adorned with a ring that harbors the soul of the medicinal elder, traverses into the Douluo Continent and assumes the identity of Huo Yuhao? If a butterfly flutters its wings, destiny may diverge from its original path. In the divine realm, the clouds shift in a myriad of forms, at times resembling tumultuous waves, and at others, a serene beauty. The dense essence of heaven and earth lingers within the mist, and the ethereal space possesses an unusually captivating tangibility. Faintly, not far off, a majestic palace seems to rise. The resplendent palace glimmers with a soft golden hue under the halo of light, while at its entrance stands an individual with cascading water blue hair that flows down to the ground. His opulent blue robe appears to ripple like water, and his eyes, profoundly deep, seem void yet encompass the universe. He is none other than the illustrious sea god and Azura god, the pure and noble divine King Tang San. At this moment, the divine king stands at the threshold of the sea god palace, holding a blue orb of light, his brows betraying a hint of solemn authority as he contemplates which planet's human faith he should harvest next. Just then, a colossal golden beam, 2 zhang in diameter, soared skyward from a certain planet in the lower realm, piercing the heavens. Gazing gravely at the towering golden column, Tang San could not help but inhale sharply, and he solemnly declared, "A new star is born. The Douluo Continent is destined to encounter a profound transformation. As the child of fate, if I do not seize him, it could not only impact the future development of the divine realm, but may also jeopardize my grand schemes spanning millennia. Yet, how shall I ensnare him?" Contemplating this, divine King Tang San stroked his chin, a peculiar smile suddenly curving his lips. In a flash, he returned to the sea god palace, sitting in solitude high above, as no extraneous light penetrated the hall, save for the radiant golden trident symbol upon his forehead. Every time Xiao Qi listens to me and Xiao Wu discuss matters concerning the Douluo Continent, she displays great interest. Perhaps I should send her down to forge a bond with this new star. But how can I arrange it so that it doesn't seem too abrupt? I have it. Why not split Xiao Qi's soul into 2 halves, one to connect with this new star, and the other to? This way, I can not only secure the new star, but also siphon the fate of the spirit beast clan of the Douluo Continent. Truly the double-edged sword, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the door to the sea god palace creaked open, and a faint beam of light streamed in from the outside, gradually coalescing. Tang San sat upon the divine throne, shrouded in darkness, with only the divine glimmer in his eyes and the golden trident symbol upon his forehead illuminating the gloom. "Brother." A gentle call resonated as a pink figure gracefully entered from outside, approaching Tang San's side. She was a woman clad in a flowing pink gown, her long hair intricately braided into a long scorpion braid that gently cascaded down. From the side, one could distinctly observe her exquisite and elongated alabaster neck, the gown cinched at the waist, barely able to be grasped. She is none other than Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu, the sheath of the Azura god sword. Is Xiao Qi asleep? Upon seeing her, Tang San's countenance revealed a hint of affectionate exasperation. Xiao Wu nodded, naturally linking her arm with Tang San's. "Brother, I noticed your serious expression just now. Is it concerning the Douluo Continent?" "Sigh." Tang San sighed softly, a trace of melancholy gracing his features. He spoke in a hushed tone. "In the divine realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal realm. Initially, I intended to linger longer on the Douluo Continent, but due to the wager between the 2 divine kings of goodness and evil, I was compelled to return to the divine realm to oversee matters. Yet, little did I expect that over 20 years would pass in the divine realm, and the Douluo Continent has aged a millennium. The Tang sect has indeed withered." Hearing this, Xiao Wu retorted, "Those 2 cunning fellows of goodness and evil are insufferable, using a wager as an excuse to descend to the lower realms for their amusement. The continental collision caused by the tectonic shift over 4,000 years ago not only doubled the size of the Douluo Continent, but also introduced countless uncertainties." Rising slowly from his throne, the divine King Tang San assumed a dignified posture and declared, "Upon my return to the divine realm, I can no longer interfere with the mortal world, only to witness the vicissitudes of the Douluo Continent over millennia. 4,000 years ago, the Sun and Moon continent from the west collided with the Douluo Continent due to plate drift, instantly plunging the Sun and Moon Empire and the nations of the Douluo Continent into war. The Douluo Alliance, equipped with Tang sect's secret weapons, was utterly routed by the Sun and Moon Empire, leading to the gradual decline of the Tang sect. A millennium ago, the Douluo Continent was home to only the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire, Yet now, a millennium later, it has been divided into 4 empires, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. This time, I have discovered that a new star has emerged on the Douluo Continent. Since the Tang sect was established by my own hand, I cannot bear to see it perish. Perhaps I should allow him to assist the Tang sect in rising once more. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. That would be ideal. If he could eventually ascend to the divine realm and take your divine seat, then we could wander freely. You always thinking of leisure. Tang San lightly flicked Xiao Wu's nose with his hand, yet at that moment, his expression suddenly shifted, darkening ominously. What transpired? How could this new star have vanished so abruptly? As Tang San was poised to orchestrate the destiny of this child of fortune, intending to claim him as his own, he was suddenly struck with horror upon realizing that he could no longer sense the existence of this new star, as if such a person had never graced the Douluo Continent. Could it be that individuals from other planes have invaded the Douluo Continent? Just as I once did. His meticulously crafted plans had encountered catastrophic ruin, and Tang San's eyes widened with fury, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his visage transforming into a ghastly mask as he bellowed. Who has dared to shatter my millennium-long scheme? I perceive that they have already chosen the path to their demise. Do not let me find you. Otherwise, humph. Meanwhile, upon the Douluo Continent, a black, ancient ring that fortuitously traversed the spatial rift suddenly emitted a chilling, white radiance. Douluo Continent, Star Luo Empire, Imperial Capital. A grand edifice reminiscent of a palace, its golden glazed tiles glimmering under the sun's embrace, radiating a dazzling brilliance. From afar, the palace exudes an air of antiquity, with the characters Duke's Mansion inscribed in bold letters atop its majestic entrance archway. At this moment, the sun stood high in the sky, its brilliant rays piercing through the clouds and illuminating the golden tiles of the palace, casting a resplendent golden hue over the entire Duke's Mansion, evoking an impression of opulence and grandeur. The warm sunlight streamed through the crevices of the windows, scattering delicate speckles of light that adorned the immaculate room. Within the chamber, a youth clad in black robes sat cross-legged upon a bed, possessing an elegant countenance and a tall, slender figure, with flowing black hair cascading around him. His hands formed a peculiar seal before his chest, his eyes tightly shut, breathing steady and vigorous. Curse it! Why is it that upon arriving in this world, things remain unchanged? Despite the accelerated speed of my martial cultivation compared to the past, I am unable to consolidate it within my body. Chapter 2. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. With his eyes tightly shut, the young boy inhaled the last wisps of air, his lashes fluttering slightly. Moments later, his pitch-black eyes abruptly opened. Damn it, whether it's through cultivating fighting spirit or meditating to harness the soul power of this world, it seems I am utterly unsuccessful. How could this be? After all this time spent in training, my fighting spirit has barely reached the 3rd level. A flicker of white light passed through the boy's dark pupils, tinged this time with a hint of pale azure, slowly expelling the stagnant energy lodged in his chest. He rose from his bed, sighed deeply, and raised his hand to touch an ancient ring. You have come with me to this world. Yet what purpose do you serve? I remain unable to cultivate, not even for my mother. Shaking his head bitterly, the boy felt a profound sense of grievance. The boy's name was Xiao Yan, and he harbored a secret known only to himself. He was not of this world, or rather his soul did not belong here, but was from a place known as the Fighting Spirit Continent. If one were to trace back further, his soul originated from a blue planet called Earth, having traversed dimensions twice before arriving at this place, known as Douluo Continent. As for the reason behind his arrival, this bizarre experience eluded even his understanding. He only vaguely recalled that during his time on the Fighting Spirit Continent, his fighting spirit mysteriously vanished overnight, followed by his sudden transition to this world. Accompanying him was the only gift his mother had bestowed upon him before her death, an ancient black ring. As he grew older, Xiao Yan began to develop a vague understanding of this continent. The people of Douluo Continent possessed something called martial souls, which could be a part of their physical being or any animal, plant, or object. At the age of 6, through an awakening ceremony, they could summon their martial soul. If a martial soul took the form of a hoe, that individual would possess superior farming abilities compared to the average person. If it were an animal, they would gain certain simple abilities of that creature. Thus, martial souls had long since become a pivotal aspect of life in this world. To cultivate in this realm, one must possess soul power, an energy that nurtures martial souls, akin to fighting spirit. Everyone possesses a martial soul, yet among 1,000 individuals, it is rare for even one to have soul power. In Douluo Continent, soul power equates to the future and strength. When martial souls manifest alongside soul power, individuals can meditate to enhance their soul power, thereby fortifying their martial souls and earning the respect of society. Mother, rest assured, I shall avenge you with my own hands. From this day forth, I shall no longer be called Huo Yuhao. I will reclaim my original name, Xiao Yan. The image of his mother at the moment of her passing, filled with sorrow and reluctance, flashed through his mind, and Xiao Yan clenched his teeth in determination. In his previous life, his mother had passed away early, and he had been raised solely by his father, never experiencing maternal love. Upon arriving in this world, his mother here had showered him with affection, leading Xiao Yan to willingly call her mother. Memories of his past flooded his mind, and he felt an overwhelming desire to leave this place, akin to a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean. His mother in this world was named Huo Yuhao, who had grown up alongside the White Tiger Duke, but was merely the Duke's personal maidservant. In this realm, maidservants were meant to serve their masters. One fateful night a decade ago, Xiao Yan had quietly arrived in his mother's womb. Although Huo Yuhao was favored by the Duke, she was perpetually envious of the Duke's wife, who, seizing the opportunity while the Duke was away at war, ruthlessly oppressed and persecuted her, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. During this time, Xiao Yan had repeatedly attempted to resist, but due to his own inability to cultivate, he was often beaten mercilessly by the Duke's wife's subordinates. I shall not forget anyone who has bullied you in the White Tiger Duke's household. Biting his lip until it bled, Xiao Yan's hands clenched tightly as he spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. One day, I will trample everything here underfoot. Mother, may your spirit watch over me. Though I cannot cultivate now, I will go to any lengths to avenge you. Haha, little child, it seems you are in need of assistance. Just as Xiao Yan made this solemn vow, a peculiar, aged chuckle suddenly echoed in his ears. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically, fearing that his oath had been overheard by a hidden expert planted by the Duke's wife to surveil him. He swiftly turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning for any sign of movement. Yet, to his astonishment, he found no one. Haha, stop searching. I'm right on your finger. Just as a sense of alarm surged in his mind, the strange laughter emanated from the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. His pupils contracted as he focused on his right hand, forcibly suppressing his fear. Is it you speaking? Indeed, it is I, the old man. The voice from the ring responded again. Like you, I, too, hail from the Fighting Spirit Continent. What did you say? You are also from the Fighting Spirit Continent? Who exactly are you? Why are you hiding in my ring? What are your intentions? After a brief pause, Xiao Yan articulated several pressing questions with clarity. Haha, don't concern yourself with who I am. Just know that I mean you no harm. Over the years, I owe you a great deal for your offerings. Otherwise, I might still be in a deep slumber. Offerings? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, as if he understood something, and he shouted in furious realization. Could it be that my inability to cultivate and the sudden disappearance of my fighting spirit in my past life were all due to your meddling? Haha, you are quite clever, little one. But I was left with no choice. Otherwise, I would not have siphoned your fighting spirit. Do not blame me. In the end, I am a true master of this black ring. However, the black ring has chosen another master. Consider it fate between us. Damn it, get lost. To hell with your fate. At that moment, the usually composed Xiao Yan lost all restraint, yanking the black ring off his finger and hurling it out the window. Do you have any idea that it is because of your interference in siphoning my fighting spirit that I've been bullied by those in the White Tiger Duke's household? If it weren't for you, with my talent for cultivation, I could at least defend myself. Chapter 3. The mysterious elder realizing that the misfortunes of both his lives stem from the black ring, Xiao Yan's emotions spiraled out of control, and he felt as though he had gone mad. Yet at that moment, the ancient black ring he had thrown out bizarrely floated in midair. To Xiao Yan's astonishment, a transparent and aged figure hovered above the ring. Little child, having lived 2 lives, your true age must be over 20 by now. Why are you still so reckless? The translucent elder furrowed his brow, his expression one of displeasure as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan. He spoke in a measured tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's lips twitched in frustration, desperately suppressing the fury that simmered within him. He retorted, "You old rascal, your words are far sweeter than the songs of a minstrel. Do you have any idea how devastating it has been for me, hiding in my ring while you siphon my fighting spirit? In my previous life, I plummeted from a prodigy to a mere wastrel overnight. Do you know how much scorn and ridicule I endured thereafter? In this life, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have struggled for so long without even achieving the 3rd stage of fighting spirit. Had I trained normally, I wouldn't be in such a dire and passive situation. Faced with Xiao Yan's indignant inquiry, the elder felt a twinge of guilt and replied, "The mockery and derision you faced in your past life. Did they not contribute to your growth? Did they not reveal to you who truly cared for you? Ultimately, you gained something from it. As for this life, if not for the trials you have previously encountered, would you possess the fortitude and wisdom you have now? Who truly cares for me? That would be Sunir's father." As he recalled the gentle figure of the girl in the azure robe, who had steadfastly remained by his side regardless of his achievements. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. He also thought of his father, Xiao Yan, who had shown him unwavering affection even in his lowest moments. Pondering the disparity between his previous father and the White Tiger Duke, whom he had yet to meet in this life, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. However, at that moment, a sense of calm began to wash over him. Why was that? Because after the tempest of his anger subsided, Xiao Yan realized that he had uncovered the reason for his inability to condense fighting spirit. Henceforth, all he needed to do was distance himself from the elder before him, allowing him to commence his training anew. The thought of finally being able to resume his cultivation and avenge his mother brought him a sense of relief, leading him to unconsciously take a few steps back. He raised his head and declared, "Although you hail from the fighting spirit continent like me, if you wish to continue leeching off my fighting spirit from within my ring, I would advise you to seek out another hapless soul. I cannot afford to support you. Others do not possess your remarkable talent for cultivation." The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. "Rest assured, I no longer require your fighting spirit to recover. My previous actions were out of necessity." Humph. With a scoff, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, remaining silent with a smile. In his heart, he had resolved that regardless of the elder's sweet words, he would not allow him to continue parasitizing his ring. "Little one, do you not wish to avenge your mother? Perhaps I can assist you." At that moment, the elder interjected. Upon hearing this, despite his firm decision to rid himself of the elder's presence, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. "I am now aware of the reason for my inability to cultivate. Do you think I still require your assistance with my talent for cultivation? In a few years, I believe I will be able to avenge my mother myself." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's expression intensified as he spoke with conviction. "Moreover, why should I trust you? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Your previous clandestine siphoning of my fighting spirit has caused me great distress. Allowing you to remain by my side would not be a wise decision." With that, Xiao Yan stepped back once more. "Oh, you little one, your thoughts run deep. However, even if you recover your cultivation talent and successfully cultivate fighting spirit, what then? Once you reach the fighter stage, you find yourself in a world devoid of techniques or skills. How will you proceed?" The elder adopted a shrewd demeanor as he spoke. "Your words do hold a semblance of truth," Xiao Yan admitted, his expression darkening once more. Yet, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he replied earnestly, "If necessary, I shall cultivate the martial souls of this world." "Martial souls? Huh." The elder laughed upon hearing those words. "Though I have remained in a dormant state since arriving in this world, my formidable soul perception has granted me a certain understanding of it through you. I vaguely recall that in this world, soul masters are divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest: soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul venerable, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul sage, soul Douluo, and title Douluo. This classification bears some resemblance to that of the fighting spirit continent, with higher ranks conferring greater abilities. When you awakened your martial soul, your innate soul power seemed to be only a few levels, and your martial soul, often deemed a waste by others, was the spirit eye. These 2 limitations nearly sealed your fate, preventing you from ever reaching a high level of cultivation in this lifetime. Furthermore, the cultivation methods in this world differ from our previous one. It seems that to cultivate this so-called martial soul, one must hunt magical beasts to break through. Given your current state, seeking vengeance for your mother in this lifetime seems nearly impossible." With the elder's words, Xiao Yan's spirit waned, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. After a moment, he cast a reluctant glance at the elder, who feigned profundity, and asked, "Do you have a way to help me?" "Perhaps." The elder replied ambiguously with a smile. "Here's the deal. If you assist me in reaching the spirit master stage, we can consider your previous siphoning of my fighting spirit settled. If I attain the spirit master level, I believe avenging my mother should not pose a significant challenge." Xiao Yan cautiously proposed. "Spirit master?" The elder laughed upon hearing this. "I shall contemplate it. Old man, can you even deliver? You aren't merely a pretty face, are you?" Xiao Yan raised his hands in skepticism. Observing the astute Xiao Yan, the elder paused for a moment before breaking into a cunning smile. "If you desire my assistance, You must first become my disciple. Become a disciple? Why must I do that? Xiao Yan countered. Isn't it obvious? You expect me to impart all my knowledge to you without any commitment? Dream on. The elder rolled his eyes, adding, becoming my disciple will not be a hardship for you. Absolutely not. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, asserting, you are the one who secretly siphoned my fighting spirit. Your current assistance in restoring my cultivation is merely repaying a debt. Chapter 4. Still unable to cultivate? You are indeed a sharp-tongued little brat, quite the strategist. The elder remarked, shaking his head in resignation. It appears I must display some sincerity. Lowering himself to the ground, he scrutinized Xiao Yan before speaking again. You must be familiar with alchemists, correct? Alchemists? Xiao Yan paused, eyes wide with curiosity, his brow furrowing. You mean the alchemist that everyone aspires to become on the fighting spirit continent? Indeed. The elder nodded, stroking his beard as he pondered for a moment before continuing. Having drawn from your fighting spirit across 2 lifetimes, in this one, I shall teach you alchemy as a way of repaying your kindness. You are an alchemist? Xiao Yan's heart leaped with joy, but a flicker of doubt lingered as he regarded the elder, his gaze now brightening with hope. Indeed, I was an alchemist on the fighting spirit continent. The elder replied, his tone laced with pride. Ordinary individuals seeking to become alchemists typically require a teacher. Would it be too much to ask you to become my disciple? He chuckled, puffing out his chest slightly, a hint of arrogance seeping into his voice. With my alchemical skills, aiding you in restoring your fighting spirit, and even cultivating your martial soul is but a trifling matter. Teaching you the art of alchemy is also within the realm of possibility. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of respect emerged in Xiao Yan's eyes as he inquired softly. Elder, may I ask what grade of alchemist you are? What grade? I can't quite recall. You just need to know that the Pil King Gu He of the Jama Empire you hailed from is nothing but a mere trifle in my eyes. Shaking his head, the elder spoke with an air of arrogance. Furthermore, those so-called mystic water pills and soul ascension pills that the nobles of this world speak of are, to me, no more than common fowl and stray dogs. Is a 6th grade Pil King truly so inconsequential? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched as he regarded the elder's nonchalant demeanor, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. Very well, I am willing to take you as my master, and I can also allow you to reside within my ring. However, to validate your claims, you must help me advance to the rank of fighter within a year. With a glint in his eye, Xiao Yan spoke earnestly. Very well, leave it to me, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Then today, I, Xiao Yan, shall take you as my master, and I hope you can demonstrate your abilities to help me quickly reach the rank of fighter. With that, Xiao Yan knelt respectfully before the elder, performing a formal bow of apprenticeship. Master, may I inquire about your esteemed name? Observing that Xiao Yan had completed his formalities, the elder nodded with satisfaction. His voice now tinged with warmth. I am known as Yao Lao. I shall refrain from revealing my origins for the time being. For now, take me to the apothecary to gather some medicinal materials. I will assist you in concocting pills, striving to expedite your cultivation. Yes, master, Xiao Yan nodded eagerly. By the way, there's one more thing you should be aware of. My absorption of your fighting spirit was entirely unintentional. Moreover, even without my assistance, with your innate talent for cultivation, your current strength would only amount to that of a fighter. Yao Lao gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a spectral hand, speaking calmly. With your current fighting prowess, you would likely be unable to protect your mother, would you not? I say this in hopes that you do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment and hold a grudge against this old man. Master, I'm not a fool. I will not let hatred obscure my vision, and I am well aware of who my enemies truly are. At these words, a self-deprecating smile crept across Xiao Yan's face as his tightly clenched fist drove his slightly sharp nails into his palm, causing waves of piercing pain. Had it not been for you, my cultivation talent would indeed have proven insufficient to safeguard my mother. I will not allow hatred to blind me. Upon hearing Yao Lao's remarks, Xiao Yan's heart instantly grasped the truth. Even without Yao Lao's intervention, his current abilities would only suffice to be a fighter. And without any techniques or skills, how could he protect his mother? He was acutely aware of who his true enemies were. Following his mother's death, she had left Xiao Yan with a meager inheritance consisting of a small pouch of gold soul coins. With this scant amount of wealth, Xiao Yan took Yao Lao to the apothecary in Xingluo City to purchase the necessary medicinal materials. Subsequently, Xiao Yan hurried back to his room, securing the doors and windows before retrieving the purchased materials from his bosom. Master, the next steps are in your hands. Gazing at the ring in his hand, Xiao Yan spoke with anticipation. As his words fell, a spectral soul emerged from the ring, and upon surveying the materials on the table, Yao Lao frowned slightly, displeased. The medicinal materials of this world lack potency compared to those of the Douluo Continent. However, having some is better than having none. Very well. I shall begin the alchemical process now. Observe closely. In the tranquil room, Yao Lao picked up a purple medicinal herb, narrowing his eyes slightly. Moments later, a ghostly white flame erupted from his palm. As the flame ignited, the temperature in the room surged dramatically. Xiao Yan watched in awe, his eyes glued to the ghostly white flame in Yao Lao's hand. Although he was unfamiliar with the alchemical process, he understood that such a manifestation of fighting spirit required at least a fourth-grade alchemist, thus deepening his reverence for Yao Lao. However, the reality was not as simple as he presumed. The ghostly white flame in Yao Lao's hand was not merely a manifestation of fighting spirit. With a calm demeanor, Yao Lao gently grasped the flame, which swiftly devoured the medicinal herb in his palm, reducing the purple herb to a viscous liquid in the blink of an eye. Next, Yao Lao seized several more herbs, casting them into the white flame, and as the flames writhed, various herbs transformed into liquids, gradually merging together. Finally, a droplet akin to emerald suspended in Yao Lao's palm manifested, and Xiao Yan, with his heightened spiritual awareness, could sense the abundant energy within this emerald-like liquid. Master, shall I consume it directly? Xiao Yan asked eagerly, his eyes fixed on the liquid in Yao Lao's hand. Given your current strength, consuming it directly may damage your meridians. With a flick of his fingers, Yao Lao propelled the emerald liquid into a basin of clear water that had already been prepared in the room. Instantly, the pristine water transformed into a vivid blue hue. The people of this world utilize medicinal materials to nearly no extent. Upon acquiring them, most consume them directly, seemingly unaware of the necessity for refining to eliminate harmful substances. Even those few who practice alchemy employ methods that barely qualify them as physicians on the Douluo Continent, falling short of being true alchemists. Casting a glance at the basin of now azure water, Yao Lao remarked, "This medicinal liquid will expand your meridians and strengthen your veins, accelerating your fighting spirit cultivation. You should immerse yourself in the basin for your training. If all goes well, you should reach the 5th stage of fighting spirit in no time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart swelled with joy, and he nodded vigorously. The basin was filled with azure liquid, and as it swayed gently, it reflected peculiar glimmers, appearing quite extraordinary. The youth's chest heaved slightly, his breaths rhythmic as he commenced his training. Gradually, the azure liquid began to emanate a soft stream of energy, faintly tinted with blue, which ascended and entered Xiao Yan's body with each breath. 2.5 months later, the training passed in a blur, with the sunlight streaming through the window, gradually waning and the heat subsiding. Sitting in the wooden basin, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, his fingers forming a steady hand seal, maintaining an optimal state for cultivation. As his breathing steadied, the room slowly descended into tranquility. The azure liquid enveloped the youth's skin, with wisps of energy seeping through his pores, nourishing his bones and cleansing his meridians. Ultimately, a cloud of turbid energy escaped Xiao Yan's lips before dissipating gradually. After sitting in stillness for a while, he opened his eyes, wearing a somewhat exasperated expression as he muttered to himself, "Why does my fighting spirit stagnate after reaching the 5th stage? It has been a full half month. Could it be that Master is secretly absorbing my fighting spirit? No. After spending this time together, I believe Master would not do such a thing. Is it because this world differs from my original one?" Chapter 5, Departure. Through my soul perception, I can distinctly sense that while you cultivate your Dou Qi, the soul power associated with your spirit, a martial soul, is also on the rise. An ancient voice suddenly resonated within the room. Wearily lifting my gaze, I beheld the apparition of the venerable Yao Lao materializing in my chamber. I grimaced and inquired, "Master, what exactly is happening? Why can't I break through despite the Dou Qi accumulating within me? Surely, this isn't your doing, is it? You rascal. Having taken you as my disciple, I would never harm you. Besides, I do not currently require Dou Qi to recuperate, so how could it possibly be my doing?" Yao Lao expressed, slightly miffed by the peculiar look I cast his way. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Do you think it could be related to your martial soul? According to the calculations of this world, what level is your soul power now?" "Level 10, Master," I sighed. Rolling my eyes, rubbing his chin, Yao Lao furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Might it be that this world, unlike the Douluo Continent, is dominated by martial souls, and due to certain unknown factors suppressing you, in order to continue your Dou Qi cultivation, you must first break through the bottleneck of your martial soul." Upon hearing this, my mind raced, and I exclaimed, "Master, I recall that during the awakening of my martial soul, the blue crystal that assessed me absorbed my Do Chi. Could it be that the Do Chi within me is akin to the soul power of this world? Soul power and Do Chi? Theoretically, both are forms of energy stored within the body and can be converted into one another. When I absorbed your Do Chi, I was also drawing upon your soul power, which explains why your transition to martial soul cultivation stagnated. Yao Lao explained nonchalantly. That does seem plausible. According to your reasoning, if you had not absorbed my Do Chi at the time, wouldn't I have awakened my martial soul at a natural level, 10 soul power? I shrugged, chuckling helplessly. Perhaps. Yao Lao not that Tao Gu Fun. He then turned to me with a wry smile and said, if that is indeed the case, you must elevate your martial soul to level 11. Subsequently, you will need to hunt the so-called soul beasts. Hunt soul beasts? I pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. If, as you say, I must break through my martial soul's bottleneck to continue my cultivation, then I will have to venture into the soul beast forest to acquire a soul ring. However, to rely on hunting soul beasts to cultivate is quite an unusual method. If this continues, won't the soul beasts of this world eventually be driven to extinction? With a sigh, Yao Lao shook his head and remarked, this place, like the Douluo Continent, is likewise a world where the strong prey upon the weak. In the Douluo Continent, do people not hunt magical beasts to obtain magic cores? Survival of the fittest, after all. Nevertheless, the cultivation methods here are indeed rather unorthodox. Very well, take some time to rest. I will accompany you to the soul beast forest to procure a soul ring soon. By the way, during this time, could you help me find some ancient texts from this world? I wish to gain a deeper understanding of it. Master, you want to read ancient texts to learn about this world? Do you not recognize the words after living for a decade? I teased, grinning at Yao Lao. In response, Yao Lao shot me a glance, saying, isn't that why I have you? Haven't you lived long enough to be able to read? You will translate for me. Yes, master. I replied obediently, nodding with a smile. Through the ancient texts, Yao Lao discovered that this world is named Douluo Continent. A millennium ago, Douluo Continent was originally home to only two nations, Tiando and Xingluo. However, over 4,000 years ago, due to continental drift, the Sun-Moon Empire from the west collided with Douluo Continent, expanding its area and leading to frequent warfare. After 1,000 years, the Xingluo Empire still existed, but its royal family had changed, while the Tiando Empire ultimately fractured into the Tiando Empire and the Doling Empire due to internal strife. The Sun-Moon Continent, coming from the west, is vast and resource-rich, slightly smaller than Douluo Continent, but comprised solely of the Sun-Moon Empire. Upon the collision of the two continents, war erupted immediately, with the three nations of Douluo Continent uniting against a common foe, launching a coalition army. After years of conflict, they finally defeated the Sun-Moon Empire. Furthermore, Yao Lao learned of a sect known as Tangmen, which once thrived over 4,000 years ago. Following the collision of the Sun-Moon Continent and Douluo Continent, due to the Sun-Moon Empire's unique research on soul-guided devices, those powered by soul power vastly outperformed the specialized hidden weapons of Tangmen, resulting in heavy losses for the three empires of Douluo Continent in the early stages of the war. Although the three empires ultimately triumphed, Tangmen's hidden weapons faced significant scrutiny, leading to its gradual decline. Several days later, the morning sun poured through the windows, illuminating the room brightly. The youth stirred from his slumber, sitting up with bleary eyes. And after a moment of dazed contemplation, he yawned repeatedly as he climbed out of bed, quickly attending to his hygiene. Master, when shall we set off for the Star Do Great Forest? Stretching lazily, I inquired of the black ring adorning my finger. We shall depart shortly, Yao Lao replied, his ethereal form suddenly manifesting before me. First, prepare some fresh water, provisions, a tent, and insect repellent. I will concoct some medicinal pills for healing. These items are essential for our journey and must be adequately prepared. Understood, master. I swiftly donned the garments laid upon the table, smiling as I responded. Observing my eager demeanor, Yao Lao stroked his beard and said with a knowing smile, from birth until now, you have never faced life and death battles. If you seek vengeance for your mother and wish to enhance your strength, consider this outing a trial. I will not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death. Only through the crucible of blood can true transformation occur. Upon hearing this, my fist clenched slowly, and I smiled at Yao Lao, declaring resolutely, Master, I will heed your guidance. Indeed, Yao Lao nodded with a light chuckle, clearly pleased with his disciple. Moments later, the back door of the White Tiger Duke's residence opened silently, and a youth clad in a black robe stealthily slipped out, his handsome visage radiating a resolve that surpassed that of his peers. My departure went unnoticed by any within the White Tiger Duke's estate, and I faded into the distance. Clad in simple black attire. Chapter 6. 8 Extremes Collapse. After leaving the White Tiger Duke's residence, I made my way northward towards the Stardow Great Forest. The road ahead was straight, and I walked briskly along the roadside. As I walked, I gazed into the distance. Ever since awakening my spirit, I'm martial soul. My vision has surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing me to discern details invisible to others nearby and see more than double the distance of an average person. Among the classifications of martial souls, there exists a minor category that neither falls under weapon nor beast martial souls, but is known as the bodily martial soul. Once awakened, this martial soul becomes part of the body, manifesting as aspects such as hands, feet, and head. Almost all innate spirit souls possess formidable power, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, placing them above beast and weapon spirit souls in terms of existence. Thus, when one manifests, it invariably garners significant attention. Regrettably, Xiao Yan's spirit soul, the spirit I, stands as an exception. The spirit I belongs to the mental category, and during his awakening, Xiao Yan's innate soul power was a mere third level, a level largely attributed to his practice of Do-Chi. Otherwise, his innate soul power would have been even lower. Time swiftly passed, and under the darkened night sky, a crescent moon hung solitary above, casting its cool, silvery light upon the earth. In a forest located in the northern region of the Star Luo Empire, a faint campfire flickered gently, bringing a sliver of warmth to the silent night. Beside the campfire, the cloaked youth leaned against a tree trunk, idly toying with a stick in his hand, stirring the flames that crackled and popped. Counting today, Xiao Yan had been away from Star Luo City for 5 days. Having journeyed for 5 days, he should be nearing the Stardow Forest. He took out a parchment map from his bosom, slowly unfolding it, and upon surveying the peaks flanking the road, he deduced that he was indeed quite close to the Stardow Forest. Have you made any progress in your Do-Chi training these past few days? An aged voice emanated from the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. Not yet. It seems I must first obtain a soul ring and break through the bottleneck of my spirit soul before I can ascertain the source of my difficulties, Xiao Yan replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. I have a strong sense that this realm is perpetually influenced by a certain powerful force, which likely represents the rules of this world, Yao Lao remarked. It is akin to how upon arriving in this world, you acquired a spirit soul that you lacked in your previous life on the Douluo Continent. So, it appears that until you become truly powerful, you must adhere to the rules set forth by this world in your cultivation, he continued. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, a wry smile gracing his lips as he said, Teacher, that said, I must admit that this realm seems significantly inferior compared to the Douluo Continent. Yao Lao, stroking his beard, replied earnestly, indeed. This place pales in comparison to the Douluo Continent. The reason you are constrained by the rules of this realm is largely due to your soul having merely traversed here. This body you inhabit still belongs to this world. Moreover, your cultivation level was quite low upon your reincarnation, being less than 3 segments of Do-Chi. Had your soul's power been as formidable as mine during your crossing, your cultivation here would not be stifled by the realm's rules. It is even conceivable that your spirit soul might undergo a transformation due to the overwhelming strength of your soul, awakening a new spirit soul. Teacher, I am quite curious. What is your current strength? Xiao Yan inquired, intrigued. Yao Lao chuckled, gazing at the curious Xiao Yan, and replied, Though my soul sustained severe damage during our travel to this world for reasons unknown, based on my perception of this realm, I could defeat an ordinary title to law without breaking a sweat within 10 exchanges. Wow, that's incredible, Xiao Yan exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. In his understanding, a titled law was already at the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, yet Yao Lao claimed he could defeat one with ease. Teacher, since you are so formidable, I will be entering the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts shortly. Are you not going to teach me some Do techniques? With a sly grin, Xiao Yan extended his hand towards Yao Lao. Seeing Xiao Yan's eager demeanor, Yao Lao chuckled and shook his head. Very well. Since I have already taken you as my disciple, I shall teach you a Do technique to ensure you do not become a soul beast meal. Xiao Yan's spirit soared at the prospect of learning what level of Do technique his enigmatic teacher would impart. You currently possess only 5 segments of Do-Chi. Thus I shall first teach you a profound level Do technique renowned for its offensive power. The requirements for this technique are not too demanding, and with your current strength, you should be able to exert some degree of its might. Yao Lao continued. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing it was a profound level Do technique, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled, licking his lips eagerly. Xiao Yan, close your eyes and concentrate. I shall impart this to you now. With a casual command, Yao Lao extended his finger. gently touching Xiao Yan's forehead. A faint pain shot through his head as a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a slight pressure to build within. 8 Extreme Collapse, a high-level profound Do technique specializing in close-range attacks, celebrated for its formidable offensive capabilities. When cultivated to perfection, its attacks can embody 8 layers of power, stacking to create a force comparable to a low-level Earth Do technique. As his mind gradually cleared, Xiao Yan contemplated the information Yao Lao had just conveyed. He gasped in awe and inquired, "Teacher, this is indeed a high-level profound Do technique. How does it compare to the soul skills of the Douluo Continent?" "Soul skills?" Yao Lao chuckled. "I find little comparability between the two. One relies on hunting external entities to seize the skills acquired from their cultivation. How could it possibly be compared to Do techniques? If there must be a comparison, it would be akin to comparing the brilliance of stars to the luminosity of the moon. The moon hung like a silver disk, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. As time flowed swiftly onward, the following day, under the scorching sun, the intense heat cracked the earth's surface and on the broad yellow dirt road. A cloaked youth walked forward in solitude. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yan ventured into the woods beside the road, seeking a patch of shade to sit and meditate to regain his strength. Suddenly, a pink figure darted past him, causing Xiao Yan to leap up in excitement. A rabbit. Upon seeing this pink figure, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and he swiftly retrieved a sheathed dagger from his lower back. The dagger, approximately 1 foot 2 inches in length, boasted a dark green sheath crafted from resilient leather. This dagger was the sole heirloom left to him by his mother before her passing, known as the White Tiger Dagger. Silently drawing the blade from its sheath, he approached the pink rabbit with utmost stealth. Suddenly, Xiao Yan focused his eyes, his spirit eye illuminating, and with a swift motion, he hurled the dagger towards the rabbit, every detail magnified in his vision as the surroundings slowed before him. In the next moment, the pink rabbit was pierced through by the dagger, and hastily, Xiao Yan grasped its ears, murmuring, "A soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit, less than 10 years old. Fantastic! I can finally enjoy some meat. Should I roast it or prepare it differently? I mustn't waste the rabbit's head. It deserves to be made in a spicy rabbit head." Heh. The sharp white tiger dagger made quick work of both gutting and skinning, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the soft-boned rabbit was expertly prepared. Subsequently, he gathered some branches from the woods to fashion a fire. Before long, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, emanating from the fire. The tender meat of the soft-boned rabbit gradually transformed into a golden hue under the flames, with glistening droplets of golden fat slowly dripping down. How delightful! Wow, it's roasted rabbit. I absolutely adore it. Just then, a melodious exclamation pierced the air, the sound crisp and enchanting, causing Xiao Yan to momentarily freeze. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld 2 figures approaching from the front of the path. Leading the way was a young girl, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, with a long ponytail cascading down her back, her captivating phoenix eyes sparkling with life, a perfectly shaped nose, and an almost flawless oval face. Clad in a light blue outfit, she radiated an exuberant aura of youth. Trailing behind her was a boy of similar age. Chapter 7. The Ice Silkworm of Dream. The boy possessed a tall and slender stature, his deep blue short hair shimmering like jewels under the sunlight, evoking a sense of refinement from a distance. His handsome visage wore a languid yet gentle smile. The girl, taking 3 steps for every 2 of the boys, swiftly approached Xiao Yan, her eyes glinting with longing as she gazed at the roasted rabbit in his hands. "Little brother, your roasted rabbit smells divine. How is it made? How is it made? It's roasted, can't you see?" Xiao Yan replied, raising the rabbit in his hand with a hint of exasperation. The girl was momentarily taken aback, yet her eyes remained fixated on the savory rabbit, sparkling with desire as she implored, "Little brother, are you selling that roasted rabbit? I can pay you for it. Do you want to eat it?" After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet. Seeing her nearly on the verge of tears from longing, he shook his head and tore off a piece of the rabbit, extending it towards her with earnestness. "No need to pay. Allow me to treat you as a friend." "All right, thank you. You're such a nice person, little brother. I won't hold back." The girl exclaimed as she eagerly accepted the morsel from Xiao Yan, plopping down beside him and devouring it ravenously. Meanwhile, the boy, who had been accompanying her, approached with a resigned expression, greeting Xiao Yan while gently refusing the offered rabbit. "I'm not hungry. Thank you, little brother. By the way, this place is adjacent to the Star Doe Forest. Are you heading there? If you're going to the Star Doe Forest, we can journey together. My name is Bei, and this is Tanya. Coincidentally, we are also headed there." Just as Xiao Yan was about to agree, The voice of Yao Lao echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan, be wary of others when you're out and about. No, thank you. I believe we shall meet again by fate. After hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head, smiling at the pair before turning to leave, much to Bei Bei and Tangya's surprise. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Tangya turned to Bei Bei, pondering aloud. Bei Bei, it seems he truly intends to go to the Douluo Forest. Indate, Bai Bai nodded thoughtfully. I can vaguely sense that he possesses soul power, likely around the 10th level. Could it be that he plans to venture into the Douluo Forest alone in search of a soul ring? His soul power is quite feeble. Rashly entering the Douluo Forest alone could be perilous. Xiaoya, do you think we should follow him? After a moment of contemplation, Tangya responded, he possesses soul power, and he is all alone. Should we not entice him to join the Tang sect? Bei Bei remarked, from his earlier demeanor. He seems to be quite wary of us. I suspect he has undergone some experiences. His maturity appears to surpass that of his peers. But I wonder about his innate talent. Are you implying that you agree? Tangya inquired once more. Bei Bei sighed, let us follow him for now. He is likely seeking to hunt soul beasts for his first soul ring. We haven't interacted with him for long, so we can observe him. If he proves to be of good character, we might attract him to the Tang sect. After all, the illustrious Tang sect needs disciples before I can take you as my apprentice. Your ambition is to expand the Tang sect, and it is only fitting to recruit suitable individuals. All right, it's settled then, Tangya responded, her face lighting up with excitement. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, he was the topic of conversation between Bei Bei and Tangya after his departure. Initially, he had intended to travel alongside them towards the Douluo Forest. But after Yao Lao's admonition, he abandoned that notion. Additionally, he recalled the teachings of his mother from this world, cautioning him to reveal only a fraction of his heart to others. For the more enchanting a woman, the more deceitful she may be. Although he held a favorable impression of Bei Bei and Tangya, he ultimately chose to continue his journey alone. As he walked a little further, a wooden sign by the roadside caught Xiao Yan's eye. Douluo Forest, home to soul beasts, exercise caution. The dense jungle was serene and tranquil, with the occasional rabbit darting through the underbrush, startling the birds resting on the branches. Teacher, we are almost at the Douluo Forest. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He touched the black ring on his finger, suppressing the unease within, and strode forward with determination. Xiao Yan, remember my previous words. This journey to the Douluo Forest serves as your trial. I shall not intervene unless you face a life or death situation. The aged voice emanated from the black ring on Xiao Yan's finger. Understood, teacher. At this, Xiao Yan's expression turned bitter as he nodded helplessly. The Douluo Forest is situated to the north of the Luo Empire, spanning across 3 major empires. As one of the habitats of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, it is vast and diverse, encompassing primitive forests, wetlands, deserts, and marshes. From afar, Xiao Yan could sense a refreshing breeze wafting towards him, carrying a plant-like fragrance that was invigorating and delightful. Using his spiritual eyes to survey the surroundings, he beheld a sprawling sea of greenery. Towering trees reached heights of over 20 meters, and this was merely the outermost boundary. The dense forest lacked any visible paths, with shadows cast by the trees all around. Cautiously approaching the Douluo Forest, Xiao Yan, slightly exhilarated, instinctively quickened his pace. He was eager to discover whether he could cultivate his fighting spirit after breaking through the bottleneck of his martial soul with the acquisition of a soul ring. As he continued forward, an odd sensation suddenly washed over him. Instinctively, he activated his soul power to probe his surroundings, only to discover a fleeting shadow darting to the left of the trail ahead. Is that a soul beast? In the next moment, a dark figure suddenly dashed past from the left, landing right beside Xiao Yan. It was a baboon, approximately 1 meter tall, covered in long brownish-yellow fur, with deep brown eyes and unusually long arms ending in sharp claws. Its canine teeth protruded from its lips, and a fierce glint emanated from its eyes. Roar! Upon noticing Xiao Yan, the baboon emitted a low growl before launching itself at him with a powerful leap. The rapid heartbeat echoed within Xiao Yan's chest. Although he had engaged in combat with his clan members in his previous life, he had never faced a magical beast alone. His breath became noticeably hurried, but at that moment, the voice of Yao Lao resonated in his mind. Xiao Yan, do not fear. Employ the combat techniques I have taught you. Heeding Yao Lao's reminder, Xiao Yan chose not to retreat in the face of the sudden assault from the spirit beast. With his right fist clenched tightly, his form hunched slightly, resembling a lion poised to pounce. In an instant of silence, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. 8 extremities collapse. A deep, Resonant shout echoed in his mind as Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fist collided violently with the baboon. The impact produced a low, thunderous sound. Following this, Xiao Yan's arm shook violently as he thrust his fist forward once more, sending the baboon careening through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest. Crashing against a nearby tree trunk, blood gushing from its mouth. Moments later, a faint white light enveloped the baboon, gradually coalescing above it into a hazy white halo. Is this the spirit ring? Observing this scene, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of relief, his once rock-solid fist gradually returning to normal. Though an ache coursed through his entire arm, a clear indication that employing the 8 extremities collapse for the first time had indeed exceeded his physical limits. A white spirit ring, belonging to a 10-year spirit beast. This creature would likely not even qualify as a first-tier magical beast in the Douluo Continent. Yao Lao's voice emanated from the ring, inquiring, "Is your arm in pain?" The 8 extremities collapse as a close combat technique, while not demanding much in terms of Douluo, place considerable demands on physical strength. If you were to encounter a 100-year spirit beast with your slender limbs, should you forcibly employ the 8 extremities collapse against it, it would be your muscles that would shatter first, not your adversary. Yao Lao's calm words filled Xiao Yan with apprehension. Through his previous readings of ancient texts, Yao Lao had gained a rudimentary understanding of the cultivation system in the Douluo Continent, including concepts like spirit rings, spirit bones, and all matters related to spirit master cultivation. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Were you trying to get me killed? After a brief silence, Xiao Yan anxiously asked, "How can I subsequently enhance my physical strength? Am I to soak in medicinal liquids as before?" Soaking in medicinal liquids to enhance physical strength? You dream. Yao Lao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of mischief flickering within them as he smiled at Xiao Yan. To strengthen the body, one certainly requires external stimuli. What external stimuli? Glancing at the gleeful Yao Lao, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, stammering, "Being beaten. The heavier, the better. This will be the next item on your training agenda." Yao Lao's sinister chuckle left Xiao Yan's face frozen in shock. Just then, an odd voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. "Finally, I have encountered a human with a spiritual attribute. What a pity I cannot shed tears, otherwise I would be weeping profusely." Chapter 8. Grasping the sun and moon to pluck the stars. "Who are you?" Startled by the voice, Xiao Yan jumped, utterly bewildered by the sudden emergence of this voice in his mind. In the next moment, the ground before him trembled without warning, fissures appearing 2 meters ahead, which quickly widened into crevices, releasing a chilling aura. "Xiao Yan, be cautious. Another spirit beast is approaching, and it seems quite formidable," Yao Lao's voice warned in his heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan squinted, sensing the frigid air advancing toward him, his expression turning serious. However, at that moment, Yao Lao's voice rang out once more, "Leave the next part to me." The surrounding temperature plummeted noticeably, and soon the fissures on the ground widened to 5 meters. A soft golden glow emanated from the crevice, and a plump creature wriggled its way out. It had a round, chubby head, appearing quite pudgy, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter and a length of over 7 meters. This creature, resembling a spirit beast, looked like a silkworm, its entire body a lustrous white, translucent and smooth, devoid of any blemishes. Beneath its skin, golden light flickered, and its head sported a pair of twinkling little eyes. Most peculiarly, it bore 10 golden rings encircling its body at intervals. Just as Yao Lao was about to take action, the spirit beast spoke. "Fear not, fear not. I mean you no harm." "What?" Upon hearing the beast speak, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then responded incredulously, "Are you talking to me?" The sizable silkworm creature nodded at Xiao Yan, replying, "Of course. Who else would I be addressing? There is no one else here. Are you mesmerized by my splendid physique?" Sensing that the silkworm spirit beast harbored no malice, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao felt their tense hearts begin to relax. "Teacher, what should we do next?" Xiao Yan inquired mentally. "Let us observe for now. This creature seems devoid of ill intent," Yao Lao replied. The silkworm continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the spirit beast supreme, a paragon of wisdom and beauty, a formidable presence in the Stardow Forest. I have cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan in the Douluo Continent. Call me Heavenly Dream." "What? You claim to be a 1,000,000-year spirit beast? Is there truly a spirit beast that can live that long?" Xiao Yan asked incredulously. Heavenly Dream proudly asserted, "Of course it's true. I'm indeed that very being. You're the first human to witness my true form." Though Xiao Yan felt a flicker of skepticism, he furrowed his brow and pressed on. "Why do you suddenly appear before me? What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend? Naturally, I wish to enter your body, to become your spirit ring. The first sentient spirit ring in the annals of the Douluo Continent. Heavenly Dream said, leaning forward with a playful smirk. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan quickly recoiled several steps, adopting a defensive stance, his voice tinged with tension. What did you say? You want to enter my body? No way. You better keep your distance, or I will attack. This all felt too sudden. The notion that this spirit beast wanted to enter his body sent alarm bells ringing in Xiao Yan's mind. Given his nature, he would not allow a spirit beast to do as it pleased, especially with Yao Lao backing him up. How dare you speak to me like that? The more you resist, the more excited I become. Heavenly Dream said, bouncing its plump body as it inched closer Xiao Yan. I'm quite large. You can endure it. Rest assured, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you too much. In the next instant, the 10 golden rings adorning Heavenly Dream began to pulsate as if alive. At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes trembled slightly, and in an instant his originally dark pupils transformed into a brilliant white, a sight most peculiar. Xiao Yan, from here on, I will control your body. Regardless of whether this spirit beast bears ill will, I cannot permit it to proceed. One must always be wary. The palm slowly rose, upon which white flames flickered gently. The body of the celestial dream, ice silkworm, had just soared into the air when it sensed an overwhelming chill enveloping it. In an instant, its form was transformed into a vividly lifelike ice sculpture. The bone spirit cold fire, a fusion of extreme heat and frigid cold, incinerates all in its blazing embrace, while in its icy grasp, it freezes the earth itself. In midair, the ice sculpture began its helpless descent, within which the astonished expression of the celestial dream ice silkworm could barely be discerned, gazing at the enormous creature now encased in an eerie white layer of ice. Xiao Yan's heart felt a slight relief, silently reflecting, Master, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would be at a loss regarding what to do next. This little creature does not seem to harbor malevolence, yet its desire to enter your body indeed leaves me somewhat uneasy. The voice of Yao Lao resonated once more within Xiao Yan's consciousness, though this time tinged with weariness. Master, what has befallen you? Sensing Yao Lao's fatigue, Xiao Yan inquired with concern. Xiao Yan, my soul traversed the spatial passage to arrive in this continent, and during the journey, it suffered severe damage for reasons unknown. This is the true reason I have absorbed your Do Qi over these past few years. Although the bone spirit cold fire I just unleashed consumed little of my soul's energy, my inherent weakness makes fatigue a natural consequence. Yao Lao explained, his voice growing faint. If there arises an opportunity in the future, you must assist me in seeking treasures capable of restoring soul power in this world. Before Yao Lao could finish his words, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, a thunderous roar resounding from above. In that fleeting moment, the sun's brilliance was utterly obscured by darkness. Immediately thereafter, a suffocating pressure descended from the heavens. A grayish stream of energy, as if caught in an immense gravitational pull, shot forth toward Xiao Yan's position. Who dares to covet my disciple? With the utterance of an ancient voice, Xiao Yan's ring shimmered, and a somewhat ethereal, aged figure materialized before him. Seeing the grayish stream hurtling toward Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's expression turned icy. The white flames in his palms surged, transforming into a blazing comet that shot forth to collide forcefully with the gray energy. Boom! The collision unleashed a wave of terrifying energy that rippled outward like water, striking the ice layer encasing the celestial dream ice silkworm. With a muffled crash, the ice layer shattered, scattering into countless cold white particles. While the celestial dream ice silkworm seized the opportunity to emerge, a vague silhouette appeared from behind the gray energy, its ancient voice resonating with an indescribable authority. Who am I? I grasp the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There exists no one like me in this world. To my astonishment, a fragment of my soul remains. I bear no ill will. I merely seek a place to rest. Chapter 9. There exists no one like me in this world. Casting a detached gaze upon the figure emerging from the gray energy, Yao Lao's hand slowly clenched once more. The white flames rapidly coalesced in his grasp, rising to evoke a chilling visual while radiating an intense heat within the soul. Rest? I care not who you are. I advise you not to entertain thoughts about my disciple, or, his gaze sharpening, Yao Lao spoke with a tone laced with threat. Just then, the celestial dream ice silkworm, newly liberated from its icy prison, exclaimed in panic, "Oh my, you nearly frightened me to death." In the next moment, it turned apprehensively towards the depths of the Stardow forest, then glanced back at Xiao Yan. You all, oh dear, I'm running out of time. I must go in first and will explain later. As the celestial dream, ice, silkworm's words fell, 10 golden halos swiftly enveloped Xiao Yan's form, while the silkworm itself transformed into streams of white light, surging towards him, overwhelming spiritual fluctuations instantly saturating the surrounding area. Xiao Yan, be cautious. Yao Lao, locked in confrontation with the gray energy, suddenly narrowed his pupils and exclaimed in alarm, realizing that the enormous creature had exploited a gap. Had he not been restrained by the gray energy, this creature would have had no chance to approach Xiao Yan at all. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the gray energy swiftly darted into Xiao Yan's body, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this sudden development, Yao Lao's expression shifted slightly, his feet barely touching the air as he hastened towards Xiao Yan's location. Damn it! Were it not for the severe damage to my soul essence upon arriving in this world, I would never have allowed these two rascals a chance to act. Observing Xiao Yan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, a chill coursed through Yao Lao's heart as he shouted, "Today, I shall see what schemes you intend to unfold. I shall protect my disciple, Yao Chun." With that, Yao Lao's ethereal form transformed into a wisp of white smoke, swiftly entering Xiao Yan's body as well. What is this? Who dares to snatch my person? The celestial dream, ice silkworm, having just entered Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, was immediately incensed. Its immense mental force surged forth, attempting to expel the gray energy that had just intruded. However, upon entering Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, the gray energy morphed into a gray orb no larger than a mung bean, sinking into silence, neither clashing with the silkworm's power nor being affected by it. Soon after, a white stream of energy appeared above Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, revealing Yao Lao, who had pursued closely behind. Another one? After all my struggles to find a suitable host, two scoundrels come to vie for him. Is it truly the heavens that are jealous of talent? My plight is truly lamentable. With this realization, the celestial dream, ice, silkworm's expression soured as it began to vent its grievances, before adding, "At least I am finally liberated. Those who wish to feast upon me shall find no opportunity. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, deep within the Douluo forest, several terrifying presences surged with intense fluctuations, as if sensing something amiss. After Xiao Yan fell unconscious, he dreamt of arriving in a space of pristine white, dotted with countless luminous points extending infinitely. 10 enormous golden halos floated in the air. Moments later, these 10 golden halos began to rotate gently, eventually transforming into 10 massive golden orbs suspended in place, the height and volume of the space multiplying several times. Moreover, near one of the golden orbs lingered a rather inconspicuous gray light cluster, which, despite the intense golden light radiating from the orbs attempting to drive it away, remained unaffected by their assaults. Within the spiritual sea, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually awakening, and before him hovered a plump little creature. "So, your name is Xiao Yan?" A somewhat familiar voice echoed. It was the celestial dream, ice silkworm, now residing within Xiao Yan's spiritual world. But why choose this name? Shouldn't your surname be Dai? Uncertain whether it was due to the influence of a traveler or some other reason, upon entering Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness, the celestial dream ice silkworm appeared only capable of accessing his memories from the Douluo Continent, while the recollections of his previous life remained utterly out of reach. "Why do you manifest in my mind?" Xiao Yan inquired, gazing curiously at the plump creature before him. In response, the celestial dream, ice silkworm, elucidated. "Did I not already mention that I intend to become your soul ring? Moreover, I aim to be the unprecedented first wisdom soul ring. To achieve this, I have significantly compressed and sealed my powers. With a soul ring, you shall henceforth be recognized as a soul master among your kind. By the way, with the soul ring, the issue you faced in cultivating Do Qi may well be resolved." "Cultivating Do Qi? How do you know of this?" Xiao Yan, furrowing his brow, asked in astonishment. The celestial dream ice silkworm replied, "This is your sea of consciousness. It could be said to reside behind your spiritual, I'm martial soul in your brain. I have just imprinted your memories. I am aware of everything from your birth to the present. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. I have placed all my treasures upon you. Together, we shall share wealth and indulge in life's pleasures. Oh, at least it is merely memories from this world." Xiao Yan mused quietly, lowering his head in contemplation before pressing, "Why do you wish to become my soul ring?" With a heavy sigh, the celestial dream, ice silkworm, lamented, "Do you think I desire this? It is merely a matter of necessity. If I do not make a choice, my life will meet its end. As a group of entities is currently pursuing me in the Douluo forest. Reluctantly, I resort to this tactic, attaching myself to you humans. Since I must rely on you, I shall not conceal anything. Let me disclose everything to you. Go ahead. Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. The celestial dream ice silkworm then began to recount its story in great detail, from its inexplicable slumber spanning 100,000 years as a soul beast, to being trapped by ferocious beasts in the Stardow forest, culminating in its escape after breaking through to become a million-year soul beast. Subsequently, it extolled the virtues of the million-year soul ring and the 4 great soul skills it would bestow upon Xiao Yan, even going so far as to entice him to abandon his Douluo cultivation in favor of focusing on his martial soul, which would grant him a second martial soul. The second martial soul I bestow upon you is ice, though it currently lacks a spiritual essence, the celestial dream ice silkworm declared with pride. A second martial soul? Xiao Yan expressed confusion. Is it possible for a person to awaken a second martial soul through some means? The celestial dream ice silkworm explained. That is a topic for another time. Although I have granted you a second martial soul, it presently possesses only an attribute and lacks a form. From now on, you shall heed my guidance. Together, we shall triumph. I'm the only million-year soul beast in existence, the sovereign of the extreme north, a pinnacle among soul beasts. The phrase grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars refers to me. Just as the celestial dream ice silkworm finished its boast, an ancient voice, laced with anger, resonated throughout Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. My disciple, Yao Chun, is not to be taught by a mere oversized insect lacking even the strength of a 6th-tier magical beast. What is this? How dare you speak so boldly to me, and to call me an oversized insect? The celestial dream ice silkworm glared upward in indignation. In the next moment, the space before it rippled, revealing an ethereal figure, a venerable elder clad in flowing white robes, his aged visage marked by wisdom, yet veiled in exhaustion. Truly, the young are audacious. You are not but a fleshly insect, your combat prowess nearly negligible. Should you provoke me, I shall crush your corpulent form into a pulp. The elder's thunderous voice reverberated through the sea of consciousness, instilling a palpable dread in the celestial dream ice silkworm. Even the previously dormant gray light sphere trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by the elder's emergence. Recognizing the familiar and comforting countenance of the elder, Xiao Yan respectfully bowed and addressed him. Master, why have you entered? Is it not out of concern for you? These two beings forcibly intruded into your body, and fearing for your safety, I ventured into your spiritual realm to investigate. The elder glanced at Xiao Yan before turning his gaze toward the celestial dream ice silkworm and the suspended gray light sphere, speaking in a grave tone. You are acquainted with me. You are Xiao Yan's mysterious mentor, the celestial dream ice silkworm. Having gleaned information from Xiao Yan's memories, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Greetings, esteemed elder. I'm a celestial dream ice silkworm. You may call me Celestial Dream. I assure you, I harbor no malice, it added, its tone softening. The elder's voice, though still aged, grew markedly gentler. I heard your previous conversation with Xiao Yan. However, I advise you to harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. The celestial dream ice silkworm nodded vigorously, adopting a submissive demeanor. Xiao Yan, do you see that gray light sphere? The elder pointed to the suspended orb. Yes, Xiao Yan replied, rubbing his nose and gazing thoughtfully at the gray light sphere before adding, Master, it seems that this entity was attracted by the powerful psychic fluctuations generated when the celestial dream ice silkworm was about to merge with my body. It appears to be a fragment of a soul, similar to yours, yet merely a remnant. Do you think that if this fragment were to remain within me, it might bring about unnecessary complications in the future? The elder responded, Complications? I cannot say for certain. While this fragment is weak, its quality is remarkably high. Given its presence in your sea of consciousness, and considering my current state of diminished spiritual power, I am temporarily incapable of addressing it. However, rest assured, should it dare to pose a threat to you, I will protect you without hesitation. With that, the elder turned his palm, and a ghostly white flame erupted, rapidly compressing until it transformed into a minuscule white crystal, within which flickered an ethereal white flame. Xiao Yan, I will place a shard of bone spirit cold fire within your sea of consciousness. This entity will remain inert under normal circumstances. Yet should I detect any anomalies within your sea of consciousness, I can command it to attack anything within. The elder, having surveyed the gray light sphere, then turned his attention to Xiao Yan, speaking in a serious tone. As if it had overheard their conversation, the gray light sphere began to writhe, morphing into an ethereal figure, a venerable elder clad in an ornate black robe adorned with shimmering golden runes, accompanied by a flowing white cloak. In his right hand, he grasped a staff that extended 2 meters beyond his height, a staff composed of a harmonious blend of 3 colors, black, white, and gold. These hues intertwined, with black symbolizing pure death, gold representing sacred light, and white seemingly connected to the summoning powers of a conjurer. The 3-colored metal spiraled upward, culminating in a magnificent staff topped with a colossal crystal, intricately carved into the shape of a skull, entirely white. I do not belong to this realm. I only recall that I was on the brink of death. Yet, perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of my soul, I tore through the fabric of space at that moment, allowing a remnant of my essence to survive, ultimately transporting me to your world. Coincidentally, a great worm sought to merge with you, unleashing a formidable mental wave that drew me here. To ensure my survival, I had no choice but to enter your sea of consciousness. Rest assured, I harbor no malice toward you. I require time to gradually restore my memories, for I currently recall nothing but a faint phrase. With hands that grasp the sun and moon, I pluck the stars. None in this world can compare to me. I believe I was known as the god of necromancy, the cataclysm of the undead, Ilix. Amidst laughter, the grayness within the sea of consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide, the ephemeral gray figure dissipating until only a gray orb remained suspended in midair, with the surroundings returning to normal. With hands that grasp the sun and moon, I pluck the stars. Such a formidable declaration. Why do I sense that this ancient being shares a similar fate with me? Stroking his beard, the elder pondered this phrase, momentarily lost in thought. Master, it appears this venerable gentleman truly means me no harm. Just then, the elder was startled awake by the voice of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, someone is approaching. It seems they have come to seek you. I shall return to the ring now, and we can converse later. Sensing something, the elder patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and transformed into a wisp of white light, departing the sea of consciousness and returning to the ring. In the next moment, everything before Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly blurred, as if he'd been thrust into a vast vortex, and darkness enveloped him. Why hasn't he awakened yet? Tang Ya remarked, gently tapping Xiao Yan's cheek, casting an inquiring glance at Bai. In response, Bei smiled gently and replied, I have examined his condition. There is no cause for concern. His vital energy is stable, his soul power normal, and quite vigorous, even significantly enhanced since we last encountered him. If I am not mistaken, he has absorbed the soul ring of that wind baboon. Huh? The wind baboon? You mean that 10-year spirit beast? Tang Ya scoffed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. How unfortunate that he absorbed such a lackluster soul ring for his first. I was hoping to entice this young brother to join the Tang sect. At that moment, a soft groan escaped Xiao Yan's lips as he slowly opened his hazy eyes. Little brother, you have finally awakened, Tanya exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Gazing at the woman before him, Xiao Yan initially felt a swirl of confusion in his mind. After regaining his composure, he recalled the vivid scenes from the sea of consciousness. You possess quite the audacity. Daring to venture alone into the Stardow forest to hunt spirit beasts for soul rings, Tanya continued. Fortunately, you encountered only a 10-year spirit beast wind baboon. Had it been a 100-year beast, your fortune would not have been so favorable. Yes, I appreciate your efforts in waking me after my unconsciousness. Otherwise, if another spirit beast had appeared, I would have been in dire straits. With that, Xiao Yan bowed slightly to Tanya and Bei before settling into a meditative posture, forming a peculiar seal at his chest and beginning to cultivate his dou qi. As the seal coalesced, Xiao Yan's breathing gradually steadied, and he began to greedily absorb the ambient energy of the world. Simultaneously, his soul power surged forth, intertwining with the dou qi within him. He distinctly felt his soul power elevate significantly after acquiring the first soul ring. After a prolonged period of insatiably drawing energy from the world, the absorption rate began to wane. When the final thread of gentle energy entered his body with his breath, a flash of white light flickered in his dark eyes. At that instant, Xiao Yan's dou qi successfully ascended to the 6th stage. Simultaneously, a circle of radiant white soul rings spiraled upward from beneath his feet, gracefully ascending to his head and then cascading downward. Indeed, it was a 10-year soul ring. However, why did this white ring possess a crystalline, translucent quality? Observing the spectacle, although Bei and Tanya harbored slight curiosity, they did not dwell on it. At this moment, Xiao Yan was fully alert. Turning to Bei and Tanya, he cautiously inquired, Did you follow me for some purpose? We noticed you ventured alone into the Stardow forest, and since I also intended to obtain a soul ring here, I followed you. Concerned for your safety, given your youth, Tanya replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a wave of warmth washed over Xiao Yan. For aside from his mother and his recently acquainted master, no one had shown concern for him since he arrived in this world. Thank you. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Xiao Yan. Rising slowly, he introduced himself to Tanya and Bei Bei. No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding woods, accompanied by a pungent scent in the air. Reacting instinctively, Xiao Yan blurted, "It seems there is poison nearby. Xiao Yan, be cautious. A spirit beast approaches." Bei Bei's expression shifted, a brilliant blue light emanating from his brow. This light rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire being, as blue-violet electricity crackled around him like serpents. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Bei Bei's arms lengthened by over half a foot, becoming exceedingly robust and covered in blue-violet scales, his hands transforming into claws, with electric serpents swirling around him. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath his feet. In the next moment, a shadow darted out from the nearby thicket. It was a serpentine spirit beast, the mandala snake. Letting out a bizarre cry, the mandala snake, upon spotting the group, lunged directly at Bei Bei. Seeking death, Bei Bei scoffed, a glint of purple igniting in his eyes. With a swift motion of his powerful right arm, a barrier of electric netting appeared before the mandala snake, obstructing its path. With a thunderous crackle, the mandala snake was repelled by the electric net, while Bei Bei staggered back a few steps, clearly caught off guard by the creature's formidable strength. Bei Bei, look, it's the 1,000-year spirit beast, the mandala snake. How splendid. I shall claim it as my 3rd soul ring today. Upon sighting the mandala snake, Tanya exclaimed with unrestrained delight. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also discerned the appearance of the serpent before him, a colossal snake measuring several meters in length. Its entire body a striking shade of peach pink. Its ruby-like eyes glimmered with a chilling light, while its forked tongue flicked in and out incessantly. Unlike Tanya, Bei Bei wore a grave expression, although he was now a 3-ring soul elder. Facing a millennium-old soul beast alone would still prove to be a formidable challenge. Were it not for his martial spirit being the blue lightning tyrant dragon, overcoming the 1,000-year-old mandra snake with merely 3 rings of power would be nearly impossible. Xiao Jia, protect Xiao Yan. His cultivation is too low. He may not withstand the mandra snake's onslaught. As Bei Bei issued a low command to Tanya, the first spirit ring beneath him began to glow. First spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted from Bei Bei as a blue-purple lightning dragon claw rapidly formed in his palm, crashing down violently towards the mandra snake. In response, the mandra snake suddenly propelled itself into the air, evading the Thunder Dragon Claw, its long tail whipping through the air like a streak of pink light. Aimed directly at Bei Bei. Second spirit skill, Thunderous Might. At that moment, Bei Bei's second spirit ring illuminated, unleashing countless serpentine bolts of electricity that expanded simultaneously, transforming into a storm of lightning arrows that enveloped the mandra snake. As the electric net surged towards it, the mandra snake opened its massive jaws, releasing a cloud of pink mist. Concurrently, Tanya summoned her martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, wrapping it around Xiao Yan's waist and swiftly retreating, her delicate features betraying a hint of worry as she feared contamination by the pink mist. The lightning arrows, born of thunderous might, met the pink mist and shattered as if doused in water. Though their power remained, they fragmented into a myriad of tiny bolts. Immediately, the millennium-old mandra snake revealed its most ferocious side, abruptly lurching mid-air and crashing against the electric net, creating an opening in its midst. In an instant, the mandra snake broke free, its head emanating a fierce pink glow as it let out an ear-piercing shriek, swiftly redirecting its charge toward Xiao Yan. The mandra snake, cunning and imbued with a nascent intelligence from its millennium of cultivation, sensed the danger emanating from Bei Bei's blue lightning tyrant dragon aura and set its sights on the weakest target, Xiao Yan. This is bad. Xiao Jia, quickly take Xiao Yan away. Seeing the unfolding scene, Bei Bei's heart tightened, his gaze sharpening. A surge of crackling electricity burst forth from him, dispelling the surrounding toxic mist, while his third spirit ring ignited, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Third spirit skill, Wrath of Thunder, with his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, crackling with electricity. Bei Bei darted towards a mandra snake, determined to strike it down before it reached Xiao Yan. However, faced with the threat of death, the mandra snake retaliated, its speed multiplying several-fold. In the blink of an eye, It appeared directly in front of Xiao Yan, its gaping maw poised to swallow him whole. Tiepsi with Mia look. As Xiao Yan faced the imminent threat of being devoured by the mandra snake, Tanya's pupils dilated in alarm. Two rings of yellow soul energy rising from beneath her feet. First spirit skill, blue silver bind. Numerous thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath the mandra snake, spiraling upwards to ensnare it tightly. Yet in the next instant, with a resounding bang, the vines binding the mandra snake shattered simultaneously, scattering like confetti as the serpent lunged once more at Xiao Yan. Teacher, he called softly, yet received no response from Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly, and with a surge of fighting spirit, he launched a blast of energy towards the mandra snake, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Observing Xiao Yan's retreat, the mandra snake wasted no time, lightly bouncing forward to pursue him. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble on a desperate plan, testing the rumored might of a million-year spirit skill. With no reply from Yao Lao, Xiao Yan drew upon his internal spirit power and infused it into his spiritual eye. In the next moment, a faint golden glow shimmered in his deep blue eyes. First spirit skill, mental probe. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the world around him appeared to slow, everything becoming exceptionally vivid. As his vision swept across the surroundings, an abundance of information flooded his mind, while even the mandra snake's attacks seemed to slow to a crawl, as if the world had been paused. This spirit skill is so overpowered, your speed is woefully inadequate. As a dark shadow flickered by, the mandra snake had yet to react when a youthful voice echoed from behind it. Looking for easy prey? Alas, you have mistaken your target. With the chilling shout resonating behind it, a fierce force suddenly materialized at the mandra snake's rear. 8 extremes collapse. The urgent cry in his heart caused Xiao Yan's fist to tense, his smooth sleeve trembling from the sheer force of his fighting spirit. With a swift contraction, he unleashed his fist, the ferocious power erupting over the short distance. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the forest, an incessant echo that pierced the air. Xiao Yan, expressionless, struck the mandra snake at its vital point, the force emanating from his foot cracking the ground beneath him. The millennium-old mandra snake was sent spiraling through the air for several meters, spewing pink blood and splattering the ground. Having attained the million-year spirit ring from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Xiao Yan's physical prowess had significantly improved. Otherwise, the strain of executing the 8 extremes, collapse twice in succession, could have torn his muscles apart. How is this even possible? Witnessing this scene, Bei Bei and Tanya stood frozen. Disbelief etched across their faces as they stammered. One punch? Sent it flying? Xiao Yan just acquired his first spirit ring, didn't he? And what spirit skill was that? Its power is astounding. In shock, Tanya covered her mouth in astonishment. At that moment, Bei Bei quickly retrieved a blade from his soul tool and tossed it to Tanya, urgently instructing, Xiao Ya, quickly finish off this beast. Naturally, Tanya would not let such an opportunity slip by. Grasping the blade with one hand, she executed the ghost shadow mist technique and darted towards the severely weakened mandra snake, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to end its life. Seeing Xiao Yan safe and sound, Bei Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief, his aura of lightning gradually subsiding to its natural state, while a circle of purple soul rings slowly coalesced around the head of the mandra snake. With an excited gaze, Tanya turned to Xiao Yan and said, Thank you. Xiao Yan, I was in need of a millennium spirit ring to advance, and this mandra snake is just perfect for me. Bei Bei, lend me your protection. Upon uttering these words, Tanya settled down beside the ancient mandala snake, her posture serene as she assumed a meditative stance. A luminous azure glow emanated from her right hand, and as she delicately lifted her hand, the purple soul ring hovering above the mandala snake was drawn towards her, swiftly merging with her essence. With a composed expression, Tanya began to intently absorb the soul ring. Xiao Yan, I never anticipated that you could inflict such severe injuries upon the ancient mandala snake with a single blow. By the way, was the soul skill you just employed derived from the hunt of the wind baboon? How could it possess such formidable power? During Tang Ya's absorption of the soul ring, Bei Bei, brimming with curiosity, approached Xiao Yan. It was merely luck, Xiao Yan replied, scratching his nose with a smile. What I executed earlier was not a soul skill, but rather a unique form of attack, albeit somewhat akin to a soul skill. Bei Bei, unable to comprehend the concept of a unique attack, pressed on with his inquiry. Xiao Yan, is your martial soul of the mental attribute? Just moments ago, he had sensed a formidable mental wave. Indeed, my martial soul is the spirit eye, a variant martial soul of the mental attribute, Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod. Spirit eye? A primary martial soul? Bei stroked his chin, his brow furrowing slightly in disbelief. If your martial soul is indeed the spirit eye, how could you execute such a powerful physical attack just now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed to grasp something significant. Not wishing to divulge too much, he replied, I had the fortune of being taught by a reclusive master. What I demonstrated earlier could be considered a self-created soul skill, imparted to me by him. Oh, Bei nodded, half convinced, recognizing Xiao Yan's reluctance to elaborate further, thereby refraining from pressing the matter. The absorption of a Millennium Soul ring required considerable time. Bei scattered some substances he carried to ward off soul beasts around them and began to stand guard. During Tang Ye's absorption of the ancient Mandala snake's soul ring, only decade and century soul beasts attempted to encroach upon their vicinity, all of which were swiftly repelled by Bei, rendering the situation relatively uneventful. After an indeterminate period, Tang Ye finally completed the absorption of the Millennium Soul ring. She exhaled deeply, gradually opening her eyes, which now sparkled with renewed vigor, her entire being radiating an extraordinary vitality. I did it. In the next moment, Tang Ye leaped joyously from the ground. With a surge of her soul power, 2 yellow rings and 1 purple ring spiraled upward from her feet, the most striking being the purple Millennium Soul ring. Xiao Yan, thank you. It was your victory over the ancient Mandala snake that afforded me the opportunity to absorb its soul ring. With a jubilant exclamation, Tang Ye dashed toward Xiao Yan, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Observing this scene, Bei was instantly engulfed in a wave of exasperation. By the way, Xiao Yan, now that you have acquired your first soul ring, what are your plans moving forward? Do you have any family members? Tang Ye, gazed at him with curiosity. At her inquiry, Xiao Yan's expression momentarily faltered, and he firmly shook his head, saying, I have no one left. It is just me. Tang Ye's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, That is splendid news. Xiao Yan was taken aback, a flicker of indignation crossing his features, while Bei could only shake his head in disbelief. He raised a hand and gently tapped Tang Ye on the head, admonishing, What manner of speech is that? Realizing her blunder, Tang Ye shot Bei an irritated glance. Oh, come now. I didn't mean it that way. What I intended to convey was that if Xiao Yan has no family, he could join the Tang sect and accompany us back to Shrek City. After all, given his display of strength earlier, the Tang sect is in dire need of such talent. Xiao Yan, what say you? Would you care to join our sect? Chapter 13. Different choices lead to different outcomes. A sect. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard of sects during his time at the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. Sects held immense power in the Douluo Continent, particularly those with a rich historical legacy. Our sect is called the Tang sect. It was once the foremost sect on the continent. If you join us, you will undoubtedly benefit greatly, plus we possess numerous unique techniques. Being alone at your age, joining a sect would ensure mutual support, which is far better than hunting soul beasts on your own. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan used Tang sect. Xiao Yan, have you heard of the Tang sect? Bei inquired. I've only heard a few legends, Xiao Yan replied candidly. In his youth, his mother, Huo Yuhao, had regaled him with tales of the Tang sect. It was said that the first sect master, Tang San, had altered the very landscape of the Douluo Continent single-handedly millennia ago. At that time, the Tang sect was genuinely the most formidable sect in existence. A millennium ago, Tang San even transcended to the highest realm of soul masters, becoming an immortal deity. Time has elapsed for a millennium, and the once mighty Tang sect has since declined. Pray tell, where is the Tang sect's current residence? Xiao Yan posed his burning question. At this, Tang Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with sorrow. The foundation of the Tang sect was seized by nefarious individuals, and we no longer have a residence. Currently, it is just Bei and me. He, indeed. I am the present master of the Tang sect, and Bei is my first disciple. Since Tang San departed the Douluo Continent for the divine realm, the descendants of the Tang sect, in their quest for a new master, have stubbornly clung to the honor of his martial soul, the blue silver grass. Consequently, every future master must be a soul master possessing the blue silver grass martial soul. This practice mirrors the sentiment expressed by the master that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Did Tang San never communicate to them that his martial soul was not a lowly one, but rather the supreme blue-silver emperor? Ah, only 2 members in the sect? Xiao Yan gazed incredulously at Tang Ye and Bei, unable to fathom that the once glorious Tang sect, which had thrived for a millennium, had now diminished to this state. Furthermore, from their conversation, he could not discern any master-disciple relationship between them. At that moment, Bei cleared his throat and stated, Xiao Yan, Although the Tang sect currently comprises only Tang Yi and me, we are resolute in our efforts to restore its former glory. Moreover, should you choose to join us, we will provide you with cultivation methods and various Tang sect techniques. Cultivation methods? Tang sect techniques. Xiao Yan's curiosity was piqued at these words. However, just then, the voice of Yao Lao intruded upon Xiao Yan's thoughts. Their so-called cultivation methods and techniques, I witnessed their efficacy during the battle with that soul beast. And my assessment is that they are utterly worthless. In the Douluo Continent, they would barely qualify as yellow-tier techniques. Xiao Yan's expression darkened, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the deception, even the muscles in his face twitching slightly. Noticing Xiao Yan's peculiar demeanor, Tang Yi hurriedly approached him, patting his shoulder with concern. Xiao Yan, is something amiss with your expression? If you wish to join the Tang clan, I must first establish 3 rules with you. Firstly, you must take me as your master and become my second disciple. Secondly, should you ever betray the clan in the future, both I and Bei will not spare you. Thirdly, before Tang Yi could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan raised his hand to interrupt her, then waved it dismissively, saying, I apologize, but I cannot join the Tang clan, as I already have a teacher. I appreciate your kindness, but if there is nothing else, let's part ways here. Perhaps we shall meet again. After hearing Tang Yi's introduction, Xiao Yan felt a bit bewildered. He could not comprehend why joining the Tang clan would lead to threats of pursuit upon withdrawal. Did one merely need to return the clan's secret arts, or was it a combination of both? Such a sect, how could he dare to join? Moreover, the requirement to take a master was even more perplexing. He already had Master Yao Lao and could not abandon him. What secret arts did the Tang clan possess? There were the Xintian skill, the purple extreme demon eye, the Xian jade hand, the ghostly shadow, the control of the crane, and capture the dragon. And 100 solutions of hidden weapons, which in Yao Lao's words, were merely regarded as yellow-tier techniques and skills on the Douluo Continent. To call them mere trinkets would not be an exaggeration. Tang Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Seeing that Xiao Yan had no intention of joining the Tang clan and was preparing to leave, she quickly grasped his hand and implored, Young brother Xiao Yan, are you truly not considering joining our Tang clan? Since you already have a teacher, how about this? You can join the Tang clan without needing to take me as your master. Our Tang clan was once the foremost sect on the continent and still possesses certain privileges. You must have heard of the prestigious Shrek Academy, the first of its kind on the continent. The admission there is exceedingly stringent. To enter, one must achieve a soul power level of 15 before the age of 12, along with a recommendation letter from the lords of the major cities. Yet, Shrek Academy graciously offers our Tang clan an exemption every year. If you join us, that exemption will be yours this year. Shrek Academy? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened slightly. He had indeed heard of this academy, founded thousands of years ago. Its name meaning monster in ancient language, from where the legendary figure graduated. Established atop the Lejima Plain, it sprawled across a vast area, essentially forming a city known as Shrek City. On the Douluo Continent, Shrek City ranked among the top cities, home to over 2 million inhabitants, and the academy held exclusive governance over the city. Shrek City was well-connected, with roads leading in every direction, serving as an essential commercial hub at the intersection of the 3 major cities of the Douluo Continent. Merchants from the 3 great empires predominantly chose to trade there, and it regularly hosted various auctions. Tang Yi continued, Brother Xiao Yan, the new enrollment at Shrek Academy will commence soon, with your first spirit ring being a 10-year ring. Achieving level 15 before 12 is nearly impossible. However, if you are willing to join the Tang clan, you will gain direct access to study at Shrek Academy. But I have a small request. Once you join the Tang clan, you will be one of us for life and must strive for the glory of the clan. Should you ever wish to leave, you would need to return all the clan's secret arts. Bei interjected, Brother Xiao Yan, joining a sect is no trivial matter. Although the Tang clan has diminished in power, it was once the greatest sect in the world. Should you regret your decision and wish to betray the clan in the future, neither Tang Yi nor I will let you off easily. I hope you contemplate this carefully before deciding. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why a sect that had fallen to just 2 members would impose such peculiar requirements. Aside from the enrollment quota at Shrek Academy, there seemed to be no tangible benefits. Yet, to join such a sect would mean committing to it wholeheartedly. Xiao Yan was no fool. He would not willingly become a puppet for another. Moreover, the current Tang clan could offer him no assistance in avenging his mother's great grievance. The original character, Huo Yuhao, had grown under the guidance of such people, displaying little autonomy. Though he ultimately became strong, he became a pawn of the Tang family. Given Xiao Yan's character, how could he possibly relinquish control of his future to such a sect? a sect that could provide no support on his path to growth. He sought to be his own master, avenging his mother with his own strength, even if it meant paying a steeper price. Apologies, but I currently have no intention of joining any sect. There are many matters awaiting my attention, and I bear too much on my shoulders. The current Tang clan likely cannot aid me in any way. As for Shrek Academy, should the opportunity arise, I will join it through my own merits, rather than relying on backdoor favors. Until we meet again. With a slight bow to Tanya and Bei Bei, Xiao Yan turned without hesitation and departed. Tanya was about to stop him and continue her persuasion, but Bei Bei raised a hand to halt her, gazing at Xiao Yan's retreating figure and solemnly stating, "All right, Xiao Ya. Since Brother Xiao Yan is unwilling to join the Tang clan, do not press him further. A forced fruit is never sweet. I can sense he carries a story within him. I believe that if it is meant to be, we shall meet again." Umph. With a cold snort, Tanya shot Bei Bei a glare, exclaiming, "Bei Bei, it's one thing for you not to assist me in persuading Xiao Yan, but to hinder me as well. After today, convincing him to join the Tang clan will surely be even more difficult." Bei Bei sighed helplessly, replying, "Xiao Ya, must you truly wait until Xiao Yan resents you before you are satisfied? He is alone now, and it is evident he bears some burden of hatred, much like you. Some things he must accomplish on his own. Given the current strength of the Tang clan, can we genuinely assist him in any meaningful way? Perhaps we should refrain from promising things beyond our capabilities, lest everything ultimately backfire. Enough, enough. Do not say another word. It is vexing." Tanya, somewhat petulant, covered her ears and huffed. "Let us return to Shrek Academy. If a butterfly flaps its wings and destiny veers from its original course, how should the wheels of history turn? Different choices yield distinct outcomes. I believe no one wishes for Xiao Yan to be mocked in this world. Uttering the names of his techniques, thoughts of Winter Fist, contemplation of Winter Sword, mastery of Winter Palm. Speaking of which, my toes have awkwardly curled into a 3-room apartment. If there is anything that a single Buddha's wrath cannot resolve, then it surely takes two. Chapter 14, Duki and Soul Power. The moon hung like a silver platter amidst a sky full of stars. On the outskirts of the Stardoe forest, within the darkness of a small forest, the first thing that caught the eye was a pile of firewood, flames crackling and dancing, sending forth sparks as they ignited. Beside the campfire, a youth leaned against a tree trunk, a strand of blue-silver grass held in his mouth, chewing slightly, allowing the faint bitterness to spread within. Raising his somewhat pale hand to shield his eyes, the youth gazed through the gaps between his fingers, staring at the enormous full moon above. "Sigh, master. Do you think we will ever return to the Douluo Continent?" With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan languidly lowered his hand, resting his head upon his palms. His gaze somewhat dazed, as if he were yearning for distant loved ones. "Back to the Douluo Continent?" An aged voice emanated from the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. "Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future, but to tear through the spatial passage back from his plane, one must at least attain the realm of Dozun." Dozun. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he chuckled dryly. "Master, at my current strength, reaching Dozun seems an unfathomable prospect, one that may take an eternity." "Foolish boy," the elder remarked sagely, "I too, like you, wish to return to the Douluo Continent, for there are matters that require my personal resolution. However, given the present circumstances, such a return appears unlikely. By the way, after breaking through the bottleneck with your first soul ring, your Douluo should now be able to condense and cultivate normally, correct?" "Indeed." Xiao Yan nodded, somewhat astonished. "Master, my Douluo has now reached the 7th stage, and my soul power has ascended to the 14th level. Do you think there's a connection between Douluo and the soul power of this world?" The elder stroked his dry and ethereal visage, his expression gradually turning solemn as he gazed into Xiao Yan's obsidian eyes. Douluo and soul power are both forms of energy stored within the body. Theoretically, they should be convertible. From an energy standpoint, that 3-ringed soul master we encountered earlier possesses strength comparable to a fighter from the Douluo Continent. Once your soul power reaches level 20, your exhibited strength will approximate that of a 1-star doshur. The hierarchy continues. 30-level 5-star doshur, 40-level doshur, 50-level 5-star doshur, 60-level grand doshur, 70-level 5-star grand doshur, and 80-level doling. Beyond that, calculations become complex due to the increasing difficulty of cultivation with both martial souls and Douluo. It is likely that the lower-tier title Douluo here is only equivalent to a Do Wang, while the top-tier title Douluo may barely match a Do Huang from the Douluo Continent, perhaps due to the differing worlds and the constraints of their respective laws. This realm's cultivation is dominated by martial souls. If you wish to cultivate Douluo, you must also refine your martial soul. At the very least, by acquiring soul rings to assist your martial soul in overcoming its bottlenecks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan pondered thoughtfully. That million-year-old creature bestowed upon me 4 soul skills: mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. Should I practice these 4 skills in my future cultivation? After stroking his beard and contemplating for a moment, the elder replied earnestly, given that this world bears similarities to the Douluo Continent, it will be beneficial to practice these 4 skills whenever possible. After all, having a diverse skill set is never a burden. Rest assured, even if you focus solely on cultivating Dou Qi, I can guarantee you will become a pinnacle powerhouse in this realm. Master, what shall we do next? I feel it won't be long before I break through to Dou Shi, and at that time, you must provide me with a formidable technique. Xiao Yan grinned, playfully touching his nose as he spoke to the elder. As for techniques, there are certainly many, but our next objective is to enhance your physical conditioning. For employing the 8 extremes collapse requires an exceptionally strong physique. The elder's eyes narrowed, as if he were scheming. The following morning, a thin mist rose languidly from the forest, lingering in the air. In a secluded grove, Xiao Yan's feet were firmly embedded in the earth. His toes sinking into the soil, his jaw clenched, cold sweat streaming down his face. At that moment, the elder, in his soul form, sat cross-legged upon a piece of blue stone nearby. With a gentle wave of his hand, the air before him quivered slightly, and suddenly, a white energy whip shot forth from his palm, striking Xiao Yan's back with a resounding crack. Clad only in shorts, with his back turned to the elder, Xiao Yan bore the brunt of the impact, a myriad of dark bruises blossoming upon his flesh. Ah, master, I can't endure this any longer. Another lash struck his back, causing Xiao Yan's lips to quiver in agony, a sharp intake of breath escaping between his teeth as he nearly collapsed into the soil before him. Amidst the intense pain, the thin stream of Dou Qi coursing through Xiao Yan's body began to surge with newfound vitality, permeating his bones and meridians, quietly reinforcing his physique. Endure it. Again. At the elder's command, he showed no signs of halting, unleashing another torrent of white Dou Qi. Bang, bang, bang. The grove echoed with a series of unsettling thuds, accompanied by Xiao Yan's muffled groans of pain. Should anyone pass by at that moment, their imagination would surely run wild. The elder exercised great restraint, each strike precisely reaching the threshold of Xiao Yan's tolerance, ensuring that while he did not incur serious injury, his body was maximally strengthened. As the elder continued his relentless assault, the bruises on Xiao Yan's skin multiplied until he finally reached the limits of his endurance, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Master, I have now obtained my first soul ring, and Dou Qi can be cultivated normally. Where shall we go next? After a prolonged bout of heavy breathing, Xiao Yan struggled to lift his gaze to the elder. Let us proceed to Shrek City. The elder contemplated briefly before responding nonchalantly. What do we seek in Shrek City? Confusion clouded Xiao Yan's features. After a moment of silence, the elder transformed into a beam of white light and entered the black ring, stating, "This world is predominantly governed by martial souls. After careful consideration last night, I have decided that while you cultivate Dou Qi, you should also refine your martial soul. Is it not the case that Shrek City houses the renowned Shrek Academy, reputed to be the continent's premier institution? I may not be able to assist you with martial soul cultivation, but I believe they might be of help. However, I am uncertain of the Academy's actual teaching standards. If they prove to be lacking, we shall leave without hesitation. This is merely one of the reasons for your journey to Shrek City. The second is that my soul is currently too frail, and I am in dire need of treasures that can restore my soul power. Once we arrive in Shrek City, let us visit the auction house to see if any such treasures are available. When your strength reaches that of a Dou Shi, I shall begin teaching you the art of alchemy. The pills concocted in this world appear to me as mere refuse, and I intend to show them what true alchemy entails." Chapter 15. The Mysterious Heavy Ruler. 8 extremes collapse. In a small grove beside the main road, a nimble figure darted gracefully among the trees. In the next instant, a black-clad youth appeared before a towering tree, and he unleashed a powerful punch against its trunk. Bang! With a dull thud, the tree was instantly hollowed out, with splintering and spider-like cracks radiating from the gaping wound. In the following moment, the tree, now significantly damaged, emitted a creaking sound before collapsing helplessly to the ground. After executing the 8 extremes collapse, Xiao Yan felt as if he were a sponge that had suddenly been wrung dry, an overwhelming ache seeping into his nerves as the veins in his arms twitched, clearly indicating signs of overexertion. Staring at his slightly reddened fist, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, a wry smile forming on his lips. No wonder one must endure beatings to enhance physical strength. Otherwise, with such a strike, it would not be the tree that breaks, but rather my own arm. The 8 extremes clash, a veritable contest of whose physique is more resilient. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and the figure of Elder Yao appeared before Xiao Yan. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, he regarded the young man with an approving nod, exclaiming, "Remarkable! You have managed to shatter a large tree with a single punch. With such terrifying, explosive power, I dare say that even a 3-ringed soul master would struggle to contend with you in a one-on-one battle. All thanks to your teachings, Master," Xiao Yan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze flickered thoughtfully. "By the way, Master, if we were to journey to Shrek Academy, aside from my soul power needing to break through to the 15th level, we will also require a recommendation letter from at least the main city of the 3 great empires. How are we to procure such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Elder Yao hesitated momentarily before responding with a wry smile. "Is it not simple to obtain? As we travel towards Shrek Academy, we can casually find a passing main city, infiltrate it, and forge a letter of recommendation bearing the seal of its lord." "Ah, it can be done this way too? Master, you truly are resourceful. It seems you must have engaged in such antics in your youth." Xiao Yan chuckled, scratching his nose. "You rascal, have you begun to jest with your teacher?" Elder Yao chided lightly. "Now, take this with you. You must not remove it even while you sleep." With that, he waved his hand gently, and a massive black object emerged from his ring, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. "What is this?" Xiao Yan gawked at the imposing black object before him, which stood as tall as he did, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "What purpose does this serve, Master?" "This item was discovered by me in an ancient relic during my time on the Douluo Continent. It is not only extraordinarily hard, but also immensely heavy. Most importantly, it possesses a peculiar ability to suppress Douluo. Under its restraint, should you adapt well, when you remove it during battle, the surge of your power will astonish all," Elder Yao explained, stretching lazily and offering a smile. "Moreover, the Earth-ranked Do techniques I will teach you in the future are related to this item." "What? Earth-ranked Do techniques?" At the mention of such advanced techniques, Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "Master, when do you plan to teach me these Earth-ranked Do techniques?" Elder Yao's figure flickered and he appeared before Xiao Yan, admonishing, "It is still too early. Focus on your cultivation. Earth-ranked Do techniques are not something you can grasp at your current level. There are essential prerequisites you must meet first. Let us depart. We shall make our way to Shrek City. I hope you can gain something valuable there, and I also hope the auction house has treasures that can restore spiritual power. I feel exceedingly weak, as if I might slip into slumber once more at any moment." With that, Elder Yao transformed into a beam of white light and returned to the ring. Upon exiting the Stardow Forest, Xiao Yan arrived at the nearest small town. After a brief rest, he hired the fastest carriage available and set off towards Shrek City without delay. Along the way, with Elder Yao's assistance, he managed to obtain a recommendation letter from the Lord of Main City, having stealthily infiltrated the Lord's residence to forge the document using the Lord's seal. During the journey, Elder Yao also imparted to Xiao Yan his second Do technique, the fire-blasting palm. After several days of travel, Xiao Yan finally caught sight of the vast silhouette of Shrek City. Standing atop the carriage, he gazed at the grand city, which reflected a faint reddish glow in the light of the setting sun, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. As the carriage drew nearer, Xiao Yan noticed that the city walls of Shrek City were constructed entirely of massive rocks, built to a scale befitting the capitals of the great empires. The walls soared to a height of 80 meters, creating an imposing sight with a thickness exceeding 20 meters. After paying the taxes at the city gate, the carriage was granted entry, passing through the somewhat dim tunnel of the city walls. Xiao Yan soon emerged into a bustling scene filled with lively voices and throngs of people, with shops lining the streets. Dismounting the carriage, Xiao Yan inquired about directions and proceeded towards Shrek Academy. However, each step he took felt like a heavy object crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Xiao Yan carried an enormous black measuring rod on his back. The surface of this dark rod was adorned with faint, peculiar patterns that spread from the handle to nearly cover its entire length. The rod was nearly as tall as the young man himself, and this bizarre combination drew curious glances and whispers from passersby. Head to Shrek Academy to register. If time permits later, we can visit the auction house to see if we can find any treasures that can restore your spiritual power. Elder Yao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Visit the auction house. Master, I am currently destitute. The gold soul coins my mother left me are nearly depleted, Xiao Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. Elder Yao, momentarily speechless, eventually chuckled. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm a pharmacist. In this world, elixirs are highly sought after. We can easily concoct a few first or second-tier pills, and they will be regarded as treasures. Once we sell them, won't we have money? Xiao Yan halted in his tracks, a grin breaking across his face. Your foresight is commendable, master. I was the foolish one, following the directions he had gathered. Xiao Yan navigated through several lengthy streets before finally pausing before an impressively grand structure, his gaze sharpening. Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy. He murmured softly, glancing around to observe that passers-by cast reverent and envious looks toward the institution. Some even regarded the young man, standing dumbfounded at its entrance with expressions of surprise. Ignoring the stares, Xiao Yan gently touched the heavy, measuring rod on his back before striding purposefully toward the academy. Just in time, he arrived during the enrollment period and quickly passed the academy's assessment. Coupled with the forged recommendation letter, he successfully became one of its new members. After the assessment, Xiao Yan affectionately patted the massive black rod on his back and resumed his heavy steps into the academy. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him, Xiao Yan, you made it to Shrek Academy? You passed the academy's assessment. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yan turned around to find a young man approaching. He was tall and slender, with deep blue hair that shimmered like sapphires under the sunlight. A hint of languid amusement graced his handsome visage, and he donned a dark green school uniform, adorned with an emblem of a small green creature on his left breast. This was none other than Bei Bei, whom Xiao Yan had encountered in the Stardew Forest. Brother Bei, is that you? Xiao Yan exclaimed, clasping his hands together in greeting and smiling. I merely managed to scrape through. Bei Bei stepped closer, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, his brow furrowed in mild confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he remarked, Brother Xiao Yan, it has scarcely been 2 months since we last parted, yet your soul power has ascended to level 15? If I recall correctly, when you absorbed the soul ring of that 10-year-old wind baboon over a month ago, your soul power was merely around level 10. How did you achieve such rapid advancement? Unbeknownst to Bei Bei, the white soul ring Xiao Yan had acquired was a million-year-old soul ring. Upon obtaining the soul ring of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, Xiao Yan's soul power surged directly from level 10 to level 14. The reason for the seemingly modest increase was that his current body could only withstand the power of a 400-year-old soul ring. Coupled with the foundational spirit liquid recently concocted by Yao Lao and his rigorous physical training during this brief span of time, Xiao Yan's soul power had skyrocketed to approximately level 17. However, due to the suppression of his strength by the Xian heavy ruler, his soul power appeared only as level 15. I'm not quite sure how it happened. I just fortuitously broke through during my training, Xiao Yan chuckled, shaking his head. Perhaps it has something to do with the elixir my mysterious teacher administered to me. He mentioned it could accelerate my cultivation. At this revelation, Bai was momentarily taken back. In his mind, it was inconceivable for someone to elevate their soul power from level 10 to level 15 in just over a month, even with the aid of elixirs, especially after acquiring a 10-year soul ring. Could it be that Xiao Yan was employing some nefarious cultivation methods? Was he perhaps a sinister soul master? If that were the case, just as Bei Bei was lost in thought, Xiao Yan interjected, Brother Bei, I am not very familiar with the academy. Could you guide me and provide some introductions? Of course. Slowly regaining his composure from shock, Bei Bei nodded. He decided to observe Xiao Yan closely for a while before proceeding to recount the history of Shrek Academy on the continent. He began with the cataclysmic battle that ensued over 4,000 years ago between the Sun-Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent, leading to the present division of Shrek Academy into the outer court and inner court. Brother Xiao Yan, your martial soul is the spirit eye. Upon entering the academy, you should initially focus on cultivating within the control system of the outer court. If you are interested, you may also concurrently study the soul guidance system. That is my recommendation for you, Bei Bei suggested after briefly introducing the academy situation. What is the soul guidance system? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of confusion creasing his brow. Having grown up in a secluded environment, his exposure to such concepts was limited. Bei Bei explained, the soul guidance system is centered around the creation of soul guidance weapons. In a sense, soul guidance devices are weapons powered by soul energy, and the higher the quality of the soul guidance device, the greater its destructive power. Over thousands of years, some extraordinarily powerful soul guidance devices have emerged on the Douluo Continent, capable of threatening even titled the law. The might of a soul guidance device lies not merely in its power, but also in its revolutionary impact on the soul master system. Soul guidance devices, driven by soul power as energy, can transform and release this energy into various elements such as water, fire, and electricity. Thus, A fire attribute soul master can wield ice attribute soul techniques. Therefore, the ancient battle law of attribute restraint among soul masters no longer holds true. The advent of soul guidance devices has diminished the significance of soul rings for soul masters, and the acceptance of soul guidance devices is gradually increasing among the populace of the Douluo Continent. Before long, the two entered the inner sanctum of Shrek Academy, where the environment was lush and teeming with diverse flora. After walking another 200 meters, Xiao Yan noticed several colossal statues obstructing their view. There were more than 10 statues, each intricately carved from the hardest granite, appearing remarkably lifelike. At the forefront stood 3 statues. The central figure being an elderly man with a hooked nose, wearing spectacles, and sporting a genial smile reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Bei Bei introduced Brother Xiao Yan. This central figure is none other than the founder of Shrek Academy and its first principal, Flender. To his left is my ancestor, the renowned Yushao Jiang, known for establishing the 10 core competencies of the martial soul realm. My mother is his direct descendant. The woman to the right is Master S' wife, Lu Erlong. Together, they form the golden iron triangle. Master once asserted that there are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters. This theory has been revered as a classic by Shrek Academy for millennia. Furthermore, Master was also the teacher of Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang sect. The statue of Master appeared to depict a somewhat gaunt and melancholic middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was portrayed as an elegant middle-aged woman. Contemplating the phrase, "There are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters," Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable unease, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. He then posed a question, "Brother Bei, it is said that Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang sect, ultimately ascended to godhood and departed the Douluo Continent for the divine realm. As his teacher, Master should possess greater strength than Tang San, correct? Did he not also ascend alongside Tang San to the divine realm?" Upon hearing this, Bei Bei was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, although Master was Tang San's teacher, his own power was rather modest. It is said that he struggled to break through level 30 in terms of soul power. His strength lay primarily in his teachings of martial soul theory. Tang San once remarked that without Master S' guidance, he would have had no hope of achieving godhood, underscoring Master S' prowess in martial soul theory. Did Master ultimately accompany Tang San to the divine realm?" Xiao Yan continued to inquire. As Tang San's teacher, he is akin to a father figure, surely. A great being like Tang San would not forget his mentor upon achieving godhood. Once again at a loss for words, Bei Bei could only shift the topic to introduce Xiao Yan to the other statues. Behind the golden iron triangle stood 7 more statues, representing the original Shrek 7 monsters. The foremost statue depicted the white tiger Duo Dai Mubai from a millennium ago, who was also an ancestor of the Dai family, the White Tiger Duke. Having grown up in the Duke's mansion, Xiao Yan had a basic understanding of the white tiger Duo Dai Mubai. Subsequently, Bei Bei went on to introduce each of the 7 statues in turn. Behind these 7 statues stood the final statue, a tall figure clad in a flowing green robe, with piercing eyes glinting with cold light. This was the first honorary elder of Shrek Academy, the poison bow from the Academy's inception. However, Xiao Yan's gaze was invariably drawn to the 3rd statue among the 7, that of the thousand-handed Shura, Tang San. He could not shake the feeling that this figure was observing him with a hidden intent. As he continued forward, he approached a crossroads. To the left lay the Martial Spirit Division, while to the right was the Soul Guidance Division. You have successfully passed the test. I shall now escort you to register at the Martial Spirit Division. To enroll in the Soul Guidance Division, one must first pass the initial assessment for new students. By the way, Brother Xiao Yan, should you encounter any difficulties within the Academy, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am more than willing to assist you in any way I can." Bei Bei, known for his amiable nature, expressed this sentiment warmly, especially given his favorable impression of Xiao Yan. "Thank you very much, Brother Bei," Xiao Yan replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. "If I truly find myself in need, I will certainly come to you." The atmosphere at Shrek Academy, bustling with the influx of new students, was vibrant. Under Bai's guidance, Xiao Yan swiftly completed his registration and received his dormitory key along with his school uniform, before making his way towards his dormitory alone. Upon arriving at the door of his dormitory, Xiao Yan noticed an elderly man seated outside. The old man, clad in a simple gray robe, bore a visage marked by deep wrinkles that seemed capable of squashing a fly, and his eyes, though appearing somewhat dim, sparkled with a hidden sharpness. He reclined on a bench, soaking up the sunlight that filtered through the building, glinting on his form. At that moment, Xiao Yan heard the voice of Yao Lao resonate in his mind. Be cautious. This old fellow is no ordinary person. Startled, Xiao Yan quickly inquired mentally, Teacher, is there something peculiar about the dormitory supervisor? Indeed, Yao Lao's voice replied with intrigue, under my scrutiny. This old man's true strength appears to be that of a titled Douluo and one at the pinnacle of that tier. However, he seems to have sustained severe injuries and his health is quite poor. A titled Douluo? Xiao Yan's heart raced at the revelation. It appears Shrek Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Even the dorm supervisor is a titled Douluo. I suspect this old fellow is the elder of Shrek Academy. Playing the role of an inconspicuous janitor, Yao Lao remarked casually. Xiao Yan's appearance was somewhat unusual, bearing a colossal black ruler on his back, which sent up small clouds of dust with each step he took. To the old man, this item was neither a weapon nor a soul guidance tool, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. Just as Xiao Yan was about to cross the threshold of the dormitory, the elderly man extended his frail right hand, his voice hoarse as he commanded, The one in black, show me your enrollment badge and dormitory key. Taken aback, Xiao Yan hesitated briefly before producing his enrollment badge and dormitory key from within his robes and stepped forward to present them to the old man. After inspecting the badge and key, the old man nodded and returned them, instructing, You may proceed. Room 108 is the third one on the left on the first floor. The fourth floor is designated for female students. Do not venture there. If caught, it will result in expulsion. Remaining in his original position, the elder added a final warning. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan bowed slightly and made his way towards room 108. Along the way, he inquired of Yao Lao, Teacher, will your presence be detected by him? Rest assured, Yao Lao replied with a calm demeanor. With his current strength, he is merely at the threshold of Do Zone on the Douluo Continent. He is incapable of sensing my presence. Following the old man's directions, Xiao Yan soon located his dormitory. The accommodations at Shrek Academy were arranged in a long corridor, with dormitory doors lining either side, each marked with a number that indicated their age. Taking out his key, Xiao Yan gently unlocked the door, only to be met with a wave of stale, acrid air that rushed out. He quickly stepped aside, waiting a moment before finally entering the room. The space was laden with dust and appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan surveyed the modest furnishings, discovering 2 beds, a table, and a lamp within. 2 beds? Does that mean I will have a roommate? He pondered aloud. At that moment, Yao Lao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Yan, if you wish to continue learning the art of alchemy with me, it would be best not to reside here. Why is that? I need to instruct you personally in alchemy, and my existence must remain a secret. Furthermore, this place is too close to that old man. If I manifest for an extended period, he will inevitably discover something. Xiao Yan, feeling exasperated, questioned, Teacher, what should I do then? After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lao suggested, Did you not meet 2 individuals from this academy in the Stardew Forest? Seek their assistance. By the way, if you require funds, that is easily remedied. I shall concoct some pills for you to auction off. Additionally, inquire at the auction house about any rare treasures that could restore soul power. Although I have awakened, I remain quite frail. Understood, Teacher. I will follow your instructions, Xiao Yan affirmed, nodding before tidying up his belongings and stepping out of the dormitory. Just as he reached the threshold, a young man entered from outside. He possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, fair skin, and uniquely light pinkish blue eyes, complemented by short hair of the same hue. His looks seemed to surpass even Bei's. Who are you? Xiao Yan instinctively asked, while Yao Lao, sensing something, murmured to himself, How curious. Why do I feel that his soul is not whole? What could this mean? The youth shot Xiao Yan a haughty glare and retorted, Step aside. Oh. Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly as he leaned against the doorframe, a hint of disdain in his eyes. What if I refuse? Known for his loyalty and sense of justice, Xiao Yan adhered to the principle of mutual respect. He believed in repaying kindness with greater kindness and would not let anyone undermine his dignity. The young man scoffed, If you don't move, I'll knock you down and step over your body to enter. Do you believe me? Just you? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, tilting his head slightly. His fair visage glowed defiantly in the setting sun. The young man's gaze turned icy as he stared at the defiant Xiao Yan, not uttering another word. Instead, he began to channel a faint blue soul power that rippled in his palms. Yet he refrained from making an immediate move, instead inquiring, What is your name? Xiao Yan, he declared, crossing his arms resolutely. And you? Name's Wang Dong. I'm your roommate. As this is our first meeting today, I will strike you. But you must ensure this dormitory is kept clean. Additionally, there are a few rules you must adhere to. First, no bringing people back to the dormitory. Second, no being indecent in the dormitory. Third, no snoring while sleeping at night. And fourth, as Wang Dong's words hung in the air, Xiao Yan strode out of the dormitory, not sparing a glance back, leaving Wang Dong standing there in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the receding figure of Xiao Yan. "You audacious fellow, how dare you disregard me?" As he watched Xiao Yan depart, Wang Dong's face flushed crimson, with a fierce push off the ground. His body transformed into a streak of azure light, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Xiao Yan smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, he abruptly turned around, leisurely raising his hand, his palm slightly curved before suddenly opening wide as he barked, "Blazing Palm." The Blazing Palm, a low-tier, Shin-level combat technique capable of generating powerful wind pressure. This technique was the second Shin-level skill imparted to Xiao Yan by the medicine elder on his journey to the Shrek Academy. Under the unanticipated forceful thrust, Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. His body felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, and he stumbled backward over 10 paces before managing to regain his footing, albeit somewhat disheveled. "You truly are insufferable. Were you anyone else, perhaps you would instill fear and dominate them. But today, you are up against me, Xiao Yan. I have resolved not to reside here any longer. You can tidy up the mess yourself. Do not provoke me again, for my fists are blind to mercy." With that, Xiao Yan cast a scornful smile, turning away while raising his fist as a warning to Wang Dong. "What kind of soul skill is that?" Wang Dong asked, his complexion shifting slightly as he pressed a hand against his somewhat constricted chest, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Casting a faint glance at Wang Dong, Xiao Yan then lowered his gaze to his palm. Although the name Blazing Palm sounded somewhat unappealing, the formidable thrust it produced left him thoroughly satisfied. If only there existed a technique that could generate a powerful suction force as well. Observing Xiao Yan's indifference, Wang Dong's face twitched slightly. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. "No one has ever dared to treat me this way since childhood. If I do not defeat you today, I shall no longer be called Wang Dong." Chapter 18. An enemy defeated by my hand is never considered my equal. Wang Dong was not only proud, but also exceedingly stubborn. Having suffered a setback at Xiao Yan's hands during their first encounter, how could he possibly swallow this humiliation? In the next instant, Wang Dong's left foot propelled him off the ground as he charged toward Xiao Yan once more, his speed remarkable and his movements exceptionally agile. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Xiao Yan. He lifted his right foot to deliver a direct kick to Xiao Yan's torso, but at that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with a golden light, as if he had foreseen Wang Dong's actions. In the instant Wang Dong extended his leg, Xiao Yan deftly sidestepped, simultaneously leaping up to collide his right shoulder against the root of Wang Dong's thigh. The impact caused Wang Dong's leg to lift, which would typically unbalance an average person. Yet his physical prowess was formidable. He merely elevated his right leg high, executing a split while his left foot remained firmly grounded. "Quick on your feet, are you? I refuse to believe that I cannot best you today." With a shout, radiant blue wings unfurled from Wang Dong's back, enveloping him in a mesmerizing hue that shifted between blue and purple. Golden orbs of light ignited on his massive wings, forming a V shape. Simultaneously, one yellow and one purple soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. In a flash, Wang Dong surged forward, soul power erupting from the golden orbs on his wings, propelling him to an astonishing speed. This was not a soul skill, but an instinct of his martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly, allowing for a sudden acceleration that covered several meters in an instant. Indeed, a great soul master, and a second soul ring that has already reached a millennium in age. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Witnessing Wang Dong's speed surge, Xiao Yan's expression altered, and he spoke in a grave tone. At that moment, Wang Dong's first soul ring illuminated, and his soul power surged in a frenzied manner, pouring into his front wings while his rear wings expanded to maintain balance. First soul skill, Wing Blade. It became evident that Wang Dong's front wings had transformed into a brilliant blue, with a blue-golden pattern radiating outward, instantly forming a golden blade approximately 3 inches in length along the edge of his wings. "I shall see how you evade this," Wang Dong scoffed. Realizing that Xiao Yan was no mere opponent, he simultaneously raised his hands, gripping the inner sides of his front wings, and with a powerful flick, the wings sliced toward Xiao Yan. The speed was such that an average person would find it nearly impossible to evade. The approaching wings generated an intense pressure, sending a gust that ruffled Xiao Yan's hair, revealing his cool, dark eyes. Who says I intend to dodge?" Facing Wang Dong's fierce strike, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. He did not choose to retreat or evade, but instead slightly bent his body, and after a brief moment of stillness, he unleashed a tightly clenched fist. Seeing that Xiao Yan dared to clash with him without even releasing his martial soul, Wang Dong could not help but chuckle. Fool, you are certain to lose. 8 extremities burst. A thunderous voice echoed in his mind as Xiao Yan's fist collided forcefully with Wang Dong's wings. Boom! The air rippled slightly, producing a muffled sound. The terrifying energy released by the 8 extremities burst instantly, drained the color from Wang Dong's face. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan's seemingly ordinary strike would possess such tremendous power. In the next moment, Xiao Yan thrust his fist forward again, sending Wang Dong flying as if he were a ragdoll. Gazing at Wang Dong, who lay unconscious on the ground, Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath, his once rock-solid fist gradually returning to normal, and his slightly bulging sleeves relaxed. The stabbing pain and heaviness in his chest caused Wang Dong to furrow his brow tightly. However, due to Xiao Yan's relatively restrained strike, he regained consciousness after merely 2 seconds. Gasping for air, he hoarsely shouted, "What is your martial soul? How could you withstand my first soul skill without utilizing any soul techniques? Are you a soul sovereign? My martial soul?" A gentle golden light flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as a white soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet, activating his spirit eyes martial soul. Upon seeing the white soul ring encircling Xiao Yan, Wang Dong's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, "A 10-year soul ring? How is this possible? No, it cannot be. How could a 10-year soul master withstand my first soul skill and even defeat me? This is impossible." Umph. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yan turned slowly away, his back to Wang Dong as he spoke in a low voice. "There is no such thing as impossibility in this world. You could have chosen to converse amiably, yet you opted for the most intolerable approach. Consider this punch a lesson. Should you cross my path again, I will not hold back. I hope you can learn to temper that spoiled demeanor of yours and show respect to others. I am not your father, and I will not indulge you." In response, Wang Dong sat on the ground for a moment before rising to his feet. He gazed at Xiao Yan's retreating figure and solemnly declared, "Xiao Yan, you wait. The next time we meet, I will certainly defeat you." Ha! Foes who fall in my hands have never been regarded as true adversaries. I grant you the time to pursue me until you can no longer glimpse my figure. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Xiao Yan did not turn back, but casually waved his hand behind him and replied calmly, "Was that punch a soul technique of your own creation?" Indeed, this year the Academy has seen a considerable influx of little monsters. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from outside the dormitory, where an elderly man sat on a rocking chair, gently swaying his body. After departing from the dormitory, Xiao Yan sought out Bei Bei, and with his assistance, he moved out of the Academy's dorms and rented a room nearby. However, the cost of living in Shrek City was exorbitantly high, demanding 30 gold soul coins per month. Theoretically, students at the Academy were prohibited from renting accommodations outside. Yet Bei Bei's martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and a revered ancestor from his family held a prominent position within Shrek Academy. Additionally, his amiable nature made him well-liked among peers, with the faculty willing to grant him favors. The world of martial arts is not merely about violence. It is also about social connections. No one would risk offending influential individuals within the Academy over such trivial matters. For the first month's rent, Xiao Yan borrowed from Bei Bei and also used the borrowed funds to purchase a variety of medicinal herbs from shop in Shrek City. What he intended to do next was to have the medicine elder concoct some simple pills, which he would then sell at the auction house in Shrek City, using the proceeds to repay his debts and sustain himself. In a quiet little room, watching Xiao Yan unpack the recently acquired herbs, the medicine elder sighed, "You rascal. Are you going to make me toil again?" "Haha, teacher, I beg of you," Xiao Yan replied with a cupped fist. An hour later, utilizing the purchased low-grade herbs, the medicine elder successfully concocted several low-tier pills: Foundation Establishment Pill, Healing Pill, and Revitalization Pill. Once the concoction was complete and the pills stored in jade vials, Xiao Yan rose to leave the room. After some inquiries, he learned that the largest auction house in Shrek City was named the Treasure Pavilion, and he promptly made his way there with swift strides. Shrek City was vast, one of the most bustling metropolises in the central region of Douluo Continent. As evening descended, the city brimmed with life. As Xiao Yan stepped outside the academy, he was taken aback by the throngs of people and the cacophony of sounds. The flow of individuals entering and exiting the city was relentless, and the streets were filled with the chaotic clamor of merchants hawking their wares. The Treasure Pavilion, the largest auction house in Shrek City, specialized in items related to soul masters and soul engineers. From a distance, It appeared as a magnificent edifice soaring over 20 meters high, adorned in resplendent gold and jade, resembling a colossal treasure basin. Chapter 19, Testing the Pills. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion stood two maidens clad in long skirts, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Their charming visages and slender figures accentuated by their fair skin, which glimmered in the radiant light of the opulent building. Xiao Yan, given your young age and unique status, and considering that the pills I have concocted may stir quite a commotion at the auction house, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, you should don the black robe you purchased earlier. The medicine elder's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, offering a kind reminder. All right, I shall heed your advice, teacher. Xiao Yan responded, glancing at the imposing auction house at the street's end. He turned into a secluded alley and quickly donned the black cloak he had purchased. The oversized robe concealed not only Xiao Yan's appearance, but also his somewhat slender frame, making him appear more robust. Now, even those familiar with him would find it challenging to recognize him at first glance. Once he had effectively hidden his figure, Xiao Yan leisurely emerged from the alley and proceeded toward the treasure pavilion at the end of the street. The three types of pills the medicine elder had concocted were the Foundation Establishment Pill, the Healing Pill, and the Revitalization Pill. As the name suggests, the Foundation Establishment Pill is designed to solidify a soul master's foundation, capable of directly elevating a soul master's innate soul power by 3 levels. The Healing Pill serves to mend injuries, while the Revitalization Pill is intended for restoring substantial soul power. As Xiao Yan approached, one of the maidens stepped forward, slightly bowing, and inquired, "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Is this the auction house? I wish to sell some items." A somewhat hoarse yet ethereal voice emerged from beneath the black robe, belonging to the medicine elder. "Greetings, sir. Please present the items you wish to auction for my inspection. Only items appraised by our auction house's evaluators, valued at over 1,000 gold soul coins, qualify for auction," the maiden replied, curiously glancing at Xiao Yan before speaking respectfully. Drawing a jade vial from his cloak, Xiao Yan gently shook it and stated earnestly, "The item I wish to auction is a medicinal pill. Please take me to the appraiser." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," the maiden said eagerly, gesturing for him to proceed as she took small, quick steps into the auction house. Upon entering, the atmosphere was devoid of the expected opulence. The floor was composed of creamy white marble, and the walls were adorned with various sculptures. Display cases showcased low-grade soul guiding devices, weapons, and armor. The guiding maiden exhibited professionalism, pausing every few steps to gesture invitingly, accurately directing Xiao Yan until they reached the room marked as the appraisal chamber. Upon entering, the room appeared somewhat spacious, occupied only by a middle-aged man who sat bored at a desk. Upon hearing the door creak open, he raised his head to gaze at the figure draped in the black robe, subtly furrowing his brow. "Sir, what treasure do you wish to have appraised?" The middle-aged man inquired as he slowly rose, donning a professional smile. "Yes," Xiao Yan nodded, taking 2 steps forward and gently placing the jade vial upon the desk. "What is this?" The man blinked in confusion, cautiously picking up the white jade vial and sniffing the opening. After a moment, his expression shifted, and he regarded Xiao Yan with newfound respect, saying, "Sir, are you perhaps a pill master? Might I inquire about the purpose of this medicinal pill?" "The vial you hold contains the Foundation Establishment Pill, which, upon consumption, can directly elevate a soul master's innate soul power by 3 levels. The aged voice resonated from beneath the black robe. Subsequently, Xiao Yan produced 2 more jade vials and continued. "This vial contains the Healing Pill, which can swiftly mend external injuries, and the final vial is the Revitalization Pill, which restores expended soul power." Upon hearing this, the other appraisers in the room could not help but turn their gazes toward them, astonished. To elevate one's innate soul power by 3 levels was unprecedented in the annals of history within the Douluo Continent. Even the renowned Xianshui Pill, which could only enhance innate soul power by 1 level, paled in comparison to the claims made by the individual before them. The middle-aged appraiser, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Sir, are you certain that the medicinal pills in your possession can elevate innate soul power by 3 levels?" "As far as I am aware, the unique and precious elixir known as the Xianshui Dan, exclusive to the Xianming sect, is capable of elevating one's innate soul power by only 1 level. It commands a staggering price of 10,000 gold soul coins per unit." "The Xianshui Dan? I have heard of it. To me, it is nothing more than a worthless trinket. If you doubt my words, you may arrange for someone to conduct a test. My medicinal concoction possesses an exceptionally mild potency, devoid of any side effects. You may rest assured." Seemingly comprehending the thoughts of the middle-aged man, An aged voice once again emanated from beneath the black robe. Simultaneously, the voice of the medicine elder resonated in Xiao Yan's heart. These individuals truly lack worldly experience. Were it not for the inferior quality of medicinal materials on the Douluo Continent, not only would it be feasible to concoct pills that enhance innate soul power by 3 levels, but it would also be entirely possible to create those that directly elevate one to the 10th level of innate soul power. Xiao Yan, hasten your cultivation. Once you reach the warrior stage, I shall begin imparting the art of alchemy to you, allowing these ignorant souls to witness what true elixirs entail. In the chamber, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted slightly as he cautiously returned the jade vial to Xiao Yan, respectfully stating, "Esteemed sir, we must first authenticate your elixir before we can appraise it for auction. Please follow me." "Very well," Xiao Yan nodded, responding nonchalantly. The young woman who had earlier attended to him remained by his side, accompanying the appraiser as they led Xiao Yan through a door into the appraisal chamber. Upon entering the specialized room for medicinal evaluation, the appraiser summoned a 6-year-old boy from an unknown source and conducted a test of his innate soul power. Subsequently, the boy ingested the elixir and underwent a second evaluation of his innate soul power. To the astonishment of all present, the boy's innate soul power indeed surged by 3 levels. Just then, a burly man entered, dramatically drawing a dagger from his waist and slashing at his own arm. Raising his bloodied arm, he swiftly consumed a healing elixir, and as the potion took effect, the gushing blood gradually diminished, eventually coagulating into a fine scar at the site of the wound. The appraisers then took a recovery elixir to conduct a soul power restoration test. The remarkable efficacy of these elixirs left everyone in awe. After the evaluations, the middle-aged man's expression changed once more as he addressed Xiao Yan with utmost reverence. "Sir, may I ask you to wait a moment? The effects of your elixir are exceedingly remarkable, and I must summon our esteemed pavilion master to witness this. Would that be agreeable to you?" "Yes, do expedite," Xiao Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively as he seated himself on a nearby chair and began to meditate. Chapter 20. 10,000-Year Whale Gel. Seated in silence, Xiao Yan refrained from conversing with the medicine elder, mindful that he was on foreign territory and should tread carefully. For who could guarantee the absence of eavesdropping devices? After a brief interval, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by an elderly lady with a youthful demeanor. She was the pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion, of which Xiao Yan was unaware that it was also a property of Shrek Academy. The Treasure Pavilion, while not directly under the Academy, operates under the purview of the Sea God Pavilion. "Sir, this is our esteemed pavilion master, Elder Lin, a title d'or of extraordinary prowess." Standing at level 96, the middle-aged man introduced with great respect. Elder Lin, whose real name is Lin Huichuan, is one of the venerable elders of Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. Upon hearing her esteemed title, Xiao Yan instinctively raised an eyebrow beneath his cloak. This was his first encounter with a title level female soul master, prompting him to scrutinize her closely. Although Elder Lin had aged, her complexion was vibrant, and her seemingly ordinary green attire shimmered subtly with an ethereal glow. As Xiao Yan assessed her, she too discreetly appraised him in return. The middle-aged man gingerly picked up the jade vial from the table and presented it to Elder Lin, stating with reverence, "Elder Lin, this is the foundational elixir capable of enhancing innate soul power by 3 levels. My subordinate has verified that the elixir poses no issues." Taking the vial, Elder Lin uncorked it and inhaled its aroma, her eyes narrowing slightly as they sparkled with intrigue. When her gaze returned to Xiao Yan, it bore a newfound respect as she inquired with a smile, "Sir, do you intend to auction this elixir?" "Indeed, could you arrange the auction promptly? I am in urgent need of funds," came the aged voice from beneath the black robe, exuding an air of mystery. "Of course, that is no problem at all. We are currently holding an auction, and your elixir will be featured shortly," Elder Lin replied with a smile. For these 3 elixirs, the starting bid is estimated to be around 100,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Yan nodded silently, a sigh of relief escaping him as he felt the economic burden lift. He continued, "Might I inquire if your auction house possesses any rare treasures capable of restoring soul power?" Seeking treasures that could restore soul power was one of Xiao Yan's primary motives for visiting the auction house, as the medicine elder was in a critically weakened state and required such items urgently. Rare treasures that can restore soul power? Elder Lin's heart skipped a beat as she pondered for a moment, fixing her gaze intently on Xiao Yan. Such treasures are exceedingly scarce. Even with our Treasure Pavilion's extensive trading network, we seldom acquire such items. If you do not mind, you may leave your contact information. And should we come across any such extraordinary items, we will notify you immediately. No need, Xiao Yan replied, his eyes narrowing as he deliberated briefly before shaking his head slightly. In that case, I shall forego it. If there is nothing else, I would like to peruse the auction house and see if there is anything else I might require. Xiao Yan's refusal to leave his contact information stemmed from his desire to conceal his identity. Very well. Please, take your leave. Should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to speak. Elder Lin nodded, handing Xiao Yan a golden card and adding, this is our auction house's VIP card. After your elixir is auctioned, the remaining gold soul coins, after deducting the service fee, will be credited to this card. With a slight nod, Xiao Yan accepted the golden card and, without further delay, exited the appraisal chamber under Elder Lin's watchful gaze. As he observed the slowly closing door and the receding footsteps, Elder Lin's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table. After a moment, a peculiar glint flickered in her murky old eyes as she mused aloud, I have never seen this individual before. To concoct an elixir that enhances innate soul power by 3 levels surpasses even the Xian Shui Dan from the Xianming sect. Once this elixir is unveiled, it will undoubtedly stir a significant commotion across the continent. An elixir, you say? Could it be he hails from the Sun and Moon Empire? After all, only those from the Sun and Moon Empire would resort to consuming pills to forcibly elevate their strength. If a powerful figure from the Sun and Moon Empire has indeed arrived in Shrek City, what could his intentions be? Why conceal his identity? To sell elixirs? Or perhaps to seek treasures that restore soul power? Yet, the vastness of the Sun and Moon Empire should not preclude the discovery of such items. Given that it is the season for new students to enroll at Shrek Academy, I must report this information to the Sea God Pavilion as a precaution. Turning around, Lin Lao placed her palm on a specific spot on the wall, causing a dark fissure to slowly open in the treasure appraisal room. Following this, she turned and stepped into the abyss, her murmurs echoing softly within. Upon exiting the appraisal room, Xiao Yan aimlessly wandered through the auction hall. As he passed by a display stand, the voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated in his heart. Hey Xiao Yan, purchase the item in the 3rd compartment of your left hand. It is a rare find that cannot be overlooked. Startled by the voice in his mind, Xiao Yan blinked slightly and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Master, does this item possess miraculous effects in restoring soul power? Not exactly. Yao Lao's voice replied in his heart. I have no use for it myself. I bought it for you. Following Yao Lao's guidance, Xiao Yan approached the 3rd display on the left side, where he discovered a black crystal. This object was inherently dull and uneven, adorned with a description that read, Millennium Whale Gel. Whale gel is a unique substance produced in the brains of soul beasts known as whales. Renowned for its nourishing effects on soul masters, capable of enhancing physical strength, muscle, bone, and meridian capabilities. This particular whale gel was acquired by our pavilion and is claimed by the seller to originate from a Millennium Demon Whale. Typically, the gel from Millennium Demon Whale should be golden and exceedingly valuable. Such a substantial piece could transform a soul master's physique. Unfortunately, this gel is black, likely due to weathering, which has slightly diminished its quality. The price of the Millennium Whale Gel is modest, at merely 6,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Yan, I sense through my soul power that consuming this will enhance your physical constitution, and its effects are quite remarkable. You should purchase it promptly. Once we return, I will refine it into a pill for you, sparing you from the torment of body tempering, Yao Lao's voice urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He promptly turned and, with his gold card in hand, reserved the item at the nearby counter. Once the auction concluded and the gold soul coins were credited, he swiftly paid to acquire the whale gel. Half an hour later, the auction for the pills concluded successfully, totaling 120,000 gold soul coins. After receiving the funds, Xiao Yan bought the whale gel and, following Yao Lao's instructions, also procured a collection of rare herbs before departing the treasure pavilion. Simultaneously, at Shrek Academy, on Sea God Island, a vast artificial lake lay behind the golden iron triangle. The island was home to numerous buildings. Yet only one stood tall and magnificent, the Sea God Pavilion, located at the heart of the island. The pavilion boasted 6 stories, each exceeding 10 meters in height, exuding a grandeur that was truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, an elderly woman with snowy hair and youthful features entered the pavilion. Inside the Sea God Pavilion's hall, silence reigned, save for an old man seated at the central oval table. He appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered, with greasy hair, casually munching on a chicken leg while lifting a wine gourd, indulging in his leisurely repast. Xian Lao, a mysterious individual, visited the treasure pavilion today. A gentle voice announced as the elderly woman pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 21. Enhancement of Constitution. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Xiao Yan returned directly to his rented room. Once he carefully secured the doors and windows, he finally removed his black robe. Turning around, he glanced at Yao Lao, who had emerged unbeknownst to him. From his pocket, Xiao Yan retrieved the whale gel and herbs he had just purchased, casually asking, "Master, I have acquired everything you requested. Now it is up to you." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao chuckled, his gaze casually sweeping over the materials on the table. This substance known as whale gel is likely worth far more than its marked value. Those fools must not recognize its true worth. The people at the treasure pavilion were unaware that the gel's black color stemmed from its millennium age, and it was Yao Lao's exceptional soul perception that allowed him to seize this opportunity. "Master, how do you intend to process these items next?" Xiao Yan inquired. His curiosity piqued. After examining the whale gel for a moment, Yao Lao smiled and replied, "Did I not already mention before our return? I will combine this with some herbs to refine it into a pill for you, which will enhance your physical constitution." "Thank you, Master." Xiao Yan responded with a hint of joy, his face lighting up. In the tranquil room, Yao Lao grasped the Millennium Whale Gel with his left hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, he exhaled gently, and a brilliant white flame suddenly erupted from his palm. As the flame emerged, the temperature in the room significantly increased. With an impassive expression, Yao Lao allowed the white flame to dance momentarily before completely engulfing the Millennium Whale Gel. Subsequently, he seized a red herb from the table and tossed it into the white flame. After throwing all the herbs into the fire, a dark green liquid materialized in Yao Lao's palm, while the white flame continuously refined the impurities within. As time passed, the dark green liquid diminished in volume, and after half an hour, a jade green and perfectly rounded pill appeared in Yao Lao's palm, just as the white flame extinguished completely. As the flame vanished, Yao Lao swiftly grabbed a jade bottle from the table, placing the newly formed pill inside. With a long exhale, he casually tossed the jade bottle to Xiao Yan, stating, "Hurry and consume this. It will improve your constitution, allowing you to use the 8 extremes collapse without fear of your muscles tearing." Cautiously accepting the jade bottle, Xiao Yan, filled with excitement, opened the lid and inhaled the fragrance before slightly tilting the bottle to pour the pill into his mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the pill entered, a refreshing chill spread through Xiao Yan's mouth, and moments later, a warm, pure energy surged from his mouth into his body, causing him to shudder slightly. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yan swiftly formed a series of cultivation seals with his hands, then sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing and refining the pill's medicinal power. The surging energy coursed through his body, inducing waves of pain in his meridians. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes, he expelled a mouthful of murky air. With the release of this breath, his complexion visibly improved, and his physique appeared more robust, with a noticeable increase in muscle definition. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's surroundings dissolved into a blinding whiteness, transporting him into his spiritual sea. With a voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm echoed, "Ah, little Yin, your teacher truly possesses remarkable skills. I never anticipated that the pill crafted from that Millennium Whale Gel would enhance your physical strength so significantly. Consuming the whale gel directly would never yield such results. Your master's pill is extraordinary, as it not only eliminated impurities but also synergized the effects with other herbs." "Heavenly dream, ice silkworm?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, bounced excitedly, its plump body expressing mild annoyance. "Please, call me Brother Tianming. Show me a little respect, will you?" Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, remaining silent. "What does that expression signify? And why are you staring at me like that? Have you been captivated by this splendid physique of mine?" The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, displayed a peculiar expression, leaning closer to Xiao Yan with an air of arrogance. Reaching out to gently pat the head of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he remarked, "Such a beautiful body. I wonder if a punch would make you cry for a long time?" The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, responded, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" After a brief moment, Xiao Yan inquired. With a languid tone, the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, replied, "I suddenly sensed a significant enhancement in your physical prowess. Do you recall what I mentioned to you previously? Once you achieve a breakthrough and are capable of enduring a 1,000-year spirit ring, your first spirit ring will transform into 1,000 years. The potency of your first spirit ring will elevate in accordance with your physical capacity, and this principle applies to all subsequent spirit rings as well. Given your current physical state, your first spirit ring is indeed capable of accommodating a 1,000-year spirit ring. In other words, your first spirit ring has already reached the 1,000-year level. I merely wish to remind you of this. Haha. I must say, your teacher is truly impressive. At some point, please inquire if I could be taken on as your second disciple. I might have to fight for it. Haha. As she spoke, the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm playfully wiggled her round body. Understood. Xiao Yan nodded, then scratched his nose with a smile. What? Do you wish to be my junior disciple? Not a chance. The heavenly dream, ice, silkworm continued. I am feeling rather drowsy. I shall take a brief slumber. Focus on your cultivation. And when you reach level 20 and require your second spirit ring, I will awaken and assist in bestowing upon you your second martial spirit. As the words of the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm faded, the surrounding white light receded, and Xiao Yan emerged from the depths of his spiritual sea, only to be astonished to find that the sun was already high in the sky, far past the time for class. Oh no, I seem to be late. Xiao Yan muttered to himself instinctively. With time pressing, he hastily tidied himself before departing his room and making his way to Shrek Academy. Within the academy, the grand entrance of the white teaching building stood wide open, with new students streaming in. A young boy, carrying a massive measuring tool, appeared rather peculiar, drawing curious glances from passing students. Having registered relatively early, Xiao Yan was assigned to Class 1. Upon his arrival at the classroom, he found it already filled with students. He casually chose a seat and began to observe his surroundings. The classroom was spacious, accommodating over 100 classmates. Soon, Xiao Yan spotted Wang Dong, the boy he had sparred with the previous day. However, upon noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, Wang Dong deliberately turned his head away, refusing to make eye contact. At that moment, an elderly woman entered the classroom. She was frail and gray-haired, her silver locks neatly arranged atop her head, clad in a blue robe of average height, and adorned with spectacles, her eyes radiating a remarkable brightness. Chapter 22. A word of caution against bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Though the elderly woman appeared quite aged, her posture remained remarkably straight. She strode to the podium with purpose, and upon seeing a teacher had arrived, the previously chaotic classroom fell silent. Her calm gaze swept from left to right, and in an instant every student, save for Xiao Yan, felt an inexplicable pressure upon being scrutinized. I am Zhou Yi, your homeroom teacher. I cannot ascertain how many of you will journey alongside me throughout this coming year, but I must inform you that in my class, all rubbish and waste will not pass the assessments. Zhou Yi's voice had a raspy quality, akin to a gong that had been struck. Shrek Academy aims to cultivate monsters, not waste and fools. Many students within the classroom displayed expressions of indignation at her words. They considered themselves elites among their peers, yet in the eyes of this instructor, they were deemed as waste and fools, a hard pill to swallow for many. Waste. A self-deprecating smirk crept across Xiao Yan's lips as he recalled some of his experiences on the Douluo Continent in his past life, as well as the father he had not seen in a long time, Xiao Zhan. Anyone who has fought in the past few days, please stand, Zhou Yi declared unexpectedly. The newly admitted students were unlikely to have engaged in any fights during their time at the academy. Even if they had, few would willingly admit to it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with Wang Dong nearby, though he refrained from standing, instead leaning back against his chair. However, at that moment, Wang Dong, unwilling to back down, huffed and abruptly stood up, becoming the sole student among over 100 to do so, instantly capturing the attention of the entire class. Is it just you? Did you fight yourself? Or did you brawl with someone from another class? Zoe archet aneyebro, her curiosity pijuit. Wang Dong snorted disdainfully, directing his gaze at Xiao Yan to seize the opportunity. It wasn't with someone from another class. It was with someone from our own class. Our own class? Who? Zhou Yi's expression shifted, her interest piqued. Xiao Yan, Wang Dong blurted out without hesitation. Who is Xiao Yan? In response, Zhou Yi's irritation flared as she scanned the classroom, scrutinizing each student in turn. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand, and the previously boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence, countless eyes focusing on his location. Observing the peculiar boy adorned with a black measuring tool, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed that this boy was not ordinary. She then pressed. I just asked who fought in the past few days. Why did you not admit it? I have no need to admit to something I did not instigate. Xiao Yan responded, rising to his feet and delivering a surprising retort. If others provoke me and I defend myself, is that considered fighting? If someone attempts to kill me and I retaliate in self-defense, does that make me a murderer? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yi was rendered speechless with indignation. her teeth grinding in frustration. She barked back, "What a bunch of fools. Do you not know the motto of Shrek Academy? Not daring to stir trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. If you cannot even admit to a fight or have the courage to engage in one, how can you claim to be a student of Shrek? Besides him, everyone else is to leave and run 100 laps around the playground. Anyone who fails to complete it will be expelled on the spot." The him Zhou Yi referred to as naturally Wang Dong, as she believed Xiao Yan was merely afraid of punishment and thus unwilling to admit to his actions. However, the truth was that Xiao Yan was not one to seek conflict. He simply deemed Zhou Yi's earlier question absurd and unworthy of his response. In Xiao Yan's mind, what did it matter if he had fought? And what if he hadn't? What could that prove? Did engaging in fights necessarily validate one's strength? The notion that not stirring trouble was the mark of mediocrity struck him as a colossal joke. Not daring to stir trouble is the mark of mediocrity? Seeking out trouble for no reason? Should one challenge the weak or stand idly by in the presence of the strong? With his arms crossed, Xiao Yan shook his head and murmured softly. He is not one to cause trouble, yet he exhibits no fear of it either. He fundamentally disagrees with the pedagogical methods employed by Shrek Academy. The moment Zhou Yi's words escaped her lips, the entire class erupted in an uproar. Before the lesson had even commenced, the prospect of punishment for not having engaged in a fight was met with incredulity. Who would accept such an unjust decree? In the next moment, a student rose to challenge her. "Teacher, I refuse to comply. On what grounds are we to be punished for not having fought?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as she exerted her authority, stating, "If you find this unacceptable, you may leave immediately. As your homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. I will grant you 1 minute, should I not see you on the playground within that time. The entire class will be expelled." As she spoke, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, slowly rose from beneath Zhou Yi's feet. An overwhelming aura emanating from her presence, rendering all but Xiao Yan breathless. Was this a typical display of seeking trouble from a soul emperor, preying on the weak? Observing the 6 soul rings coiling around Zhou Yi, Xiao Yan stroked his chin, pondering, what if all those seated here were titled Douluos? These students were, after all, newcomers, with the strongest among them possessing merely 2 rings. Under such pressure, who would dare to resist? Aside from Xiao Yan and Wang Dong, the others slinked away in defeat. Zhou Yi retracted her soul power, her expression impassive as she watched the students exit the classroom one by one. Once everyone had vacated the room, seeing Xiao Yan still seated, motionless, Zhou Yi's expression shifted and she admonished him. "Why do you not leave?" "Why should I?" Xiao Yan shrugged, exasperated. "Are you not afraid I shall expel you? If you choose to expel me, then so be it. I am indifferent. I came to Shrek Academy merely to discern the caliber of this so-called premier academy of the continent, and thus far, it appears to be nothing extraordinary." Xiao Yan retorted with a cold smirk. "Impudent." Zhou Yi's eyes widened in outrage. Xiao Yan merely shrugged, remaining noncommittal, realizing her own impropriety and loss of composure. Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment before narrowing her eyes and declaring, "Did you not just state that Shrek Academy is nothing exceptional? I now offer you a chance. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of a stick of incense without employing your soul skills, I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, from this moment forth, you shall no longer be a member of Shrek Academy. The Academy does not welcome cowards who cannot even admit to fighting." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan lazily scratched his head, then rose and slowly walked toward the door. A flicker of disdain crossed his dark eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, he calmly replied, "I have said, if you wish to expel me, then do so." Zhou Yi, gritting her silver teeth, stomped her foot in frustration. She had never anticipated that her well-tested tactics would falter against Xiao Yan. Was this youth truly only in his teens? Unlike the others, Xiao Yan harbored no fear of expulsion. He understood that even without cultivating his martial soul, the elder Yao could elevate him to the pinnacle of this world, enabling him to exact revenge for his mother. A coward who cannot even acknowledge a fight will remain a waste for all eternity. Zhou Yi scoffed as she observed Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Waste. Upon hearing those words again, years of pent-up rage within Xiao Yan erupted at that moment. He slowly turned to face Zhou Yi, his voice deep and resolute. "This space is too confined. Let us take this outside." Chapter 23. The First Battle with the Soul Emperor. Upon exiting the new student teaching building, they arrived at Shrek Plaza, which was not particularly large, measuring only about 1 kilometer in length and width. The sun had risen high, casting a delicate reddish hue that enveloped the plaza like a thin carpet. In the center of the square, sparse clusters of people could occasionally be seen. Under the gaze of many, Xiao Yan stepped into the arena, standing oppositely to the stormy-faced Zhou Yi, and spoke in a low tone. Is refraining from trouble a mark of mediocrity? What if the person before you were a 12-year-old titled Douluo? Would you still dare to expel me? Constantly calling me a waste. Do you understand the concept of mutual respect? If you lose today, I have no demands. Expel me if you wish. However, you must apologize for your earlier words. Apologize? Very well, but first, endure for the duration of a stick of incense. Zhou Yi replied with a cold laugh, as flames erupted from her body. The 6 soul rings gleamed brightly, her skin instantly covered in scales. A dragon's roar reverberating throughout the plaza. Zhou Yi's martial soul was that of a fire dragon, a 6-ringed assault-type soul emperor. As the two stood in the plaza, other students running under the blazing sun turned their curious gazes toward them. It was not that they lacked the courage to resist, rather, they lacked the strength. Now witnessing Xiao Yan's bold challenge to Zhou Yi's authority, they watched with a mix of anticipation and schadenfreude. Kid, are you ready? Did you not claim that Shrek Academy is nothing special? Today, I shall see how you withstand my attacks for a stick of incense. Zhou Yi said with a cold smile, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan. Let us begin. Spare me your chatter, Xiao Yan replied, lifting his chin, his flat tone audible to all. At her words, Zhou Yi produced an incense stick from somewhere, pinching its tip and igniting it with a snap of her fingers. Without the slightest tremor, she planted the incense into the ground. Compared to Bei Bei's blue lightning tyrant dragon, Zhou Yi's dragon martial soul, while still draconic, was somewhat gentler. The fire attribute dragon exuded a formidable aura as she swiftly appeared before Xiao Yan. First soul skill, mental detection. Seeing this, Xiao Yan swiftly channeled his soul power into his spiritual eye. His deep blue eyes sparkled with a faint golden light, and simultaneously, a translucent white soul ring rose from beneath his feet. 10-year soul ring? Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yi's body trembled, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She could hardly accept that the boy daring to challenge her authority was merely an ordinary soul master possessing a 10-year soul ring. As the mental detection activated, everything around Xiao Yan seemed to slow down. Information flooded his mind, allowing him to anticipate Zhou Yi's next attack. Just as she raised her hand to strike, Xiao Yan sidestepped as if foreseeing her actions, causing her first attack to miss entirely. Not bad on the reflexes, but I am eager to see how you evade my attacks under the enhancement of my martial soul. Zhou Yi noted, her brow knitting slightly as she lowered her voice. A wave of intense heat surged from her body, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. In an instant, her slender form tore through her clothing, revealing the fitted garment beneath. Her speed accelerating dramatically. A layer of soft red light shimmered across Zhou Yi's skin, with fine dragon scales enveloping her body, extending from her neck down to her arms and legs as she completed her martial soul manifestation. Who said I would evade? What I aim to do is not to endure a mere incense stick under your attack, but rather to let my own assault persist for an entire incense stick. Just as Zhou Yi was about to unleash another strike, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a brilliant blue light that momentarily left Zhou Yi in a daze. The first soul skill, mental interference. This ability, one of the 4 bestowed upon Xiao Yan by the celestial dream ice silkworm, could disrupt the opponent's mental state, rendering them temporarily incapable of attack or causing their strikes to veer off course. A highly practical skill for preserving one's life. Seizing the fleeting moment of Zhou Yi's disorientation, Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly and propelled them forward, delivering a powerful blow to the onrushing Zhou Yi. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yi's expression momentarily froze. Her momentum abruptly reversed as she was forced backward, her feet desperately gripping the ground until she finally skidded to a halt, leaving a deep furrow several meters long in her wake. A mental type, soul skill, her physical attacks are remarkably formidable as well. I am intrigued to discover the true nature of your martial soul. A serious expression crossed her face as Zhou Yi exhaled slowly. Yet she soon followed it with a cold smirk, stating, I am a 6-ring soul emperor. With your current strength, you cannot breach my defenses. With a determined stomp, Zhou Yi's speed surged, far exceeding her previous pace, the terrifying velocity generating a hissing wind, calmly bracing for the onslaught of this ferocious wind pressure. Xiao Yan activated his mental detection once more. He tilted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding Zhou Yi's claw, which flickered with crimson flames as it flew past his ear. With a deft movement, Xiao Yan glided behind Zhou Yi, his fist charged with fighting spirit, ready to strike again. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Zhou Yi, she stomped down forcefully, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that sent Xiao Yan hurtling backward, weightless in the air. Such explosive power, truly worthy of Soul Emperor. Yet in the realm of Douluo Continent, she is merely at the level of a great Dome Master. As he flipped gracefully in midair, Xiao Yan landed steadily on the ground, shaking off the tingling sensation in his hand, marveling inwardly at her strength. Your speed is commendable, but alas, your soul power is too low. As the power within her began to churn, Zhou Yi entered a frenzied state. With a sudden stomp, her velocity skyrocketed, reappearing before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye, her palm crashing down toward him with fierce intent. Faced with no avenue for evasion, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, channeling his fighting spirit rapidly, his fist clenched tightly as he prepared to meet her attack head-on. Bang! A dull thud erupted at the center of the plaza, the ground beneath them ravaged by the immense force of their collision. With your soul power barely below level 20, you dare to confront me directly? How utterly naive. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride as she observed Xiao Yan's audacity to engage her in a physical clash, her soul power surging forth from her palm. However, as a teacher, she refrained from using her full strength, merely seeking to teach him a lesson and temper his arrogance. The sheer force caused Xiao Yan's face to pale slightly, a low groan escaping his lips. Yet at that moment, his eyes erupted with a brilliant purple-gold light, aimed directly at Zhou Yi's gaze. Chapter 24. The Puzzled Xian Lao. The first soul skill, Soul Impact. The sudden burst of purple-gold light from Xiao Yan's eyes sent Zhou Yi spiraling into a state of dizziness, her head pounding. This skill is the only offensive technique among the 4 granted to him by the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm, capable of inflicting mental damage upon the enemy using his own soul power. 8 Extremes Collapse. Seizing the instant, Zhou Yi was momentarily incapacitated by the soul impact, and her attack power diminished. Xiao Yan uttered a cold command from the depths of his heart, retracting his fist before launching it forward with ferocity, striking Zhou Yi's body once more. A soft crack echoed as the dragon scales enveloping Zhou Yi's form displayed a faint fissure, but within moments, it was swiftly mended by the surging soul power within her. I warned you, with your strength, you cannot breach my defenses. Gradually regaining her composure, Zhou Yi gazed down at his fist resting upon her chest and let out a cold chuckle. That remains to be seen. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly as he pushed his fist forward, softly declaring, "Dark force, explode for me." Boom! A muffled sound erupted from within Zhou Yi, who sensed a terrifying force swirling within her internal organs. If she did not activate a defensive soul skill immediately, she would undoubtedly suffer considerable harm. In the next moment, the smile on Zhou Yi's face abruptly froze. Her 5th soul ring ignited, releasing a wave of intense heat from her being. Simultaneously, as she activated her 5th soul skill, perhaps due to a reflexive response to the impending damage, a searing crimson flame erupted from her body, rapidly engulfing Xiao Yan. However, just as Yao Lao was about to intervene, Xiao Yan's spirit eyes transformed white, reminiscent of ancient glacial ice. "So hot, who dares disturb my slumber?" A disgruntled voice resonated within Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, followed by an intense chill emanating from his body, effortlessly dispelling all surrounding heat. Concurrently, the white soul ring beneath his feet transformed into a resplendent golden hue, akin to the rising sun. "Who dares to bully me? Let me show you my true colors." Celestial Dream's finger. An overwhelming pressure coalesced around Xiao Yan as the frigid air radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white mist, obscuring all vision. Xiao Yan slowly raised his right arm, his index finger now an ice blue hue. His eyes sparkled with white light, and a somber tone resonated through the air. With a pointed finger, a beam of ice blue light shot forth from the air, hurtling directly toward Zhou Yi. "What is this?" Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the blazing light streaking toward her. She dared not underestimate it, summoning 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, ascending from her feet. The 6th black soul ring radiated with extraordinary brilliance. Behind her, a colossal fire dragon materialized, and the next moment, an intensely hot flame erupted from its maw, colliding with the ice blue beam released from Xiao Yan's fingertip. Hiss hiss. A series of peculiar sounds erupted as the flames from the dragon's mouth rapidly dissipated, the ice blue beam piercing through the flames and striking Zhou Yi's form. In an instant, a layer of frosty white ice enveloped her, rendering her a lifelike ice sculpture. "Oh, it seems someone is approaching. I shall retreat for now. Xiao Yan, your physical prowess is improving rapidly. I will grant you even greater strength in due time." I vanish. as the ethereal voice of the dreaming ice silkworm faded. The surrounding mist dissipated rapidly, and Xiao Yan's eyes gradually returned to their normal state. Subsequently, his body weakened, collapsing to the ground, evidently due to the exhaustion from the earlier exertion. At that moment, a golden streak of light descended from the heavens, revealing an elderly man with disheveled hair. In his right hand, he grasped a large gourd of wine, while his left clutched a roasted chicken, his eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before him. What on earth just transpired? The old man furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by the terrifying fluctuations of ice attribute energy. With a resounding thud, he stamped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a terrifying ripple of energy that surged outward from his center, crashing into the ice layer encasing Zhou Yi. Instantly, the ice shattered with a crackling sound, exploding into a flurry of icy shards. Suan Lao. As the ice layer shattered, Zhou Yi's body swayed slightly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she hurriedly bowed respectfully to the elderly man. The individual was none other than Xian Lao, one of the esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion. A formidable title Duo of the assault system at level 98, with the martial soul of the gluttonous divine bull. Why have you come to blows with a student again? It was precisely due to numerous complaints from students that you were transferred from the higher grades to the lower grades, Xian Lao chided, taking a sip of wine. He first glanced at the unconscious Xiao Yan before inquiring. In response, Zhou Yi recounted the events that had transpired in detail. However, due to the dense ice mist obscuring her vision, she had been unable to discern the nature of the most powerful strike. Suan Lao Ponde A Lao. This boy's soul power is less than level 20. That previous strike could not have been his. It was an exceedingly pure ice attribute, a force of utmost cold, surpassing even the phoenix evil fire I have encountered. It bears some resemblance to the breath of an ancient ice dragon. What would this possibly mean? Could someone have infiltrated the academy? Zhou Yi, equally perplexed, remarked, Xian Lao, do you think it could be someone sent by his family to protect him? However, his first soul ring is merely a 10-year soul ring, and he hardly seems to belong to any prominent family. What did you say? A 10-year soul ring? A 10-year soul ring could endure for so long in your presence? Hearing this, Xian Lao's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Zhou Yi. Pressing for clarification. Are you certain it is a 10-year soul ring? Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi cautiously nodded. A 10-year soul ring. Of the utmost ice attribute, this is intriguing. Could that previous strike have been unleashed using a soul guiding device? I received word yesterday that a master from the Sun Moon Empire seems to have arrived in Shrek City. Xian Lao mused, taking a bite of chicken. Here's the plan. Do not press this boy further for the time being. Instead, investigate his background. I want his complete dossier. Furthermore, due to the multitude of complaints against you, to prevent any further conflict, I will arrange for the Academic Affairs Office to transfer him to another class. I am quite curious about his identity. Let him remain in Shrek Academy for now. If we cannot uncover the truth, I shall personally interrogate him. Understood, Suan Lao. Zhou Yi replied with a nod of respect. At that moment, a young man and woman approached, with the girl in the lead pointing at the unconscious Xiao Yan on the ground, exclaiming, Bebe, look, ISNT, that Xiao Yan. A few hours later, in a tidy room, the boy on the bed gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into his mind, and after a moment, he recalled everything that had just occurred. Just then, the tightly shut door creaked open, revealing two figures whispering to one another as they stepped inside. It was Tanya and Bebe. Upon seeing Xiao Yan sitting up in bed, they approached him with expressions of delight, saying, Xiao Yan, you're awake. How long was I unconscious? Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback. Just a few hours. Tanya replied as she settled beside him on the bed, her tone incredulous. Xiao Yan, I must say, you have quite the audacity to challenge that eccentric old hag Zhou Yi. Brother Xiao Yan, we both heard about your ordeal. Bebe chimed in with a wry smile. That teacher Zhou originally taught the 3rd grade, but her peculiar and harsh teaching methods led to only a 10th of her class advancing to the 4th grade. She was subsequently reported multiple times by students, resulting in her demotion to the freshman class. You could say you were a bit unfortunate. However, her strictness has resulted in her students having one of the highest success rates for entering the inner academy. By dismissing the underachievers, only the excellent remain. Thus, the chances of entering the inner academy must be quite high, Xiao Yan retorted with a cold smirk. Bebe had no words to counter this and could only chuckle helplessly. By the way, Bebe, how did I end up here? As he glanced around, Xiao Yan realized he was in his rented room. Bebe explained, the commotion during your confrontation with teacher Zhou was quite substantial. Tanya and I happened to be passing by the square and came to check it out. By the time we found you, You were already unconscious, so we brought you back together. Additionally, I have some good news to share. Due to the ruckus you caused, coupled with teacher Zhou's recent demotion from high to low grade for her arbitrary expulsion of students, the Academy's higher-ups have decided to transfer you from Freshman Class 1 to Freshman Class 7 to prevent any further escalation of conflict. They have also strictly ordered teacher Zhou not to expel students arbitrarily again. Oh, Xiao Yan nodded, his expression darkening. At that moment, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Tang Ya's face as she mischievously remarked, Xiao Yan, I heard you borrowed money from Bei to rent this place. I reckon you're quite short on cash, aren't you? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. If he told Tang Ya he had money now, then why had he borrowed from Bei yesterday? And where had his current funds come from? If he claimed to be broke, he had just sold pills and was currently flush with cash. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Xiao Yan nodded, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, I don't have much money. I heard from Brother Bei that the Academy has some jobs available, and I plan to try for one after class. Activated her 5th soul skill. Once I earn some money, I'll pay Bei back. No need, no need. Tanya waved her hands repeatedly, a playful grin on her face. You don't need to take those jobs at the Academy. I've already thought of a way for you to make money. I know the lady in charge of food procurement at the cafeteria. I can have her bring in dozens of rabbits for you each day. I'll help you set up a grill and get some charcoal. Oh, and I'll prepare the seasonings too. After class, you can sell roasted rabbits at the Academy gate. I believe with your skills, Brother Xiao Yan, your roasted rabbits and spicy rabbit heads will sell like hotcakes. Making a few dozen copper soul coins per rabbit should be a piece of cake. Huh? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. His mouth agape as he gazed at the drooling Tanya, a dark line flashing across his forehead as he remarked, Sister Xiaoya, I think it's you who is eager to eat them. I assent it? Uh-huh. Tanya did not deny it, nodding repeatedly with a smile. Xiao Yan, the roasted rabbit you made is simply exquisite. Ever since I tasted it that day, I have been unable to forget it. Today, I finally thought of this perfect solution. Hee, don't you think I'm clever? With that, she added, well then, shall we meet tonight? Seeing the gluttonous expression on Tang Ya's face, Xiao Yan found it difficult to refuse. After all, he still needed to repay Bei. Although he could afford it now, he still needed to maintain appearances and follow the procedure. All right, see you tonight. I will wait for you at the entrance of the teaching building. Once Xiao Yan had consented, Tang Ya smiled knowingly, stood up, waved goodbye to him, and excitedly left with Bei in tow. As Tang Ya and Bei departed, Xiao Yan lowered his gaze to the ring on his hand and quietly inquired, Teacher, was that you who acted just now? No, came a hoarse voice from the ring. I was just about to intervene when someone, no, rather, a bug, got ahead of me. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm resonated within Xiao Yan's heart. It was my brother who acted just then. If it weren't for him, you would have been roasted alive. That fellow's martial soul is a fire attribute dragon. While not overly powerful, he is still a soul emperor. By the way, Xiao Yan, among the 10 seals I left within you, the first one has partially opened. You must seize the time to cultivate. So it was you, no wonder I fainted. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan felt somewhat speechless and said, Nevertheless, I must thank you, Tianming. I told you to call me Brother Tianming. How did the heavenly dream, ice silkworm? Sounding a bit disgruntled. Do you know? Just now, I used my primal power to save you. That is my mental essence, which in a sense, is wisdom attached to your soul rings. Given my current state, it is likely I won't be able to empower you with my strength for another 6 months. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm going back to sleep now. Soon, the heavenly dream ice silkworm fell into a deep slumber within Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, embodying the carefree nature of youth. Teacher, I find the teaching quality at Shrek Academy to be rather mediocre. Should we not seek an opportunity to leave this place for somewhere else? After the voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm faded, Xiao Yan expressed his thoughts to Yao Lao. After a brief silence, Yao Lao replied calmly, the shortcomings of one individual do not reflect the faults of the entire institution. Shrek Academy has attained its status as the premier academy on this continent for a reason. There must be some merits to it. Why not observe a while longer? If it truly proves unsatisfactory, we can then seek an opportunity to depart. I believe Shrek Academy has a soul guidance department, right? I am quite curious about that. You should find an opportunity to explore it. All right, I will heed your advice, teacher. Nodding, Xiao Yan was about to rise and head towards Shrek Academy when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. His pupils gleamed with an inexplicable brilliance as he slightly curved his right palm and aimed it at a vase in the room. Blazing palm, he shouted, and the fighting spirit within him surged forth without traversing any specific meridians, directly erupting from Xiao Yan's palm. A gentle wind burst forth, causing the vase to sway violently, nearly toppling off the table. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had quickly retracted his palm, preventing the vase from crashing down. Teacher, if there were a technique capable of generating a powerful suction force to complement this blazing palm, I am certain that the collision of these two opposing forces would inflict unexpected damage upon our adversaries. Xiao Yan pondered aloud. Ah, not bad, little one. You actually thought to use opposing suction to enhance the blazing palm, Yao Lao remarked, the ring on his finger shimmering faintly as he materialized before Xiao Yan, saying earnestly, a technique capable of generating suction power. Unfortunately, it seems I do not possess such a technique in my collection. What? Teacher, you don't have it either? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression fell, feeling quite disheartened. Seeing Xiao Yan's dejected demeanor, Yao Lao chuckled and shook his head, rubbing his forehead thoughtfully. However, with my strength and experience, creating a technique that generates a powerful suction force is not beyond the realm of possibility. Creating a unique technique will take some time. For now, let me give a name. How about suction palm for its ability to generate strong suction? What do you think? Chapter 26. Does the spirit hall still exist? Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang once more. Stepping out of the room, the warm sunlight poured down, enveloping Xiao Yan, who had spent several hours indoors. In a comforting embrace, he covered his face with his fingers, gazing through the gaps at the azure sky. I hope our new homeroom teacher, ISNT, like Zhou Yi. Taking a deep breath of the fresh outdoor air, Xiao Yan muttered to himself before following the path towards the classroom of the new student Class 7. Upon entering the classroom, as a transfer student, Xiao Yan briefly introduced himself amidst the crowd of classmates. However, the students of Class 7 seemed less interested in his identity and more captivated by his appearance and attire. Why is he carrying such a big ruler? Doesn't he look like a weapon or a soul guide? What is its use? Hey, his eyes are quite beautiful. His cheeks look a bit gaunt, and his skin is quite fair. He has a thin and frail physique, with long black hair cascading down his back, almost like a woman. He gives off a vibe that makes him seem easy to bully. The classmates shared their evaluations of Xiao Yan, while he stood in the center of the classroom, his expression slightly awkward. However, for someone whose mental age exceeded 20, this was hardly a concern. At that moment, a man who appeared to be around 40 pushed open the door and entered the classroom of new student Class 7. His appearance was rather ordinary, lacking the imposing aura of Zhou Yi, and he wore a friendly smile that made Xiao Yan feel at ease. What's going on? Where did Teacher Kai go? Are we getting a new teacher? One student suddenly questioned upon seeing the newcomer. In response, the middle-aged man counted the number of students in the classroom and explained with a smile, hello everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan. Teacher Kai Kuan had an unexpected family emergency and needs to attend to some matters. I will be substituting as the homeroom teacher for Class 7 during this period. Hello, Teacher Wang. The students quickly bowed and greeted him. Wang Yin chuckled. No need for such formality. I prefer to treat everyone as friends. From now until Teacher Kai returns. You're all my little friends. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately developed a new perspective on Shrek Academy. It truly was as Yao Lao had said. The actions of one individual do not represent the entire institution. Thus, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands in acknowledgement and offered a slight bow to Wang Yan. Noticing Xiao Yan, who had yet to find a seat, Wang Yan paused momentarily, then contemplated before saying, You must be Xiao Yan, right? The matters concerning you have already been conveyed to me by the Academic Affairs Office. Teacher Kai has prearranged the seating for the students, and currently, only the window seat at the back remains unoccupied. For the time being, you may take a seat there. With a slight nod, Xiao Yan proceeded to the vacant window seat at the back. Beside him sat two female students, their appearances strikingly similar. Both adorned with flowing blue hair and rosy, delicate faces that radiated charm, seemingly younger than Xiao Yan. Twin sisters? He mused inwardly, a slight frown creasing his brow. Hello, I am Lan Su, and this is Lan Luluo. The more outspoken of the two greeted him warmly. Greetings, I am Xiao Yan, he replied, a shy smile gracing his lips as he scratched his nose. Lan Luluo gazed intently at Xiao Yan, her cheeks flushing as she remarked, Your eyes are truly beautiful. Resembling shimmering waves? Hee. Once all the students were settled, Wang Yan, unlike Zhou Yi who often engaged in peculiar antics to challenge the students, commenced the day's lesson. He began with a discourse on the history of Shrek Academy, fostering a sense of identity among the students. Upon concluding the Academy's history, Wang Yan transitioned to introduce the soul guiding devices. I believe you are all well aware that the rapid advancement of soul guiding devices over the past few millennia has significantly altered the landscape of our continent. Furthermore, The emergence of these devices has transformed the cultivation system of soul masters. As a formidable soul-guiding device can enable a food-type soul master to wield power comparable to that of a formidable attack-type soul master, if not surpassing it. Conversely, an attack-type soul master wielding a highly defensive soul-guiding device can achieve remarkable resilience. The advent of soul-guiding devices has substantially diminished the role of soul rings. As long as one possesses sufficient soul power, a soul master can compensate for the deficiencies in their soul ring-esque capabilities through these devices. Consequently, many soul masters across the continent now prioritize the enhancement of their soul power in their training. Some even resort to drug use to forcibly elevate their soul power, resulting in a precarious foundation. The continent has begun to emphasize soul-guiding devices and the elevation of soul power, while neglecting the significance of soul rings. Who can ascertain when this phenomenon first emerged? At this point, a robust male student raised his hand and stated, "Teacher, I am aware of this. It was approximately 4,000 years ago, following the collision of the Sun and Moon continent with the Douluo Continent, which swiftly led to war. The armies of the three great empires, equipped with Tang Sect's hidden weapons, faced a series of defeats against the Sun and Moon Empire. Ultimately, at a critical juncture, the then president of Shrek Academy rallied nearly 60 titled Huo-level experts from across the continent to lead an army that decisively vanquished the forces of the Sun and Moon Empire, securing victory in the war. It was during this time that soul masters began to take notice of soul-guiding devices and engaged with them. Indeed, well articulated, Wang Yan acknowledged. Nodding thoughtfully, he set aside his book and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Many are familiar with this war, but today I wish to ask, why did the three great empires suffer defeats at the onset of hostilities? Was it truly solely due to the might of the soul-guiding devices?" Upon hearing this, the tall male student stroked his chin and replied, "Perhaps it was because, initially, the three great empires of the Douluo Continent were not united in purpose, compounded by the insufficient number of titled Douluo and soul masters, which led to their losses in the war." Wang Yin maintained a gentle smile and responded, "Your explanation is reasonable, but does anyone else wish to contribute?" As Wang Yan's words faded, Xiao Yan raised his hand, gradually standing up to articulate his thoughts. "I believe another reason for the initial failures of the three great empires lies in their outdated social systems. Prior to my arrival at the academy, I perused some ancient texts and learned that millennia ago, there existed an organization known as the Spirit Hall. At its zenith, this organization boasted a multitude of titled level soul masters under its command. Had it not been for subsequent uncontrollable factors, they likely would have unified the continent long ago. I propose that had the Spirit Hall still existed 4,000 years ago." Chapter 27. Eating to satisfaction and then overturning the table? Spirit Hall? Wang Yin interjected, momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he gestured for Xiao Yan to continue. "Why do I assert that the social systems of the three great empires were antiquated? Ancient records indicate that, a millennium ago, the Spirit Hall, as the largest soul master organization on the continent, dispatched numerous soul masters annually to various locales to assist 6-year-old children in awakening their martial souls, even in the most remote and impoverished regions, unwavering in their commitment over decades. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall provided living subsidies to lower-ranked soul masters, enabling them to focus on cultivating their martial souls, thus contributing to the country and society in the future. However, this commendable social structure was utterly extinguished following the demise of the Spirit Hall. Consider this. Without the Spirit Hall, how might children from underprivileged backgrounds in remote mountainous areas awaken their martial souls? For instance, today, a 6-year-old child seeking to awaken their martial soul must travel to the main city, while noble families can journey to the city in carriages. What the children from distant mountains? The absence of the Spirit Hall has directly diminished the overall number of soul masters in the three great empires, as well as the probability of discovering talented soul masters. I recall that Tang San, the legendary progenitor of the Tang sect, was born in a small village in a remote area, correct? One wonders if the Spirit Hall had not aided him in awakening his martial soul. Would he have remained obscured in that village for eternity? Those who benefit from an organization may eventually turn against it. Regardless of who is right or wrong when the two sides clash, it is erroneous for one to forget their roots once they have grown, obliterating everything while also destroying the very system from which they once benefited. While one individual may have had the Spirit Hall as assistance in awakening their martial soul at 6, what the myriad children in remote regions millennia later? The eradication of an organization is not inherently unjustifiable, but to destroy without fostering, allowing the responsible benefits to vanish entirely, is undoubtedly inappropriate. Such actions effectively stifle the vested interests of future generations. Is this not akin to taking up a bowl to eat while cursing it down? Or perhaps, to eat one's fill and then overturn the table? Over these millennia, I suspect countless talents have languished due to the disappearance of the Spirit Hall. Were the Spirit Hall still in existence, the number of soul masters entitled Douluo from the three great empires 4,000 years ago would undoubtedly have been far greater. The subsequent call to arms by the president of Shrek Academy to rally high-level soul masters across the continent to confront the Sun and Moon empires stemmed from sheer numerical superiority. Had the Spirit Hall persisted, the number of soul masters among the three great empires would have been substantially increased, potentially averting their initial defeats and leading to a crushing victory over the Sun and Moon Empire. Wang Yin maintained his composed smile, unfazed by Xiao Yan's implicit critique of Tang San's destruction of the Spirit Hall, and responded amiably, "Xiao Yan, your ability to approach the issue from a dialectical perspective is commendable. Viewing issues from diverse perspectives invariably yields varying evaluations for any organization. To think independently, rather than conforming, is essential. The future of the continent necessitates individuals like you. The obliteration of an organization may be comprehensible, yet annihilating it without preserving its merits, thereby allowing its former responsibilities to vanish, is undoubtedly inappropriate. Had the Spirit Hall, an organization adept at fully harnessing and nurturing soul masters, existed 4 millennia ago, perhaps the three great empires would not have faltered from the outset, nor would they have ultimately required Shrek Academy to rectify the ensuing chaos. Presently, numerous students have long forgotten the Spirit Hall. They whisper among themselves, each captivated by the allure of secrets, while casting glances at Xiao Yan, some in agreement, others in dissent. Xiao Yan's earlier remarks had sparked a sudden realization in Wang Yin, who silently noted the significance of Xiao Yan's words. Although these were mere historical facts, few are inclined to delve deeper into their implications. This phenomenon signifies not just a societal institutional lag, but also the questionable admission criteria of Shrek Academy. To enroll, one must attain level 15 before the age of 12 and secure a recommendation from City Lord. How can an ordinary individual procure such a recommendation? Is this not an implicit rejection of exceptionally gifted children hailing from impoverished backgrounds? Just as Xiao Yan was about to elaborate further, the class bell rang. Observing this, Wang Yin hastily gestured for Xiao Yan to cease his discourse, cognizant that further comments might provoke the ire of the Academy's higher-ups. While criticizing Tang San might elicit little concern from the Academy, given that he departed millennia ago, any disparagement of contemporary Shrek would be intolerable to the elder officials. Let us conclude today's afternoon class here. Xiao Yan, please accompany me to the office. I have matters to discuss with you. After uttering these words, Wang Yin picked up the lesson plan from his desk, displaying no signs of hesitation as he proceeded toward the office. Xiao Yan, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose to follow. Do you think Xiao Yan is some sort of privileged student? Why would teacher Wang seek him out right after he joined our class? Speculated several curious classmates as they observed Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Who knows? Whatever. We'll carry on with our own business. Another chimed in. So what if he's privileged? Look at his scrawny arms and legs. If he dares to provoke me, I'll show him. He just had the audacity to speak ill of Shrek Academy. He must be in for a lesson. As Xiao Yan traversed the path to the office, he noticed a throng of newcomers on the Academy's playground. Clad in iron uniforms, laboriously running and drenched in sweat, their grumbling audible. What are they doing? He wondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin paused momentarily, turned back with a smile, and explained, this is a unique training regimen devised by Teacher Zhou, aimed at honing the students' willpower and endurance, establishing a solid foundation for their future soul cultivation. What? Laying a foundation for cultivation? The continent's foremost academy, teaching running? Can't they do that at home? Scoffed Xiao Yan, shaking his head in derision. Wang Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Compared to Master, Zhou Yi's strength lay in her ability to double the intensity of running. Suddenly, Xiao Yan heard a familiar voice, Wang Dong's exclamation. Damn it, what a monstrous teacher. Is she crazy for making us run every day? I bet she just wants to cover up her incompetence with high pressure. Wang Dong, keep your voice down. Don't let Teacher Zhou hear you, or you might get expelled. Cautioned a petite girl with light green eyes, her brow furrowed, revealing her worries. Wang Dong, undeterred, retorted, let her try. If she dares expel me, I'll just go to my uncle and second uncle. I'm not afraid of her. Before long, Xiao Yan followed Wang Yin into the office. Chapter 28. The True Body Martial Soul, the True Body Sect. After signaling Xiao Yan to close the door, Wang Yin settled behind his desk and directly inquired, Xiao Yan, I've heard about your situation with Teacher Zhou. I'm curious, what exactly is your martial soul? How could you endure for so long under her scrutiny with a soul power of less than level 20? My martial soul? At this, Xiao Yan felt no need to conceal the truth. A pristine white first soul ring emerged from beneath him, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue as he stated, my martial soul is the spirit eye, a mental attribute. What did you say? Spirit eye, mental attribute, true body martial soul? Wang Yin was visibly taken aback, his bright eyes flickering with surprise as he nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, are you from the True Body Sect? The True Body Sect? I've never heard of it, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head, a hint of confusion evident on his brow. Why is your soul ring white? In his excitement, Wang Yan also noticed the white soul ring coiling around Xiao Yan's waist, his hands grasping Xiao Yan's shoulders as he lamented, heavens, why is your first soul ring only 10 years? You possess a true body martial soul, what a pity. If only you had come to the academy earlier, I would have done everything in my power to help you acquire a first soul ring of extreme age. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yan's eyes closed slightly as if pondering something. He then asked Xiao Yan, your first soul ring is only 10 years. Theoretically, it should not have endured for so long under Zhou Yi's guidance. Can you disclose what your first soul skill is? It is commonplace for teachers to inquire about a student's martial soul, but soul skills constitute the most crucial abilities and secrets for any soul master, which is why Wang Yan adopted a more solicitous tone. The Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had advised Xiao Yan never to disclose the existence of his 4 soul skills, so he decided to reveal only one. My first soul skill is mental probe sharing. Rather than directly answering Wang Yan, Xiao Yan activated the mental probe and sharing abilities, his eyes glowing with a soft golden light as a wave of mental energy emanated forth, causing Wang Yan's pupils to widen in astonishment. The mental probe sharing distinctly manifested in Wang Yan's perception, rendering the surroundings slower, clearer, and orderly, to the extent that everything could be described in data. This newfound clarity functioned akin to possessing a second brain, dynamically adjusting with Wang Yan's gaze. What is this skill? Wang Yan gasped, his voice trembling. Xiao Yan, already forewarned by the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, understood the importance of secrecy. After a brief contemplation, he replied earnestly, Teacher Wang, the skill I just demonstrated is called mental probe sharing. You should have sensed its range, which currently operates within a diameter of about 70 to 80 meters. I believe that as my soul power increases, this skill's range will also expand. Also, what exactly is this true body sect you mentioned? The True Body Sect? I can elaborate on that later, Wang Yan responded, utterly astonished as he gazed at Xiao Yan. How could your first soul ring originate from such a remarkable soul beast? What could account for its extraordinary effects? A 10-year wind baboon. I fortuitously defeated it in the Stardow Forest and subsequently absorbed its soul ring. Senior Bei and Senior Tanya from the academy can vouch for me. Xiao Yan gently touched his nose and spoke in a hushed tone. What? Your first soul ring originates from a 10-year soul beast, the wind baboon? This truly baffles me. For over 10 millennia, soul masters on the Douluo Continent have researched martial souls, yet I have never encountered a situation such as yours documented in any texts. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Wang Yan expressed his bewilderment. Could it be that your soul skill has undergone a mutation? Your martial soul is both a corporeal and a spiritual one, inherently a variant. Furthermore, the soul beast you chose for your soul ring possesses a wind attribute that is entirely incongruous with your own martial soul's attributes. Perhaps this discrepancy has resulted in a mutation of your soul skill. Wang Yan's analysis was astute. That seems plausible. Xiao Yan scratched his head, appearing deep in thought before inquiring, by the way, Teacher Wang, what is the body sect you mentioned earlier? The body sect, you asked? It is an incredibly enigmatic sect on the continent, often regarded alongside Shrek Academy and the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire as one of the 3 great powers. Members of this sect possess rare body martial souls akin to your spiritual eye. The so-called body martial soul is one that is an integral part of the body. Legend has it that they can induce a second awakening of their body martial souls, thereby evolving them to enhance their combat prowess. Wang Yan elaborated after a moment's contemplation, his brow furrowing in seriousness. Your soul skill is remarkably ingenious and would be well suited for a unique soul guide currently under development at the academy. Body martial soul? Second awakening? Xiao Yan mused, about to pursue his inquiries regarding the body sect further, only to be interrupted by Wang Yan, who raised his hand. Xiao Yan, Come with me. I wish to take you to a certain place. As he said this, Wang Yin swiftly rose and made his way toward the office exit. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He felt a sense of confusion, acutely aware of the emotional fluctuations emanating from Wang Yin, yet uncertain whether they were of a positive or negative nature. However, with the presence of the medicinal elder, he felt no fear. After exiting the freshman teaching building, Wang Yin led Xiao Yan toward the rear of the academy, swiftly guiding him out of the martial soul department and into the soul guide department of the outer campus. Before them loomed a massive structure, a gray edifice that exuded a sense of weightiness. It was not merely constructed of stone. Various sections gleamed with metallic luster. Inside, a continuous roar echoed, causing the ground beneath Xiao Yan's feet to tremble slightly. What is this place? Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed by the sight. The Soul Guide laboratory of the outer campus, Wang Yin replied. Come, let us enter. With that, he ushered Xiao Yan through the entrance. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Yan observed that the interior was entirely composed of metallic structures, some of which he had never encountered before. The metal was a dark brown hue, and a long horizontal corridor led to a massive iron door at the far end. Reaching the end, Wang Yin produced a hexagonal silver token from his pocket and gently pressed it against the iron door. In the next moment, a significant crack appeared in the door, and with an odd rumbling sound, it swung open horizontally. Come, this is where the Academy conducts research on soul guides, Wang Yin said, turning back to pat Xiao Yan's shoulder before leading him inside. As they entered, a powerful wave of force and air rushed toward them, causing Xiao Yan's clothing to flutter dramatically. The interior was a realm unto itself, partitioned by heavy metal plates into various sections, resembling a colossal metal box. Surrounding them were individuals manipulating peculiar devices. Fan Yu, are you present? This is Wang Yin. I need to discuss something with you. Wang Yin called out to the crowd with an air of familiarity. Upon hearing this, a tall, middle-aged man in the crowd raised his brow slightly and strode over. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he had broad shoulders and wore simple clothing, his muscular arms reminiscent of granite. Wang Yin, what brings you here instead of the martial soul department? The man inquired, evidently Fan Yu. Wang Yin smiled and replied, while serving as the temporary class instructor for the freshman class 7, I discovered a student with a spiritual attribute, martial soul. I believe he would be well suited for the fixed soul guide you're currently researching, so I brought him along. By the way, this lad had a conflict with your pupil Zhou Yi this morning, and the academic office subsequently transferred him from freshman class 1 to class 7. Huh. Conflicts with students are nothing new for Zhou Yi. I have grown accustomed to it. I have advised her several times, but to no avail. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu scrutinized Xiao Yan, skepticism etched on his face. His physique seems promising, but alas, his spirit power level is too low, below level 20. Are you certain he possesses the capability to utilize my fixed soul guide? Come, Xiao Yan, demonstrate your first soul skill for teacher Fan Yu, Wang Yin urged, shifting his gaze to Xiao Yan with an encouraging smile. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan promptly unleashed his spiritual detection sharing, enveloping Fan Yu within its grasp. In mere moments, they established a connection, causing Fan Yu's expression to subtly shift. What is this? A spiritual detection skill? And it can be shared with others? Fan Yu's previously calm demeanor flickered with astonishment as he gestured to a figure in the crowd. Kaitu, come here. At his call, a tall youth approached briskly. Appearing to be of a similar age to Bei Bei, towering over 2 meters, he had broad shoulders that seemed even wider than Fan Yu's. His bare torso displaying dark muscles, and his head was completely shaven, adorned with a red scarf. Teacher, what is it? The youth respectfully greeted Fan Yu. Fan Yu pointed at Xiao Yan, stating earnestly, Kaitu, please test fire a fixed soul guide cannon with this young man assisting you against a moving target. Without further question, the youth jogged to Xiao Yan's side, patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. Hello, little brother, I am he Kaitu. Everyone calls me Kaitu. You can too. Greetings, brother he. My name is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan replied with a polite nod. Oh, you're the first to address me as such. Excellent. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Hikaitu exclaimed, thrilled by Xiao Yan's greeting. Shall we begin? Xiao Yan suggested softly. Indeed, Hikaitu nodded in agreement, leading Xiao Yan to a spacious area. There, he gently patted a dark belt at his waist, and in a flash of light, a massive black metal tube, approximately 1.5 meters long, materialized in his hands, resembling a modern-day cannon. Next, he pressed a button on it, causing a lid to pop open, and then retrieved a shuttle-shaped metal piece from his waist, which he combined with the lid, positioning the metal tube on his shoulder. What in the world is this? A rocket launcher? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly as he involuntarily exclaimed, the term rocket launcher surfacing from the depths of his memory, evoking a distant recollection. What rocket launcher? A voice filled with confusion emerged from Ikaitu. It's nothing. I shall begin now. As he spoke, a glimmer of gold sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes, and his mental probe accurately settled upon Ikaitu. The mental probe shared its vision, transforming the surroundings into a different realm where everything slowed down, becoming distinct and orderly, entirely describable by data. Moving target, fire. As Ikaitu's voice fell, it appeared that someone on the opposite side was also in control. With a whoosh, a disc-like object shot forth from a distant corner, hurtling towards Xiao Yan and Ikaitu. In the next moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from Ikaitu, as two yellow and one purple soul rings spiraled up from his feet. The rocket launcher, resting on his shoulder, trembled slightly, a potent black aura swirling around the metallic tube's surface, hinting at an imminent explosion of energy. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the mouth of the rocket launcher suddenly unleashed a dazzling black beam, piercing directly towards the approaching disc. Bang! The black beam collided with the flying disc, instantly shattering it into countless fragments, scattering across the sky and disappearing into the ether. It actually succeeded? Witnessing the scene, Fan Yu was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming in excitement, nearly leaping from his spot. Wang Yin smiled faintly, his countenance still adorned with a proper smile, stating, I have long discerned that the fusion of martial souls and soul guide devices is the most formidable approach. I do not oppose my students learning about soul guides. In fact, I encourage them to actively pursue their understanding and utilization of these devices. This is precisely why I brought Xiao Yan to seek you today. Fan Yu chuckled. In the entirety of Shrek Academy, there are few within the martial soul department who share your perspective. I dare say, you are the only rational individual among them. Those stubborn old-timers will eventually come to recognize the might of soul guides. The range of the mental probe shared increases with the enhancement of a soul master soul power. Thanks to the assistance of whale glue and foundational spirit liquid, Xiao Yan's physical capabilities have significantly improved. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm has partially unsealed its first layer of restraint, and combined with the mental probing skill, akin to soul detection in the Douluo Continent, Xiao Yan's soul power is considerably stronger than that of an average person. The synergy of these factors has allowed him to detect distances far exceeding 100 meters, which was the reason behind the success of his initial collaboration with Ikaitu. Simultaneously, at Sea God Lake, on the island in the lake's center, stood teacher Zhou Yi, who had recently nearly expelled Xiao Yan, now exhibiting an unusually respectful demeanor. Not far from Zhou Yi, an elderly man with disheveled hair sat, his appearance somewhat disheveled, clad in a brand new gray-brown outfit, with bare feet soaking in the refreshing waters of Sea God Lake. In his right hand, he held a large purple-red gourd, while his left grasped a roast chicken. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. The old man paid no mind to the grease, indulging in the chicken and wine as if no one else were present. Yao Lao. That child is an orphan, not from any prominent family. It seems his admission recommendation letter has some discrepancies. It should be forged. An orphan? A forged admission recommendation? Upon hearing this, Xian Lao swallowed a piece of chicken and glanced at Zhou Yi, his crimson eyes flashing with a glimmer of brilliance, evoking a sense of awe. With a hint of bewilderment, Xian Lao nodded and remarked, an orphan with a forged admission letter. How intriguing. Very well, I understand. Zhou Yi inquired if his letter is forged. Why doesn't the Academy expel him? While munching on the roast chicken and sipping wine, Xian Lao maintained an air of a recluse, saying, why expel him? Let us wait and see. I wish to know what his true intentions are for coming to Shrek Academy, and who is the person behind him. An extreme ice attribute soul master. How is it that I have never heard of such a being in all these years on the continent? And what of the mysterious individual who appeared at the auction not long ago? Who exactly is he? And how could he concoct such miraculous medicinal pills? Zoe Sikit. Xian Lao. Now that we have identified the issue, shouldn't we address it promptly? If complications arise. With a cold sneer, Xian Lao glared at Zhou Yi, slowly rising, his damp feet treading casually upon grass. He declared, this is Shrek Academy. Even if the old fellows from the Mingda Hall or the body set come, what can they do? How much of a storm can they stir? Xian Lao exuded an unwavering confidence in his own strength. Very well, if there's nothing else, you may leave. By the way, please inform Xiao Ning to reserve a seat for me in the upcoming new student assessment. Understood. Zhou Yi offered a slight bow to Xian Lao, responding respectfully. Chapter 30. Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Brother He, thank you for sharing your insights on fixed soul guides with me. As I walked outside, Xiao Yan engaged Hikaitu in discussion regarding fixed soul guides. The so-called fixed soul guide is a product derived from the wisdom of predecessors, requiring minimal soul power infusion. Simply put, it separates the soul guide and the offensive weapon into two distinct parts. The soul guide merely serves the functions of launching and detonating. The advantage of fixed soul guides lies in their low consumption of soul power, requiring no significant cultivation. Yet their downside is the difficulty in target acquisition and poor accuracy. Upon encountering such soul-guided weaponry, Xiao Yan often felt a nostalgic connection to the 21st century, and a plethora of peculiar thoughts surfaced in his mind. Could he bring forth those memories from the depths of his consciousness into this world? For instance, Miss Chiu, the little boy, and Big Ivan. Hikaitu chuckled. Brother Xiao Yan, why did you refuse when teacher mentioned taking you as a direct disciple? I already have a teacher and cannot take another. However, I can still study soul guides in the soul guide department as a student, Xiao Yan replied, rubbing his nose. Hikaitu nodded earnestly, stating, teacher mentioned the same. If you wish to learn about soul guides, feel free to approach him in the soul guide experimental area. He said your soul skills are quite suitable for employing fixed soul guides. Upon exiting the soul guide experimental zone, Wang Yin patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, expressing regret. Xiao Yan, teacher Fan Yu is a foremost master in soul guide creation at our academy. If you could become his disciple, your future would be limitless. It's just a pity that you already have a teacher and do not wish to take on another. That is all right, Teacher Wang. Although I haven't become Teacher Fan Yu's direct disciple, I can still acquire knowledge about soul guides in the Academy's soul guide department. I believe that through my own efforts, I can also achieve some accomplishments in soul guides, Xiao Yan replied with unwavering resolve. Very well, if there's nothing else. You may return to your dormitory. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Yin sighed lightly, adding, if you encounter any difficulties in your studies or life, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Wang Yin departed the soul guide department. As Xiao Yan watched Wang Yin leave and was about to head back to his dormitory, an irate voice called out to him. Xiao Yan, didn't we agree to sell roasted rabbits after school? Why have you come to the soul guide area? I've been waiting for you for ages. As Tang Yu stormed toward him in a fit of anger, Xiao Yan hastily waved his hand and explained, Sister Xiaoya, there was a minor issue just now. We can head over right away. Let us roast 20 rabbits today for our first day. I have everything prepared for you. And it won't take up too much of your time. Tang Yu playfully tapped Xiao Yan on the head, her laughter ringing out as she replied. Then let us hurry along. Before long, the two arrived by the main road outside the eastern gate of the academy, where numerous vendors had gathered, selling a dazzling array of goods, predominantly food, with the sounds of their calls filling the air. Clearly, they had all congregated here to cater to the students of Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, Tang Yu appeared visibly eager, claiming a slightly larger space on the road and promptly retrieving the items she had prepared from her soul guide device. Among them were a metal grill crafted by a blacksmith, various spices, and freshly cleaned soft-boned rabbits. Together, they set up the grill, and Tang Yu placed charcoal on the ground. After Xiao Yan inspected the spices, he began to ignite the fire to roast the rabbits. In no time, the air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma of roasting rabbits. It must be said that Xiao Yan's skill in roasting rabbits was truly remarkable. Being a native of the Sichuan region on Earth, he embodied the saying that no rabbit could leave Sichuan alive. Not only could Xiao Yan prepare rabbits, but he also had a knack for cooking potatoes, a special variety cut into cubes, fried, and seasoned, known as sky silkworm potatoes. Before long, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Sister Xiaoya, could you bring a deep fryer and a few pounds of potatoes tomorrow? I plan to make a dish from my hometown. I'll pair the roasted rabbits with the potatoes, Xiao Yan said as he continued to roast. Of course, Xiao Yan. But you must let me taste it first once it's ready, Tang Yu replied excitedly, nearly drooling at the thought. In less than half an hour, several rabbits were already roasted. Soon, a student clad in a yellow uniform approached and inquired, Little brother, how much are your roasted rabbits? Xiao Yan promptly responded, 10 copper soul coins each. The student, appearing quite agreeable, sniffed the air and said, that smells delightful. I'll take one to try. If it's good, I can help you promote it. With that, he produced 10 copper soul coins from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Yan. In the Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which equals 100 copper soul coins. At that moment, Xiao Yan possessed over 100,000 gold soul coins, making this small sum insignificant to him. Yet he accepted the copper coins with utmost respect. Thank you, and we welcome you to come again, he said. With the first customer, others soon gathered to purchase, and before long, more than half of Xiao Yan's roasted rabbits had been sold. Every student who received a rabbit expressed their satisfaction, with some even requesting to reserve rabbits for the next day. Just then, several female students in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The foremost girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, had a graceful figure with long, flowing black wavy hair cascading down her back, skin as pale as snow, and eyes resembling crystal-clear pools of water, giving her an ethereal presence. Nanya, what is that delightful smell? Inquired another girl beside the striking beauty, intrigued by the aroma wafting through the air. At this, the beautiful girl paused momentarily, as if recognizing a familiar scent, and directed her gaze toward Xiao Yan's stall, her expression shifting to one of disdain as she exclaimed, "How outrageous! Someone is actually selling roasted rabbits. Why would anyone eat such adorable creatures?" Fuming, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave Xiao Yan's stall, her face a picture of anger. Not far behind her, a tall young man in black hurried after her, his handsome features framed by thick brows and sharp eyes. What is going on? Why is Nan walking so fast? Though confused, the black-clad youth quickened his pace, calling out, Nan, wait for me. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. I have no appetite." The gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings may seem inconsequential, yet it can potentially stir a tempest far away. This is the essence of the butterfly effect. Perhaps due to Xiao Yan's presence and his actions altering the expected timeline of this world, subtle changes began to unfold. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the front of the street, and chaos erupted as two figures on horseback barreled down the road, knocking over many in their path. The horses charged directly toward the group of striking girls, who, curiously, showed no inclination to evade them, continuing forward as if the path ahead was clear and nothing was amiss. As onlookers glared in disbelief, they noticed that the leading horse was ridden by a young man, possessing a handsome yet icy visage, with golden hair cascading from a center part, framing his face. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his deep blue eyes were dual-pupiled, and his stature was notably taller than his peers. Chapter 31. Today's matters repaid 100-fold. It was him. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Xiao Yan trembled violently, his eyes slightly reddening, and his clenched fist bore down so hard that his sharp nails dug painfully into his palms. Tanya, who was roasting the rabbits, turned to look at Xiao Yan and was taken aback by his pallor. His gaze betrayed a profound and unrestrained hatred, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Rewinding time to several years prior, in the Duke White Tiger's residence. "Mother, I'll help you hang the clothes," said a delicate youth, around 6 or 7 years old, as he struggled to carry a large wooden basin, unsteadily making his way out of the room to dry the laundry. Inside, a middle-aged woman looked on at the boy with a warm gaze, softly saying, "You're still young. Just leave it there and let your mother do it." "Mother, I'm not small anymore. I've grown up, and I want to help you so you can have an easier time. Rest assured, once I grow a bit more, I'll find a way to take you away from here." The boy, with great effort, managed to exit the room and was just a few steps away from the drying area when suddenly a force struck him from the side, knocking him and the wooden basin to the ground, scattering the freshly washed clothes everywhere. "You lowly wretch, can't you see? Didn't you notice the young master returning? How dare you block his path? Get out of the way." A boisterous voice rang out as a burly guard approached the boy, barking orders. In response, Xiao Yan stood his ground, retorting, "It was you who ran into me." Just then, a young man clad in a white robe embroidered with python patterns strode over, his handsome features and dual pupils exuding an air of superiority and undeniable nobility. "Humph." With a cold snort, the youth halted his steps, treading upon the soiled garment beneath him. He cast an icy glare at Xiao Yan and bellowed, "What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat it? You wretched creature." His teeth ground together, producing a creaking sound, while Xiao Yan's eyes turned crimson, his heart ablaze with fury. "Strike him. Beat him until he dares not speak insolently again." Suddenly, the youth rose, commanding the surrounding guards. As his voice echoed, the guards lunged at Xiao Yan, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Though Xiao Yan had begun cultivating at the tender age of 4, for reasons unknown, his current cultivation was less than 2 segments of fighting spirit. Faced with such humiliation, he fought back valiantly, yet it was futile against the overwhelming numbers. Coupled with his tender age and the presence of soul masters among the guards, he was ultimately subdued and fell to the ground. "What are you doing? Stop, please. I beg you cease." Hearing the commotion outside, Huo Yuhao rushed out of the room, shielding Xiao Yan with her body, pleading desperately. However, in the end, both mother and son were left battered and on the brink of collapse, and only then did the guards relent, while the golden-haired youth had long since departed. With a splutter, a stream of crimson blood erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, staining the ground and glistening under the setting sun, a stark and painful sight. As he gazed toward the direction in which the golden-haired youth had vanished, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet, a hoarse and guttural growl escaping his lips. Reminiscent of a wounded beast. Duke White Tiger's mansion, Dai Hua Bin, mark my words, today's affront shall be repaid 100-fold. One day, I shall hunt you down and sever the lineage of the Duke White Tiger. This incident brought Huo Yuner's already ailing body to complete ruin, leaving her with grave old injuries, and she soon fell into a debilitating illness. Despite the years that had passed, Xiao Yan recognized the golden-haired youth at once. He bore the dual pupils emblematic of the Duke White Tiger's direct lineage and was one of the culprits responsible for Huo Yuner's demise. Dai Hua Bin, the youngest son of the Duchess. Dai Hua Bin, you have made it exceedingly easy for me to find you. Who would have thought I would encounter you at Shrek Academy? Mother, may your spirit watch over me. I shall personally take his life. In that fleeting moment, a fierce light flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, turning them a blood-red hue, fueled by the deep-seated hatred that consumed him. Concurrently, a gray orb within the sea of his consciousness trembled slightly, emitting a low sigh. It was evident that the golden-haired youth riding through the bustling streets was indeed Dai Hua Bin, the youngest son of the Duke White Tiger. Good dogs should stay out of the way. Part for this young master, or you shall face the consequences of being trampled, he proclaimed, showing no intention of slowing his horse as he charged directly at a group of unyielding maidens in the center of the street. Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you insult my Nan? Shouted a black-clad youth following the maidens, stepping forward, his form accelerating as he swiftly approached the side of Dai Hua Bin's horse. With a deft tug, he yanked the young noble down from his steed. In the next instant, a malicious glint flashed in Dai Hua Bin's eyes as his right fist shot up, propelled by a forward surge aimed squarely at the chest of the black-clad youth. His movements were simple, devoid of any flourish, yet the speed and intensity reached a peak. Observing this, the black-clad youth did not choose to evade or retreat. Instead, he met the attack head-on, swinging his own right fist to collide with Dai Hua Bin's. A resounding explosion of air echoed as both combatants recoiled simultaneously, neither gaining the upper hand. You're a soul master? Dai Hua Bin's eyes glimmered with surprise, clearly not expecting the black-clad youth to withstand his blow. Dare to bully my Nan? Today, I shall make you regret it. The black-clad youth's eyes blazed with fury as 3 soul rings erupted from beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His once fair skin darkened, muscles bulging as he expanded in size. Remarkably, a black, tortoise-shell shield, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, materialized in his right hand. Upon seeing the peculiar emblem on the black-clad youth's chest, Dai Hua Bin's previously taut expression relaxed slightly as he remarked, "You are a student of Shrek Academy? And what of it? To offend Jiang Nan is to show me disrespect. I offer you 2 choices. Either apologize to her, or I will beat you to the point of utter incapacity," the black-clad youth replied coldly, before turning to the stunning maiden named Jiang Nan. His earlier fury instantly transforming into a gentle demeanor as he softly asked, Nan, I hope I did not frighten you just now? However, Jiang Nan, who was usually amiable toward others, responded to him with a chill akin to winter, saying, Su Sanshur, I've already told you not to follow me. There is no possibility for us. After delivering her words, she turned and continued down the street. Observing this exchange, Dai Hua Bin erupted into laughter, mocking, What a pitiful creature you are. Do you take such pleasure in being a sycophant? What did you say? Su Sanchi's face flushed with embarrassment as he straightened, glaring fiercely at Dai Hua Bin. White Tiger, manifest! A blinding white light erupted from Dai Hua Bin, his arms extending wide as his bones cracked audibly. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming a character of royalty. Weren't you just boasting about making me incapable of living? Come then, I shall see how you plan to accomplish that. As the 32nd chapter unfolds, Dai Hua Bin leaned forward, his eyes transforming into a deep, abyssal blue, embodying the essence of a killing machine. His hands had grown significantly, now twice their original size, covered in white fur, as sharp claws resembling daggers extended from his fingertips, glimmering ominously. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple, as the swirling soul rings unleashed a tide of pressure that subtly stirred Su Sanchi's facial muscles. With a cold snicker, Dai Hua Bin darted towards Su Sanshur like a bolt of golden lightning, leaping just meters away, his clawed hand aimed directly at Su Sanchi's head. Yet, as the attack neared, Su Sanshur remained unfazed. He took half a step back with his right foot, crouching slightly while raising the tortoiseshell shield before him. Simultaneously, a dark soul force surged forth from the shield, forming a protective black barrier that enveloped his body. With a resounding crash, the tiger claw collided violently with the tortoise-shell shield, producing a deafening explosion. First soul skill, Xianming Shock. At that moment, Su Sanchi's first soul ring glowed vividly, and the black light on his shield intensified several-fold, as a powerful black energy barrier expanded outward from the tortoise-shell shield. Su Sanchi's first soul skill, Xianming Zhen, is an area of effect repulsion technique. Should an adversary's cultivation fall short of his, they will not only be repelled, but also rendered momentarily dazed, the duration of which is contingent upon the disparity in their soul power. Dai Hua Bin's cultivation was indeed slightly inferior to Su Sanchi's, and the brief daze ignited a warning within him. As the fleeting moment of confusion dissipated, Dai Hua Bin decisively activated his third soul ring. His third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, was unleashed. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue, while the third purple soul ring coiling around him erupted in a radiant burst of violet light. Subsequently, his already formidable physique, augmented by the white tiger spirit, swelled further, muscles bulging with impressive definition, causing his shirt to tear apart. His tiger paws expanded significantly, with the blades that sprang forth now gleaming a brilliant silver. Most remarkably, his entire being was enveloped in a golden aura, as if he had been coated in gold. At this moment, both his speed and strength surged exponentially. He struck out with his massive tiger paws, and astonishingly, he managed to tear a gap in the dark shield of the tortoiseshell. The ferocity of his explosive power was terrifying. Su Sanshi was taken aback, and just as he contemplated unleashing his second and third soul skills, he caught sight of the black-robed youth at the nearby barbecue stall. A glimmer of pale gold flashed in the youth's eyes, followed by a piercing golden ray aimed directly at Dai Hua Bin's eyes. A chilling scream escaped Dai Hua Bin's lips. It felt as if a needle had pierced his skull, and his consciousness blurred instantaneously, causing his alternating strikes to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Su Sanshi delivered a powerful kick to Dai Hua Bin's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away, unconscious upon impact. This kick, though not sufficient to knock Dai Hua Bin out under normal circumstances, was exacerbated by the prior mental and spiritual assault he had endured, resulting in his immediate loss of consciousness from merely a single blow. "Hua Bin, are you all right?" The black-haired girl who had been following him gasped, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she rushed over to support him, worry etched upon her features. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her fair skin and voluptuous physique belied her youth. After helping Dai Hua Bin to his feet, her icy gaze locked on his Su Sanshi, declaring, "You will pay for this." With that, she turned on her heel, assisting Dai Hua Bin as they departed. "Wait, I am Pai Lai Bei Bei. I hope you remember that." Su Sanshi retorted defiantly, arms crossed, unperturbed by the threat. "All right, Pai Lai Bei Bei. I shall remember you," the black-haired girl responded coldly. Meanwhile, Tang Ya's face was a canvas of confusion and shock. She could not fathom what had transpired with Xiao Yan. Yet her instincts hinted that it was intricately linked to the sudden appearance of the golden-haired youth. "Xiao Yan, what is the matter with you?" Dang Jiao whispered. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan endeavored to quell the turmoil within, gently shaking his head. "It's nothing. I'm fine." At that moment, a streak of golden light shot toward Xiao Yan's stall. Ding! The golden light struck the grill with precision, embedding itself within a golden soul coin. Shortly thereafter, Su Sanshi approached with firm strides, stating, "Kid, I want a roasted rabbit. Keep the change." Without hesitation, Xiao Yan handed him a roasted rabbit. Su Sanshi took a hearty bite and exclaimed, "Wow, this tastes magnificent. Your culinary skills are impressive. By the way, thanks for earlier, but I hope you refrain from intervening next time I engage in a brawl. It makes it seem as though I am incapable of handling it myself." "Thank you for what?" Xiao Yan shrugged, feigning ignorance, thinking to himself that had Dai Hua Bin not been his opponent, he wouldn't have bothered to step in. "Su Sanshi, have you been abandoned by Nan Nan again today? You should probably give up. Jiang Nan Nan won't fancy you," Tang Yi taunted, displeasure evident in her tone. "Speak recklessly again, and I'll tear your mouth apart." Su Sanshi roared, his eyes aflame. "Come at me then. I'm not afraid of you," Tang Yi retorted with a derisive smile. "By the way, Tang Yi, how did you end up with this kid? Has Bei Bei abandoned you?" Su Sanshi shot back, returning the fire. "Who said I was abandoned by Xiao Ya?" The newcomer was none other than Bei Bei, the senior brother of the Tang sect, who approached the barbecue stall and asked earnestly, "Xiao Ya, Xiao Yan, how's business today? I had something to attend to earlier, otherwise, I would have come to assist you sooner. By the way, Su Sanshi, what brings you here?" Bei Bei, Su San sure just had a fight and then impersonated you. After defeating his opponent, he left behind your name, Tangyer explained. Oh, Su San sure, your audacity knows no bounds. What? Not satisfied? Care to settle this in the soul fighting zone? Bebe quipped. The four then engaged in light-hearted banter at the barbecue stall until the last roasted rabbit was sold. After which Xiao Yan returned to his rented room. Inside, vibrant energy streams flowed ceaselessly into Xiao Yan's meditating form. Am I about to break through? Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared as Yao Lao's figure emerged from the ring, observing Xiao Yan's rapid absorption of heavenly energy with astonishment. Indeed, master. I never anticipated I would ascend to the Douluo stage so swiftly. It seems your earlier refinement of whale resin into a pill has enhanced my constitution, allowing a portion of the energy from that million-year soul ring to be released, significantly boosting my soul power. The subsequent conversion between soul power and Douqi has expedited my cultivation, Xiao Yan explained, taking a deep breath and altering his hand seals to initiate the formation of cyclone. Nodding, Yao Lao stroked his beard and spoke solemnly, Xiao Yan. That individual today must be your enemy, yes? Do you require my assistance? If needed, I can ensure he vanishes silently from this world. At his words, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he replied, No need, master. I wish to avenge my own grievances personally. Thank you. You're truly my disciple. Yao Chun. Focus on consolidating your cyclone and ascending to Doja. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure you become a pinnacle powerhouse in this world. Yao Lao shook his head, a look of pride gracing his features. Chapter 33. The Burning Decision. Lost in the exhilarating surge of power, Xiao Yan suddenly realized that the Douqi within him had expanded to a critical point, causing his veins to twitch slightly, and his complexion to pale. Xiao Yan, quickly condense the Douqi cyclone, or it will explode. Yao Lao's urgent voice rang out at that moment. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gasped, swiftly adjusting his hand seals, intertwining his thumb and index fingers, and forming an unusual seal upon his chest. As the handprints shifted, the surging Douqi within Xiao Yan's body was suddenly drawn inwards with a ferocious force, rapidly contracting towards his lower abdomen. When the Douqi shrank to the size of a palm, it solidified, remaining motionless. Press harder, the medicine elder commanded once more. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan unleashed the soul power, encircling the Douqi to its maximum. Moments later, a muffled thud resonated within him. It seemed as though he had conjured a vortex. Suddenly opening his tightly shut eyes, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, his consciousness gradually delved into his body. To his astonishment, he discovered a vortex, palm-sized, slowly rotating in his lower abdomen. Surrounding this vortex was a layer of nebulous, milky energy, which contained energy exceeding the previous 9-stage Douqi by more than tenfold. The disparity between the two was as stark as heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. With a slight rotation of his neck, Xiao Yan's bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. Then, breaking into a radiant smile, he lifted his gaze towards the medicine elder, who floated ethereally in the air, exclaiming joyfully, Master, I have succeeded. Indeed, fortune favors you. To successfully condense a vortex on your first attempt is remarkable, the medicine elder nodded, responding nonchalantly. The Dou technique that can generate such formidable suction. I have nearly perfected myself. I shall now pass it on to you. Excellent, master, Xiao Yan replied, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The medicine elder slowly raised his palm, and amidst Xiao Yan's exuberant gaze, gently tapped his forehead. Upon being touched, Xiao Yan felt a rush in his head, as a deluge of information flooded in. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. Suction palm. When refined to perfection, it can move mountains and fill seas. In battle, its fierce suction can forcibly extract blood from the human body. Extracting blood from within the body? Xiao Yan's face reflected astonishment as he swallowed hard, exclaiming, Master, this suction palm you created is astonishing. To forcibly extract blood from a person can only be effective against those of a lower rank. If you encounter someone stronger, it's best to refrain from using this technique. Otherwise, they may use that opportunity to close in on you, and you would be finished, the medicine elder kindly cautioned. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a sudden enlightenment and nodded. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, Master, I have now advanced to a Dou fighter. It is time for you to impart to me the techniques and alchemy skills. Yes? I wonder what kind of techniques you plan to teach me. To become an alchemist, one must possess fire attribute Douqi as support. Hence, you need to cultivate a fire attribute technique. The medicine elder stroked his beard, appearing contemplative. A fire attribute technique. Heh, Master, since I am your disciple, how about you grant me a heavenly grade fire attribute technique to practice? Xiao Yan extended his hand with a smile. At these words, the medicine elder's face twitched slightly, exclaiming in exasperation, "You lad, do you truly think heavenly grade techniques are as common as cabbages? How audacious of you to ask. Do you realize that the techniques practiced by those two who sought to recruit you into the Tang clan are merely of the intermediate yellow grade on the Douluo Continent? What? The strongest technique of the Tang clan is merely of the intermediate yellow grade? Xiao Yan's mouth dropped open in disbelief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a deception. He pressed on. Then what technique do you intend to pass to me? Surely you have a heavenly grade technique, or at least something superior to the earth grade. Haha. A peculiar smile crept onto the medicine elder's face, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his murky eyes as he replied with a dismissive snort, "I do not possess a heavenly grade technique, but I have a few earth grade techniques. However, I also hold a technique that is even more enigmatic than a heavenly grade one. Would you like to learn it? A technique more enigmatic than a heavenly grade one?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, his black eyes darting with skepticism. What kind of technique is that? An inferior yellow grade technique. The medicine elder chuckled. "Master, are you jesting with me?" Xiao Yan's expression darkened, his voice tinged with disbelief. As Xiao Yan's words fell, a sharp smack resonated as the medicine elder slapped Xiao Yan's head, huffing, "Brat, it's master, not old dang. Can you allow me to finish my sentence? This technique has the potential to evolve." "What? A technique that can evolve?" After a brief silence, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, rubbing his nose in disbelief as he asked, "Master, you're not trying to deceive me with this inferior yellow grade technique, are you? I've never heard of a technique being able to evolve. You little rascal. Having never ventured beyond Wutan City in your past life, how can you comprehend the vastness of the Douluo Continent, filled with extraordinary talents and phenomena? The evolution of techniques is not entirely implausible," the medicine elder replied with a cryptic tone. "Master, could it be that you practice such a technique?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xiao Yan continued to probe. "I have not practiced it." The medicine elder shook his head. "What? You have never practiced it, yet you claim it can evolve? Master, are you not playing tricks on me?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's forehead veins bulged slightly, his expression turning indignant as he pouted. The medicine elder chuckled. "That's how the technique is described." Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, exhaling heavily. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. That technique can indeed evolve. I assure you I have not lied. However, the risk involved in its evolution is exceedingly high. I suspect the success rate of cultivating it to its pinnacle will not exceed 20%. After a bitter laugh, the medicine elder shook his head, expressing his resignation. Less than 20%? So low? Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, his muscles twitching slightly as he felt a chill run down his spine. Sighing, the medicine elder nodded, saying, "I fear it truly is that low. I stumbled upon this technique by chance. It was nameless, but I have given it a title, the Burning Decision." As he spoke, a complex expression flickered across the medicine elder's face, hinting at the intricacies involved in acquiring this technique. To evolve the Burning Decision, one must use exotic fire as a material, meaning you need to consume and refine exotic fire to enhance it. On the Douluo Continent, merely one type of exotic fire can be enough to challenge a Do Huang expert to their limits. If a person possesses two types of exotic fire, I can hardly imagine the spectacle that would ensue. The medicine elder's voice grew slightly hoarse, filled with awe. However, it seems this world does not harbor such extraordinary flames. Even if they exist, they are likely akin to the beast fires found on the Douluo Continent. The Burning Decision, at your current level, is akin to a chicken rib, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. But I must say, who knows if we might someday return to the Douluo Continent. This is indeed a dilemma. Chapter 34. A second martial soul? Returning to the Douluo Continent? With his fingers tightly interlocked, Xiao Yan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and distress, wrestling with hesitation and anguish. Observing the silent Xiao Yan, a complex emotion flashed across the medicine elder's face. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke solemnly. "Xiao Yan, I wish to ask, if one day we truly return to the Douluo Continent, do you think you will regret not having chosen to cultivate the Burning Decision today?" "I do not know," Xiao Yan replied, lowering his head and shaking it. "There is something I must tell you. That little girlfriend of yours on the Douluo Continent has a rather terrifying background. The disparity in status between you two is exceedingly vast. Even if she harbors affection for you, those behind her will undoubtedly not consent," the medicine elder remarked, clicking his tongue. "In the realm of Douluo, strength reigns supreme. Should you wish to be with her, it is imperative that you possess an extraordinary prowess that commands respect. Only by showcasing an intimidating strength will you have a chance to fulfill your desires. If you successfully cultivate the burning decision, I dare say there would be few rivals across the entire Douluo Continent. However, the prerequisite is that we must first escape this place and return to the continent. A bitter smile creased Xiao Yan's face as his brow furrowed slightly. He raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and remarked, "Master, are you implying that you wish for me to cultivate the burning decision? But this place lacks any exotic flames, does it not? Without them, it is merely a mundane low-tier yellow-gray technique, which would surely hinder my cultivation speed." Exhaling deeply, Yao Lao stroked his beard and explained, "This world differs somewhat from the Douluo Continent. Here, you can not only cultivate Douluo, but also enhance your soul power through meditation, which can then be transformed into Douluo. The cultivation of burning decision will not impede your progress. The cultivation standards in this world are fairly modest. There are those who treasure mid-tier, yellow-gray techniques. Although the burning decision is merely low-tier, it should suffice to navigate this realm's cultivation system. Moreover, who knows? You may stumble upon some beast flames one day, which could facilitate the evolution of the burning decision. In the worst-case scenario, I possess an exotic flame that I could bestow upon you." Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan squinted in curiosity and inquired, "Master, your lengthy discourse seems to indicate that my decision to cultivate the burning decision is closely tied to you as well." Yao Lao chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. "Indeed, you are correct. From my perspective, I sincerely wish for you to cultivate the burning decision. Your success in this endeavor is crucial for my own revival. Under normal circumstances, I should have perished long ago. However, my soul's power is so formidable that I have managed to exist in this peculiar state. The old fellow in your sea of consciousness shares a similar fate. He only persists there due to his overwhelming soul power, or else he too would have long since succumbed." Xiao Yan nodded in silence. "I do not relish this ephemeral existence. There are matters on the Douluo Continent that I must attend to personally. Thus, I must find a way to extricate myself from this soul state. Simultaneously, I must assist you in your cultivation, striving for the day you can breach the space and return me to the Douluo Continent. According to the obscure records of the burning decision, should someone successfully cultivate it in conjunction with several exotic flames, it could grant me rebirth. I have endured countless days in the abyss of my ring, hoping to find a soul with sufficient power to cultivate the burning decision, take him as my disciple, and ultimately aid in my resurrection." Gazing into Xiao Yan's obsidian eyes, Yao Lao shook his head and smiled ruefully. "These words are but the musings of an old man. Nevertheless, the final choice rests with you. Remember, regardless of your decision, you will always be my disciple, and I shall not hold any resentment." With that, Yao Lao extended his withered hand, and two ethereal scrolls, one black and one red, materialized within his grasp. The red scroll represented a fire attribute earth-grade technique, while the black scroll contained the transformative burning decision. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Staring in astonishment at the two ethereal scrolls, Xiao Yan hesitated before resolutely grasping the black scroll, declaring, "Master, I have not forgotten your kindness during this period. I firmly believe that one day we shall return to the Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father. Even the smallest favor deserves a great return. Your assistance in my cultivation shall not be forgotten, and I refuse to abandon the hope of your resurrection." As he clutched the scroll, a torrent of information surged into Xiao Yan's mind. 2.5 days later, time slipped by unnoticed, as if carried away on a gentle breeze. The sweltering summer had yielded to the refreshing embrace of autumn, with the vibrant greenery outside beginning to intermingle with hints of yellow. In a tidy little room, sunlight streamed in, casting playful patterns. Yao Lao hovered in midair, observing Xiao Yan, who was deep in meditation, transforming Douluo, rubbing his reddened eyes. Yao Lao understood well that Xiao Yan's choice to cultivate the perilous burning decision stemmed from personal reasons, filling him with warmth. He sighed softly, voicing a hope that this time he had not misjudged. The duo had but 2 tasks ahead of them: to aid Xiao Yan in his cultivation for vengeance, and to seek a method to return to the Douluo Continent. Xiao Yan's fair hand was enveloped in a pale yellow Douluo, swirling rapidly before settling at a pressure point in his palm. This pale yellow hue signified a low-tier, yellow-grade fire attribute technique. The deeper the color, the higher the technique's grade. "Master, the burning decision does not seem particularly formidable," Xiao Yan remarked, gazing at the feeble yellow light in his palm. Shaking his head in resignation, though the burning decision is currently low tier. Its power should not pale in comparison to the techniques practiced by those two young fellows from the Tang sect. Yao Lao reassured him with a wry smile. Moreover, you now possess both a martial soul and the ability to interconvert soul power and Do Qi, so reaching the Do Zone realm should not prove too difficult. Xiao Yan nodded, his expression clouded with concern. Just then, the languid voice of Tian Mengbing broke through the silence, exclaiming, Xiao Yan, how have you progressed so swiftly? I merely took a short nap, and your soul power has already risen to level 20? Indeed, Tian Meng, you are awake. Xiao Yan replied, nodding. Tian Mengbing, brimming with excitement, continued, I previously mentioned that upon reaching level 20, I would assist you in awakening your second martial soul. The second martial soul I grant you is ice, currently devoid of any soul. Ice without a soul? What does that mean? Xiao Yan frowned, perplexed at the mention of his second martial soul. Chapter 35. The Exotic Fire Condensation Ring? Tian Mengbing's voice echoed once more, clarifying. The million-year soul ring I bestow upon you gives your second martial soul only its attribute at present, lacking a defined form. Once you absorb your first ice attribute soul ring, your martial soul will take shape. The nature of the soul beast from which you absorb the soul ring will determine the characteristics of your second martial soul. I've already arranged everything for you. Tian Meng, what do you plan for me next? Xiao Yan queried, his understanding only partial. I plan to take you to the northernmost region when you have the time. There, you will obtain your second martial soul, Tian Mengbing responded. As Tian Meng's words faded, Yao Lao's voice suddenly interjected, Big Bug. You just stated that the second martial soul you granted Xiao Yan currently possesses only an attribute, but lacks a form, correct? Yes, indeed, old sir. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, nodded obediently. Swallowing hard, a glint of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the venerable pharmacist, who then slowly spread his palm. An ethereal chill beginning to envelop his hand. What has transpired? Why has it suddenly grown so cold? Perceiving the abrupt drop in temperature, the heavenly dream ice silkworm murmured in confusion, and in the next moment, its expression drastically changed as it fixed its gaze upon the pharmacist's palm. There, it seemed, flickered a ball of ghostly white flame, from which an intense coldness seeped forth. Old sir, though this flame appears to be of high temperature, why does it evoke such an extreme chill within me? The ice silkworm's countenance shifted again, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Upon hearing the inquiry, the pharmacist's aged face shimmered with a rare light, his eyes ablaze as he spoke. This entity does not belong to this world. It hails from another realm. It is known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, possessing dual attributes. When intensely hot, it incinerates all, and when frigid, it freezes the earth. It is a peculiar flame that embodies both extreme heat and extreme cold. Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Master, is this the strange fire you mentioned before? Xiao Yan inquired, his gaze unwavering from the ghostly white flame. Indeed, nodding, the pharmacist's calm visage revealed a rare tinge of trepidation as he recounted. In my days on the Douluo Continent, I spent 8 years in a lightless abyss seeking this bone spirit cold fire, only to fortuitously discover it. Despite my meticulous preparations, I nearly turned to ashes while attempting to refine it. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, somewhat perplexed, asked, Old sir, what is your intention in summoning this? Does it pertain to Xiao Yan's second martial soul? With a hand stroking his beard, the pharmacist pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly awakening to clarity. In the Douluo Continent, cultivation relies on absorbing soul rings obtained from hunting soul beasts. The essence of a soul ring is merely a form of energy, and my bone spirit cold fire similarly embodies an extreme ice energy. If I were to infuse a fragment of this fire into Xiao Yan's body, he might be able to coalesce a soul ring from the energy of the strange fire. A soul ring is a vessel of energy, and bone spirit cold fire is also an energy vessel. Should Xiao Yan successfully absorb and condense the fragment of bone spirit cold fire into a soul ring, then his second martial soul would indeed be this bone spirit cold fire. Huh? The heavenly dream ice silkworm's voice emerged in a haze of confusion as it collected its thoughts and shook its head repeatedly. Old sir, your method seems feasible, but I've already arranged for Xiao Yan's second martial soul. The pharmacist's face manifested a look of bewilderment, his brow slightly furrowed. Oh, the heavenly dream ice silkworm sighed deeply, its tone laden with significance. I know that this truth cannot remain concealed for long. We shall be together for an extended time, and I do not wish to hide anything from you, so I shall reveal everything. Following this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm divulged its plan to attain divinity and its intention to lead Xiao Yan to the far north in search of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This included the fact that soul beasts undergo a calamity every 100,000 years, its reasons for pursuing divinity, and its long-held affection for the Ice Emperor. The so-called divinity plan entails the soul beast sacrificing its cultivation to become Xiao Yan's intelligent soul ring, preserving its wisdom while existing within his spiritual sea, ultimately aiding him in achieving divinity and subsequently attaining immortality alongside the soul ring's master. Divinity? Xiao Yan was taken aback, curiosity piqued. After hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's plan, the pharmacist felt his heart leap, yet after a brief moment, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed as he spoke gravely. The strongest title Douluo in this world would merely equate to a half-step Douluo in the Douluo Continent. This so-called deity must surely surpass even the peak title Douluo, its strength likely hovering around the Douluo level. A mere Douluo is hardly worthy of Xiao Yan's pursuit. In my prime, defeating a Douluo, whom you refer to as a deity, would have been a trifling task, accomplished in less than 3 exchanges. Upon hearing this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm trembled, disbelief flooding its eyes as it struggled to fathom the terrifying prowess of the elder before it. Yet, if Xiao Yan were to forego the Ice Emperor's quest, what then should it do? Its 40,000-year deadline loomed ever closer. I hold a deep affection for Ice. I cannot bear to be without her, it lamented, a complex expression flickering in its eyes. The pharmacist's aged voice resonated calmly. The Ice Emperor Scorpion is indeed considered a top-tier soul beast in your Douluo Continent. Should it become Xiao Yan's second martial soul, it would indeed be regarded as a premier beast martial soul. However, do you understand? Such soul beasts, in the world I once inhabited, would barely rank as 5th-tier magical beasts with a Douluo cultivation. Compared to the bone spirit cold fire I possess, they are not even in the same league. Fear not, my dear creature. I possess a method that can aid your beloved in transcending the calamity. Upon hearing this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Old sir, please tell me, what is this method?" In our Douluo Continent, there exists a pill known as the Transformation Pill. This pill allows magical beasts to completely shed their beastly forms and take on human shapes, thus granting them the longevity of magical beasts alongside the cultivation talents of humanity, the pharmacist explained, his brow furrowing in contemplation before he raised his head with a serious expression. I happen to know how to concoct this pill. I simply require the relevant herbs from this world to begin the process. Additionally, there is another method. Your beloved could sacrifice herself, becoming an intelligent soul ring for Xiao Yan, allowing you both to remain together. As for how to proceed, let be a choice for her to make. Chapter 36. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, torrential downpours lashed against the mountains, fierce winds howling through the forest, creating a cacophony amidst the peaks. Occasionally, the sky would erupt with thunder, reverberating through the mountains with lingering echoes. After persuading the heavenly dream ice silkworm to abandon its plan, Xiao Yan, under the moonlight, departed from Shrek City, making his way to a mountain outside the city. Xiao Yan, prepare yourself. Shortly, I will infuse a fragment of bone spirit cold fire into your body. Let's see if you can condense it into your second martial soul. If successful, your second martial soul shall be bone spirit cold fire. Amidst the treacherous cliffs, a translucent figure of an elder stood with hands clasped behind his back upon a sharp rock, facing a youth bearing a massive black staff. The youth, expressionless, gazed at the lightning and thunder above with an air of calm detachment, undeterred by the tumultuous storm. Though the fragment of bone spirit cold fire may not wield the same power as the true bone spirit cold fire, once it becomes your martial soul, it will undoubtedly surpass the Ice Emperor Scorpion by countless magnitudes. Furthermore, in this world, martial souls seemingly possess the potential for evolution. The bone spirit cold fire, with its extreme ice attribute, aligns well with the requirements for your second martial soul. Moreover, it also possesses an extreme fire attribute. And since you have cultivated the burning decision, you should have no trouble managing the excess fire attribute. Layer then suddenly burst open. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's body made a hissing sound, and beads of green bean like sweat quickly dripped down from his forehead. However, he did not resist at all, but gritted his teeth and resisted. After a brief moment, the sub-fire of Bone Spirit Cold Fire rushed into Xiao Yan's body, accompanied by the entry of Bone Spirit Cold Fire sub-fire. Surprisingly, a white flame pattern appeared on the skin on the latter's chest. I hope this strand of Bone Spirit Cold Fire can help you condense the second martial soul into shape. If not, then I can only forcefully pull away. Looking at Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face, Yao Lao said with some concern. Teacher, don't worry, I can succeed. Eyes glared angrily. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth tightly, and vague words came out from between his teeth. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a reflection of a forest-white demonic flame. Xiao Yan looked at the bone spirit cold fire, carrying the attributes of ultimate ice and ultimate fire inside his body, his throat slightly rolling. And he gritted his teeth fiercely, beginning to meditate and absorb the energy inside. Immediately afterwards, he felt an extreme chill and an extremely hot temperature, making his soul and body instantly numb. The dual pain of soul and body is almost unbearable for humans to control. In an instant, Xiao Yan opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging out as if he was about to shake, and his body trembled violently. Although Xiao Yan had long guessed that it was not easy to condense the soul ring by absorbing the energy of the strange fire, he was prepared to face this pain. However, when this pain truly arrived, he found himself unable to bear it. At this moment, Yao Lao suddenly came behind Xiao Yan and saw him slap him on the shoulder. His massive soul power surged out and he said, "You brat, let me give you a helping hand." With the influx of Yao Lao's massive soul power, Xiao Yan's body finally felt a little better. As the pain decreased, his chest also began to rise and fall violently, greedily absorbing fresh air. In this moment, his body produced a lot of sweat and convulsed all over. The soul ring of a soul beast is essentially an energy, and soul masters absorb the soul ring to cultivate, somewhat similar to taking away the cultivation of a soul beast. The origin of strange fire is also a type of energy. As long as it can be absorbed smoothly, there's also a chance to condense it into a soul ring. The intense pain had already caused cracks to appear in Xiao Yan's spiritual sea. Once these cracks gradually grew larger, they would eventually explode with a loud bang. Just as Yao Lao was about to withdraw from the source of bone spirit cold fire and give up, he heard Xiao Yan's hysterical roar. "Teacher, believe me, I could do it. I want to avenge my mother. I still have a lot of things to do. I will take you back to Douluo Continent with my teacher in the future. Didn't you say there are still important things to complete? Sooner and my father are still waiting for me in Yuten City." Bayu duke semanshon, dushis, daiwabin, dayao, screaming hysterically, just as Xiao Yan was about to collapse. The newly learned burning technique suddenly began to run through his body. The previously restless bone spirit cold fire seed, fire, gradually became quiet. Finally, a forest white soul ring condensed in a shape around his waist. When the last strand of bone spirit cold fire sub-fire energy was completely absorbed by Xiao Yan, his head, which was almost numb from the intense pain, began to show a faint chill, which restored him to a lot of calmness. At this moment, the bone spirit cold fire seed fire, after shuttling through the path of the burning technique, finally released a terrifying high temperature and extreme cold that slowly converged and descended. Did it succeed? On the mountains, Yao Lao looked at Xiao Yan, whose vital signs had gradually stabilized, and breathed a heavy sigh of relief, with a relieved smile on his face. Well, it seems to have been successful. Nodding, the pain gradually dissipated, and Xiao Yan's body finally relaxed. The white light in his eyes turned into fatigue. After enduring such a long period of pain, his body and mind had already reached their limits. It was the obsession in his heart that made him persevere. Xiao Yan, who had slightly closed his eyes, suddenly opened them, and a white light flashed through his eyes again. He suddenly opened his palm, with the palm facing up, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He shouted softly, "Bone spirit cold fire now." With the sound of Xiao Yan's shout falling, a white flame shot out from his palm and wrapped it all around. Surprisingly successful. That white flame has truly become your second martial soul. Looking at the scene before her, Tianming Ice Silkworm exclaimed incredulously, "I thought I was going to die again just now. Huh, you're a good person, but I still hope not to be blinded by hatred." The voice of the elderly echoed clearly in Xiao Yan's mind, and the gray light cluster gently touched him. For this kind reminder, if Xiao Yan had not heard it. His eyes were tightly fixed on the forest white flames on his palm, and a gradual curve was raised at the corner of his mouth. After a moment, the curve gradually expanded, and a faint laugh came from his throat. After a while, the soft voice completely transformed into a loud and wild laugh. "By Hu Duke's mansion, Daihuaba and Duchess Daihao wait for me. Sooner or later, I will step on all of you." In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months have already passed. In the next 2.5 months, besides practicing normally, Xiao Yan spent the rest of his time learning the art of refining medicine under the guidance of Lao Yao, or reading books in the library to learn about the world's martial souls and soul guides. In the classroom of Class 7 for freshmen, classes are temporarily suspended today. Wang Yin stood on the podium, still with a friendly and amiable expression on his face, and said, "It has been 3 months since the start of the school year, and you will also face your first assessment for entering Shrek Academy." Chapter 37, New Student Assessment. Wang Yan's voice was relatively calm, and his gaze swept over the dozens of students below, saying seriously, "The assessment will start tomorrow, and today I will first talk to you about the key points of the assessment." As he spoke, Wang Yan turned around and walked toward the blackboard. He drew a few simple straight lines on the blackboard, and then wrote the words battle in the center. Battle. That's right, the key point of the freshman assessment is combat, and it's a battle that everyone has to participate in. I know that some of you are weapon soul masters, some are food soul masters, and some are auxiliary soul masters. Food type soul masters and auxiliary type soul masters will definitely be puzzled why you also participate in battles, because on the battlefield, enemies will not stop attacking you just because you're a food type soul master or auxiliary type soul master. And I have already said a long time ago that with the emergence of soul guides, the classification of soul masters has become blurred. Even auxiliary or food type soul masters can unleash extremely terrifying combat power with soul guides. However, you must first learn to survive on the battlefield. Certainly, the Academy's assessment is exceedingly equitable, ensuring that auxiliary type soul masters do not compete against their offensive counterparts. Therefore, the freshman evaluation will adopt a team battle format. Though the number of participants will not be extensive, this year, each squad will consist of 3 members, allowing for free combinations. However, it is prohibited for a team to consist solely of auxiliary type or food type soul masters. The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade. Given the significant number of students in our academy over the years, nearly 300 teams will partake in this assessment, yet only about half will remain. Specifically, the top 150 teams. The competition will involve a draw, with each team required to engage in a minimum of 10 battles, with rankings determined by the number of victories. The 64 teams with the highest rankings will then proceed to an elimination round, with the top 4 teams receiving various rewards. The champion's prize being particularly precious. Every student listened intently to Wang Yan's address. For them, the freshman assessment is of paramount importance. Being eliminated signifies the end of their eligibility to continue their training at Shrek Academy. The educational approach of Shrek Academy is indeed uniquely eccentric. One must pass the assessment lest they be expelled. What merit is there in cultivating exceptional individuals into titled Douluos? It is the ability to nurture those of average talent into first-rate soul masters that truly highlights the Academy's and the instructor's capabilities, Xiao Yan mused. Once I find the opportunity to deal with Daihua Bin, I shall take my leave from here. At that moment, Wang Yan gestured for everyone to rise, stating calmly, "Let us begin the grouping. Please seek out suitable teammates." As his words echoed, the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luluo, seated beside Xiao Yan, immediately approached with flushed cheeks. Smiling, "Xiao Yan, would you like to join us? We are both control-type soul masters." Sure," Xiao Yan replied, meeting their gaze without further contemplation, nodding serenely. "It would be an honor to team up with you, as I am not particularly familiar with anyone else in this class." "Great." Lan Susu et Galim, her eyes sparkling with thought. She stepped closer to Xiao Yan, saying, "Xiao Yan, the assessment begins tomorrow. Shall we step outside to strategize and familiarize ourselves with each other's martial souls?" Do we really need to strategize? Can we just fight our way through?" Xiao Yan scratched his head, speaking casually. Lan Luoluo gently shook her head. "It may not be that simple. I have heard that each freshman class boasts some exceptionally talented students, some already possessing soul power exceeding level 30. Hence they may prove formidable." "All right then, let us discuss it outside," Xiao Yan said, rising and heading towards the classroom exit, with Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu following closely behind. Although they had shared classes for a while, they had trained independently and thus were unfamiliar with each other's martial souls. Upon reaching the playground, Xiao Yan took the initiative to speak. "I will go first. My martial soul is the spiritual attribute spirit I, which allows for mental detection and sharing, enabling you to perceive any movements within a radius of approximately 100 meters during battle. It also aids in predicting the enemy's attack direction." In unison, Lan Luluo and Lan Susu responded. "Our martial souls are here, specializing in control, and we also possess a martial soul fusion technique." With that, 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath their feet, and with a graceful flick of their heads, their blue hair billowed into the air, rapidly expanding into strands that stretched several dozen meters. The following morning, as dawn broke with a faint blush on the horizon, the freshmen rose and made their way towards the Academy's assessment area. The assessment zone of Shrek Academy is situated in the north-central region of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the battle arena. Compared to the latter, This area is significantly larger, serving as a paradise for powerful students to showcase their abilities, while it remains a nightmare for those of lesser cultivation. The assessment area is oval-shaped, unlike the enclosed arena of the battle zone. It is an expanse surrounded by a low wall, covering approximately 20,000 square meters. Due to the overwhelming number of freshmen, it has been partitioned into around 50 sections, each about 400 square meters in size. Xiao Yan, along with Lan Luluo and Lan Susu, was assigned to Section 33. After sharing breakfast, they proceeded directly to their designated area. Entering the assessment area with a large black ruler slung over his shoulder, Xiao Yan's distinctive appearance drew the attention of onlookers. As he extended his right hand towards the Lan sisters, who smiled brightly and placed their hands atop his. From this moment on, we are teammates. For the freshman assessment, we shall strive for victory, they proclaimed in unison. At that moment, a booming announcement resonated throughout the outer courtyard. Attention, all freshmen. Please enter the assessment area immediately to participate in the freshman evaluation. You have 10 minutes remaining to enter. Exceeding this time will result in disqualification. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man arrived at Section 33. He was Wang Yan, the acting homeroom teacher for Class 7 of the freshmen. After counting the number of students, he smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan, and I will be your assessment instructor for the next few days." "Hello, Teacher Wang." The students greeted, bowing respectfully. Wang Yan then opened a folder, glanced at its contents, and looked up, announcing, for the first round of the first assessment. From Class 1, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Huang Jia Sangui. From Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Chun Junfeng, Zhao Haochen. You may now enter the arena. Standing in your respective corners. You may only unleash your martial souls once I declare the start of the match. Enter now. As Wang Yan's words concluded, the students whose names were called exchanged glances before swiftly entering the arena to take their positions. Huang Jia Sangui. With a lazy glance at the 6 standing in the arena, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself, "That name sounds rather sinister." The trio from Class 3 consisted entirely of boys, each possessing commendable appearances. The tallest and most robust was Ouyang Junyi, strikingly handsome, while Chen Junfeng was notably shorter and rather slender. At the back, Zhao Haochen was a chubby lad with a round belly. As for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, Xiao Yan had a vague recollection of them from Class 1. The former had powder blue hair and eyes, and a petite frame, resembling a girl. Xiao Xiao wore a green dress, petite and endearing, though not conventionally beautiful. She presented a pleasing countenance. As for the last student, Huang Jia Sangui, perhaps due to his brief time in Class 1, Xiao Yan had no particular impression of him. He had medium-length black hair, wore black plastic-framed glasses, and bore an appearance that could be described as somewhat unsavory, standing approximately 1.90 meters with a pronounced Adam's apple. Upon confirming that both sides were ready, Wang Yan nodded and stated, "Let the assessment commence. However, I must remind everyone that this is an evaluation. Harming your opponent to the point of disability is strictly prohibited. Should that occur, I will have no choice but to request their departure and report the incident to the academy." As Wang Yan's voice faded, both parties instantaneously unleashed their martial souls. Above Xiao Zhao's head, a colossal golden cauldron began to take shape, while Wang Dong took a more direct approach. Dashing forward with his form momentarily suspended in midair, vibrant blue and purple wings unfurling from his back. The Huang family's 3 specters similarly manifested their martial souls, as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath their feet. Soon after, 3 swirling streams of black energy coalesced around them, a somber crimson hue seeping forth, culminating in a chilling, piercing shriek. Known as the Huang family's 3 specters, the third among them, with a martial soul that embodies the essence of ghosts, introduced themselves with a facade of decorum. "Greetings, I am the Huang family's 3rd specter. Please enlighten me." After revealing their martial souls, they oddly bowed in greeting, exuding an air of insincerity. Their adversaries, equally prepared, quickly unleashed their own martial souls. Zhao Haochen, standing at the back, bellowed, and a circle of yellow soul rings rippled from his feet, revealing 2 large chicken legs that materialized in his palms, which he promptly handed to the 2 in front of him. After consuming the chicken legs, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng sprang into action. One wielded a beast martial soul, while the other possessed a weapon martial soul. Both were agile attack-type soul masters. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul was the sword-beak hummingbird, a bird-type martial soul that, due to insufficient cultivation, had yet to develop wings. He confronted Wang Dong, who had already summoned the goddess of light butterfly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao faced Chen Junfeng. whose martial soul was a soft sword, akin to Xiao Zhao's three-life soul-settling cauldron, albeit with a mere rank of 18. Observing the burgeoning intensity of battle in the arena, the previously subdued audience, quieted by Wang Yan's arrival, burst into murmurs, their gazes igniting with fervor as the long-awaited new student assessment competition finally commenced. Xiao Yan, which side do you favor in this match? Blue Luo inquired with a smile, glancing at the 6 combatants in the arena. With a casual nod, leaning against the railing, Xiao Yan's gaze languidly settled on the battlefield as he replied, I favor Class 1. Their martial soul qualities are superior, and their overall soul power levels exceed those of Class 3. As their conversation unfolded, the 6 participants below erupted into a fervent clash, powerful waves of soul energy resonating with deep roars as they darted across the arena, the clang of metal ringing out amid showers of sparks. From the outset, the battle devolved into a fierce melee. While the combat may not have reached the zenith of high-level prowess, the surrounding students, all approximately at the 20th level of soul power, watched intently, their eyes fixed on the 6 combatants. Class 1, give it your all. Wang Dong, I admire you. Ouyang Junyi, swiftly defeat those newcomers. Enthusiastic cheers and hoarse shouts echoed throughout the arena. What is the meaning of this? The Huang family's 3 specters are devoid of martial ethics. How shameless of a sensitive attack Soul Master to ambush a food-type Soul Master. The fervent cries resounded, reverberating within the venue. Yet, it wasn't long before the students of Class 1, leveraging their martial soul and soul power advantages, decisively triumphed over their Class 3 counterparts. Class 1, led by Wang Dong, secured victory. After announcing the results, Wang Yin recorded them on the documents in hand. Soon, it was time for Xiao Yan and his team to take the stage. Their opponents in this round were not particularly formidable, allowing Xiao Yan to merely provide mental support to his teammates and secure victory in the subsequent match. This led many observing students to mistakenly believe that the black-robed boy with the glowing eyes and massive black ruler was merely an auxiliary soul master. Following the conclusion of the day's matches, Wang Yin summoned Xiao Yan and his companions, stating, You 3 have performed admirably. Although I am merely the acting class supervisor for Class 7, I take pride in your accomplishments. You have not lost a single match thus far, achieving victories with overwhelming superiority. However, you must continue to strive in the upcoming contest to secure a place among the top 64 for the rankings. Tomorrow, you will face the seed team from Class 9, which boasts a renowned auxiliary soul master, the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile, famed as the best in the world. I hope you will not be eliminated. Teacher Wang, we will give it our all, both Blue Luoluo and Blue Susu affirmed. With Xiao Yan as support, we shall be invincible. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, indicating his commitment without uttering a word. Very well. A gentle smile graced Wang Yan's face as he waved his hand, adding earnestly, If there are no further matters, you should return and rest early. Tomorrow's match awaits. Of course, Teacher Wang. Xiao Yan, see you tomorrow. After parting ways, evening fell swiftly. After dining in the cafeteria, Xiao Yan strolled along the southern lakeside path leading to the Sea God Lake. As he passed through the wooded area beside the path, the shimmering waters of the lake unfolded before him, a gentle mist mingling with the fresh air, invigorating his spirit, reminiscent of a leisurely seaside promenade. Although the Sea God Lake was artificial, its waters were remarkably clear, a deep blue that resembled satin, with a gentle ripple undulating across the surface, akin to a graceful maiden in dance. This place is quite beautiful. By the way, teacher, when shall we venture to the extreme northern lands spoken of by the ice silkworm of Heavenly Dream? Gazing at the glimmering waters, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, stretching his body. Perhaps after this competition concludes, in just a few days, the voice of Yao Lao echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Just then, Xiao Yan's attention was drawn to a small red dot at the center of the lake's surface. Chapter 39, The Woman in Red. Channeling his soul power into his spiritual eye, Xiao Yan discerned a structure resembling a dwelling amid the misty waters, alongside a red dot moving across the lake. Teacher, what is that? Xiao Yan pointed towards the site he had observed. What a potent aura of fire. It appears to be a person. Yao Lao's aged voice resonated within Xiao Yan's consciousness once more. On the lake's surface was a red figure, gliding across the water with astonishing speed, her every footfall sending ripples cascading outward, resembling a fiery cloud racing across the lake. As she drew closer, Xiao Yan recognized her as a woman with long crimson hair, her figure tall and exuding an air of fierce authority, akin to a wild beast in frenzy, her face adorned with a red mask. Wherever the woman in red passed, the surrounding steam rapidly evaporated, and even the air exhibited slight distortions. A soul emperor? A great Dough master? A subtle frown crossed Xiao Yan's brow as he keenly sensed the woman's formidable cultivation through his acute spiritual perception. In the next moment, the woman clad in red arrived within a mere 100 meters of the shore. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of scorching flames erupted from her being, instantly transforming the surrounding vegetation into a desolate expanse of yellow. The oppressive heat surged forth, incinerating Xiao Yan's garments into a cloud of ashes. "You little rascal, be careful." At that juncture, the voice of Yao Lao rang out urgently. A white protective barrier swiftly coalesced around Xiao Yan, enveloping him securely while simultaneously insulating him from the surrounding searing heat. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the lips of the woman in red as she clutched her head, her visage contorted in anguish. "Hurry, help me. I cannot hold back the evil flames any longer." This was not the first instance of her malevolent flames erupting. A fortnight prior, she had experienced a similar outburst, resulting in the untimely demise of several Outer Academy students who happened to pass by the Sea God Lake. Consumed by the inferno she had unleashed. Upon hearing her desperate plea, Xiao Yan snapped out of his stupor, momentarily taken aback. "Teacher, what has happened to her?" he exclaimed, noting that her condition bore a striking resemblance to someone who had fallen into the throes of cultivation deviation. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao furrowed his brow slightly and replied earnestly, "The cause of her deviation seems to be the red flames that cling to her. Xiao Yan, try to suppress her with the ice attributes from your second martial soul, the bone spirit cold fire." "Understood, teacher." Complying with Yao Lao's instruction, Xiao Yan swiftly unleashed his second martial soul, the bone spirit cold fire. Instantly, an intense chill emanated from him, causing the red-clad woman's tumultuous form to stiffen momentarily. A sound of profound relief escaped her lips as her legs gave way, collapsing into Xiao Yan's embrace. As she suddenly fell into his arms, Xiao Yan felt a soft impact against him, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The extreme coldness of the bone spirit cold fire brought a measure of clarity to the woman's mind. Yet she was now entirely focused on pressing closer to Xiao Yan, yearning to be nearer to that chilling essence. She clung tightly to him, feeling the powerful cold surge through her, forcefully quelling the evil flames within her. Simultaneously, the malevolent fire that had engulfed her began to be drawn into Xiao Yan's body, as if some mysterious force was absorbing it. Moments later, a faint purplish-red flame materialized beside the swirling vortex within Xiao Yan. Within him, this flame appeared far more docile than it had in the woman, devoid of any violent tendencies, evidently restrained by a more potent force, namely, the burning decision. "Please, I implore you to absorb all of it," the woman gasped, her voice laced with desperation. It seemed she had endured the torment of those evil flames for far too long, and having finally encountered someone capable of absorbing and refining them, she grasped this opportunity as though it were a lifeline. Although Xiao Yan was gradually suppressing the malevolent flames within her, she was still cautiously releasing the essence of the purplish-red fire. As the evil flames flowed into Xiao Yan, the scorching sensation within her was finally subdued, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. With a slight tremor, Yao Lao floated out from the ring, circling around Xiao Yan before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, who would have thought that you would gain fortune from this misfortune?" "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Yan asked, bewildered. Yao Lao chuckled, "Try delving into your soul power within." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated not for a moment. He closed his eyes and quickly inspected his soul power within. After a brief moment, his eyes flew open in astonishment. "Teacher, why is there a purplish flame beside my vortex? How did her evil flames end up in my body?" He blinked in confusion, furrowing his brow. Could it be due to the burning decision? Indeed. Yao Lao stroked his beard and nodded with a smile, then remarked seriously, "The evil flames within her likely stem from her martial soul. It appears that due to a flaw in her martial soul, she has been unable to suppress those flames. Because you trained in the burning decision and were in such close proximity, by sheer chance, you inadvertently absorbed a portion of her innate fire source into your own body, resulting in this purplish flame. Though this purple fire may not rival the exotic flames, it is certainly far stronger than ordinary fighting spirit flames. Having acquired it is a substantial opportunity for you. It may even lead to the evolution of your second martial soul in the future." Gazing at the flickering purplish-red flame within him, Xiao Yan's excitement grew, and he eagerly sought to establish control over it. However, as he attempted to do so, The tiny purplish-red flame exhibited an instinctive resistance. What is happening? He muttered in confusion as he experienced a failure in control. Just then, several terrifying waves of energy emanated from the depths of Sea God Lake. Observing this, Yao Lao swiftly transformed into a flash of white light, retreating back into the ring. Teacher, what is wrong? Xiao Yan's heart raced at Yao Lao's sudden action, prompting him to inquire urgently. Someone is approaching, and their strength is formidable. It seems we may not have time to escape. We must hide. Yao Lao's voice was grave, and after a moment's contemplation, a white barrier enveloped Xiao Yan's form, completely concealing his presence. Chapter 40. The Cunning Xian Lao. Hearing the urgency in Yao Lao's voice, Xiao Yan wasted no time, scanning his surroundings before darting towards a nearby thicket, ultimately vanishing within the lush greenery. Once concealed in the verdant foliage, he peered through the branches towards the direction of Sea God Lake. Not long after Xiao Yan had successfully hidden himself, a series of subtle slicing sounds pierced the air above the lake's surface, followed by figures darting forth from the depths of Sea God Lake, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye. Leading the group was an elderly man, his figure greasy and disheveled, clad in a grayish-brown robe. In one hand, he held a chicken leg, while in the other, a wine gourd, casually feasting as he sipped his drink, none other than the gluttonous Douluo Xian Lao. Trailing behind him were an elderly man in white and another in green. The white-clad elder bore a handsome visage, adorned with a hint of stubble, draped in a white cloak embellished with feathers, and emblazoned with a phoenix emblem on his chest. Xian Lao, this is dire. The evil flames of Xiao Tao have erupted once more. The white-clad elder stepped forward, as if traversing space itself, directly positioning himself before the woman in red. With a gesture, her body levitated effortlessly. Calm yourself, Xiaozhe, Xian Lao replied nonchalantly. There is no need for alarm. She is likely just unconscious and has not sustained any injuries. The white-clad elder was none other than Yin Xiaozhe, the current head of Shrek Academy, possessing the martial soul of the Radiant Phoenix and holding the rank of a 95th level title, one of the revered elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in green robes, an esteemed elder of the Sea God Pavilion, known as Elder Zhuang. His martial spirit was the Tree of Life, and he held the prestigious title of a 95th level healing Daw. Elder Zhuang, I beseech you to assist with the healing, Yin Xiaozhe implored, cradling the woman in red in his arms. With a nod, Elder Zhuang promptly stepped forward, taking the red-clad maiden from Yin Xiaozhe's embrace. As he did so, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath his feet, encircling the woman in a halo of verdant light that enveloped her. Shortly thereafter, a miraculous scene unfolded. The surrounding vegetation along the banks of the Sea God Lake began to emanate a green luminescence, gradually flowing into her body. How curious. I sense an aura of ice here, Elder Xian remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow, as if grappling with an unexplainable mystery. Could it be that the individual who previously infiltrated the academy to encase Zhou Yi in ice has resurfaced here? No, this icy essence feels distinct. At these words, Yin Xiaozhe turned to Elder Xian, his brow furrowing in confusion. Elder Xian, what are you implying? What I saw? Elder Xian swallowed the morsel of chicken he had been chewing and clarified. Do you recall the disciple from the outer court who engaged Zhou Yi not long ago? At that time, it was perplexing. Zhou Yi, a soul emperor, was inexplicably frozen by an unknown assailant, and I had to intervene to free her. Yet this ice appears to differ. It seems more terrifying, profound, and unfathomable, as if an intense heat is burning within. Ice attribute? Burning heat? Elder Xian, I cannot comprehend your words, Yin Xiaozhe replied, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. Forget it, you would not grasp it even if I explained. If there is nothing further, you two should escort Xiao Tao back to the inner courtyard. I shall remain here for a while, Elder Xian said, waving his hand in resignation and taking a sip of his liquor, signaling for Yin Xiaozhe and the others to depart. With a slight bow, Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Zhuang acknowledged Elder Xian before swiftly vanishing, taking the woman in red with them. Once they were gone, a peculiar smile crept across Elder Xian's lips. He stomped his foot upon the ground, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings burst forth from beneath him, radiating dazzling brilliance. In an instant, his oil-stained garments tore apart, and the muscles in his back swelled at an astonishing rate, doubling his size in the blink of an eye. Strangely, spiraled horns sprouted from either side of his head, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon summoning his martial spirit, the devouring divine ox, Elder Xian scanned the surroundings rapidly, unleashing a vast mental force that expanded from his center. Just as he did so, Xiao Yan could distinctly feel an overwhelming mental wave enveloping him, probing the vicinity. Fortunately, cloaked by the spiritual energy of Yao Lao, he remained undetected. After a moment of scanning, Elder Xian halted, his brows knitting in displeasure. What is amiss? There is no one here. He mused inwardly, his expression darkening. He had intended to deliberately dismiss Yan Xiaozhe and his companions to lower their guard before launching a surprise attack. I'm tired. It's best I return to sleep, he muttered, lifting his gourd to take a swig of liquor before turning towards Sea God Island, his gaze continuously scanning the area, his seemingly tranquil eyes flashing with a lightning-like intensity. Moments later, his figure vanished beneath the lake's surface, lying motionless among the trees like a corpse. Xiao Yan suppressed his breath and heartbeat to the bare minimum. Coupled with the concealment of Yao Lao's spiritual force, he was confident that even this formidable elder could not detect his presence. Once Elder Xian had departed, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to make a move, Yao Lao's voice resonated within his mind. Do not move. As he was about to rise, Xiao Yan froze in place, maintaining a half-crouch posture. Just when he felt he could no longer endure the stillness, a figure suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea god lake. The elder, munching on a chicken leg and sipping wine, reappeared in Xiao Yan's line of sight, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Still no one? What was that commotion with Xiao Tao earlier? I'll have to ask her when she regains consciousness, Elder Xian sighed. And in the next moment, his form flickered before vanishing once more. This old fellow is indeed cunning. Chapter 41, Herding the Purple Fire. With Elder Xian's complete departure, Xiao Yan's taut nerves finally relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, utterly drained, allowing sweat to saturate his garments. After a brief moment, taking advantage of the dim twilight, Xiao Yan swiftly rose and returned to the room he rented, cautiously securing the doors and windows. In the tidy little abode, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power once more, his gaze fixated on the flickering crimson-purple flame, his concentration intensifying as his spiritual perception sharpened, probing the essence of this flame. This flame, absorbed from the woman in red, although somewhat rebellious in nature, was essentially an unclaimed entity. Under the persistent erosion of Xiao Yan's soul power, it was soon brought under his control. As he gradually opened his previously shut eyes, a faint hint of purple flickered within his dark pupils. With a subtle shift in his mind, he clenched his right hand and extended a finger, exclaiming "Appear!" As his words fell, his middle finger quivered slightly, and in an instant, a slender tendril of crimson-purple flame erupted from his fingertip, curling and dancing upwards. Is this genuine fire? Xiao Yan marveled, his pupils contracting in astonishment. This tangible flame, which could typically only be summoned by a fourth-tier alchemist, had manifested at his command. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, his voice laced with tremors as he called out, "Master, come quickly and take a look." Understood, Yao Lao's puzzled voice emanated from the ring. After a brief pause, a white silhouette shot forth from the ring, hovering before Xiao Yan and fixating on the crimson-purple flame at his fingertip. This purple fire should be a fragment of the original fire seed from the woman's martial spirit, Yao Lao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Though inferior to the exotic fires, it surpasses the flames formed from ordinary douqi, resembling the beast fire of the Douluo Continent, albeit slightly weaker than high-level beast fire. It can barely be classified as the beast fire of low-tier magical beasts. The original fire seed of the woman in red's martial spirit? Does this mean I'm now its master? It won't retaliate against me as it did with her, will it? Xiao Yan inquired cautiously. Yao Lao reassured him. This fragment of purple fire is too minuscule to pose a threat to you. You need not worry about that. Even if issues arise, you still have me. Teacher, you mentioned that if I were to devour and refine it, there might be a possibility for my burning decision to evolve, correct? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan pressed on with his inquiry. Momentarily taken aback, Yao Lao furrowed his brow, hesitating for quite some time before shaking his head and responding earnestly. I doubt it would be effective. This thing is still far too weak. Consuming it should have little impact on the burning decision. However, if you were to seek out more flames similar to this purple fire in this world, and find a way to merge them into a singular flame, perhaps consuming that could lead to the evolution of your burning decision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, deep in thought, yet his expression bore a hint of frustration. Although the burning decision was indeed extraordinary, its current capacity for creating and storing douqi was regrettably insufficient. Fortunately, The ability to interchange soul power and Do Qi in this world allowed Xiao Yan to employ his Do techniques without excessive strain. If you are truly intent on devouring this purplish-red flame to facilitate the evolution of the burning decision, aside from the method I just mentioned, there exists another approach. Yao Lao suddenly interjected after a moment of contemplation. What method? Xiao Yan inquired eagerly, his spirits lifted. Fixing his gaze intently on the flickering purplish-red flame, Yao Lao stroked his beard and smiled slightly. First, refine it into its primal fire seed, and then gradually cultivate it within your body. Once it reaches a certain level, you can then utilize the burning decision to consume it. This may very well yield the desired effect of evolving the burning decision. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a wry smile, he remarked, "Teacher, your method gives me the impression of raising livestock. Fatten them up before dragging them out to be slaughtered. Indeed, that is the essence of it." Yao Lao chuckled and nodded in agreement. Lowering his gaze to the swirling purplish-red flame atop his fingertip, Xiao Yan exhaled lightly and turned to Yao Lao. "Currently, I cannot find any exotic flames to evolve the burning decision. The two methods you just mentioned seem to be the only hope for its evolution in this world. But how do I refine it? Close your eyes and concentrate. I will impart the refining method to you shortly." With a gentle motion, Yao Lao's ethereal form appeared before Xiao Yan. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the latter's forehead. As a torrent of information surged into his mind, Xiao Yan savored it carefully, nodding slightly before slowly closing his eyes and sinking his soul power into the cyclone. There, he continuously called forth the purplish fire he had already controlled. As his soul power expanded, the purplish-red flame was coaxed to the periphery of the cyclone. After a brief moment, he focused his mind and manipulated the energy within the cyclone to envelop the purple fire. Within the cyclone, he used his soul power to carve out a small space capable of containing the essence of the purple fire. Recalling the method Yao Lao had just transmitted to him, Xiao Yan swiftly enveloped the cyclone with his soul perception. After a brief moment of stillness, he suddenly propelled the cyclone into a rapid spin. With the cyclone's swift rotation, the Do Qi coursing through Xiao Yan's meridians surged vigorously, culminating in the creation of a space roughly the size of a fist, which he carved out using his soul power. In the dark void, the purple flame flickered alone, emanating a gentle warmth. After observing the space within the cyclone once more and confirming that all was well, Xiao Yan gradually withdrew his soul power. Within the room, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of purple light momentarily illuminated his dark pupils before they returned to their profound blackness. How'd it go? Was it successful? Seeing Xiao Yan open his eyes, Yao Lao floated closer, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Yes, it was successful, teacher." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan extended his palm, and a purplish-red flame burst forth. Chapter 42. Xiao Family, Xiao Yan. "This thing pales in comparison to your bone spirit cold fire," Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at the purplish-red flame in his hand. "Umph." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao snorted coldly, rolling his eyes. "Isn't that rather obvious? My bone spirit cold fire is an authentic exotic flame, ranked 11th on the exotic flame rankings. Your purple fire within the Douluo Continent can merely be classified as a beast fire, and the weakest among them at that." A black line appeared across Xiao Yan's forehead. He shook his head helplessly. Yao Lao's comment was indeed somewhat disheartening, as the purple fire he had fortuitously obtained was reduced to nothing more than a worthless trinket in Yao Lao's words. "Enough of that. Don't be disheartened. Your purple fire is merely in its nascent stage, so its power being weak is entirely normal. Once you cultivate it properly, its potency should increase significantly. By that time, even the titled Douluo of this world would likely hesitate to confront it." Yao Lao spoke soothingly, observing Xiao Yan's slightly dejected expression. "Yes." Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan sighed. "Teacher, cultivating this purple fire doesn't seem like it will be an easy task, does it? What should I do next?" Yao Lao stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "To cultivate your purple fire, you must consume some heavenly materials and earthly treasures imbued with fire attribute energy. We should visit the auction house in the city when we have the chance. Also, during your future training, it would be best to practice under the blazing sun." "All right, I shall heed your advice, teacher. When we have the opportunity, we will visit the auction house and see if we can fortuitously acquire some heavenly materials and earthly treasures with fire attribute energy." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan murmured and nodded heavily. The following day, gentle sunlight cascaded from the horizon, heralding the slow rise of the sun. In the once quiet Shrek Academy, was once again brimming with vitality. Countless youths, radiating with the vigor of youth, emerged from various corners of the academy. Their destination unmistakably clear: the new student assessment area located in the northern part of the academy's martial spirit department. The new student assessments were a grand event held annually at Shrek Academy, receiving significant attention from both teachers and students. In the northern part of the assessment area, a high platform had been erected, standing a good 20 meters above the ground, supported by 6 metallic pillars. Its height afforded a commanding view over the entire assessment area, allowing for a clear observation of every venue within. After a brief wash and tidy up in his room, Xiao Yan made his way to the academy dormitory, seeking out Lan Luluo and Lan Susu before heading together toward the assessment area. This time, their assessment area had been designated as number 8, and upon their arrival, another team that had also drawn number 8 had already arrived. On the observation platform, Wang Yin, Zhou Yi, and the other homeroom teachers of the new student classes stood quietly, surveying the entire assessment area below. In the round-robin matches, the 1st, 5th, 7th, and 9th classes stood out most prominently, with their seed teams boasting an impeccable record of victories, having not lost a single match. In the upcoming round of 32 to 16 matches, the seed team from the 7th class would face off against that of the 9th class. Oh, is it not Teacher Zhou? I heard you recently had a skirmish with a student, and it seems you lost? A female teacher, seemingly in her 30s, approached Zhou Yi with a mocking tone. It appears that this student has been transferred to the new Class 7. How fortunate! Today, he encounters our class's ace team. Rest assured, I will ensure that my students give him a proper lesson. Zhou Yi responded with a cold smirk, her gaze sharpening slightly as she retorted, Mu Jin, do you genuinely believe your class has already secured victory? Though Mu Jin appeared somewhat mature, she undeniably possessed a youthful and charming demeanor. She continued her taunts, well, not entirely. After all, the strongest among my students only has a soul power of over 30. If any of them had soul power in the 40s or 50s, victory would be a certainty. Unlike certain individuals who, despite having over 60 levels, can't even handle a child. Zhou Yi's expression darkened, and she admonished, are you attempting to provoke me? Mu Jin's smile vanished in an instant, and with unwavering boldness, she glared at Zhou Yi, declaring, and if I am? I've heard you enjoy expelling students. Why not try expelling me as well? Today, I am eager to see just how formidable that beginner-level boy truly is. Just wait and see how my students humiliate you in front of everyone. Glaring at Mu Jin's provocative demeanor, Zhou Yi's face shifted from pale to flushed as she panted heavily. Do you dare to bet with me? Bet? What do you wish to wager? Mu Jin readily accepted. A glint of determination flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes as her lips curled into a sly smile. She turned her back to Mu Jin and solemnly proposed. A soul bone, do you dare? Upon hearing this, Mu Jin's pupils involuntarily constricted. Soul bones are invaluable treasures for soul masters. In Zhou Yi's suggestion to wager, one implied a desire to risk everything in a competition against Mu Jin. What are you two up to? At that moment, a flash of gold appeared as an elderly man with disheveled hair suddenly materialized on the high platform, barefoot and holding a large purple gourd. He was drinking while staring intently at Zhou Yi and Mu Jin. Yao Lao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Yi and Mu Jin bowed respectfully. Simultaneously, Wang Yan approached the elderly man with reverence, greeting him, Xian Lao. You have arrived? Yes, just came to take a look. Xian Lao merely grunted before casually finding a seat to continue drinking and eating chicken legs, his gaze drifting towards the arena. Xiao Yan gradually rose, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, his body floating into the arena. His tall figure, paired with the immense Xian Zhongqi behind him, painted an intriguing picture. Soon after, the Blue Sisters also entered the arena. Standing opposite Xiao Yan were 3 young girls, all strikingly beautiful. The foremost girl, with her golden hair, exuded a sharp elegance, her aquamarine eyes adorned with long lashes, and her cheeks were exquisitely formed. Behind her, the girl on the left sported fiery red short hair, her eyes a rare crimson, while the girl on the right had soft green hair cascading down her back, her dark green eyes radiating gentleness. The participants have entered, announced the proctor. Xiao family, Xiao Yan. The young man in the black robe stepped forward, slightly raising his head. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 43. The 10-year soul ring? The 6 participants stepped into the expansive arena, taking their positions on either side. Xiao Yan and his companions maintained their original formation, with the Blue Sisters at the forefront and Xiao Yan at the back, forming an inverted triangle. At that moment, the formation of the 3 girls opposite them also shifted slightly, as the golden-haired girl retreated to the back, while the other two stepped forward to shield her. New Class 9, Wu Feng. 25-level assault system, Soul Master. The girl with red hair glared at Xiao Yan and proclaimed arrogantly. In response, the light-haired girl beside Wu Feng cast her a reproachful glance, seemingly scolding Wu Feng for her arrogance in revealing her soul power level. Then, the light-haired girl calmly introduced herself. New Class 9, Nan Minyun. The next moment, a calm voice emerged from behind the two girls. New Class 9, Ning Tian. Please enlighten me. New Class 7, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Please enlighten us. Just then, the proctor bellowed. The match begins. As his words fell, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Two yellow soul rings rose from beneath their feet, and their blue hair began to flutter dramatically, swiftly blossoming in the air. Martial spirit manifestation. Wu Feng also shouted, her form suddenly leaping into the air as a rich wave of fire element energy erupted from her, revealing her martial spirit, a fire dragon, similar to Zhou Yi's. A layer of fine dragon scales emerged on her body, her hands transforming into fiery dragon claws, radiating immense power from her top-tier martial spirit. Simultaneously, two yellow soul rings instantly rose beneath her feet. Wu Feng's figure appeared long and alluring, and upon completing her martial spirit manifestation, she sprang forth with a single pounce. First soul skill, Fire Net. As Wu Feng charged forward, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu faced each other, linking their hands. Instantly, a powerful wave of soul power surged from them, causing their long blue hair to soar, forming a vast net in the air that enveloped Wu Feng. The Fire Net was the first soul skill shared by the Blue Sisters. When executed together, its power doubled. With Xiao Yan's shared mental detection as support, the net had no flaws or vulnerabilities. In the next moment, Wu Feng found herself firmly ensnared by the Fire Net, clearly at a disadvantage against Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu alone. At that moment, Nan Minyun from Ning Tian's team made her move. She gracefully flickered, crossing a distance of several meters to stand beside Wu Feng. Her first soul ring illuminated, and her hands transformed into a jade-like green, striking towards the black fire net. Simultaneously, Ning Tian extended her right hand, spinning in place as a dazzling spectrum of colors radiated from her being. In her palm, a seven-colored pagoda materialized, and she commanded, "Seven treasures, manifest with brilliance." Two yellow and one purple soul rings rose beneath Ning Tian, causing Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu to tremble in unison. A 30-level soul ancestor with the support of a seven treasures glazed tower martial spirit. As the seven treasures glazed tower emerged, it captured the attention of the onlookers. On the observation platform, a teacher exclaimed, pointing at Ning Tian, "Incredible! A member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect with a Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit. Wu Feng, quickly use your second soul skill." Seeing Wu Feng bound by the fire net and unable to move, Ning Tian's expression shifted and she shouted. In response, Wu Feng nodded. A brilliant red light erupted from her body as both her first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. A dense red flame burst forth, enveloping her within a foot of her form, transforming into a dark red hue as her eyes blazed with intensity, her attack and defense surging dramatically. First soul skill, Dragon's Fire. Second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. The two dragon claws of Wu Feng waved up and down, harnessing the power of the dragon's fire, and in an instant, a breach was torn open in the defensive web. The seven treasures were renowned, the first being speed. Ning Tian's cool voice resounded. As the first soul ring atop her seven treasures glazed tower illuminated, the rich yellow radiance rendering the tower even more resplendent. Two dazzling beams of light shot forth from the tower, landing upon Wu Feng and Nan Minyun. Suddenly, Nan Minyun's speed surged, her form leaving a series of afterimages in the air, as her first soul ring glowed once more, her hands radiating a brilliant jade light. First soul skill, Crimson Blade. Empowered, Nan Minyun's velocity became astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lan Luoluo, her jade-glowing palm slicing towards her face. Yet, just as Nan Minyun's hand was about to strike Lan Luoluo, her figure curiously retreated a step, narrowly evading the attack. Without Xiao Yan's mental sharing assistance, Lan Luoluo would have undoubtedly suffered a significant blow. Meanwhile, Wu Feng launched an attack towards Lan Susu, yet she too gained no advantage, despite her rapid speed. The latter consistently anticipated Wu Feng's approach, deftly evading her strikes. At the moment both sides revealed their martial spirits, everyone initially believed the outcome was already determined. given that the 7th class was encumbered by Xiao Yan, a soul master with a decade-old soul ring. However, no one anticipated that they would not be at a disadvantage against Ning Tian's team. Observing the scene before her, Ning Tian furrowed her brow slightly, incredulously pondering. What on earth are Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner doing? With the amplification from the 7 treasures glazed tower, how could they fail to gain any advantage? No. Could it be that the lad with the decade-old soul ring is behind this? A glimmer of realization sparked in Ning Tian's eyes as they fell upon Xiao Yan. While the 7 treasures glazed tower is indeed a premier auxiliary martial spirit, it can only enhance a single individual. In contrast, Xiao Yan's mental detection sharing allows him to master every detail on the battlefield, epitomizing the might of a million-year soul ring. What exactly is his martial spirit? What soul skill is he currently unleashing? A thought crossed Ning Tian's mind as she glanced at the white soul ring adorning Xiao Yan. Yes, it is he who is orchestrating this. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as she instinctively looked toward Xiao Yan, then narrowed her eyes, commanding, Yuner, I will fully amplify Wu Feng. Let her hold off those twin sisters while you attack that first ring individual. As Ning Tian's words fell, 3 soul rings atop her 7 treasures glazed tower lit up simultaneously, the first being speed, the second, dispelling, and the third, power. Chapter 44. The Blind Fighting Douluo, Xuanzi. Ning Tian chanted the soul incantation at lightning speed, the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings gleaming simultaneously, causing the tower to appear slightly enlarged. 3 brilliant beams of light enveloped Wu Feng, activating her 1,000-year soul ring skill, enhancing both her power and speed by 40%, supplemented by her second soul skill, which negated negative effects. In that moment, she was comparable to a 30-level strong attack-type soul master. The next instant, Wu Feng let out a low roar, a faint dragon-esque chant echoing, as she charged towards Lan Luo and Lan Susu with frenzied fervor, her eyes ablaze with red light, her aura reaching its zenith. Utilizing her second soul skill, combined with the amplification from the 7 treasures glazed tower, Wu Feng's speed was overwhelmingly rapid. Lan Luo and Lan Susu realized they could not activate their second soul skills in time, as the latter required a certain distance to unleash their full power. At that moment, Wu Feng had already reached them. There was no time left for hesitation. The sisters exchanged resolute glances, determination gleaming in their eyes. The soul rings adorning them vanished simultaneously, their clasped hands released, and they embraced each other with open arms. In the next heartbeat, an immense surge of soul power erupted from the sisters, enveloping them in a torrent of cascading blue hair, obscuring their forms from view. Martial spirit fusion skill, heavenly web. Wu Feng's frontal assault struck the web, yet unlike before, it did not shatter instantly. Instead, she felt as though she had crashed into a resilient and elastic net. The more she struggled, the tighter it constricted around her. In the blink of an eye, Wu Feng found herself ensnared like a zongzi, her body surrounded by glistening strands of hair, which continued to surge towards Ning Tian and Nanmen Yuner. Is this a martial spirit fusion skill? Upon witnessing the blue strands advancing towards her, Ning Tian exclaimed in astonishment, Yuner, do not mind me. Focus on neutralizing that first ring soul master, then assist Wu Feng. Upon hearing this, Nanmen Yuner paused momentarily, then brought her hands together above her head, as a verdant light coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade aimed directly at Xiao Yan. Second soul skill, Jadeite Slash. Nanmen's martial spirit, the Jadeite Greenbird, belongs to the agile attack-type soul masters, renowned for their striking power and speed. The emerald blade traced a graceful arc as it flew towards Xiao Yan, with an unavoidable locking effect. First soul skill, mental disruption. At that very moment, a vibrant blue-golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's eyes. The next instant, Nanmen Yuner found her vision engulfed in darkness. Her released jade-green blade skimmed past Xiao Yan's face, veering off course and crashing to the ground. Although the mental disruption skill does not inflict damage, it can affect an opponent, causing their released attack to veer off target. Soul impact. Focusing intently, another blue-golden light emanated from Xiao Yan's spiritual eye. Though fleeting, everyone felt an overwhelming mental wave surge through the arena. A piercing scream erupted from Ning Tian's lips, as she felt as though her head had been pricked by a needle, her mind blanking out. Her body weakening as she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her mouth. Though Ning Tian had previously cast her second soul skill to negate negative effects upon herself, her skill merely provided auxiliary support, while Xiao Yan's soul impact was a mental attack skill that her second soul skill could not nullify. With Ning Tian's amplifying support lost, Wu Feng, now ensnared by the fusion skill of Lan Luo and Lan Susu, had completely lost the possibility of resistance. Her form engulfed and consumed by the strands of hair, gradually fading into a mere whisper of life. We concede. At that moment, on the spectator stands, Mu Jin raised her hand and called out. Should the battle continue, the remaining 2 members of Ning Tian's team would surely sustain further injuries, rendering them incapable of fighting in the upcoming matches, a result that Mu Jin could not bear to witness. On the observation platform, apart from a select few, the majority were utterly stunned, unable to fathom how 2 great soul masters, alongside a soul Zun wielding the world-renowned 7 treasures glazed tile, could possibly be defeated by a trio comprising 2 great soul masters and a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Ning Tian and her companions had indeed succumbed to defeat. At that moment, Wang Yin approached Elder Xian, respectfully stating, Elder Xian, the 3 students from Class 7 are quite remarkable and worthy of your attention. Elder Xian nodded slightly, taking a bite from a chicken leg while musing. The intrinsic martial soul, along with the martial soul fusion technique, is intriguing. This cohort of freshmen is rather commendable. Wang Yin continued, Elder Xian, if I interpret your words correctly, would hair qualify as an intrinsic martial soul? Shouldn't it be nurtured by the academy? Elder Xian, munching on his food, replied, hair is indeed somewhat related to the intrinsic martial soul. As for whether it merits the academy's cultivation, that remains to be seen. Aren't you the so-called master of martial soul theory? Why is your understanding of martial souls so lacking? Wang Yin chuckled wryly. The body sect has long remained reclusive. I lack subjects for research. By the way, that Xiao Yan also possesses an intrinsic martial soul. His is the spirit, a rare type of intrinsic martial soul. Surely, he deserves the academy's cultivation? Elder Xian chuckled lightly, rising to his feet and waving his hand, stating solemnly, this lad's martial soul is decent among intrinsic martial souls. But alas, his first soul ring is only 10 years. He is unlikely to achieve great success in this lifetime. Wang Yin countered, Elder, as you observed, while Xiao Yan's first soul ring is indeed 10 years, his soul skill seems to have mutated, rivaling that of a 100-year soul ring. I believe the decade-long soul ring will not hinder his future development. Elder Xian, growing impatient, waved his chicken leg dismissively. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Do you require my guidance on such matters? His first soul skill, despite its mutation granting him a skill akin to mental detection, is constrained by the 10-year soul ring. This is a fundamental flaw that cannot be compensated for. Is this not a simple truth? Wang Yin stepped aside, refraining from further comment. Chapter 45. 3 spoonfuls of sugar. Soon, the chicken leg beside Elder Xian was devoured, and in its place appeared chicken wings, as if he would never be satiated. Those 2 youngsters with hair as their intrinsic martial soul are quite impressive, boasting a martial soul fusion technique. However, regarding Xiao Yan, he falls short. Although his first soul skill has mutated to include a mental detection ability, the 10-year soul ring remains a significant shortcoming. Elder Xian took a bite of his chicken wing, washed it down with some wine, and stated earnestly, but his intrinsic martial soul is his eyes. Wang Yin sighed. Elder Xian shook his head. Do you know what is most vital for an intrinsic martial soul? It is potential, the likelihood of future mutations. What kind of mutations could arise from eyes as an intrinsic martial soul? Even if they do mutate, they are unlikely to possess offensive capabilities. His physical attributes are adequate, but his soul power is insufficient. He does not meet our needs. Furthermore, there are too many dubious aspects surrounding this young man's background. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, Elder, what do you mean by questioning Xiao Yan's background? His admission recommendation letter is forged, and recently, there's been an infiltration in a Shrek Academy by an individual with extreme ice attributes. It seems there's a connection between Xiao Yan and this ice attribute soul master. Elder Xian replied, standing up, one hand clutching a chicken wing, the other holding a large wine gourd as he swayed toward the observation platform below. What? At this revelation, Wang Yan's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. You need not be overly anxious. This is Shrek City, and no one can stir up considerable trouble here. As long as he does not engage in activities detrimental to Shrek Academy's interests, I shall not delve too deeply into this matter. Elder Xian's voice lingered in Wang Yan's ears. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the assessment area. Simultaneously, the voice of the judge resonated from the platform. Class 7's Xiao Yan team, victorious in this round, followed by Zhou Yi's sarcastic remarks towards Mu Jin. In merely 2 days, the freshman assessment had advanced to the quarterfinals. Should Xiao Yan and his companions secure 2 more victories, They would emerge as champions of this year's freshman competition. Time passed swiftly, and by evening, as customary, Xiao Yan ventured to the cafeteria to procure prepared rabbit and potatoes, before heading directly outside the academy. Recently, the foot traffic at the academy's entrance had noticeably diminished, perhaps due to the ongoing freshman assessments, as most students remained in their dorms diligently cultivating. After checking the seasonings, Xiao Yan applied them to the freshly cleaned rabbit, skewered it, and effortlessly ignited a fire, soon achieving a vibrant glow in the charcoal of the grill. Next, he began preparing the heavenly silkworm potatoes, first polishing and washing them, then frying them in a pot before drenching them in the pre-prepared seasonings, releasing a rich aroma into the air. "Hey, little brother, how much are you selling those potatoes for?" A young lad in purple attire approached after a few minutes. Xiao Yan courteously responded, "These potatoes are not sold separately. They come as a complimentary side with the roasted rabbit, which is 10 copper soul coins each. Would you like one?" The young man, in turn, replied amiably, "This roasted rabbit smells quite delightful. All right then, I'll have one to try. By the way, I like to add a bit of sugar to my potatoes, so please include some extra sugar in the seasoning." As he spoke, the young man produced 10 copper soul coins from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Yan. Noticing that Xiao Yan only added 2 spoonfuls of sugar to the seasoning, the young man frowned slightly, puzzled. "Why did you only add 2 spoonfuls of sugar and not 3? "Because adding 3 spoonfuls would," before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, a golden light shot toward the grill, landing with a clink, a golden soul coin. The newcomer, a tall youth clad in black school attire, strode confidently to the stall, boldly proclaiming, "No need for change. Just give me a larger rabbit. If I can't catch Jiang Nan Nan, I might as well indulge myself with a rabbit." At this, Xiao Yan chuckled. "Brother Su, you truly are undeterred by the elements, coming here every day for your rabbit fix." Having met daily, Xiao Yan and Su Sanshur had grown quite familiar. Xiao Yan noted that while Su Sanshur was not as gentle as Bei Bei and possessed a somewhat fiery temperament, he was undeniably warm-hearted, and they shared a good rapport. "Huh." Su Sanshur clapped Xiao Yan on the shoulder, grinning. "What can I say? I just love rabbits. If I don't have some every night, I can't sleep well. I've eaten plenty of roasted rabbits before, but none compare to yours. It's truly exceptional. By the way, I heard you're competing in the freshman assessment. You must give it your all. Otherwise, if you get eliminated, I'll have nowhere to enjoy roasted rabbit." In Su Sanchi's eyes, Xiao Yan was a remarkably gifted soul master. Yes, I will strive to do my best." Smiling, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. As Xiao Yan busily sold roasted rabbits, within a secret chamber by the sea god lake of Shrek Academy, a figure gradually stirred from unconsciousness. The woman in red slightly shifted her body, instinctively propping herself up with her palm, and opened her somewhat hazy eyes, murmuring, "What happened? Where am I? The inner courtyard? Wasn't I by the sea god lake?" Surveying her surroundings, the woman in red leaped from the bed and swiftly removed the mask from her face, revealing her somewhat pale, oval visage. "Xiao Tao, you're awake?" An elderly voice resonated, followed by the silent appearance of a white-clad elder, Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of Shrek Academy. He continued, "You nearly made another grievous mistake this time, just as you did last time. Thankfully, someone used ice attribute power to suppress the evil fire within you. Do you remember what you encountered after you bolted from the sea god lake?" "Encountered what?" Ma Xiaotao, feeling bewildered, shook her head slowly. As she stood up, her alluring figure was revealed, and she murmured, "Teacher, I don't remember. I only recall a sea of red, and then it seemed a shadowy figure appeared before me, followed by being frozen by something. After that, I found myself back here in this moment." Yin Xiaozhe's brow furrowed slightly as he walked towards Ma Xiaotao. Speaking in a solemn tone, "Xiao Tao, the evil fire within you can no longer be restrained. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Do you realize that half a month ago, the eruption of your evil fire accidentally resulted in the deaths of 2 Outer Academy students? Had their backing not been formidable enough, the Academy would have been at a loss on how to account to their families." Feeling a wave of shame, Ma Xiaotao lowered her head, pausing before softly stating, "Teacher, I didn't know it would escalate this severely. I thought I could control it. But," sighing, Yin Xiaozhe raised his hand and gently patted Ma Xiaotao's shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right. You need not feel excessively guilty. After all, the dead cannot be revived. From now on, you shall suspend your cultivation. Despite being the greatest prodigy in the Academy in nearly a century, we cannot tarnish Shrek Academy's reputation for your sake." Chapter 46. The Elder's Intervention. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao, with a stubborn expression, declared, "No, teacher, I must continue my cultivation. I guarantee I can suppress the evil fire going forward." I can distinctly feel that the intense heat of the evil fire within me has been fully subdued. It shouldn't erupt again in the short term. You must believe me. By the way, you mentioned someone used ice attribute energy to suppress my phoenix evil fire. Who is that person? Yan Xiaozhe shook his head, contemplating for a moment before replying. I do not know. By the time Elder Xian and I arrived, you had already fainted, and that person seemed to have departed long ago. It was a form of extreme ice attribute energy, far purer than your phoenix evil fire. Xiao Tao, do you truly not recall what that person looked like? What did he look like? Ma Xiao Tao strained to remember, and after a considerable pause, she stammered. He seemed to be wearing a black robe, carrying something black on his back, and in his hand, he held a sphere of white light. I can't recall more. Teacher, that is all I remember. Hearing this, Yan Xiaozhe stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Tao, I will take note of everything you just said. I will do my utmost to investigate this person's whereabouts. If we can find a male who possesses the extreme ice attribute, and he becomes your partner for dual cultivation, it would surely eradicate the negative effects of the phoenix evil fire within you, allowing you to soar to great heights in the future. No, I won't. Ma Xiaotao's face flushed crimson, declaring. A knowing smile crept across Yan Xiaozhe's lips as he sighed. Ah, young ladies inevitably must marry someday. Moreover, your evil fire cannot be suppressed indefinitely. It is hardly ideal for you to continually seek out outer academy students to contain it. Teacher, you speak nonsense. I do not. Ma Xiaotao stomped her foot, her cheeks resembling ripe peaches. Meanwhile, in Shrek's city, at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Xiao Yan tightened the loose black robe around him, slightly lowering his head. The shadows of his black cloak concealed his face entirely. After concluding his sale of rabbits, he proceeded directly to the largest auction house in Shrek City, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. His purpose for visiting was, of course, to seek out treasures imbued with rich fire attribute energy, suitable for nurturing the purple fire within him. Perhaps due to the recent emergence of new medicinal pills such as the Foundation Establishment Pill, Healing Pill, and Soul Recovery Pill, the auction house's entrance was now a scene of bustling crowds, filled with the cacophony of excited voices discussing the new pills, tentatively squeezing through the throng. Xiao Yan noticed not far off two familiar figures, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, who had evidently come to join the excitement upon hearing of the new pills in Shrek City's auction house. Disregarding them, Xiao Yan entered the auction house via the VIP entrance. Since his last visit to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Elder Lin had arranged for spies within the auction house. So upon his arrival, he was respectfully escorted to the waiting area by a graceful maid, who attended to him with great care. Seated silently on a chair, Xiao Yan took a gentle sip from the teacup on the nearby table. Casting a sidelong glance at the timid young woman beside him, he spoke without moving his lips, his aged voice resonating. How much longer must I wait? Startled by the sudden voice, the young woman gazed apprehensively at the figure shrouded in the black robe, and nervously replied, My lord, Elder Lin is not at the auction house. She has already sent someone to notify her. Please wait a moment. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan fell silent once more. After a few minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and an elderly woman with a youthful appearance, leaning on a cane, entered with several middle-aged individuals. The visitor was none other than Lin Huaichuan, the head of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, who was also one of the esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Ah, old sir, you have finally arrived. I thought you had left Shrek City. Lin Huaichuan said with a smile as she walked slowly into the reception room. Not yet, came the response from beneath the black robe, the voice of the alchemist elder sounding frail. I have come this time bearing new medicinal pills. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Huaichuan's brows arched with curiosity, her surprise evident. I cannot believe that in just 3 months since we last met, you have concocted new pills. What kind of pills are these? Furthermore, there is something I must inform you, elder. The Foundation Establishment pill you brought last time does indeed enhance the innate soul power level of soul masters by 3 levels. But there are limitations. For soul masters with higher innate soul power levels, the enhancement decreases progressively. For instance, a soul master with an innate soul power level of 7 can only raise their level by 1 when consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, rather than 3. Conversely, a soul master with an innate soul power level of 3 can elevate their level from 3 to 6 upon consumption. In other words, the efficacy of the Foundation Establishment pill diminishes as the innate soul power level increases. This was not detected during the last auction. Oh, I understand. After a moment of silence beneath the black robe, a faint acknowledgement emerged. Taking a sip from the teacup, the black robe stirred, and the aged voice emerged once more. I wonder if you can assist me in procuring some medicinal materials? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Elder Lin casually chose a chair and settled down, beaming at Xiao Yan. Esteemed sir, may I inquire what medicinal herbs you require? Although I regrettably lack the rare treasures imbued with intense fire attributes, I am more than willing to acquire any herbs that possess fire energy. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's expression slightly altered, her gaze filled with a blend of astonishment and scrutiny directed at the figure in black. After a moment, she skillfully masked her intrigue with a smile and inquired, "The auction house will ensure to keep an eye out for any treasures possessing fire attributes on your behalf. Once we receive news, I shall send someone to inform you. May I ask where you reside? There is no need for you to contact me. Should there be any treasures with fire attributes, simply deduct the payment from the proceeds of the medicinal pills I will be auctioning next. I will retrieve them at my convenience," came a calm, aged voice from beneath the black robe. "This is a new medicinal pill I am bringing to the auction house, known as the Soul Enhancing Pill. It can augment the soul power of a soul master below level 50 by approximately 10 levels for 1 hour, albeit with minor side effects. The remaining pills you have seen before are the Foundation Pill, the Healing Pill, and the Revitalization Pill." In the next moment, Xiao Yan produced 4 jade bottles from within his robes and gently placed them on the table. "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't linger. I shall return in a few days. In the meantime, please reserve any treasures with fire attributes for me. Otherwise, I will cease to provide any medicinal pills to your auction house." With casual words, the figure cloaked in black gradually rose and exited the reception hall of the auction house. Watching the figure vanish around the corner, Elder Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to the person beside her and asked, "Has someone been dispatched to inform Elder Xian?" "Indeed, someone has already been sent," replied the man respectfully. Concurrently, at the sea god lake on the island at its heart, the moon hung like a silver disk in a sky adorned with countless stars, casting a layer of silver mist upon the earth, imbuing the scene with an air of mystery. An elderly man with tousled hair sat by the riverside, leisurely drinking wine and gnawing on a chicken leg, embodying a carefree and joyous demeanor. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flickering in the treetops not far away. "Come out," he said with a sidelong glance. As his words fell, a dark figure darted down from the treetops. The newcomer, a middle-aged man, knelt on one knee before the elderly figure and respectfully reported, "Elder Xian, news has arrived from the treasure-gathering pavilion. The mysterious alchemist has reappeared." "Yes, I see." The elder nodded slightly, gradually rising to his feet and wiping his damp feet on the grass beside him. With a low voice, he stated, "If he dares to sneak into Shrek Academy, then let me have a word with him." Chapter 47, Elder Xian versus Medicinal Elder. By this time, night had fully descended, yet the city of Shrek remained aglow with lights, bustling with pedestrians as if in a marketplace. The pitch-black sky bore a crescent moon, solitary in its ascent, the cool silvery light cascading down onto the streets like a delicate veil. A youth clad in a voluminous black robe, with hands tucked within his sleeves, traversed a less crowded street in Shrek City. After advancing several hundred meters, he gradually came to a halt, for just ahead, sitting in the middle of the road, was a disheveled elder with greasy hair, eyes glimmering with sharpness, a chicken leg in his left hand and a wine gourd in his right, simultaneously consuming the meat while savoring the drink. This figure was none other than the gluttonous Douluo, Elder Xian, a formidable 98th level attack type title Douluo and an elder of the Sea God Pavilion, known as the Chicken Leg Douluo and a supreme elder of the Spirit Hall. "Master, it's the old fellow we encountered by the Sea God Lake yesterday," Xiao Yan thought silently upon seeing the elder. Indeed, the aged voice of medicinal elder echoed in Xiao Yan's heart. "It seems this old chap has come with ill intent. What could be his purpose for seeking us? Could it be that someone has leaked our whereabouts?" "Master, do you mean the auction house personnel?" Xiao Yan's countenance shifted slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing his eyes as he quietly asked, "What is your current limit in this state?" "As for me," medicinal elder replied vaguely, "worry not. Although I presently exist merely in a spiritual state with the aid of the different flames, this old fellow shall find no advantage against me should he dare to act recklessly." Elder Xian finished the last morsel of meat from the chicken leg and took a swig from the gourd before slowly rising and fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yan, his voice deepening. "Now speak. What is your clandestine purpose for infiltrating Shrek Academy?" "Infiltrating Shrek Academy?" Xiao Yan's heart tightened as the aged voice escaped his lips. "Would I ever sneak in? It is you who is obstructing the road here. What do you intend?" "Oh, you dare not to admit it?" Elder Xian's eyes narrowed, displeasure crossing his features. He propelled the chicken bone in his hand straight at Xiao Yan. 8 extremes burst. Xiao Yan's expression sharpened as he shouted, clenching his fist and launching it forward, striking the bone directly. With a crack, the chicken bone shattered into powder, yet Xiao Yan was forced to take several steps back, feeling an intense ache in his fist and a tingling sensation throughout his body. In Elder Xian's mind, this cloaked figure's strength appeared to be no more than that of a soul king. With such meager strength, you claim to produce pills of that caliber? Now tell me, who is behind you? What is your purpose in coming to Shrek City? Why must you conceal your identity beneath a black robe? Elder Xian questioned, not forgetting to take another sip of his drink. Hearing this, Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly, and after a brief silence, the aged voice emerged slowly. What business is it of yours? Oh, you are quite audacious, Elder Xian declared. Then I shall take you captive and interrogate you thoroughly. As he spoke, Elder Xian approached Xiao Yan step by step, a dense yellow light radiating from him, a powerful aura erupting that transformed the very sky around them into a hue of gold. Simultaneously, two yellow, two purple for black, and one red soul ring spiraled up from beneath Elder Xian's feet, and a monstrous creature adorned with massive horns and a sheep's body emerged behind him, its eyes situated beneath its armpits, glowing with a brilliant yellow light. Oof! With a cold snort, Elder Xian stomped his right foot onto the ground. Instantly, a tremendous wave of soul power surged forth from his being, and Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming pressure descend from above, binding him in place, rendering him utterly immobile. With a slight push against the ground, Elder Xian flashed directly before Xiao Yan. Let me see what identity lies beneath that black robe, he said as one hand pressed firmly on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Unable to move, Xiao Yan frowned slightly, his hidden eyes beneath the black robe glaring at Elder Xian, a hint of exasperation flickering within. After a moment, he silently chuckled. Master, if you do not act soon, I may have to reveal you. You little rascal. Even threatening your master now? You are my disciple. How could I possibly neglect you? As Xiao Yan's words faded, the old man Yao chuckled softly, his aged voice reverberating within Xiao Yan's heart once more. This old fellow is indeed somewhat bothersome. Allow me to take control of your body for a while. It is imperative that he receives a lesson today, to understand that there are always greater powers beyond his own, and that he must refrain from such reckless behavior henceforth. With a slight nod, Xiao Yan gradually closed his eyes. Within him, a torrent of formidable energy surged, and after a moment of immersion, it erupted violently. Suddenly, with his eyes still shut, Xiao Yan's eyelids quivered slightly. In an instant, he opened his eyes, which had transformed from pitch black to an eerie white. As soon as the hand of Xian Lao rested upon Xiao Yan's shoulder, he sensed an unusual shift. His brow furrowed slightly, and moments later, his expression shifted dramatically as he detected a ferocious aura emanating from the cloaked figure before him, an intensity that matched his own. What? How is this possible? The overwhelming, ascending pressure left Xian Lao's face etched with disbelief. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Came the ancient voice from beneath the black robe. Staring in shock at the figure cloaked in black, Xian Lao's expression turned grave as he demanded, Who are you? Could it be a flicker of fear flashed through his mind? For he knew that among the entire continent, there were but a handful of individuals whose strength surpassed his own, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Sixth soul skill, devouring meteor shower, suppressing his rising terror. Xian Lao quickly released his grip on Xiao Yan's shoulder, retreating several dozen meters while wearing a highly serious countenance. He then clenched his withered hand slightly, activating his sixth soul ring, causing the yellow light behind him to transform into a multitude of yellow meteors, dense and seemingly endless. In the next moment, countless yellow meteors rapidly coalesced in mid-air, accompanied by a cacophony of rushing wind, hurtling towards the not-so-distant Xiao Yan. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, extending his hand slowly, and with a gentle grip, a blinding white flame erupted forth. Upon the emergence of the frost-white flames, Xiao Yan's foot struck the ground with force. With a deep rumble, he shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, transforming into a streak of white light that raced towards the oncoming yellow meteor shower. Truly audacious, to dare face my sixth soul skill without even releasing your martial soul. Xian Lao's pupils constricted as he beheld the audacity of the figure before him, a smug smile creeping across his lips as he barked, You must be foolish. Ignoring Xian Lao's scorn, Xiao Yan, now possessed by Yao Lao, charged directly at the yellow meteor shower. The frost-white flames on his palm surged violently, and in the next instant, he thrust his hand towards the yellow meteors. Bang! The palm wreathed in frost-white flames struck the yellow meteor shower. After a brief pause, The once flying yellow meteors began to transform gradually into white, ultimately freezing mid-air. To be able to freeze energy? What kind of soul skill is this? Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Lao felt as though cold water had been splashed upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. As a super Douluo, he was all too aware of the disparities between high-level soul masters. The figure before him clearly possessed strength that surpassed his own. Limit Douluo? A supreme ice attribute? It must be you. With great difficulty, Xiao Lao managed to utter those words, his body trembling slightly. The earlier bravado in his tone completely dissipated as he stammered. Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, what is happening? Why is Xiao Lao fighting someone in the city? Yin Xiaozhe, who had just intended to return to his room for rest, suddenly changed his expression, turning to gaze towards the southeastern direction outside the academy. Two overwhelming auras are rising. What would this be? Beside Yin Xiaozhe stood a robust man in his 50s, his face devoid of wrinkles, yet crowned with a mane of hair as sharp as steel needles. His towering figure resembled a statue carved from granite, standing at least 2 meters tall, exuding a strong metallic aura. He was Qian Duo, the vice president of the Soul Engineering Department. Old Qian, let us hurry over to take a look. The other aura is on par with Xiao Lao. Frowning slightly, Yin Xiaozhe turned to Qian Duo. Having spent many years with Xiao Lao, he could instantly recognize his aura. What startled him was the other aura that was equally formidable. Limit Douluo? Qian Duo exchanged a grave glance with Yin Xiaozhe, both wearing expressions of concern. Let's go see. Should we notify Old Mu? Does the teacher still need you to inform him? Yin Xiaozhe retorted, his body radiating with the light of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, as a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from his back. He and Qian Duo shot into the sky, transforming into 2 beams of light that swiftly sped towards the source of the explosive auras. Shortly after their departure, several more figures soared from the skies above Sea God Island, clearly indicating that the elders of the Sea God Pavilion had all been roused. In the autumn winds, a flurry of withered yellow leaves drifted down from the sky. In front of the dormitory of new students at Shrek Academy, the old man clad in gray, who had been reclining on a chair with dim eyes, had now vanished. Bang! Bang! Roar! The sounds of fists colliding with flesh, the surge of energy, muffled groans, and cries of agony echoed in a secluded street of Shrek City. Have the guts not to slap my face. Let me out. You dare to freeze me? What kind of skill is that? In the desolate street, Xiao Yan shook his hand, which had grown numb from the relentless strikes, and then looked up at the elder encased in an ice pillar, his eyes narrowing. After a moment, he opened his eyes wide. The calmness and weariness that had once filled his dark gaze completely vanished. Old man, I intend to stay in Shrek City for a while longer, but let me give you a word of advice. Do not investigate my identity again, or do not blame me for taking lethal action. Staring at the elder ensnared in a layer of eerie ice, Xiao Yan threatened. Having said that, he tightened his black robe and turned to leave. Have the guts to let me out and fight 300 rounds. What skill is it to freeze me? As Xiao Yan turned away, the voice of Xiao Lao, slightly trembling, echoed from within the icy prison. At that moment, Xiao Lao appeared battered and bruised, clearly having gained no advantage in the previous battle. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Yan was about to respond when he heard Yao Lao's voice in his mind. Brat, everyone from Shrek Academy is rushing over. My soul power is insufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. We should leave first. We need to exit the city. You have now advanced to the Doshur level, and I am prepared to impart the Earth-tier combat skills to you. This way, even if my soul power is exhausted in the future, you will at least possess a means of self-preservation. Understood. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan nodded solemnly. In the next moment, a surge of formidable power surged into Xiao Yan's body, and suddenly, a pair of resplendent white wings erupted from his back. His form transformed into a streak of luminous white, swiftly darting towards the mountains beyond Shrek City. Shortly after Xiao Yan's departure, 2 beams of light rapidly descended from Shrek Academy, halting in the skies above the city. These were Yin Xiaozhe and Qian Duo, who scanned their surroundings before their gazes settled upon the ice sculpture below. Old Qian, what has befallen you? With his pupils contracting, Yin Xiaozhe swiftly appeared before Old Qian. Observing the latter's battered visage, he chuckled lightly. It seems we have missed quite the spectacle. What you 2 brats laughing at? Hurry and get me out of here. Old Qian's countenance darkened as he roared from behind the icy barrier. Just then, the entire sky unexpectedly blazed alive, a brilliant golden light bursting forth, bathing the streets in a resplendent glow. The rich and gentle golden radiance cascaded down, enveloping everyone present in its warm embrace. nurturing all that surrounded it. In the next instant, a figure appeared before the three, an elderly man who leaned upon a cane, his back slightly hunched. Yet his white hair did not diminish the vitality in his demeanor. Xuanzi, enlighten us, what transpired? The old man approached slowly, his palm gently resting upon the ice, trembling slightly as a vibrant golden light emanated from his hand, causing the sinister ice to melt away rapidly. Old Xian lowered his head, trembling as he bowed in reverence to the elder. Observing the now melted ice, Old Mu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning serious as he murmured, an extreme ice attribute, yet imbued with a trace of fire essence. What kind of martial soul is this? Chapter 49, The Vision of Mu-1. At Shrek Academy, on Sea God Island. Numerous structures adorned the landscape, yet only one stood tall and grand. The Sea God Pavilion, situated at the heart of the island. The pavilion boasted 6 levels, each exceeding 10 meters in height, emanating an air of magnificence. It concealed many unknown secrets and treasures, and countless self-proclaimed masters had attempted to infiltrate it. Yet none had ever left alive. Whenever significant events unfolded at Shrek Academy, the elders convened within the Sea God Pavilion, marking the highest council of the Academy. At this moment, within the Grand Assembly Hall, silence reigned as 10 individuals encircled an oval table. At the head of the table rested a reclined chair, shrouded in dim light, where an elderly figure lay in repose. Yin Xiaozhe occupied a seat on the left side of the table. Beside him sat a woman in her 50s, an exquisite beauty named Kai Meyer, who served as the vice dean of the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy. A level 95 titled Douluo, specializing in assault. To their right, 2 others were seated, a man, Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Engineer Department, and a woman standing approximately 7 meters tall, seemingly around 50, with fair skin and neatly styled black hair, clad in a white dress with golden trim. Exuding an air of competence, she was Xian Liner, the head of the Soul Engineer Department at Shrek Academy. Beneath the table sat 6 elders, each bearing white hair and distinct appearances, among whom old Xian stood out with his battered visage, clutching a chicken leg in one hand and a wine gourd in the other, indulging in his meal as he drank. Everyone seems to be present. Xuanzi, please elucidate the matter at hand, came a gentle voice from the shadowy reclined figure, imparting a sense of warmth akin to a gentle breeze. Yes, old Mo. At this, old Xian quickly set aside his chicken leg and wine gourd, wiping his greasy hands on his attire as he stood, preparing to recount the events of his beating. Upon concluding his tale, the expressions around the table varied, some astonished, others anxious, and still others perplexed, while the elder in the reclined chair remained unfazed, bearing a tranquil demeanor. I suspect that the individual who injured old Xian is the mysterious figure who suppressed the evil fire for Xiao Tao by the Sea God Lake yesterday. What could be the purpose of their clandestine infiltration into Shrek Academy? Why would they choose to assist Xiao Tao? Stroking his chin, Yin Xiaozhe voiced his perplexity first. In response, an elderly woman seated at the main position on the right furrowed her brow. It was I who sent someone to notify old Xian. This person is indeed the mysterious figure recently seen at the Treasure Pavilion auctioning pills, always cloaked in black to conceal their identity. I feared they harbored ulterior motives for visiting Shrek City. However, from what you just mentioned, it seems this individual has other intentions for coming to Shrek City. Otherwise, why would they infiltrate Shrek Academy? The woman, Lin Lao, head of the Treasure Pavilion, had snow-white hair, few wrinkles on her face, and an amiable expression. Old Xian, you mentioned a student connected to this mysterious individual. Do you possess any evidence? Duo inquired thoughtfully, fiddling with his wristwatch. None. Old Xian shook his head, his expression darkening. The lad was aided by a mysterious figure during his altercation with Zhou Yi. However, I cannot be certain, for the ice used by yesterday's mysterious individual seems different from that which froze Zhou Yi. The Sea God Pavilion's assembly, as the highest council of Shrek Academy, convened in 2 manners, the annual scheduled meetings and the ad hoc meetings, the latter indicating that significant events were afoot at the Academy. Clearly, old Xian's transformation into a battered figure warranted serious attention. A mysterious individual possessing the strength of a limit Douluo infiltrating Shrek Academy was indeed worthy of convening the Sea God Pavilion's council. Xian Liner remarked, Old Xian, do you think it could be a descendant of a prominent family arriving at our academy? Perhaps the mysterious individual was sent to protect them. Old Xian shook his head again, taking a sip from his gourd, stating earnestly, among this year's new students, the only one with notable background is a lad named Wang Dong. Yet there is no one in his background skilled in ice attribute martial souls. Recently, I investigated the identity of the lad who fought Zhou Yi. He appears to be an orphan, although his enrollment recommendation letter seems to be forged. Old Xian scoffed, touching his bruised face before suddenly rising, exclaiming angrily, I believe he must be connected to that mysterious ice user. Shall I go and bring him here for questioning? As he spoke, Old Xian prepared to stride towards the exit. Come back. At that moment, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated. The two words spoken with an air of tranquility that compelled Old Xian to halt in his tracks. Old Mu, is there anything inappropriate about my actions? I cannot swallow this indignation. Old Xian's back was turned to the assembly, his body trembling slightly. I instructed you to return. Can you not hear me? The voice of Elder Mu intensified once more, prompting Elder Xian to tremble slightly before he turned and returned to his seat. Perhaps sensing a hint of ire in Elder Mu's tone, everyone instinctively straightened their posture, rendered mute and apprehensive. Among the esteemed elders present, Elder Xian and Elder Lin held the highest ranks, yet even they were considered junior to Elder Mu in terms of seniority. Elder Mu was the direct disciple of Elder Xian's master and the youngest disciple at that. Thus, in the hierarchy, Elder Mu was Elder Xian's junior uncle. Although their ages differed by merely a decade or so, Elder Mu's contributions and prowess rendered him the foremost figure at Shrek Academy. Elder Mu, who had been reclining in his chair, gradually sat up straight, his gaze fixed ahead as he spoke in a measured tone. Xuanzi, at over 200 years of age, how can you still act with such impetuousness as you did in your youth? As a limit Douluo of rank 99, if he truly harbored malice towards the academy, do you believe he would intervene to assist Xiao Yan in quelling the malevolent flames? Furthermore, if he genuinely bore hostility towards the academy, would you still be standing here unscathed? What purpose does it serve to confront that young man? If that mysterious individual wielding ice is indeed a protector sent by a formidable power, then you would be directly offending a vast faction. Conversely, if he is not, would you not be unjustly accusing a child? In my view, that enigmatic figure harbors no animosity towards the academy. Thus, cease your inquiries into his identity. Let this matter rest. Chapter 50. The Gathering at the Sea God Pavilion. Muin, who had already gained notoriety across the continent 2 centuries ago, has now surpassed 250 years of age, bearing the title of Dragon God Douluo. In the present day, the outside world may have long forgotten him, with many believing that the strongest figure at Shrek Academy is the gluttonous Douluo, Xuanzi. However, it is Muin, the Dragon God, who truly stands as the Academy's preeminent champion. Apart from Xiao Yan, none of the new students in this cohort recognized that the elder guarding the dormitory was, in fact, the Academy's foremost authority. A rare glint of coldness flickered across Muin's gentle gaze as he solemnly declared, let today's meeting of the Sea God Pavilion conclude here. If there are no further matters, you may disperse. And Xuanzi, particularly you, refrain from stirring up trouble on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian grew somewhat anxious, feeling a pang of indignation regarding his dignity. He retorted Elder Mu, what if that person poses a threat to the academy? There is no what if. Elder Mu waved his hand dismissively, his irritation palpable. Even if there were, I am here to safeguard the academy. Did I not just state that if he truly harbored malicious intent, you would not be standing here alive? If you continue to prattle on, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you as my late brother would have done. At this, Elder Xian dared not utter another word in rebuttal. Meanwhile, in a valley outside Shrek City, a roaring waterfall cascaded down, crashing forcefully upon the rocks below, creating a thunderous echo that reverberated throughout the valley. A flash of white light appeared, and the ethereal figure of Yao Lao manifested before Xiao Yan. Extending his hand, he commanded, Brat, hand over your Xuanzhong ruler. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan removed the Xuanzhong ruler from his back and presented it to Yao Lao. Despite its immense weight, it merely caused Yao Lao's ethereal arm to sink slightly. Xiao Yan, what I am about to demonstrate is an earth-tier Do technique. Pay close attention, learn diligently, and contemplate it deeply. Yao Lao's expression turned serious as he held the massive black ruler before Xiao Yan. Understood, master. Please proceed. I shall learn earnestly, Xiao Yan replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he nodded vigorously. With a faint smile, Yao Lao ascended slowly, halting nearly 100 meters above the ground. He then gazed toward the nearby waterfall, exhaling a deep breath. Moments later, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from within Yao Lao, causing the entire valley to tremble in response. Flame-devouring wave ruler. With a low shout, Yao Lao lifted the black ruler, and in the next instant, its dark surface ignited into a fiery crimson, distorting the surrounding space with its vibrant energy. In a swift motion, Yao Lao stepped lightly in midair, executing a 180-degree turn before swinging the black ruler towards the waterfall, unleashing a massive red beam from its tip. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the vast valley, sending innumerable water columns soaring into the sky above the expansive lake. The red beam, akin to a streaking comet, raced across the lake's surface, generating waves towering dozens of meters high before crashing down upon the waterfall, severing the tremendous flow of water with sheer force. Behind the waterfall, a chasm over 10 zhang long and 3 meters wide appeared glaringly in the rock, and even the water from the waterfall paused for several seconds before resuming its descent. Master, is this truly an Earth-tier Do technique? Xiao Yan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Indeed. Yao Lao nonchalantly thrust the Xuanzhong ruler into the ground before Xiao Yan, swiftly appearing before him. With a gentle smile, he pointed his aged finger at Xiao Yan's forehead, inundating him with a wealth of information. Flame-devouring wave ruler, an Earth-tier, low-level Do technique. When mastered to its zenith, one can cleave mountains and part waves with a mere gesture. Brat, you shall practice the ruler technique beneath this waterfall. Strive to cleave through the flowing water at least 100 times each day. It will greatly benefit your application of Earth-tier Do techniques. Several minutes later, the resounding roar of the waterfall echoed in the valley, where a black-robed youth wielding a massive black ruler relentlessly struck at the surging torrents before him. To cleave the Xuanzhong ruler into the water, immense strength was required, and with each swing, Xiao Yan's arms throbbed with agonizing pain, nearing exhaustion. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, he was thrust into the lake by the cascading water. Popping his head above the surface, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of lake water before swimming to the shore, his limbs nearly numb. Just then, Yao Lao's ethereal figure reappeared before him, smiling as he patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Not bad. You've managed to maintain your strikes against the water for nearly 100 times right from the start. It seems your physical condition is quite commendable. The pills you consumed recently were not in vain. By the way, Brat, what are your plans next? Shall we head elsewhere or return to Shrek City to continue your new student assessment? Taken aback for a moment, Xiao Yan gradually opened his misty eyes and found a spot to sit down. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze as he replied, Let us return for now. I will find an opportunity to personally deal with Dai Huabin before departing. At Shrek Academy, the elimination rounds of the new student assessment were nearing their conclusion, and the 4 strongest teams had emerged after several days of fierce competition, undoubtedly representing the finest talents. After spending more than 2 hours returning from the valley to Shrek Academy, Xiao Yan, with the student badge emblazoned on his chest, entered the academy without any hindrance. At this moment, the semi-finals of the new student assessment had commenced. As a significant event for Shrek Academy, the square was now teeming with a multitude of spectators. With countless students seated around, and from the stands, one could see a sea of heads and hear a cacophony of voices rising to the heavens. In the square, several battles had swiftly taken place, and during the 4th match, a slender boy with pastel blue hair, accompanied by a male and a female, darted onto the stage. His aggressive, fiery gaze unabashedly swept towards the direction of Class 7 of the new students. The first class of new students will face Class 7. Please announce your names, commanded the supervising teacher. Upon hearing this, the pastel-haired boy stepped forward, patting his still-developing chest, and coldly declared, Class 1 of new students, Wang Dong. Following him, the male and female beside Wang Dong also introduced themselves with a bow. Class 1 of new students, Xiao Xiao. Class 1 of new students, Huang family's 3 ghosts. Class 7 of new students, Lan Luo Luo, Lan Su Su. With the conclusion of these introductions, the previously boisterous square fell into a notable silence, as countless eyes turned towards Class 7 of new students, questioning the absence of one individual. Where had Xiao Yan gone? Had he perhaps forfeited the match? Feeling the multitude of gazes upon him, Wang Yin could not help but break into a slight sweat, his hand instinctively clenching as he scanned the surroundings, pondering to himself. What's going on? Where has Xiao Yan run off to? At the same time, Lan Luo Luo and Lan Su Su, who had already taken the stage, exchanged anxious glances, each recognizing the concern reflected in the other's eyes. The countdown is at 10 seconds. If all members of Class 7 of new students are not present by then, it will be treated as a forfeit. 10, 9, 8, 7. Xiao Yan? I reckon he is nothing but a waste. He dares not show his face in the semifinals. If he dares to step on that stage today, I shall see to it that he is utterly defeated. At that moment, the boy known as Huang family's 3 ghosts sneered disdainfully. However, just as his mocking words fell, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly erupted from outside the square, capturing everyone's attention. A shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing into the center of the square with a thunderous impact, causing the hard ground to shatter into dust and debris, enveloping a small area in a cloud of haze. I heard you wish to defeat me? Chapter 51. Xiao Yan versus Huang family's 3 ghosts. Who is it? Exclaimed Huang family's 3 ghosts, his voice laced with disbelief as he beheld the shadow descending from the sky. Lan Luo and Lan Su fixed their gazes intently on the dust-shrouded area, excitement coursing through their features as they clearly recognized this figure. Amidst the swirling dust, the sound of faint footsteps echoed, resonating in the now silent square, causing hearts to race in unison. I heard you wish to defeat me? A deep voice emerged from the haze, and shortly after, a boy clad in a black robe, bearing a massive black ruler on his back, slowly stepped into view. Class 7 of new students, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's calm voice reverberated like thunder in the ears of every spectator surrounding the square. The sudden appearance of the black-robed youth caused the whispers in the stands to dwindle to silence, as astonished gazes shifted toward the figure standing at the center of the square, bearing a ruler as tall as himself, instantly quelling any doubts that lingered among the crowd. This boy, Xiao Yan, had indeed made a dramatic entrance, arriving just in the nick of time. After the match, I must inquire about his whereabouts for his tardiness, thought Wang Yin, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he observed the slender figure with the black ruler. You are Xiao Yan? Huang family's 3 ghosts glared coldly at the black-robed youth before him, his voice low and menacing. Indeed. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan smirked disdainfully and replied, I recognize you. Huang family's 3 ghosts. I have seen a few of your matches. You are merely a cowardly sneak who prefers to strike from the shadows. Sneak? Coward? Huang family's 3 ghosts erupted into laughter, exclaiming, the world only cares about results, not the methods employed to achieve them. As long as victory is attained, who cares about the means? You can scold me all you want, but how does it matter? Those who live by others' opinions are destined to be pitiful. At that moment, Wang Dong, standing beside Huang family's 3 ghosts, suddenly stepped forward, her body trembling slightly as 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, spiraled upwards from beneath her feet. Pointing at Xiao Yan, she declared, Xiao Yan, I told you last time that when we meet again, I will surely defeat you. I have long proclaimed that those who are defeated by me are never considered rivals. I grant you time to catch up until you can no longer see me. Xiao Yan sighed, finding Wang Dong's bravado somewhat tiresome, as he slowly adjusted the grip on his heavy ruler. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concealed anger crossed Huang family's 3 ghosts' eyes as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath his feet. He sneered, You are quite arrogant. Aren't you? I shall soon show you what true cruelty is. What are you babbling about? Can we commence? Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly, casting a smile towards the referee standing a short distance away. Yes. Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, the referee nodded slightly, then solemnly announced, Class 1 of new students versus Class 7 of new students. The match begins. You arrogant brat. As the referee declared the start of the match, Huang family's 3 ghost expression turned icy. His first soul ring shone brightly, and a sharp stream of black energy coalesced in his palm before he launched himself towards Xiao Yan with a powerful stomp. First soul skill, Ghost Spike. At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up as a translucent white soul ring spiraled upwards from beneath his feet. The ability for mental detection had been activated, unveiling a stunning scene. Lan Luo and Lan Su simultaneously made their moves, ensnaring Wang Dong and Xiao in place with their hairnets, without even needing to use their eyes. As Huang family's 3 ghosts charged towards him, Xiao Yan stood his ground, making no move, and calmly rolled up his sleeves. As the fierce assault approached, he took his time adjusting his attire. Observers in the stands erupted in a frenzy, perceiving Xiao Yan's demeanor as nothing short of audacious. What? A 1-ring soul master and a white 10-year soul ring? Kid, are you courting death? Huang family's 3 ghosts was taken aback upon seeing the white soul ring on Xiao Yan, and coupled with the latter's earlier arrogance, his anger surged. He poured his soul power into the black, sharp energy in his palm, a faint red glow beginning to shimmer. In the blink of an eye, Huang family's 3 ghosts was upon Xiao Yan. Flame Fist. Gazing calmly at the Huang family's 3 specters charging towards him, Xiao Yan emitted a low growl from his lips. With an unhurried yet deliberate motion, he raised his hand, slightly curled fingers suddenly unfurling, unleashing a formidable thrust that surged forth. Under the unexpected force, the faces of the Huang family specters shifted dramatically, their bodies recoiling as if struck retreating several steps before managing to stabilize themselves with some difficulty. From his vantage point atop the platform, Wang Yin observed the unfolding scene with mild astonishment. This marked the first occasion he had witnessed Xiao Yan employ skills beyond mere mental detection and sharing, silently acknowledging in his heart, "This lad is indeed a hidden gem." What soul technique is this? The Huang family specter halted abruptly in his advance, touched his somewhat heavy chest, his expression shifting uneasily. In response, Xiao Yan paid him no heed. Instead, his skin trembled slightly as a cold smile graced his lips. His outstretched palm did not retract, but rather clenched fiercely as he coldly commanded, "Absorb." Instantaneously, a ferocious suction emanated from his palm. The sudden vacuum threw the Huang family specter into disarray, his feet instinctively digging into the ground. Yet before he could stabilize, his body was yanked into the air, tracing a parabolic arc. Despite being lifted off the ground, the Huang specter couldn't suppress a sinister grin as he saw himself drawing nearer to Xiao Yan. His second soul ring flared to life, and a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. "Ha! You truly are a fool to assist me in closing the distance." With a chilling shout, his icy fingertips sliced through the air towards Xiao Yan's chest, promising devastating damage should they connect. The yellow second soul ring signified a century-old soul technique, Ghost Claw. The surrounding students gasped, their expressions shifting as they struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, in their minds, Xiao Yan was merely a support-type soul master with a 10-year soul ring. How could he possibly withstand a century-old soul technique from a soul venerable? In an instant, the Huang family specter's attack was mere inches from Xiao Yan's chest. However, as the onlookers braced for a bloody spectacle, the ghost claw, poised to strike, inexplicably halted in midair. Chapter 52, Fusion Ring, Hao Yan Hammer. A fair hand gripped the wrist of the Huang family specter with unyielding strength, halting the once menacing claw. The entire arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. Slowly raising his gaze, Xiao Yan met the horrified eyes of the Huang specter with a cold smirk. A subtle arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he intoned, "8 extremes burst." With those words, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. His fist clenched tightly before launching forward with all his might, followed by a piercing sound of sonic boom. How is this possible? He is merely a one-ring soul master with a 10-year soul ring. How can he possess such terrifying explosive power? As the dreadful energy surged forth, the Huang specter's pupils constricted, dread and terror sweeping across his face. No, the shadow of a black fist, imbued with a menacing dark force, crashed into the Huang family specter's chest with a resounding thud. The impact sent him hurtling across the arena, crimson blood splattering across the ground, before he landed heavily, skidding along the surface for nearly 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Countless gazes followed the path of the defeated figure, and as they recognized the fallen individual, the entire arena descended into silence. A 3-ring soul venerable had been vanquished by a mere 10-year soul ring master? How could this be? In disbelief, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Another mouthful of crimson blood erupted from the Huang family specter, his clothing shredded by the dark force of the 8 extremes burst. He appeared utterly disheveled, 2 ribs shattered, and even his black-framed glasses were sent flying. His complexion turned ashen, breath coming in ragged gasps. "You." Before he could finish his words, the Huang family specter's pupils dilated, and he fainted outright. Simultaneously, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, engaged in a tussle with Lan Luluo and Lan Susu, were equally taken aback upon witnessing their ally, the Huang family specter, swiftly defeated by Xiao Yan. Their expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across their faces. How could this happen? "Wang Dong, I need 15 seconds. Can you hold them off?" As the situation took a sudden turn, Wang Dong's mind raced, and he spoke solemnly. In response, Xiao Xiao nodded, albeit somewhat shyly, and whispered, "All right, leave it to me. I will do my best to buy you time." With that, Xiao Xiao swiftly positioned herself before Wang Dong, her gaze sharpening as she raised her hands to her chest. Suddenly, her 2 yellow soul rings fused into one, and the Sanxing Zhenhun Ding vanished, replaced by a long, jade-green flute in her grasp. The jade flute, adorned with lifelike phoenix engravings, conveyed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy, in stark contrast to the steadiness of the Sanxing Zhenhun Ding. First soul technique, deceleration. As her first soul ring glimmered to life, Xiao Xiao brought the jade flute to her lips, producing an ethereal melody, though not particularly melodious. It possessed a viscous quality, and soon, a verdant light radiated from the flute, abruptly slowing the movements of everyone on Xiao Yan's side. She possesses twin martial souls? Lan Luo and Lan Susu exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison. What Xiao Xiao was currently wielding was her second martial soul, the 9 Phoenix Flute. Though it boasted only a single soul ring, it could reduce an opponent's speed by 20%. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Dong's yellow and purple soul rings flared simultaneously. Behind him, dazzling blue wings began to emanate a golden radiance. He raised his arms, aligning them with his front wings. Casting a glance at Wang Dong, who was in the midst of conjuring a soul technique in the center of the arena, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. He then turned to Lan Luo and Lan Susu, saying, "This young lady is in your capable hands. I will deal with Wang Dong." Understood. Lan Luo and Lan Susu nodded in unison. Vibrant blue light erupting from their forms as countless blue strands transformed into a vast net, ensnaring Xiao Xiao. This was the joint soul technique of the sister duo, the soul net. Just as the net closed in, less than 5 meters away from Xiao Xiao, her martial soul transitioned seamlessly. 3 large cauldrons materialized before her, exuding a shadowy aura, and barreled towards the encroaching net. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao activated both of her yellow soul rings. National treasure, Ripple of the Cauldron. Facing formidable adversaries, Xiao Xiao finally unleashed her most potent technique. With a low shout, she clenched her palm, causing the 3 cauldrons to merge into one, producing a thunderous roar as a colossal cauldron, twice the size of any previous manifestation, appeared, resolutely blocking the sisters' advance. Wang Dong would certainly not allow his adversary to launch attacks at will. His second soul ring illuminated, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, which then astonishingly fused with her yellow soul ring. The wings of the radiant goddess butterfly, transformed by this fusion, radiated a brilliant golden light, as if ignited. The merging of soul rings? To combine 2 soul rings into one. Such a skill is impressive for a first-year student. Observing this spectacle from the high platform, Wang Yin couldn't help but nod slightly in acknowledgement. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. On Wang Dong's originally azure wings, golden patterns burst forth as if set ablaze, emitting an intense golden glow. In that instant, his entire being was enveloped in gold, becoming the most dazzling presence in the arena. Xiao Yan, I have declared that I will defeat you. As the final second approached, Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly transformed into a resplendent gold, rising like a phoenix from the flames. Simultaneously, a terrifying, gigantic crescent-shaped light blade coalesced in his hand. Go! With a gentle wave of his palm, the golden crescent blade surged forward, radiating a powerful wave of soul energy towards Xiao Yan's position. Mental interference. At that moment, Xiao Yan's spiritual eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light, momentarily disorienting Wang Dong. The golden crescent blade he had just unleashed grazed past Xiao Yan, veering off course to strike the ground instead. Instantly, the floor shattered, leaving a deep chasm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan moved, transforming into a shadow, appearing before Wang Dong in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a sharp wind and an oppressive aura, causing Wang Dong to halt his breath in surprise. This is bad. How can he move so swiftly? As the scene before him flickered, Wang Dong was horrified to find Xiao Yan had materialized right in front of him. His expression shifted slightly, and upon locking eyes with those abyssal orbs, he felt a wave of confusion and dread wash over him. 8 extremes collapse. With a sharp shout, Wang Dong felt a searing pain in his abdomen as a tremendous force propelled him backward, crashing violently against the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, Wang Dong surprisingly rose to his feet, albeit injured and weakened. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he declared, "I promised I would defeat you today." As he spoke, a flash of brilliance enveloped Wang Dong, as if a shadowy light flickered past him. In his left hand, a black hammer materialized, its ancient design radiating a mysterious black glow. Chapter 53, The Gray Spirit Eyes. Is that the Haotian hammer? On the high platform, Wang Yan's gaze froze, instantly recognizing the hammer in Wang Dong's grasp. Not merely a weapon, but a martial soul, representing the pinnacle of weapon martial souls. The Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. Gripping the Haotian hammer, a fierce glint ignited in Wang Dong's eyes, and his desire to conquer Xiao Yan intensified. Casually swinging the black hammer a couple of times, he effortlessly created several craters in the ground around him. Xiao Yan, receive my hammer, named Haotian. With a fierce battle intent directed at Xiao Yan, Wang Dong revealed a grin, displaying his pearly white teeth, and shouted, "Chaotic Wind Hammer Method." In the next moment, Wang Dong stomped his foot on the ground, producing a deafening explosion, and charged toward Xiao Yan. In the elite competition for advanced soul masters held a millennium ago, participants were forbidden from using any weapons other than their martial souls. However, with the advent of soul guidance devices 1,000 years later, the competition allowed the inclusion of soul engineers, enabling the use of various items like soul guidance devices, weapons, concealed weapons, and armor. Yet, due to the generally inferior weapon crafting in Douluo, few competitors opted for weapons. Influenced by the elite competition, Shrek Academy's freshman assessment similarly permitted the use of weapons, though few chose to do so, believing that martial souls might be more direct and practical. As Wang Dong charged at him wielding the Haotian hammer, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, slowly gripping the Xuanzhong ruler. With a sudden pull, the ruler sliced through the air, creating a sharp wind that swept the dust from the ground, a faint yellow fighting spirit swirling around him. Just as Wang Dong was about to reach Xiao Yan, his eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Gripping the Xuanzhong ruler tightly, he swung it forward with ferocity, abruptly intercepting the enormous black hammer. Clang! The Xuanzhong ruler collided with the Haotian hammer, producing a resonating sound that echoed throughout the arena. Sparks flying as a ripple of energy surged from the point of contact. The two combatants became locked in a stalemate. However, at that moment, the previously unconscious Huang family's three ghosts suddenly opened their eyes, their irises glowing crimson, and their faces contorted in a grotesque manner. Swirling black energy enveloping their forms in a sinister manner. In an instant, the third purple soul ring on Huang family's three ghosts illuminated. The next moment, swirling masses of black mist erupted from his body, releasing faint glimmers as phantasmic, crimson-eyed spirits surged forth like malevolent specters, unleashing blood-curdling wails as they charged toward Xiao Yan. On the high platform, witnessing the torrent of souls rushing toward Xiao Yan, Wang Yan's expression drastically changed, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Is that an evil martial soul? Xiao Yan, beware of your rear." The scene caused both Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, who were entangled in battle with Xiao Xiao, to gasp in shock and cry out urgently. Just as Wang Yan intended to unleash his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff, to intervene, he was taken aback by an ancient, chilling, and immensely potent aura that suddenly surged into the arena, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. At that very moment, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly, and his once ebony eyes transformed into a fearsome gray, exuding an aura filled with death. Simultaneously, his spiritual sea shifted to a gray hue. The gray orb that had long lain dormant in his mind vanishing in that instant, as an aged voice resonated within his spiritual realm. "Oh, the scent of death. How familiar it is." Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that he had lost control of his body, just as he intended to inquire of Yao Lao. The latter's voice echoed in his mind. "Xiao Yan, it seems that the ancient being residing in your spiritual sea has made its move. He appears to be assisting you. Let's observe for now." Following this, Xiao Yan felt his entire soul power boil with energy, his once gray spirit eyes suddenly becoming crystal clear. In the next heartbeat, a flicker of deathly light glimmered within his gaze. As the gray light flickered, Wang Dong let out a piercing scream. But what followed was a sudden illumination at the center of his brow. There emerged a pattern resembling a golden trident, and in an instant, a burst of golden light erupted with astonishing speed, enveloping his body in a protective cocoon, creating a dazzling spectacle within a radius of several dozen meters. A few seconds later, however, Wang Dong still collapsed heavily backward, slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the national treasure, Ding, quietly vanished, and Xiao Xiao also succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. As for the Huang family's three specters, they now lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing violently, frothing at the mouth, eyes rolled back, as if they were seized by epilepsy. At that moment, the black souls that had been rushing toward Xiao Yan were also instantly purified into nothingness. Among those still standing in the arena were only Xiao Yan and the Lan sisters. Taking a long breath, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the judge's stand and declared in a loud voice, "May I ask if this round counts as our victory?" "Indeed," responded the judge promptly, standing up to announce, "The match is concluded, and the new student team from Class 7, led by Xiao Yan, has triumphed." As the judge's proclamation echoed through the air, a thunderous wave of applause erupted around the plaza. Amidst this torrent of sound, the entire square trembled, with countless new students rising from their seats, casting envious and awestruck glances at the black-robed youth in the center. However, there were also murmurs of doubt. How could a soul master with a decade-old soul ring possess such strength? How did he manage to defeat the Huang family's 3 specters and Wang Dong? With a slight bow, Xiao Yan, under the gaze of the crowd, waved his hand, summoning the mysterious heavy ruler that had been embedded in the ground. He grasped it firmly and, with a swift motion, tucked it behind his back. He then waved at the nearby Lan Luo and Lan Su before lightly tapping the ground with his toes and darting off the competition stage. Simultaneously, Wang Yin, acting as the supervising teacher, hurried to Wang Dong's side to check on his condition. Fortunately, the latter had merely fainted and had not sustained any serious injuries. Nevertheless, Wang Yin promptly lifted Wang Dong and, along with the other 2, made his way to the academy's infirmary. What exactly had transpired? How had Xiao Yan turned the tide and defeated Wang Dong? Could it be that his innate martial spirit, the spirit eye, had awakened for the second time? As he ran, Wang Yin pondered all that had just occurred. It must be so, otherwise why would Xiao Yan's eyes change to gray? Yet, what skill had he initially employed? It seemed not to resemble a soul skill at all. He would need to find an opportunity to inquire about this young man later. Chapter 54. Do not let hatred cloud your vision. Time flows like water, stealthily slipping by when one least expects it. The sweltering summer has given way to the refreshing autumn, and the verdant branches outside now bear hints of withering yellow. Within the familiar tidy little room, sunlight streamed in, casting dappled patterns everywhere. After the semifinals, Xiao Yan returned to his room to rest and adjust his state in preparation for the afternoon's finals. In the quiet of the room, a black-robed youth sat cross-legged on the bed, the surrounding space slightly undulating as strands of energy flowed into him with each breath. Refined into fighting spirit and stored within his cyclone. At that moment, the obsidian ring on Xiao Yan's finger quivered slightly, and then the ethereal figure of Yao Lao began to materialize. Xiao Yan, you would do well to keep your distance from that individual named Wang Dong. Just now, I sensed a power within him that is entirely foreign to his being. Upon emerging, Yao Lao's expression was grave as he cautioned. Huh? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face changed slightly, and he furrowed his brow, murmuring, a power that does not belong to him? Teacher, could it be that there resides within him a being of similar strength to yours? When I first encountered him, I sensed that something was amiss with his soul. It did not seem like a complete soul. The golden light that emanated from his brow just now is certainly not his own, Yao Lao stated solemnly. I cannot confirm whether there is another being like me inside him, but I can assure you that there exists a power within him that does not belong to him. It would be wise for you to exercise caution in future encounters. Understood, teacher. I will be careful moving forward, Xiao Yan replied, his expression shifting with resolve as he nodded earnestly. Just then, the gray light within Xiao Yan's spiritual sea surged anew, and his consciousness was drawn into it. Old fellow, who exactly are you? Why did you try to seize my territory? Tianming Iceworm glared at the surrounding grayness, indignantly demanding an explanation. Seize your territory? Were you merely a slightly larger, long-lived worm? If I were not reduced to a mere wisp of divine consciousness, I could easily turn you into nourishment. Came the aged voice from the gray sphere hovering above Xiao Yan's spiritual sea. Upon hearing this, Tianming Iceworm retorted furiously, you speak nonsense. If you have the ability, come forth. Let us see who can defeat whom. Don't think I haven't noticed that you are merely a wisp of residual soul, devoid of any energy. No energy, you say? Was it your attack, just now? Although I am but a fragment of my former self, the level of my soul far surpasses yours, replied Yylix dismissively. Should you provoke me, just as that old fool warned, I might very well grasp your rotund body and crush it with a resounding smack. How dare you threaten me? Tianming Iceworm gasped, panting heavily. In the depths of Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, he stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him, scratching his nose as he inquired. What is happening? Why are you quarreling? In response to Xiao Yan, Yylix's tone softened considerably. Young man, the energy wielded by that soul master who attacked you earlier carries a rich and dark aura of death, which fortuitously roused me from my slumber. Assisting you this time is also a form of repayment for residing within you. By the way, I must also caution you about the intense resentment that surged within your heart not long ago. It reminds me of something. I can assure you, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and he replied, somewhat displeased, do not let hatred cloud my vision. Am I to remain unavenged? Yylix shook his head, elaborating, of course not. My point is that while seeking revenge is acceptable, do not take it out on the innocent. For instance, if the village chief has wronged you, when you become powerful enough, do not slaughter the entire village in vengeance. What crime have the innocent villagers committed? With a slight smile, Xiao Yan waved his hand and stated earnestly, "Old sir, it seems you do not know me well enough. I, Xiao Yan, am not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent. I am clear in my grievances and will only punish the true villain without harming the innocent." Indeed, Yilix nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he spoke calmly. "Xiao Yan, I have just scanned your memories, and I see that the resentment within you has accumulated excessively. Once my consciousness recovers somewhat, I will endeavor to assist you. If possible, I hope you can inherit my necromancy in the future. Now, I must once again succumb to slumber. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." In a fleeting moment, the surrounding gray began to dissipate rapidly. Yet the gray orb remained steadfast in its original position. "Hey, Xiao Yan already has a mentor. He has no desire to inherit your so-called necromantic magic. Do you truly consider that old gentleman outside to be mere air?" Upon realizing that Elix had vanished, the heavenly dream ice silkworm finally emerged, bellowing at the gray orb. "Old sir, do you see that I am right?" While speaking, the heavenly dream ice silkworm did not forget to flatter the old medicine master outside. "You big-headed ghost. I must leave now. The finals of the newcomer assessment are about to commence. Tianming, if you are fine, just behave and sleep. Do not provoke that old gentleman." With a swift motion, Xiao Yan seized the lively heavenly dream ice silkworm, which had been bouncing about in front of Elix, and flung it several meters away. "What are you doing? Ouch!" The heavenly dream ice silkworm landed awkwardly, somewhat exasperated. Today was destined to be the most bustling day of the year at Shrek Academy, as the finals of the newcomer assessment, which gathered all new students, would reach its most exhilarating climax in the afternoon. As Xiao Yan and his companions approached the square, they gazed at the throng of spectators that nearly surrounded the competition area, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ultimately, with Wang Yan's assistance, they accessed the venue through a special passage. The trio gradually made their way to the resting area beside the square, finally settling at the location designated for newcomer Class 7. Xiao Yan casually picked up a cup of hot tea from the table, but at that moment, 3 new students emerged from the opposite special passage, none other than Dai Huabin's team. This generation of newcomers is truly inept. I heard they allowed a support-type soul master with a 10-year soul ring to advance to the finals. Amidst the crowd surrounding him, Dai Huabin cast a glance toward Xiao Yan, a cold smile breaking across his handsome visage, his lips curling in a taunt. With a crisp snap, the members of newcomer Class 7 looked up in alarm, only to witness Xiao Yan's expression darken. The cup of tea he had just lifted was now reduced to powder in his grip. Crimson blood mingled with the tea, dripping down through his fingers. "As the youngest son of the White Tiger Duke, I have vowed to sever the lineage of the White Tiger Duke's house, and I shall certainly see it through." Xiao Yan's voice was laced with a hoarse intensity, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually revealing a hint of madness. Chapter 55, The Finals Commence. Minutes later, the number of spectators in the stands surrounding the square reached a near-explosive capacity, a sea of heads stretching endlessly, their clamorous voices rising to the heavens. The azure sky began to tilt westward, and the light began to wane. With a resounding chime, the crisp sound of a bell echoed across the square. And as the sound reverberated, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. The finals of the newcomer assessment were about to commence. As the bell's resonance faded, several swift figures surged through the air, prompting the crowd to look up and witness several elderly figures appearing upon the high platform in the square. Scanning these aged figures, Xiao Yan recognized a few of them, none other than Elder Xian, Yin Xiaozhe, and Elder Zhuang. I did not expect these old fellows to attend. It seems they hold great importance to the finals of the newcomer assessment, Xiao Yan murmured softly. Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward, raising his hands to quiet the crowd. Instantly, the entire square fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting upon the black-robed youth of newcomer Class 7, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, a tall man with glasses standing beside Yin Xiaozhe tapped his shoulder. It was Qian Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. He smiled and inquired, "Xiaozhe, which side do you favor in today's finals?" In response, Yin Xiaozhe chuckled lightly. "Naturally, I favor Dai Huabin's side. Although newcomer Class 7 has successively defeated 2 teams with Soul Masters at the Soul Sovereign level, in terms of overall strength, Dai Huabin's side is undoubtedly superior. With a White Tiger martial soul, reaching over level 30 at merely 12 years old, Dai Huabin surpasses even his brother who is currently training in the inner courtyard. If that is your opinion, then I might just believe that newcomer Class 7 will emerge victorious, especially since your martial soul department as Flower of Tyranny, Zhou Yi, has suffered at that lad's hands." Stretching lazily, Qian Duo yawned and smiled. Yin Xiaozhe paused, adopting a composed demeanor. "Old Qian, you are speaking nonsensically. Elder Xian has already stated that someone assisted that lad from the shadows. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with Zhou, given his first-ring strength? Then let us wait and see who possesses the better foresight. Qian Duo mused, stroking his chin, seemingly recalling something. He continued gravely, I heard that in the morning's semifinals, a student from newcomer class 1 possesses an evil attribute martial soul. Such individuals might become evil soul masters in the future. How did your martial soul department allow such a person to enroll? It could jeopardize the academy's reputation. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe appeared troubled. What you say is true. Martial soul attributes are innate. Some things cannot simply be altered by human intervention. However, rest assured, I have already ordered the expulsion of that Huang family brat. His martial soul is indeed unsuitable for remaining at Shrek Academy. There are no evil soul masters, only evil martial souls. Meanwhile, the competing teams of Xiao Yan and Dai Huabin had already arrived at the venue, preparing while observing their opponents in the distance. Dai Huabin seemed not to recognize Xiao Yan, a cold sneer gracing his lips as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He raised his right hand, gesturing across his throat towards Xiao Yan in a menacing manner. In response, a chill flickered in Xiao Yan's dark eyes, his countenance darkening as he moved his lips. Dai Huabin, you better watch out. As time gradually progressed, the moment for the finals of the newcomer assessment finally approached under the eager gaze of the masses. When the clear chime of the bell rang once more in the square, the cacophony of cheers erupted anew, only to fade into silence. Listening to the resonant bell tolling in his ears, Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the stands. He surveyed all the students below, grasping a sound amplification soul device, and calmly announced, as the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy, I hereby declare the commencement of the finals of this year's newcomer assessment. The crowd erupted in fervor, cheers echoing to the heavens. At this moment, the referee had entered the expansive assessment area, signaling both teams to step forward. Seeing this, Xiao Yan, bearing the immense black ruler and clad in a black robe, strode confidently into the arena at the forefront of the line, flanked by Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. On the opposite side, Dai Huabin similarly entered the venue with 2 young women by his side. The referee called both teams forward, solemnly stating, what you are about to engage in is the finals of the newcomer assessment. Listen carefully. Within the arena, you may move freely, and during the competition, exert your utmost strength without reservation. I will oversee the progression of the match. Anyone I rescue from the arena shall be considered a failure. Understood? Upon hearing these words, both parties responded in unison. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Xiao Yan's eyes as he coldly glared at Dai Huabin, who in turn revealed a hint of chill in his gaze, exuding an intangible killing aura that seemed to surpass that of his peers. The competitors, please step forward. The referee declared in a booming voice. From the Xiao family, Xiao Yan. From the Lan family, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. From Dai Huabin's side, Dai Huabin, Zhulu, and Shui Yiji. The referee extended his arms to the sides and stated solemnly, you may retreat to the edge of the arena. Only after I announce the start can you launch your attacks. Upon hearing this, the contestants gradually retreated, with a fierce glint flashing in Dai Huabin's sinister eyes as he fixated on Xiao Yan, who met his gaze unwaveringly, bloodshot eyes betraying his own resolve. Begin the match. The referee suddenly raised his right hand and then brought it down forcefully while uttering the command. With the sound of the referee's voice, Dai Huabin dashed forward with ferocity, shouting, White Tiger, manifest! Let us strike together. Hold nothing back. Aim to defeat them within 3 minutes. A brilliant white light erupted from Dai Huabin's form as he ran, his arms extending outwards, his chest puffing up, and his muscles swelling dramatically under the influence of his soul power. His hands grew to twice their original size, and as his fingers flexed, sharp claws resembling daggers emerged. Each claw gleamed with a chilling light, extending over 8 inches, transforming him into a veritable machine of slaughter. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath Dai Huabin, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached Xiao Yan. A white tiger, is it? Xiao Yan found himself momentarily taken aback by the sight of the sinister-eyed white tiger martial spirit. For had his own martial spirit not undergone mutation, he might have possessed the same. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, his killing intent growing ever more pronounced. Chapter 56, Heavenly Net versus White Tiger Transformation. Faced with Dai Huabin's fierce initial onslaught, Xiao Yan chose not to confront it head-on, but instead infused his soul power into his spiritual eye, activating his mental detection sharing. A golden glow flickered within his spiritual eye as he deftly evaded Dai Huabin's attack with a slight shift of his body, as if he had already anticipated the trajectory of the latter's strike. Dai Huabin, having missed his initial attack, experienced a moment of confusion, but quickly regained his composure. Stomping heavily on the ground, his body transformed into a shadow as his claws veered sharply to the right, launching another assault. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, accompanied by sparks that flew in all directions. Dai Huabin's claws were met by a massive black ruler, which absorbed the force of his attack, causing his tiger-like claws to tremble slightly. A weapon? Why is this guy using a weapon instead of relying on his martial spirit? What could possess such formidable strength? Is this black ruler a soul guide? No, there's no soul power fluctuation emanating from it, yet it instills a sense of dread within me. As he felt the overwhelming force from the black ruler, Dai Huabin's expression twisted slightly, his mind swirling with turmoil. Meanwhile, the two girls behind Dai Huabin were undergoing transformations of their own. The girl named Zhu Lu had her eyes change color, with her left eye turning dark green and her right eye a clear blue. Her clothes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, her figure elongating, and razor-sharp blades emerged from her fingertips, creating a flurry of afterimages as she moved. As for the girl named Cui Yiji, upon releasing her martial spirit, her appearance seemed to age by 3 or 4 years, transforming from a girl of around 12 into a youthful maiden. Her pink hair cascaded longer, resembling flowing waves, and her eyes turned pink, with 2 long tails sprouting from her back. Cui Yiji's martial spirit, the nine-tailed fox, gained a new tail with each additional soul ring, augmenting her power significantly. Cui Yiji's pink-hued gaze locked onto Xiao Yan, and she flashed him a charming smile as her first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, enchantment. Observing this, Xiao Yan's spiritual eye flickered with a faint golden light, remaining unperturbed. Cui Yiji's first soul skill held no sway over him. The nine-tailed fox martial spirit straddles the line between mental and offensive types, and Xiao Yan's spiritual eye, being purely mental, rendered her control skills nearly ineffective against him. In that brief moment, Zhu Lu had already breached the attack range of Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. As her first soul ring glowed, her speed surged, trailing a series of afterimages as she lunged towards one of the Lan sisters. Net of souls, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu exchanged glances and called in unison, their first soul rings lighting up as they joined forces. A powerful wave of soul energy erupted from them, and their blue hair formed a massive net in the air, cascading towards Zhu Lu. With the assistance of Xiao Yan's mental detection sharing, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's first soul skill, the net had no flaws or gaps, and their profound connection allowed for an impeccable synergy, successfully ensnaring Zhu Lu. First soul skill, nether stab. As Zhu Lu faced the net head-on, she attempted to slice through it with her first soul skill but failed to break free, her severed hair quickly regrowing under the influx of soul power. Dai Huabin. As Zhu Lu prepared to unleash her first soul skill once more, Dai Huabin also launched his attack from afar, roaring as intense white light coalesced in his mouth. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. In the next moment, Dai Huabin's second soul ring illuminated, and a milky white beam erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at the blue net. In an instant, the net was torn asunder, a massive gap opening under the dual assault. Meanwhile, Cui Yiji's target shifted. Previously aiming for Xiao Yan, she redirected her assault toward one of the Lan sisters, activating her first soul skill, enchantment, once again. Do not look into her eyes. Noticing the change in Cui Yiji's attack, Xiao Yan shouted a warning, while simultaneously, his spiritual eye ignited with brilliance, unleashing his mental attack skill, Soul Shock. In that critical moment, both mental attacks clashed. Cui Yiji's pink light met Xiao Yan's golden glow. In the next heartbeat, blood began to trickle from her mouth and nose, her vision blurring. Cui Yaji gasped, a cry of anguish escaping her lips as her mind felt as if it were being pierced by needles, causing her to stumble and collapse to the ground. After diligently studying alchemy under the guidance of Master Yao, Xiao Yan's soul power has ascended to unprecedented heights, rendering him far beyond the capabilities of a mere second-ring soul master like Cui Yiji, whom he swiftly dispatched with ease. What? How is this possible? Witnessing Cui Yiji's foaming collapse, Dai Huabin's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded, Zhu Lu, assist me. Let's eliminate that cloaked boy first. With a fearsome roar, Dai Huabin charged forward, his eyes glinting with ferocity, while Zhu Lu followed closely, transforming into an elusive shadow. Observing their combined assault, The Lan sisters exchanged resolute glances, a determination gleaming in their eyes. In unison, their soul rings vanished, and they embraced each other, emanating a deep blue aura. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Evenlinet. Suddenly, their flowing hair transformed into a translucent blue, resembling a resilient net that cascaded down to ensnare Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, binding them tightly, as if wrapping dumplings. Gradually tightening its grip, "Heavy one," Lan Luluo murmured in a daze at the sight before her. However, in the next instant, a golden radiance erupted from within the depths of the heavenly net, causing it to swell dramatically. With a thunderous boom, the heavenly net was obliterated into fine dust. "You've compelled me to unleash my 1,000-year soul ring skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Impressive, yet you remain destined for defeat." The air around Dai Huabin warped as his purple 1,000-year soul ring radiated a noble violet light. His body, already enlarged by the White Tiger's manifestation, swelled further. His paw, enveloped in a blinding white light, expanded once more, and his eyes transformed into a menacing red. Chapter 57. The Ethereal White Tiger. Intense golden light erupted from Dai Huabin, augmenting his speed and strength exponentially. His tiger claws struck out in succession, shattering the Lan sisters' martial soul fusion technique with raw power. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can sustain for half an hour. During this time, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack, defense, speed, and strength, will all double. Under such enhancement, you three are no match for me. This is the undeniable chasm of power. With his eyes flashing red, Dai Huabin recognized that the Lan sisters, having exhausted their soul power from the fusion technique, were unable to continue the fight. He boasted arrogantly, "You are finished." The Lan sisters, drained of their energy, could only retreat helplessly as Dai Huabin lunged at them. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's mental detection support, they narrowly evaded his initial onslaught. They found themselves at the edge of the arena. A single step backward would result in their defeat. At that moment, a glint of murderous intent seeped from Xiao Yan's dark eyes as he turned to the sisters, saying, "You should withdraw a bit. Leave the rest to me." "Just you alone?" Lan Luo and Lan Susu were taken aback, hesitant as they replied, "Xiao Yan, one of them is a soul sovereign, the other a great soul master. And they possess enhancement-type soul skills. You alone. Have faith. Leave it to me." Xiao Yan reiterated, a faint yellow aura beginning to emanate from him, the heat distorting the surrounding air. "Very well. We've seen your prowess in the morning match. We know you are exceptional. If you truly cannot prevail, then concede. Not obtaining the championship is inconsequential. As long as we remain, we shall not lack for firewood." With that, the Lan sisters nodded reluctantly and stepped back. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze to Dai Huabin, his voice low and menacing. "If you manage to leave this arena unscathed today, I, Xiao Yan, will henceforth avoid you." Dai Huabin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, sensing the concealed malice and suppressed rage in Xiao Yan's words. He then scoffed, "Ha! You are merely a 10-year soul ring support-type soul master, and you think to take on two opponents? You dare to utter such bravado? Today, I want to leave you without a broken arm." With that declaration, Dai Huabin sprang forth like a prowling tiger, his strength and speed surging under the enhancement of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. He stomped down hard, sending debris flying, and charged at Xiao Yan with an ominous glare. The pressure from his advance stirred the air, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair and revealing his cold, piercing black eyes. Rather than retreating from Dai Huabin's fierce assault, Xiao Yan clenched his right fist, his body coiling like a poised lion. In a heartbeat, his fist shot forth like a released arrow. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Is Xiao Yan mad? He dares to clash head-on with Dai Huabin, who wields the evil White Tiger martial soul. Is he courting death? 8 extremes collapse. A deep voice reverberated in his heart as Xiao Yan's fist collided violently with Dai Huabin's tiger claw. A resounding thud echoed through the air, fissures rapidly spreading across the ground, showcasing the immense force behind the blow. What terrifying power, Dai Huabin thought, yet his confidence remained unshaken. But my martial soul is the evil White Tiger. You're no match for me. As their attacks met, Dai Huabin's expression shifted in surprise, followed by chilling laughter. Is that so? Release the hidden force. Xiao Yan retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. An invisible force surged from the point of impact, causing a faint cracking sound to emanate from Dai Huabin's tiger claw. With a heart-wrenching roar, Xiao Yan's arm trembled, propelling his fist forward once more. He utterly shattered and dislocated Dai Huabin's claw, delivering a final blow to his chest. This strike encapsulated all of Xiao Yan's pin-up emotions from over a decade at the Duke of White Tiger's estate. As his fist struck, his eyes reddened, veins bulging, his spirit soaring. In the next instant, Dai Huabin was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Mother, did you see that? This punch is merely the beginning. I now possess the power for vengeance. Next, I will use my strength to erase the humiliations we have endured over the past decade. Revenge shall commence with that scoundrel Dai Huabin. I will make the Duchess aware of the torment that accompanies the loss of a loved one. Ha ha ha. Gazing upon this scene, the venerable elders of the Sea God Pavilion could not suppress their astonishment, their pupils contracting in disbelief. The youth clad in black robes appeared to transform into a figure both enigmatic and formidable at that very moment. As they beheld Dai Huabin, who lay motionless on the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the stands, and after a brief pause, the spectators regarded Xiao Yan as if he were a monster. How could this be? Wasn't Xiao Yan an auxiliary-type soul master? How could he, with a mere 10-year soul ring, deliver such a devastating blow to a soul sovereign? This defies logic. Could it be that he employed some arcane sorcery? Such a powerful soul skill. Could it truly stem from a 10-year soul ring? No, that cannot be. Perhaps it is a soul bone ability? Taking a sharp breath, Yan Xiaozha murmured, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. What do you think, old Yan? Did I not tell you that Xiao Yan was extraordinary? Qian Duo said with evident pride. Hearing this, Yan Xiaozha offered a slight smile and replied, You may be speaking too soon. Class 7 has yet to secure victory. Qian Duo chuckled. I believe that Xiao Yan surely possesses a soul bone of no less than 10,000 years. Although he may not match Dai Huabin in raw power, he can certainly hold his own with his soul bone abilities. The outcome remains uncertain. Yan Xiaozha cast a sidelong glance at Qian Duo, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Old Qian, have you been too engrossed in your metallic pursuits to forget the legacy of the Dai and Zhu families? Are you suggesting the Nether White Tiger? At this revelation, Qian Duo's smile faltered, and he quickly turned his gaze back to the arena. As the dust settled, Dai Huabin, aided by Zhu Lu, slowly rose to his feet, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he dispelled his white tiger body transformation and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. You wretched child, I will remember this grudge for the severed hand. Today, if I do not leave a mark on you, I, Dai Huabin, shall never set foot in Shrek Academy again. Gasping heavily, Dai Huabin cast a cold glare at Xiao Yan, his voice laced with menace. Observing the fierce and panting Dai Huabin, Xiao Yan merely shrugged, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He extended his palm, drawing the Xian Zhong Qi, which had been embedded in the ground, into his grasp. With a slight tilt of his head, a subtle smile graced his features as he spoke, My life rests here. If you dare, come and take it. Arrogant. With a furious roar, Dai Huabin unleashed a mighty tiger's roar, swiftly embracing Zhu Lu in his arms. His body swelled once more, white fur mingling with black stripes erupting from within. Zhu Lu, biting her lip, radiated a faint black glow, her form becoming ethereal, seemingly merging into Dai Huabin's body. In an instant, they became one. The fusion skill, Nether White Tiger. The energies of the evil-eyed White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat melded completely. A surge of soul power erupting from their combined form like a geyser, a dazzling display of black and white light. In an instant, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu vanished, leaving behind a colossal white tiger shimmering with purple radiance in the assessment area. The Nether White Tiger, a martial soul fusion technique inherited by the Dai and Zhu families for nearly 10,000 years, had seen each Duchess of the White Tiger lineage come from the Zhu family. Even the current Duchess carries Zhu blood. Though she is the youngest daughter of the Star Luo Emperor, her mother hails from the Zhu family. Thus she too inherits the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul, granting her immense power within the White Tiger Duke's estate, bolstered by her maternal family strength. Historically, the White Tiger Duke lineage has maintained a close relationship with the Zhu family. Although both families no longer bask in their former glory, their intertwined influence still holds considerable sway in the Star Luo Empire. Across generations, at least one or two pairings of the evil-eyed White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat martial souls have occurred. In this generation, Dai Huabin stands as the sole heir capable of harmonizing with a daughter of the Zhu family, clandestinely positioning himself as the next White Tiger Duke. A thunderous roar erupted from the Nether White Tiger's maw. In the next moment, its massive form crouched slightly before leaping with incredible speed toward Xiao Yan, generating a transparent ripple in its wake. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Nether White Tiger, Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. Utilizing the shared mental perception, he slightly angled his body and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the tiger's initial assault. Receive my strike. With a deft sidestep, Xiao Yan appeared unexpectedly on the nether white tiger's left side, his inner energy surging as he brought the Xian Zhong Qi crashing down towards its head. The nether white tiger, sensing the fierce energy approaching from the side, remained calm. Its massive paw met the black weight with a powerful smack. Bang! Sparks flew as the sharp clamor of metal colliding filled the air. The force from the tiger's paw sent Xiao Yan staggering several steps back before he could fully dissipate the impact. In contrast, the nether white tiger appeared remarkably composed, retreating only half a step before regaining its balance. What a resilient weapon! The tiger's paw tingled slightly from the impact, and Dai Huabin's voice echoed from within. His eyes glinted with suspicion as he fixed his gaze on the black, heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand, sneering, "If this is all you can do, then you should not expect to leave this stage alive today." "Ha, is that all you've got? A mere kitten whose paw I have broken?" Letting out a hearty laugh, Xiao Yan shook his slightly numb hand, his gaze icy as he focused on the nether white tiger. He raised the Xian Zhongqi, exhaling deeply, and then, astonishingly, closed his eyes before the watchful eyes of all, observing Xiao Yan's peculiar behavior from the high platform. Elder Xian spat out the chicken he had just taken a bite of, his brow furrowed in concern as he murmured, "What does this young man intend to do?" I can sense the energy of the surrounding world. As he watched Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes, the nether white tiger's eyes gleamed with mockery, akin to a cat observing a mouse ensnared in its claws, convinced that no matter how Xiao Yan struggled, he could never prevail against the fusion technique of himself and Zhu Lu. Foolish trickster, perish! The nether white tiger's face contorted into a snarl as it leapt into action once more, charging at Xiao Yan. As Dai Huabin's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, Xiao Yan's voice emerged cold as ice, his eyes turning a blood-red hue as a palpable aura of malice erupted from him. He hefted the Xian Zhongqi, which ignited with fiery brilliance, flame dividing the wave strike. As this incantation fell from his lips, the energies of the surrounding world surged violently, countless visible energies seemingly drawn to him, desperately funneling into the Xian Zhongqi he wielded. In the blink of an eye, the Xianzhong ruler grew increasingly incandescent, its peculiar patterns radiating a fiery crimson glow, as Xiao Yan infused the final vestige of his fighting spirit into the ruler. A crescent arc of scarlet light erupted from its tip, carrying with it an intense heat, striking fiercely towards the oncoming Yinming white tiger. What? The energies of heaven and earth are being mobilized? Could this possibly be a technique from 100,000 years ago? Observing the spectacle, Yan Xiaozhe, Qian Duoduo, and others simultaneously rose from their seats, their eyes brimming with incredulity. There is killing intent. Hurry, stop them. The astonishment in Xian Lao's eyes was no less than that of Yan Xiaozhe. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Yan could summon the energies of the surrounding world to unleash such a ferocious strike, and his expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, Yan Xiaozhe's figure flickered, his 9 soul rings glowing brightly, and then his body mysteriously vanished from sight. The red crescent light flashed forth, and before the observing students could discern its nature, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the arena. Chapter 59, We Have Yet to Lose. Boom! A deep explosion reverberated at the center of the square, followed by a terrifying ripple of energy spreading outward in waves, shattering the solid ground into fragments along its path. This overwhelming destructive force momentarily left the surrounding students in a stupor, and soon after, the entire square began to tremble, sending the students in the stands tumbling down like rolling gourds, creating a scene of utter chaos. The energy ripple came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, it gradually faded into silence, leaving the square in disarray. At this point, not a single slab of the rocky floor remained intact. All that lay scattered were piles of rubble, the ground having been utterly decimated by the earlier cataclysmic energy wave. Was this caused by Xiao Yan? With a dazed gaze directed at the now transformed square, Wang Yin couldn't help but gasp, murmuring to himself, "By the way, where's Dai Huabin?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the stands, and all eyes turned sharply towards the center of the dust-laden arena. As the gaze of the crowd shifted, the clouds of dust began to disperse, revealing Dai Huabin's figure first, who was seen sitting on the ground, his abdomen slightly damp, his indifferent face now rigid, panting heavily. Yet, from his appearance, it seemed he had not sustained any injuries. Seeing Dai Huabin unscathed, the expressions of those present were tinged with astonishment. Given the explosion that had just occurred, with his current prowess, even aided by the Yinming White Tiger, he should not have emerged unscathed. However, as some pondered this mystery, the dust surrounding Dai Huabin finally cleared entirely, and with it, an elderly figure appeared before him, the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozhe. At this moment, the seventh black soul ring upon Yin Xiaozhe shone brilliantly, and a resplendent golden phoenix phantom coalesced behind him, with his palm outstretched. It appeared that Xiao Yan's previous all-out strike had been halted by the manifestation of his martial spirit. His arrival was the true reason behind Dai Huabin's lack of injury. Principal Yin? How could that young man, Xiao Yan, compel Principal Yin to reveal his martial spirit? How is this even possible? Observing the aged figure in the arena, the students in the stands were filled with disbelief, exclamations of astonishment echoing among them. Standing like a statue, a grave expression crossed Yin Xiaozhe's face, and after a moment, he slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. However, upon retracting his palm into his sleeve, a slight tremor coursed through him, and his complexion was far from favorable. The clouds of dust finally dissipated completely, revealing the silhouette of the black-robed youth wielding the heavy ruler. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face appeared somewhat pale. His hands tightly grasped the Xianzhong ruler, and within his obsidian eyes shone a chilling, murderous intent. Had it not been for Yin Xiaozhe's intervention, he truly believed he could have slain Dai Huabin on the spot with the Yin Funshirlang ruler. Although employing this earth-tier fighting technique left Xiao Yan feeling extremely drained, its power filled him with elation, for it promised that he could face adversaries beyond his current rank in the future. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yin Xiaozhe lifted his head, casting a glance at the somewhat pallid Xiao Yan. After a brief silence, his gentle voice resounded in the center of the square. "Little fellow, this year's freshman assessment has crowned you champions." Yin Xiaozhe's words echoed through the arena, momentarily stunning everyone. After a brief pause, the students of freshman class 7 could no longer contain their jubilation and erupted into loud cheers. In their excitement, some students embraced their companions regardless of gender. "We, freshman class 7, are the champions. Xiao Yan, Lan Susu, I adore you. Xiao Yan, I truly like you." Hearing the resounding cheers around him, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's pale face as he gently coughed a few times, then turned to look at Lan Luluo and Lan Susu nearby, saying, "Fortune has smiled upon us, fulfilling our expectations." Upon hearing this, Lan Luluo and Lan Susu hurriedly stepped forward, supporting the somewhat weakened Xiao Yan with concern. "You look so frail. Are you all right?" they asked anxiously. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Xiao Yan replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Just then, the back of Yin Xiaozhe's robe suddenly tore open, revealing a sturdy back with 5 distinct claw marks. Witnessing this scene, Dai Huabin's brows furrowed slightly as he stood up despite his weakness, indignantly declaring, "Principal Yin, how could it possibly be that they won? It is clearly we who should be victorious, for our Yinming White Tiger has left its mark upon you." "What that boy's attack? What has it left upon you?" Yin Xiaozhe turned to Dai Huabin, shooting him a cold glance. The Yinming White Tiger is formidable, but it pales in comparison to the strike just unleashed by Xiao Yan. The reason it could injure me is that I took Xiao Yan's attack head-on. As a titled Douluo, do you think I cannot discern strength from weakness? I shall reiterate, the ultimate champions of this year's freshman assessment are Xiao Yan, Lan Luluo, and Lan Susu, who have rightfully earned their victory through their astonishing performance. Yin Xiaozhe once again publicly declared the champions, causing Dai Huabin and his companions to wear even graver expressions. "Principal Yin, I am still standing, am I not? Even if that strike had hit me, the Yinming White Tiger would not have lost so easily," came another reluctant voice from Dai Huabin, whose face was flushed with indignation, his expression somewhat twisted. Clearly, he was struggling to reconcile his emotions following the defeat. "Indeed, we have yet to lose. We can still fight." Upon hearing Dai Huabin's words, Zhu Lu echoed in unison, perceiving that even if the spectral White Tiger were to confront Xiao Yan's assault head-on, defeat was not a certainty. It was precisely due to Yin Xiaozhe's intervention that the situation became so enigmatic. "Both of you silence." Yin Xiaozhe's expression darkened as he coldly admonished Dai Huabin, "Should you dare to question my judgment again, I shall expel you from Shrek Academy, and do not expect me to spare your family any leniency then." Witnessing Yin Xiaozhe's rising ire, Dai Huabin refrained from further comment, his fists clenched in frustration, torn between the desire to retaliate and the realization of the consequences of his actions within the esteemed halls of Shrek Academy. In this realm where strength flourished, he was but a trivial figure, even if his father, Duke Dai Hao, were to arrive. He would surely bow before the statues of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters that stood outside, unable to defy their legacy. Chapter 60. The Flame Madman, Ma Xiaotao. If it weren't for my timely intervention, would you two even be standing here? Yin Xiaozhe turned to face the defiant Dai Huabin, his tone sharp. Dai Huabin's face paled slightly, his breath labored, veins surfacing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. After a moment, he succumbed to his defeat, unwilling to offer any rebuttal. A loss is simply a loss. What excuses could he possibly muster? With a disdainful huff, Yin Xiaozhe glared at Dai Huabin, stating, "If you remain unconvinced, once the class division concludes, you are free to challenge Xiao Yan. Should he accept, the Academy Soul Arena is open to you at any time. But for now, I demand silence. Further discussion will only bring disgrace to your father, Duke Baihu." With that, Yin Xiaozhe turned on his heel and strode away from the assessment area. Dai Huabin staggered slightly, supported by Zhu Lu, though he did not fall. Yet, his hand was utterly broken from the earlier confrontation, and his face bore an expression of stubbornness and resentment as he cast a cold glare at Xiao Yan and descended from the stage. "You have severed my tiger palm. This matter is far from over. Today, as humiliation, I, Dai Huabin, will require you to repay 100-fold, Xiao Yan. You shall wait for the day I bring you to your knees in supplication." A flicker of malice shone in his lowered eyes as he clenched his fist, recalling how Xiao Yan's earlier strike had left him with fractured ribs. However, it was the psychological blow that weighed heavily on Dai Huabin's spirit, far more unbearable than any physical pain. Throughout the years, he had basked in the adulation within the Baihu Duke's estate, elevated to a position of prominence. Yet today, he had been vanquished by Xiao Yan. For one as proud as Dai Huabin, this defeat was more devastating than death itself, leaving him grappling with a profound sense of disparity. Consider this your good fortune today. Next time, no one shall come to your aid. I look forward to seeing how you escape my grasp. With the aid of his spirit eyes, Xiao Yan perceived the subtle shifts in Dai Huabin's expression, an unspoken satisfaction swelling within him as he chuckled derisively. Given his prior strength, he could not guarantee a victory against Dai Huabin, especially within Shrek Academy, where several titled Douluo stood watch. Any overt act of aggression would undoubtedly embroil him in significant trouble. This apprehension had been one of the reasons he had refrained from engaging earlier. While he could leverage the power of Yao Lao, he aspired to exact his vengeance through his own strength. However, what if he were to emerge from Shrek Academy in the future, having mastered the Earth-ranked martial skill? Flame Division, Devouring Wave. Should he clash with Dai Huabin again, Xiao Yan would possess a confidence of at least 90% in delivering a fatal blow. His subsequent plan was to find an opportunity to lure Dai Huabin outside Shrek Academy and discreetly eliminate him, marking the first step in his quest for revenge. Let us depart. The competition has concluded. You all should return to rest. Remember to come to East Main Street outside the Academy tonight. I shall be selling rabbits and potatoes. Join me for a taste. It's on me. Glancing at the surrounding ruins, Xiao Yan smiled at his companions. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Wonderful. We both adore rabbits, exclaimed Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, their excitement palpable. Soon after, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, the three exited the raucous plaza, marking the gradual conclusion of Shrek Academy's annual freshman assessment competition with Xiao Yan's exit. "This lad is extraordinary," mused Xian Lao atop the platform, a glimmer of intrigue lighting his eyes as he bit into a chicken leg. Rising slowly, he made his way down from the stage. In the infirmary of Shrek Academy, Huabin, what shall we do next? I never anticipated that scoundrel would dare to sever your tiger palm. Fortunately, you received timely medical attention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhu Lu gazed at Dai Huabin's hand, meticulously bandaged, her concern evident. A flicker of malice crossed Dai Huabin's eyes as he retorted. That brat's first spirit ring is merely a decade old. Theoretically, he should not possess such formidable strength. I suspect he bears at least 2 soul bones over 50,000 years old. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhu Lu's countenance shifted in apprehension as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Huabin, you wouldn't be contemplating. Here is Shrek Academy." Dai Huabin gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. "What if I were to leave the academy? Do not concern yourself. Assist me in requesting a leave from the teacher. I must step out." With that, Dai Huabin rose and exited the infirmary, heading toward the academy's outskirts. As evening descended, Xiao Yan strolled leisurely along the shaded path within the academy's grove. His eyes slightly squinted against the fervent gazes directed his way. Since claiming victory in the freshman assessment earlier that afternoon, such attention had become his constant companion. "Xiao Yan, brother." Just as he ambled along, A familiar voice rang out ahead, prompting him to halt and look up, discovering Tanya rushing toward him. Congratulations! I heard your team clinched the championship in the freshman assessment. What an incredible feat. It is truly a significant loss for our Tang sect that you did not join us, she lamented, a hint of regret in her tone. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose. Offer a modest smile. It was merely luck. Haha. Yes, just luck. Tanya chuckled, playfully patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Come, lucky brother, let us go sell rabbits. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, replying, I was also planning to head over. To celebrate our victory in the freshman assessment, I have friends joining me later. Feel free to indulge in as many rabbits as you wish. Consider my treat. Wow, that is fantastic. Tanya exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she leaped with joy. Does this mean I can feast to my heart's content today? Yes, rabbits and potatoes aplenty, ha! Before long, the pair arrived at East Main Street outside the academy, where a lengthy queue had already formed, with Su Sanshur at the front. Here, Su Sanshur flicked a silver soul coin toward Xiao Yan. No need for change. Just give me a large roasted rabbit. Su Sanshur, why is it always you? Why do you come so early every day? Is it to drown your sorrows over Jiangnanan with rabbits? Tang ya di that opfing Su Sansi et adivan. Su Sanchi's expression darkened, irritation creeping into his voice. Tanya, what nonsense are you spouting? Speak again, and I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, even if it means sparing no mercy for Bei. You wouldn't dare. With a defiant posture, Tanya proudly puffed up her still-developing chest as she faced Su Sanshur, unperturbed by the situation. At that moment, a masked woman clad in red approached from a distance, her graceful strides parting the crowd effortlessly. Those nearby dared not even glance her way. The patrons queued to purchase roasted rabbits fell silent upon her arrival. Little Sue, how surprising to find you here. I've been searching for you everywhere. The woman in red remarked, her voice chillingly clear upon spotting Su Sanshur. Chapter 61. The Beginning of Revenge. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Yan looked up to behold the striking figure of a tall, slender woman in red. Her exaggerated curves immediately captured attention, complemented by a delicate waist and piercing gaze. Her long legs exuded a vibrant aura of youth. Although the red-clad woman wore a mask, her beauty was evident, and her pale pink eyes held an enchanting allure. Su Sanshur was momentarily taken aback. He turned around with a forced bravado, lowering his head slightly as his face twitched. Sister Xiao Tao, what brings you here? Glancing at the roasting pit beside him, the woman approached Su Sanshur, her tone becoming serious. Little Su, are you here to indulge in roasted rabbits? Indeed, Sister Xiao Tao. Brother Xiao Yan's roasted rabbits are truly exceptional. Would you care to try some? Su Sanshur nodded in affirmation. Xiao Yan, upon hearing the name, Ma Xiao Tao's gaze shifted towards the youth in the black robe tending to the roasting rabbits. A shiver coursed through her body as realization dawned. Trembling, she pointed at Xiao Yan and exclaimed, It's you. You were the one who helped me suppress the evil fire by the sea god lake back then. Gazing at the striking figure before him, Xiao Yan recalled the bitterness etched on Ma Xiao Tao's face during her struggle with the evil fire, and a flicker of sympathy flashed in his eyes. However, he chose not to acknowledge her recognition and simply shook his head, replying, I believe you might be mistaken, senior. Mistaken? Ma Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing. Release your martial soul. Let me see. Her memories were hazy, and she could not ascertain if he was indeed the one who had aided her by the sea god lake. Yet her tone carried an undeniable insistence. Hearing this, Tang Jiafronet visibly displaced. She was about to confront Ma Xiao Tao when Xiao Yan raised a hand to stop her. It had been quite some time since the peculiar ice energy had suppressed the evil fire within her. As time passed, however, the ice attribute aura was gradually being assimilated by the phoenix evil fire, and the backlash from the evil fire was re-emerging within Ma Xiao Tao. She sought out Su Sanshur precisely because his Xianming turtle martial soul was currently the finest water attribute martial soul among the students, which could lend her the strength to suppress the evil fire, a process that would be beneficial for Su Sanshur but excruciatingly painful for her. In the next moment, Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on Ma Xiao Tao, channeling his soul power towards his spiritual eye. A translucent white soul ring spiraled up from beneath his feet, the pale golden light igniting in his eyes as he activated his first soul skill, spirit detection sharing. Your martial soul is your eyes? Ma Xiao Tao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she sensed the extraordinary spirit detection sharing emanating from Xiao Yan. As his cultivation and spiritual power continued to ascend, the potency of Xiao Yan's first soul ring began to strengthen, allowing his spirit detection sharing to extend nearly 300 meters, becoming increasingly detailed. The spirit detection sharing lasted only about 10 seconds before Xiao Yan retracted it. Ma Xiaotao seemed momentarily dazed before recovering, her gaze lingering on the white soul ring beneath his feet. With intrigue, she remarked, "That is the most formidable 10-year soul ring I have ever encountered. Were it not for its white hue, it could easily be mistaken for a 1,000-year soul ring. By the way, my name is Ma Xiaotao. It is a pleasure to meet you." With a light chuckle, Ma Xiaotao turned and said, "In that case, Su Sanshi, come with me." Upon hearing this, Su Sanshi's expression soured, and he protested, "Sister Xiaotao, I haven't even finished my roasted rabbit yet. Could you please wait until I'm done?" "Not an option." Ma Xiaotao shot him a cold glance, her voice unwavering. Seeing this, Su Sanshi quickly acquiesced. "I will comply. I have no objections. Let's go now. Just could you be gentle today?" As he spoke, he hurried ahead, gesturing for Ma Xiaotao to follow. Witnessing the exchange between Ma Xiaotao and Su Sanshi, Tangya's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with confusion as she glanced at Xiao Yan. What were they planning to do? "I'm not certain," Xiao Yan shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge. Once Ma Xiaotao and Su Sanshi departed, others quickly returned to the queue. Shortly thereafter, Lan Luluo, Lan Susu, and Bei Bei arrived, and the group engaged in lively conversation about roasted rabbits, potatoes, and their joyful experiences, as they shared their aspirations for the future. The fleeting moments of happiness soon gave way to the deepening night. Under the pitch-black sky, the silver moon hung high, casting a delicate veil of silvery light over the earth, rendering it exceptionally mysterious. After the daytime clamor, the deep night in Shrek City descended into darkness and silence. In a room within a loft beside Shrek Academy, a young man lay on his back on the bed, his obsidian eyes mirroring the night sky, suddenly glinting with a cold light. "Master, if I were to eliminate Dai Hua Bin within Shrek Academy, do you have the confidence to ensure my safe departure?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan quietly posed the question to the ring on his finger. As his words fell, a familiar, aged voice emanated from the black ring. "Oh? You intend to kill that kid from earlier? Back when I had not yet advanced to a fighter and had not acquired the flame dividing title scale, I lacked the certainty to eliminate Dai Hua Bin, which is why I refrained from acting. Now, if I were to engage him again, I have a 90% chance of striking him down in one blow. The vengeance for my mother cannot go unavenged," Xiao Yan replied coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. With a flash of white light, Yao Lao emerged from the ring, stroking his beard as he spoke somberly. "In Shrek Academy, the most challenging opponent is that old fellow who lies in front of the new student dormitory every day, basking in the sun. In my current state, I can hold him off for a short time, but defeating him swiftly is unlikely. Aside from him, there are at least 10 title-level powerhouses within Shrek Academy. If a confrontation were to occur, escape would be quite difficult. Have you truly lost your patience? You of all people, do not strike me as one prone to such impulsiveness." Boom! As Yao Lao's words concluded, a fierce aura erupted from Xiao Yan, shattering the nearby table into splinters. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he clenched his fists, the sound of grinding teeth echoing ominously. "I can no longer endure. If I possess the power to exact revenge, but cower in fear, unworthy of avenging my mother, then I am unfit to be called her son." I had previously endured in silence, believing myself to be no match for Dai Hua Bin. However, now that I possess the means to exact my vengeance, I can no longer remain passive. "Master, shall I seek an opportunity to lure him out of Shrek Academy? This way, even if those old geezers at Shrek become suspicious, we will have ample time to make our escape." Noticing the slight agitation in Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yao Lao nodded, a glint of cold light flickering in his murky old eyes. He spoke in a grave tone. "If you wish to take action, then find a way to draw that young man out of Shrek Academy. Once outside, I shall ensure your safe departure. No one should be capable of stopping you." Chapter 62. Simply remember me, then forget me. In the vast, dense forest, the lush trees obscured nearly half the sky. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, causing immense green waves to ripple across the verdant sea of foliage, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Beneath the thick canopies, towering trees pierced the heavens, yet among them, giants of greater height loomed, rendering them less conspicuous. At that moment, a youth clad in resplendent white emerged from behind a grand tree. His visage was strikingly handsome, with piercing eyes that exuded an air of nobility. It was none other than Dai Hua Bin, the young man whom Xiao Yan had recently bested with a single punch. "Come forth," he commanded, casting a casual glance around. As his words hung in the air, the faint, ethereal presences surrounding him suddenly sharpened into clarity. In the next instant, a rustling among the trees heralded the arrival of several shadowy figures. Leading them was an elder garbed in black robes, who gazed upon the youth with a look of reverence. He quickly knelt on one knee, addressing him with respect. "What brings you to summon us, young master?" The others behind the elder followed suit, kneeling in unison and greeting him, their voices echoing through the forest. Dai Huabin's gaze swept over them, a chill flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "In a few days, I will devise a plan to draw someone here. You shall follow my signal." "Understood," replied the elder, promptly nodding in compliance. He then retreated slowly, and upon reaching a distance of 10 meters, gestured for the others to swiftly vanish back into the woods, disappearing into the green expanse. "Xiao Yan, for the enmity of the severed palm, you should brace yourself." Glancing down at his hand, which was swathed in layers of white bandages, Dai Huabin inhaled a deep breath of the crisp, cold air, gradually closing his bloodthirsty eyes. He coldly declared, "You have severed my palm. Thus, I shall reclaim your soul bone in return." On a radiant morning filled with sunshine, the air within Shrek Academy, enriched by the presence of the sea god lake, was not only refreshing but also remarkably moist. Today, all the new students who had passed the assessments gathered at Shrek Square, awaiting the impending class assignments. Soon, the Academy's dean, Yan Xiaozhe, arrived at the forefront of the square, accompanied by several teachers. Among them, Xiao Yan recognized only two familiar faces, his former homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, and the acting homeroom teacher of the new student class, Wang Yan. Yan Xiaozhe retrieved a folder from his robes and, with a smile, addressed the students below. After several days of competition, the elimination round of the new student assessment has concluded, and the top 3 finalists have been determined. I shall now announce the winners and present their respective rewards. Third place goes to the Wang Dong team, consisting of Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and the Huang family's 3 ghosts, who have withdrawn. Step forward. As these words left Yan Xiaozhe's lips, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao stepped from their team, greeted by thunderous applause from the first-year students. However, Wang Dong's countenance was far from cheerful, clearly still troubled by his defeat to Xiao Yan. Second place goes to the Dai Huabin team, comprising Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Shui Yiji. Step forward. Once again, applause erupted as Dai Huabin and his companions emerged from their ranks, their faces devoid of excitement. Dai Huabin's expression was particularly tense, his eyes bloodshot, tilting his head in a defiant manner, as if overwhelmed by frustration. After a brief pause, Yan Xiaozhe raised his voice slightly. "Now, I shall announce the champion team of this new student assessment. Please give a warm round of applause for them. The Xiao Yan team, consisting of Xiao Yan, Lan Luoluo, and Lan Susu." Instantly, the venue erupted in fervent cheers, echoing resoundingly. As for the rewards for the top 3, you may follow me to the principal's office to collect them shortly. Now, you may return to your respective positions. With a gesture, Yan Xiaozhe signaled for the students to settle down, and Xiao Yan's group returned to their former places. Yan Xiaozhe continued, "The quality of this year's new student surpasses that of previous years, and everyone has achieved commendable results. Next, I shall announce a special list of core disciples approved by the Academy. They are as follows." The square fell into a hushed silence. Core disciples do not merely arise from the top 3 teams. Once one becomes a core disciple of the Academy, they are afforded preferential access to resources in their cultivation. A matter of personal interest that commanded everyone's full attention, except for Xiao Yan, who was preoccupied. He lowered his head slightly, his dark eyes peering through his hair, fixated on Dai Huabin in the distance, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. In his mind, he contemplated how to draw the latter out of Shrek Academy. While Dai Huabin harbored similar thoughts, Yan Xiaozhe slowly opened the folder in his hands and read aloud, after a unified review by the Academy's higher-ups. The following individuals have become core disciples: Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Lan Luoluo, Lan Susu, Zhou Siqing, Kai Xiaoquan, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Yuanbao, and Jian Zihao. As the last name resonated, astonishment rippled through the crowd, for Xiao Yan's name was conspicuously absent. How could this be? Xiao Yan had single-handedly defeated Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique. He was the very soul of the champion team. How could his name not appear? Humph. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips, his expression one of indifference, as if he cared little for such matters. His mind was solely focused on finding an opportunity to lure Dai Huabin out of the Academy, so he could personally avenge his mother. His icy glare fixed upon Dai Huabin, a chilling aura of malice occasionally emanating from him. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu assumed Xiao Yan was dissatisfied with the core disciple situation, both grasping his shoulders in concern, fearing he might act impulsively. This caused Xiao Yan to momentarily falter, momentarily taken aback. I am fine, do not overthink it. I hold no interest in this so-called core disciple status. I have thoroughly enjoyed fighting alongside you these past few days, but perhaps before long, I shall depart from Shrek Academy. Turning his head, Xiao Yan's murderous intent diminished, and he spoke softly to the Lan sisters. What? You intend to leave? The Lan sisters gasped, covering their mouths in shock. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze to the sky, speaking nonchalantly. I carry too many burdens. There are matters I must address. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Feel free to remember me, and then forget me. After announcing the core disciples, the crowd followed Yin Xiaozhe to the principal's office to receive their rewards. Due to the champion team's exceptional performance and flawless record throughout the competition, the academy additionally rewarded them with a soul bone. The primary reason Xiao Yan did not attain the status of a core disciple was that his first soul ring was a 10-year ring. Yin Xiaozhe believed that his future achievements would not be particularly high. His victory in the freshman assessment was solely attributed to the soul bone within him, relying on external power. Furthermore, his martial spirit was a spiritual eye, and spirit beasts of such mental attributes were exceedingly rare, making it arduous to cultivate his martial spirit to its utmost potential. Additionally, Yin Xiaozhe viewed Xiao Yan's origins as dubious, considering his admission recommendation letter to be forged. Were it not for Elder Mu's directive to overlook this matter, Xiao Yan would have long been expelled from Shrek Academy. Moreover, there was the possibility of a title Douluo with a soul power of 99 lurking behind Xiao Yan. Whether this individual would be friend or foe remained uncertain. Thus, Yin Xiaozhe ultimately dismissed Xiao Yan's claim to being a core disciple. Simultaneously, Elder Xian had previously remarked before Yin Xiaozhe that Xiao Yan lacked potential and was unworthy of cultivation. Chapter 63. The Olive Branch of the Soul Guidance Department. In the principal's office of Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozhe presented a soul bone he had specifically prepared for them, suitable for both assault type and control type soul masters. It was a left leg bone known as the left leg bone of the empty bright demon leopard, which, when fused, would enhance the soul master's speed and grant an attack skill initiated from the left leg. Now, it is yours, he declared, observing as Yin Xiaozhe extracted a soul bone radiating a yellow glow from the storage soul guidance device. It slowly hovered in midair under the gaze of Xiao Yan and the two sisters, the Blue Sisters. Is this a soul bone? They exclaimed in astonishment, while Xiao Yan could barely muster the interest to glance at it. Yin Xiaozhe smiled gently, affirming, Indeed, your special reward is a soul bone. There's only one reward, and it is up to you to decide who shall receive it. However, do not allow this soul bone to affect your friendship. As Xiao Yan beheld the softly glowing soul bone, his brow furrowed slightly, recalling an ancient tale, 2 peaches for 3 warriors. The special reward could take many forms. Why then? Was it specifically a soul bone? Nonetheless, he was relieved that he held no particular interest in this object. Indeed, even looking down upon it. Had it been a 100,000-year soul bone, he might have considered absorbing it. Thank you, Director Yin, he said, nodding slightly. After exchanging glances, the Blue Sisters accepted the soul bone and departed the principal's office alongside Xiao Yan, who remained silent, his demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. Upon exiting, Lan Susu spoke first. Sister, since Xiao Yan did not become a core disciple, and without him, we could not have won the championship. I think we should give him the soul bone. What do you think? Yes, I share the same sentiment, replied Lan Luoluo with a nod. The sisters noticed Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat off, mistakenly believing it was due to his disappointment over not becoming a core disciple. Yet the reality was otherwise. In response, Xiao Yan resolutely shook his head and clarified. I have already stated that I do not care for the so-called core disciple status of Shrek Academy. I do not need this soul bone. You two should find an opportunity to absorb it. Lan Susu was taken aback, exclaiming, Xiao Yan, without you, we would not have achieved victory. During the competition, you played the most significant role. I truly do not understand how those old fogies at the academy think. How could you not be recognized as a core disciple? This soul bone should go to you, they insisted, both sisters gazing at Xiao Yan while extending the soul bone toward him once more. Xiao Yan shook his head, extending his hand to push the soul bone back, sincerely stating, You need not insist. I genuinely do not care about the core disciple status. I have made my decision. I will not take this soul bone. Consider it a gift from me to you both. Very well, since that is the case, we shall not be polite. The sisters acquiesced, and upon Xiao Yan's repeated refusals, they placed the soul bone into the storage soul guidance device, saying, If our team acquires another soul bone next time, you must accept it. Understood, he replied with a slight nod, striding forward. However, at that moment, two individuals approached Xiao Yan, blocking his path. Wang Yin and the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Qian Duo. Teacher Wang, who is this? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at the stout man in his 50s beside Wang Yin, feeling a momentary surprise. Wang Yan's demeanor was unusually somber today. He typically wore a cheerful expression, but now he appeared discontented. He extended his hand to introduce Xiao Yan. This is Vice Dean Qian Duo from the Soul Guidance Department. Regarding the matter of core disciples, I personally approached Dean Yan earlier, but unfortunately, he remains unwilling to make any adjustments. I sincerely apologize. Teacher Wang, it is quite all right. You need not blame yourself. Whether I become a core disciple is of no consequence to me, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile, maintaining his composure. Wang Yin sighed, lowering his head. Vice Dean Qian Duo wishes to invite you to join the Soul Guidance Department as a core disciple after learning of your first Soul Rings ability. What are your thoughts? Although I am a teacher in the Martial Spirit Department, I do not oppose my students learning about Soul Guidance devices. On the contrary, I hope my students can integrate the Martial Spirit and Soul Guidance devices in their cultivation. Xiao Yan, in my eyes, you are an exceptionally talented student, one whose future is limitless. However, the perspectives of the Academy's higher-ups are quite different. Both Dean Yin and Elder Xian have been approached by me, yet they believe you lack sufficient potential to warrant cultivation. Even after winning the Freshman Assessment Championship, they are unwilling to grant you the status of core disciple. I do not wish to see my students overlooked in the Academy. That is why I sought out Vice Dean Qian Duo, hoping the Soul Guidance Department would accept you and allow you to become a core disciple there. As he spoke, Wang Yan's eyes dimmed, his lips pressed tightly, his entire being radiating discontent. The Soul Guidance Department? Xiao Yan echoed, momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the place Wang Yan had taken him upon his arrival at the Academy. There, he had encountered many modern devices. Some Soul Guidance weapons bore striking resemblances to contemporary weaponry. Just then, Qian Duo beside Wang Yan spoke, his voice grave. Soul Guidance devices are products of the evolution of the times. Ignoring the pace of progress will inevitably lead to obsolescence, even for Shrek Academy. Though we possess a rich heritage, how long can we continue to squander it? The choice to join the Soul Guidance Department is yours. I will not compel you. After delivering this statement, Qian Duo's gaze reflected a hint of apprehension. He understood the deeply entrenched nature of traditional Soul Master cultivation within Shrek Academy. Despite the Soul Guidance Department being established for many years, it had consistently been overshadowed by the Martial Spirit Department, failing to develop in earnest. In the realm of reflection and contemplation, Xiao Yan found himself utterly astounded when, at this juncture, the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy extended an olive branch towards him. However, the endeavor he was about to embark upon would pit him against the entire institution. Biting his lip, he rubbed his forehead in anguish, pondering whether he should align himself with the Soul Guidance Department, especially considering his imminent departure from this place. After a prolonged period of deliberation, he lifted his gaze to Qian Duo and Wang Yin before softly inquiring, "Might you allow me to familiarize myself further with the Soul Guidance devices?" "Of course," came their surprised yet cheerful reply. As they spoke, the group effortlessly navigated towards the testing area for Soul Guidance devices. It was there that Qian Duo began to elucidate the various categories of Soul Guidance devices, namely, melee devices, range devices, and fixed devices. Chapter 64. What is a Soul Guidance device? Melee Soul Guidance devices typically resemble everyday weapons such as swords and knives. Yet they possess the capacity to unleash tremendous destructive power, capable of incorporating diverse attributes of soul power, such as fire, ice, and lightning. Ranged Soul Guidance devices, on the other hand, execute distant assaults by infusing soul power. Although they demand a considerable expenditure of soul power, they boast extensive range and formidable might. Fixed Soul Guidance devices require minimal soul power infusion and place lower demands on the user's cultivation level, yet they offer greater range and power, albeit with challenging targeting, particularly against moving entities. Beyond these three primary categories, there exist specialized Soul Guidance devices, including storage devices, transportation devices, auxiliary devices, control devices, and energy storage devices. Storage devices facilitate the convenient transport of items, while transportation devices serve as means of conveyance. Auxiliary and control devices provide additional combat support or control effects. And energy storage devices can retain energy, such as soul power. Little did Xiao Yan know that this final category of energy storage devices would herald the inception of his future endeavors in the Douluo Continent, particularly in developing the East Wind nuclear explosive flow Fire Lotus. Upon concluding Qian Douluo's introduction, Xiao Yan finally grasped a rudimentary understanding of soul guidance devices. His previous visit had merely involved assisting Kai Tu in firing a fixed soul guidance device once, with little further exploration thereafter. Noticing that the introduction had drawn to a close, Qian Duoduo's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as he suddenly posed the question, Xiao Yan, having shared so much, you have undoubtedly engaged with soul guidance devices to some extent. Now, I ask you, what is a soul guidance device? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment before responding with calm assurance. A soul guidance device is an instrument activated by soul power, which can serve as both a weapon and a tool to assist individuals in their daily lives and work. Indeed, you are correct. The Soul Guidance Department primarily focuses on the study of weapon-type soul guidance devices, Qian Duoduo affirmed with a nod. Attack-type soul guidance devices are weapons powered by Soul Master's soul power. Every soul guidance device is intrinsically linked to the soul power of its wielder, even the fixed devices, which have the least reliance on soul power. Xiao Yan murmured, appearing contemplative. Qian Duoduo continued. The origins of soul guidance devices remain elusive. Yet their true evolution can be traced back to the collision between the Sun-Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent 4,000 years ago. You are aware of the continent's history. It was this very collision that ignited a war between the Douluo Continent and the Sun-Moon Continent. While the Douluo Continent ultimately emerged victorious, the Sun-Moon Continent inflicted significant losses upon the three empires of Douluo, largely due to the advantages conferred by soul guidance devices. The Sun-Moon Empire, as it is now known, has excelled in the development of these devices, owing to two main factors: their early advancements in soul guidance technology and their possession of rare metallic ores not found in other empires, which are crucial for the fabrication of soul guidance devices. Weapon-type soul guidance devices, often referred to as military soul guidance devices, have become emblematic of a nation's military strength, akin to soul masters. Despite the stubborn traditionalists within the academy who maintain that the cultivation of soul masters supersedes the training of soul guidance masters, remember this. Xiao Yan, should war erupt across the continent, the clash of military soul guidance technology will undoubtedly determine the outcome of the conflict. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo retrieved a military soul guidance device resembling a handgun from a nearby table and handed it to Xiao Yan. The latter activated his spiritual eyes, infused the device with soul power, and pulled the trigger, effortlessly shattering a metal target 100 meters away. In the contemporary Douluo Continent, the entity that possesses advanced soul guidance technology wields the initiative in warfare. At this juncture, the glimmer in Qian Duoduo's eyes intensified. From your words, it appears that Shrek Academy's soul guidance technology is not the foremost in the entire continent, is it? Xiao Yan inquired, lowering the military soul guidance device after a brief moment of hesitation. Qian Duoduo nodded in affirmation and replied candidly, you are correct. The primary reason Shrek Academy is regarded as the premier academy on the continent is due to the unparalleled strength of its martial soul department, rather than its soul guidance department. The academy with the most advanced soul guidance technology resides in the Sun-Moon Empire, known as the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, which is dedicated to the cultivation of soul guidance masters and the research of soul guidance devices. We have been striving to match the pace of the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, yet we have yet to catch up. The Sun-Moon continent is rich in rare metals, enabling them to produce high-quality soul guidance devices and cultivate elite soul guidance masters. Soul guidance masters are soul masters who focus on the research, manufacture, or utilization of soul guidance devices. They are categorized based on their ability to create or utilize devices of corresponding levels, ranging from level 1 to level 10. Currently, the highest-ranking soul guidance master in the entire continent is level 9, and there exists no level 10 soul guidance master. Do you know why? Xiao Yan shook his head in confusion. Qian Duoduo replied solemnly, to become a level 9 soul guidance master, one must reach at least the title Douluo level. As for a level 10 soul guidance master, their cultivation must attain level 95. However, a person's energy is finite, and the path of a soul master's cultivation is exceedingly arduous, making it challenging to concurrently study soul guidance devices. Thus, there are only 3 level 9 soul guidance masters across the continent. Scratching his nose, Xiao Yan voiced his inner doubts. If soul guidance devices are so formidable, why has the Sun-Moon Empire, after suffering defeat and enduring territorial concessions, not chosen to retaliate against the 3 nations of Douluo after all these years of development? I shall elucidate this for you. Wang Yin interjected, stepping forward to pull out a chair and sit down, regarding Xiao Yan with earnestness. Since the advent of fixed soul guidance devices on the battlefield, the advantages of the three nations of Douluo over the Sun-Moon Empire have ceased to exist. Had it not been for their apprehension regarding our superior soul masters, the Sun-Moon Empire would have likely acted long ago. Furthermore, I could divulge another detail. You are aware of Elder Xian, whose martial soul is the devouring divine bull, an exceedingly rare and unique martial soul. His soul power reaches an astonishing level 98. In the past, I would assert that he was nearly invincible. However, in today's context, the level 9 soul guidance masters of the Sun-Moon Empire possess the capability to threaten Elder Xian's life with soul guidance devices, even altering the tide of a war, which attests to the potency of these devices. Should a level 10 soul guidance master emerge from the Sun-Moon Empire in the future, even someone of the Academy's caliber would likely be at risk. As Wang Yin spoke, his emotions visibly surged. After a brief pause, Duo concluded, "Consider whether you wish to join the Soul Guidance Department and become a core disciple. I shall grant you a week to ponder over this matter. During this week, you may freely explore any corner of the Soul Guidance Department and familiarize yourself with all that it encompasses. Today marks the completion of the first-year class division. If you have no pressing matters, you may return for now." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he addressed Duo with utmost courtesy. "Thank you for imparting such extensive knowledge about the soul guidance devices within the Douluo Continent. As for the prospect of joining the Soul Guidance Department, I would appreciate a little more time to contemplate. The prospect of mastering a soul guidance device capable of slaying a Do Huang intrigued Xiao Yan immensely, especially considering that the 10 strongest individuals of the Jiamat Empire are merely at the Do Huang and Do Wang levels. Should the day come when he can truly return to the Doqi continent." Moments later, Wang Yin escorted Xiao Yan out of the Soul Guidance experimental zone. Observing the latter's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Duo's lips, though he remained unaware that his well-laid plans would soon unravel in a matter of days. Chapter 65. Wang Yin and Zhou Yi. The following morning, the doors of the White Teaching Building swung open, welcoming students clad in a variety of uniforms, each adorned with the emblem of the green monster representing Shrek Academy on the left side of their chests. The colors of the uniforms vary by grade, mirroring the diversity of the Academy's teaching buildings. At this moment, the classroom for the first-year newcomers was already filled to capacity. Following the newcomer assessments, a significant number of the first-year students had been eliminated. Although they were compelled to leave, their registration fees were non-refundable. The remaining students were divided into 4 classes. Class 1 comprised Battle Soul Masters, specializing in offense and control. Class 2 consisted of Defense and Agility Soul Masters. Class 3 was for Support Soul Masters, and Class 4 included those with unique Attribute Soul Masters and Weapon Soul Masters, such as Food and Healing types. Undoubtedly, Class 1 boasted the strongest overall prowess, and Xiao Yan, having chosen the offense specialization, found himself alongside Lan Luluo and Lan Susu. Also joining Class 1 were Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, despite Zhu Lu being an Agility Soul Master. She was placed in Class 1 due to her martial soul fusion technique. Moreover, the original head instructor of Class 1, Zhou Yi, was now replaced by Wang Yan, with Zhou Yi taking on the role of assistant instructor. This was, for Xiao Yan, the sole piece of good news in recent times. Even Zhou Yi was unaware that Wang Yan, who typically taught higher grades, had come to Class 1 to collaborate with her. At the podium stood Wang Yan and Zhou Yi. Due to the reorganization of classes, the seating arrangements had changed. Xiao Yan was moved from the last row by the window to the center of the third row. As for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, their positions remained unchanged, while Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Shui Ji occupied the seats directly behind Xiao Yan, separated by merely 2 rows. Upon entering the classroom, Dai Huabin cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan. Wang Yan exuded no domineering aura. His face bore a persistent smile, radiating warmth, in stark contrast to the stern demeanor of Zhou Yi. After counting the students, he cheerfully announced, "Greetings, I am Wang Yan, your new head instructor for Class 1. Hello, Teacher Wang." The students promptly bowed in response. As he spoke, Wang Yan turned to Zhou Yi and introduced her. "This is Teacher Zhou Yi, the former head instructor of Class 1. Following my reassignment, she has transitioned to the role of assistant instructor. In the days to come, we will be co-teaching, so please extend your greetings to her." "Hello, Teacher Zhou," the students chorused. "Umph." With a cold snort, Zhou Yi refrained from speaking further, maintaining her stern expression, clearly displeased with her demotion. After all, she had transitioned from head to assistant instructor with Wang Yan's arrival, a change that would unsettle anyone. Wang Yin then turned to the blackboard, where he wrote down a list of names, including Xiao Yan, Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Lun Luo, Lan Susu, Zhu Lu, Zhou Xiqing, Kai Xiaoquan, and Yu Wenba, among others. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a sovereign for a day, and a class cannot be without a leader for a day. We shall now conduct an election for the head and assistant class leaders. The students listed here are those I consider to possess commendable strength and martial souls. We will proceed with a secret ballot. The student receiving the most votes will become the head class leader, while the second highest will be the assistant class leader. As the adage states, when enemies meet, their eyes sharpen. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's name on the blackboard, a fierce glint flickered in Dai Huabin's eyes as he disdainfully remarked, "A soul master with a mere 10-year first soul ring can be deemed to possess commendable strength and martial souls? I thought he was merely an insignificant nobody." Hearing this, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze to meet Dai Huabin's, their eyes clashing in an unspoken confrontation, igniting a spark of tension. "Oh, so, if you lose to a soul master with merely a 10-year first soul ring, does that not imply you are even less than an insignificant nobody?" Xiao Yan retorted, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his gaze remained icy, his youthful visage radiating defiance. Dai Huabin, stung by the words, glared fiercely, suddenly rising from his seat, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for Dean Yin intervening, could your attack have surpassed my hellish white tiger?" Bang! Before Xiao Yan could respond in anger, Lan Luo abruptly slammed her hand on the table, standing up with a roar. "Dai Huabin, what is the matter? Are you unhappy with your defeat? How about we settle this in the battle arena?" "Xiao Yan, what? Are you going to let a woman speak on your behalf?" Taking a deep breath, Dai Huabin suppressed his anger, casting a cold glance at Xiao Yan, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. In response, Xiao Yan slowly stood, cracking his neck with a series of pops, and chuckled lightly. "What? You wish to challenge me? Enough. What do you intend to do? Do you think I am invisible? Sit down." Wang Yin's authoritative voice resonated, imbued with powerful soul energy, compelling the disputants to silence. After exchanging glances, the students gradually returned to their seats. At that moment, Zhou Yi spoke up, adjusting her glasses and stating, "Since there are objections regarding Xiao Yan, let us conduct a show of hands. If more than half of you oppose his candidacy, I will remove his name from the board. What do you think?" As Zhou Yi's words echoed, whether born from jealousy over Xiao Yan's triumph with a first-ring cultivation or influenced by Dai Huabin, more than half of the students in Class 1 raised their hands in agreement. Only those from the original Class 7, along with Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and a few composed and magnanimous students refrained from doing so. The students admitted to Shrek Academy were, without exception, the pride of their respective realms. Each one harbored a lofty ambition. How could they not feel envious that a mere 10-year soul ring individual attained the champion title in the newcomer assessments? Wang Yin, evidently taken aback by Zhou Yi's unexpected proposition, experienced a shift in his expression, his formerly cheerful demeanor darkening as he recognized that Zhou Yi was subtly undermining his authority. "Teacher Zhou, are you implying that you wish to sabotage my efforts?" he murmured, striving to maintain his composure. "Oh, what do you mean by that, Teacher Wang?" Feigning an air of ignorance, Zhou Yi crossed her arms before her chest and remarked lightly, "I merely suggested this mutually beneficial solution because I noticed that many students held grievances against Xiao Yan." Wang Yin said nothing, his expression darkening. Sensing the atmosphere shift, the Lan sisters were about to rise in defense of Xiao Yan, but he swiftly restrained them. The next moment, Dai Huabin looked up, and upon noticing that more than half of the classroom had raised their hands, he stood again, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he triumphantly declared, "Teacher Wang, over half the class has raised their hands. Please strike Xiao Yan's name from the list." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin found himself in a quandary, his displeasure evident as he glared at Zhou Yi, taken aback that she would pose such a challenge at this moment. Just as Wang Yin was about to unleash his frustration, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet. Chapter 66, Dai Huabin's Inept Ally. Narrowing his eyes at the figure clad in white, Dai Huabin, Xiao Yan offered a faint smile, his dark eyes flashing with a glimmer of cold light as a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. A plan to lure Dai Huabin out of Shrek Academy took shape. "Dai Huabin, I am aware that you are quite disgruntled after losing to me. How about we meet tonight on East Street outside the academy for a rematch?" Observing Dai Huabin's brooding countenance, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and coldly taunted. A boisterous laugh erupted from Dai Huabin, who had regained his composure. A hint of ferocity crept into his expression as he retorted, "I can meet you outside the academy, but we must wager something of significance." "What do you propose we wager?" Xiao Yan inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Dai Huabin replied in a low tone, let us wager the rewards from your new student assessment. At these words, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's expressions shifted dramatically. Aside from each student receiving a soul ring provided by the academy, Xiao Yan's team had also secured a piece of a millennium-old soul bone. Since the rewards were confidential, Dai Huabin was unaware of this fact. After acquiring the left leg bone of the clear bright magic leopard the previous day, Lan Susu had already fused it to prevent any complications later. As soul bones differ from soul rings in that they are not bound to a single soul master, while soul rings vanish with the death of their owner. Soul bones can be inherited unless destroyed or removed from a body. Noticing the change in expression of Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu beside Xiao Yan, Zhu Lu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up with evident delight. What is wrong? Are you afraid? If you are, you should quickly leave class 1. Bet? Xiao Yan. Let us wager against them. With Dai Huabin alone, I refuse to believe he can match you. Should he lose, I'll willingly sacrifice a leg. Provoked by such taunts, Lan Susu erupted in anger. The soul bone was her acquisition, and despite her temperament being slightly more temperate than her sister's, she could hardly tolerate such provocation. However, should you lose, you must present a corresponding wager. What do you mean by sacrificing a leg? Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu exchanged perplexed glances. Clearly unaware of the soul bone Xiao Yan's team had obtained. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan fixed Dai Huabin with a steady gaze and declared, the reward we obtained during the new student assessment is a soul bone. This soul bone has already been absorbed by Susu. Since you wish to wager this, should we lose, we will indeed sever a leg to hand the soul bone over to you. Conversely, if you lose, I will require one of your legs, along with a soul bone of equal caliber. I believe that is not an unreasonable request, is it? As long as you can present a soul bone first, I will accept your wager. If you dare to refrain from severing your leg upon losing, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse yet resolute, laced with an undercurrent of menace that sent a chill down Dai Huabin's spine, momentarily leaving him speechless. A soul bone? Severing a leg? Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin's expression soured, a rare flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Having spoken, he now found himself in a precarious position. However, upon reflection, Xiao Yan's earlier word about the external dealings of Shrek City seemed to align perfectly with his own intentions. Fine, I will accept your challenge. Silence. Just as Dai Huabin was about to acquiesce, a sharp voice interrupted, halting his words. Wang Yin strode over, visibly furious, addressing both of them. What do you think you're doing? This is the academy. At such a young age, you dare to toy with your own bodies? I did not oppose a fight, but such a wager is absolutely unacceptable. Severing a leg? What future does a soul master have after that? Let us do this instead. You need not leave to fight. The battle can take place right here in the academy, at the soul fighting arena. Whoever loses must depart from class 1 and bow in apology to the victor. I will serve as your witness. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, the muscles in Dai Huabin's face twitched, his countenance fluctuating between green and white, appearing more distressed than if he had ingested something foul. Dai Huabin now found himself truly ensnared. Although he understood he might not be Xiao Yan's equal, his previous actions had been aimed at drawing Xiao Yan out of the academy to utilize other means against him. With Wang Yin intervening, if he refused, it would appear as though he feared Xiao Yan before so many witnesses. At that moment, Zhu Lu's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she suddenly shrieked. A simple bow and apology is far too lenient. The loser should kneel before the winner and call them grandfather 3 times, while proclaiming themselves worthless. Dai Huabin, about to reject this notion, found Xiao Yan interjecting agreed. You proposed it, so the loser must kneel before the winner and call them grandfather, declaring themselves worthless 3 times. It is settled. In the next instant, Zhu Lu raised her palm, and with Xiao Yan, they struck 3 blows together, solidifying the wager. Dai Huabin realized it was too late to change his terms. Watching Zhu Lu seal the pact with Xiao Yan, Dai Huabin felt an overwhelming surge of rage. His teeth clenched and breath heavy, as if he were ready to tear her apart. Turning back, Zhu Lu noticed Dai Huabin's expression had grown even darker, prompting her to approach and console him. Huabin, what is wrong? That Xiao Yan is certainly no match for you. What do you think of the wager I arranged? Get away, he barked, shoving Zhu Lu aside before glaring at Xiao Yan and storming off toward the soul fighting arena. What is wrong with him? Did I do something wrong? Zhu Lu stood there, perplexed, watching Dai Huabin's retreating figure. The soul fighting area, a crucial segment of Shrek Academy, is situated in the northwest corner of the Martial Spirit Department, near the Sea God Pavilion. Here, various competitions are held, with designated teachers serving as referees to determine winners, protect students, and provide assistance and healing. Naturally, all of this incurs a fee. Each soul fighting match requires a minimum of 10 gold soul coins for venue costs. Yet many students eagerly participate, as engaging in combat here comes without restrictions, and there is no fear of excessive force leading to danger. Thanks to the referee's adept handling of the situation, all students from Class 1 gathered at the soul fighting area, where Wang Yin covered the necessary fees for Xiao Yan and Dai Huabin's duel. Wang Yin had been trailing behind Xiao Yan in silence, believing that Xiao Yan chose to engage in a soul duel with Dai Huabin to validate himself after facing skepticism for not becoming a core disciple. The Lan sisters also remained mute, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Yan, convinced that he would undoubtedly prevail over Dai Huabin. A few moments later, Xiao Yan and Dai Huabin entered the arena for their contest, and to ensure fairness, Wang Yin personally assumed the role of referee. Standing between the two, his expression serious and composed, he addressed them. I must remind you once again that this is a friendly competition among classmates. Strive to perform your best. But under no circumstances should you incapacitate your opponent. Failure to adhere to this rule will result in expulsion from the academy, regardless of who emerges victorious. Furthermore, should either of you gain a definitive advantage, I will immediately halt the match. Chapter 67. A mutual pursuit within the expansive arena of Shrek Academy. Two figures stood opposed, one clad in black and the other in white, their presence strikingly vivid against the muted gray backdrop. Casting a glance at Dai Huabin, Xiao Yan slowly grasped the handle of his heavy ruler, drawing it forth with a swift motion. The Xuanzhong ruler generated a powerful rush of wind as it pointed towards the ground, stirring up the dust and enveloping him in a faint halo of yellow battle aura. Now this promises to be an intriguing spectacle, murmured the onlookers. It is said that after his previous defeat to Xiao Yan, Dai Huabin attributed his loss to the intervention of Din Yin. Otherwise, he believed his martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, would not have faltered. I wonder who will truly claim victory today. I believe Xiao Yan's prior win was merely a stroke of luck. His first spirit ring is but a decade old. How could he possibly contend with the three-ringed soul ancestor, Dai Huabin? While you make a fair point, he did win last time, another voice interjected. Luck alone cannot account for it, another observer countered. On the spectator platform, Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Wang Dong beside her, murmuring, Wang Dong, who do you think will emerge victorious? I have sparred with Xiao Yan a few times. Although his first spirit ring is merely 10 years old, his true prowess is quite enigmatic. I hold a favorable view of him. Dai Huabin may be strong, but I doubt he can match Xiao Yan. As they watched the two opponents in the arena, the crowd erupted in hushed whispers, recognizing the two who had previously clashed fiercely during the new student assessments. Amidst the murmurs, some supportive, some skeptical, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, an indomitable killing intent flickering in his dark eyes, veins of crimson barely discernible. Dai Huabin, feeling the weight of Xiao Yan's icy gaze as he brandished the black giant ruler, felt a chill wash over him. His body trembled slightly as he summoned 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, which spiraled upward, enveloping him in a surge of power as he expanded. Claws akin to daggers extending from his fingertips. Despite a flicker of fear deep within, Dai Huabin steeled himself. If he could defeat Xiao Yan today, he would reclaim the honor he had lost. Damn it, I must defeat this waste at all costs. Grinding his teeth, Dai Huabin's eyes turned steely, his hand instinctively brushing against a faintly red pill in his possession. This pill, the soul-enhancing pill he had recently acquired at the Shrek City auction, was his secret weapon for this rematch. Catching sight of Dai Huabin's fluctuating expression, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze and directed it towards Wang Yin, who, sensing the scrutiny, spread his hands in a calming gesture, immediately dampening the surrounding clamor. Without further ado, Wang Yin declared, "Let the match begin." As the words left Wang Yin's lips, both Xiao Yan and Dai Huabin lifted their heads simultaneously, their gazes colliding with a spark of mutual animosity. In an instant, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their speed so swift that many in the audience could barely discern their forms. Dai Huabin struck out with his tiger paw, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind that roared past Xiao Yan, accompanied by a piercing sound. Undaunted by Dai Huabin's fierce assault, Xiao Yan took a step forward, his heavy ruler imbued with formidable energy, crashing down towards his opponent. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal resonated as the two forces collided, sending ripples of energy surging outward. The ground beneath them cracked under the pressure. Gripping the Xuanzhong ruler, Xiao Yan staggered back only half a step, while Dai Huabin was forced to retreat several paces before steadying himself. Is this the extent of your strength, daring to act brazenly before me? Stepping back, Xiao Yan regarded the retreating Dai Huabin with a dismissive sneer. I'll be keen to see just how long you can withstand my assault. With that, Xiao Yan propelled himself forward once more, his foot striking the ground with purpose as the massive black ruler swung towards Dai Huabin, stirring a powerful gale in its wake. First soul skill, White Tiger, S Guardian Shield. In response, Dai Huabin roared, activating his first soul ring, which emitted a radiant white light that enveloped him in a protective barrier, particularly fortifying his head. Boom! The Xuanzhong ruler collided with a White Tiger Guardian Shield, erupting in a thunderous roar. Dai Huabin crouched low, shielding his head with his tiger paws to minimize the impact. However, the force from Xiao Yan's strike exceeded his expectations, overwhelming him and shattering the barrier with a resounding crack. Third soul skill, White Tiger S Diamond Transformation. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Dai Huabin acted swiftly. His third soul ring ignited with a rich purple glow, distorting the air around him as his already muscular form expanded dramatically, his clothing tearing asunder to reveal rippling muscles, rendering him an imposing figure. Simultaneously, his tiger claws grew larger, the blades glistening silver under the golden aura that enveloped him, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. White Tiger S Fierce Light Wave. With a low growl, a brilliant golden light erupted from Dai Huabin's body, illuminating the arena as his second soul ring glowed fiercely. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of white energy that shot forth. Upon witnessing the imminent white energy beam, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. To evade the impending strike of the White Tiger S Radiant Wave, he deftly stepped onto the ground, positioning his Xuanzhong staff before him, and swiftly retreated. The white beam expanded explosively, colliding violently with the Xuanzhong staff. A thunderous sound erupted from the clash, and a visible ripple of energy surged outward from the point of impact, causing the hard floor around them to fracture in a spiderweb-like pattern. Observing the fierce confrontation, the spectators in the stands could not help but gasp in astonishment. From their vantage, although Xiao Yan seemed to hold a slight advantage, it was far from decisive. Nonetheless, the fact that a soul master with only a decade of experience in his first soul ring could push a three-ring soul venerable to such an extent was a feat that left even the senior students feeling somewhat ashamed. As the battle intensified, the cacophony of the crowd gradually diminished, with many spectators nervously sweating as they watched the two combatants entangled in a fierce struggle. At this juncture, both sides would hold nothing back, for the stakes were high. Losing meant losing face at Shrek Academy. As the time for the White Tiger's transformation waned, a sense of urgency coursed through Dai Huabin. He grumbled inwardly, why did that foolish Zhu Lu have to make such a ridiculous agreement with Xiao Yan on my behalf? If I lose, I swear I'll unleash my fury on her. How did the Zhu family produce such a fool? Dai Huabin had initially intended to lure Xiao Yan outside the academy to deal with him, but now, thanks to Wang Yin and Zhu Lu, he found himself in a precarious position. Even if he exerted all his strength, he doubted he could match Xiao Yan. It cannot end in defeat today, he resolved. I'll have to resort to the items I procured from the auction. With this thought flashing through his mind, a sinister expression overtook Dai Huabin's face. He reached into his robes, retrieving a faintly red pill that slid into his palm before he swiftly consumed it. As the pill took effect, a strange purplish-red hue spread across his face, and a low growl emanated from his throat. Almost instantly, his soul power surged uncontrollably, skyrocketing from level 31 to approximately level 40 in the blink of an eye. Prepare to perish. With a malevolent grin, Dai Huabin stomped forcefully on the ground, propelling himself forward with such force that the floor shattered beneath him. In an instant, he stood before Xiao Yan, his tiger claw swinging heavily toward him. As he unleashed his arm, a fierce wave of white energy rippled forth. The impact of his claw crashing against Xiao Yan's black staff sent it flying from his grasp, where it spun through the air before embedding itself into the ground outside the arena. Upon witnessing the staff slip from Xiao Yan's hands, the audience erupted in gasps. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu clenched their fists in anxiety, their faces etched with tension. Ha ha ha, Huabin has won. I knew it. Xiao Yan's first soul ring is only 10 years old. How could he possibly compete with Huabin? As Xiao Yan's staff left his control, Zhu Lu's scornful laughter echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Yan, don't forget to kneel and call Huabin Grandpa later. Nearby, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged a disheartened sigh, disappointment flickering across their faces. The sudden turn of events left Wang Yin momentarily stunned, his experienced gaze narrowing as he observed Dai Huabin's surging power. This is bad. It seems Dai Huabin has taken some sort of pill to boost his strength temporarily. What a scoundrel, resorting to drugs when he can't win fair and square. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu exclaimed simultaneously in indignation. With his soul power forcibly elevated to level 40, Dai Huabin, believing victory was within his grasp after striking Xiao Yan's weapon from his hands, let out a triumphant laugh. Without your weapon, how do you intend to fight me now? Wasn't he that your only reliance? Dai Huabin had confidence in his hidden trump card, the soul enhancement pill he had acquired from the auction, capable of boosting his soul power by 10 levels for a short duration. Oh, is that so? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he ignored Dai Huabin's arrogance, glancing casually at the black staff outside the arena and subtly shifting his stance. In the next moment, a torrent of formidable fighting spirit surged within Xiao Yan, and a peculiar smile spread across his face, one that caused Dai Huabin's expression to shift dramatically. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan lifted his foot and stomped down, accompanied by a violent explosion of energy. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Dai Huabin in the blink of an eye. Dai Huabin's face paled as he beheld Xiao Yan's sudden acceleration, his pupils constricting in disbelief. What? How has this guy's speed increased so dramatically? Unbeknownst to all, without the Xuanzhong staff, Xiao Yan had finally unleashed his true combat prowess. For others, losing their weapon might spell doom, but for Xiao Yan, it was a liberation from constraints. While wielding the Xuanzhong staff, he was formidable, yet unarmed. He became a true killing machine. 8 extremes collapse. With a deep thud, Xiao Yan's fist crashed against Dai Huabin's chest, the shockwaves reverberating as faint cracking sounds echoed. Blood sprayed from Dai Huabin's mouth, splattering across Xiao Yan's face, as his body was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the students who had previously supported Dai Huabin felt as if their throats were grasped by an invisible hand, disbelief resonating in their hoarse voices, utterly devoid of the earlier laughter. While been lost again? How is that possible? Zhu Lu's face contorted in shock, grappling with the realization that Xiao Yan had indeed triumphed. In comparison to Zhu Lu and her entourage, those students who initially supported Xiao Yan erupted in cheers at this moment. They had presumed that Xiao Yan, having lost the Black Ruler, would gradually succumb to disadvantage. Yet, they were taken aback when he managed to turn the tide in an instant, utterly decimating Dai Huabin, who had forcibly enhanced his strength through medicinal pills. Such exhilaration, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. Remember to make your man kneel and call me grandfather. At that moment, Lan Susu showed no mercy, directly returning the mockery and laughter she had received from Zhu Lu, instantly rendering the latter's face ashen with fury. Zhu Lu's complexion paled. She wished to lash out, but dared not. After rolling on the ground in a disheveled manner, Dai Huabin slowly rose to his feet. Upon hearing the raucous laughter from the stands, he became increasingly enraged, his face shifting from pale to flushed with anger. I underestimated you, he seethed, his expression darkening once more as he fixed a frigid glare upon Xiao Yan. Though you triumphed over me this time, I remain unconvinced. If you possess any courage, meet me outside the academy tonight for a rematch. His words were uttered quietly, intended solely for Xiao Yan's ears. Dai Huabin was intent on luring Xiao Yan out, unaware that Xiao Yan harbored the same intention of enticing him out of Shrek Academy. They were mutually driven, both seeking to draw the other out for a decisive confrontation. Oh, tonight? Very well, I had the same thought, Xiao Yan replied, tilting his head with a mocking smile. I shall await you at 8 o'clock this evening on East Street outside the academy. However, you must first fulfill the terms of our wager. At this declaration, Dai Huabin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yan's readiness to comply so easily. As he cursed Xiao Yan as a fool in his mind, a sinister smile crept onto his lips, reveling in the perceived success of his scheme. If I recall correctly, our wager stipulated that the loser must vacate the freshman class and kneel before the victor, proclaiming 3 times, I am worthless. You have lost. Thus, you must first honor the terms of our agreement. The weight of these words struck Dai Huabin like a hammer, rendering his hardened visage pale. No matter how vehemently he protested internally, wishing to retract his statement, the reality loomed before him, especially with so many witnesses present. Furthermore, Wang Yin had been a witness to the wager, leaving him no room to weasel out of it. With a sudden gasp, another mouthful of crimson blood erupted from Dai Huabin's lips, the pressure in his chest mounting as his face turned an alarming shade of red. His chest heaved violently, and bloodshot eyes zeroed in on the black-robed youth before him. In a shocking moment, he collapsed to his knees, bellowing, "Grandfather, I am worthless. I am worthless. I am worthless." As he spoke, he even bowed his head forcefully against the ground. Daiwabin, Zhu Lu gasped in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before her. Rushing over to assist him, she was callously shoved aside by him. He then stood, turning to leave. The resentment in Zhu Lu's eyes was no less than that of Dai Huabin. After all, it was her future partner who had been humiliated. With trembling fingers, she pointed to Xiao Yan and hissed, "You will pay for this." Watching Dai Huabin's retreating figure, Xiao Yan's gaze momentarily dulled, a twinge of melancholy washing over him. And for a rare moment, his murderous intent diminished. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Mother, did you see this? This is merely the beginning. I shall repay the suffering you endured tenfold this very night." Chapter 68, A Prelude to Carnage. Shrek Academy, Sea God Island, Sea God Pavilion. In the stillness of the night, soft moonlight cascaded from the heavens, mingling with a gentle mist and refreshing air that enveloped the surroundings. The azure waters of the lake sparkled with purity and depth, exuding a serene elegance. Among the many structures on Sea God Island, only one towered magnificently, the Sea God Pavilion, located at the heart of the island. At this moment, an elderly man clad in white and a woman in red stood within the pavilion, engaged in a conversation of unknown nature. "What? Teacher, you say that behind Xiao Yan lurks a mysterious figure capable of wielding the ultimate ice. And this individual may even be a limit Douluo?" Ma Xiaodao gazed incredulously at Yin Xiaozhe, disbelief etched upon her features. Indeed, Yin Xiaozhe nodded solemnly. "It is quite possible that the overwhelming ice attribute you experienced was a result of that mysterious individual's influence. As for why he would assist you, I cannot say. I have pondered this matter for quite some time. Why would someone more powerful than Xian Lao choose to conceal themselves within the academy and protect a soul master with a mere 10-year soul ring and no potential?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's excitement surged. "Teacher, if what you say is true, then Xiao Yan must know this person who wields the ultimate ice. I have been tormented by the sinister fire within me to the brink of madness. Although Su Sanchi's Xuanwu turtle martial soul is water-based, it is not ice-based, and its effectiveness is diminishing. I must seek out Xiao Yan and have him introduce me to this mysterious individual. Once the issue of my sinister fire is resolved, I can represent the Academy in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. You wish to find Xiao Yan?" Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow at her words, gesturing dismissively. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Given his disposition, he may not be inclined to assist you, though I cannot say for certain. After all, the last time your sinister fire erupted, it was likely that mysterious individual who intervened to help you. If your sinister fire phoenix martial soul can stabilize, it would undoubtedly make you a frontrunner in this year's competition. I sincerely hope they will aid you. By the way, Xiao Tao, if you truly intend to seek out Xiao Yan and wish to enlist the help of that enigmatic figure behind him, be sure not to mention that you are my disciple." Ma Xiaotao looked bewildered. "Teacher, why is that?" Yin Xiaozhe appeared somewhat embarrassed as he explained. When the Academy granted a select few students the status of external core disciples, it was due to Xiao Yan's somewhat dubious background. Moreover, his first soul ring is a mere 10-year one, which led me to deny his application. However, should they be willing to assist you with your sinister fire issue, I could certainly add his name to the list during the next core disciple evaluation. In hindsight, my actions may have been rather foolish. "What? Teacher, how can you do this?" "I will go to the freshman dormitory to talk to Xiao Yan. If they are willing to help me with my sinister fire issue, you must express my gratitude." As she spoke, Ma Xiaodao turned to dash out. At that moment, Yin Xiaozhe called out to her, having already conducted an investigation into Xiao Yan. "You silly girl, why are you in such a rush? Xiao Yan does not reside within the academy. He is currently living on East Street outside the academy. Go find him there." "Got it, teacher." Before his words had fully left his lips, Ma Xiaodao's figure had already vanished into thin air. Watching her retreating silhouette, Yin Xiaozhe shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "That girl, even at this age, remains so impulsive." The teacher has always asserted that the enigmatic figure shrouded in ice harbors no malice towards the academy. It is likely that he intervened during the last outburst of malevolent fire that plagued Xiao Tao, and one can only hope that he will extend his assistance to her once more. How foolish of me to have overlooked this mysterious individual during the evaluation of core disciples. His unparalleled ice attribute martial spirit could indeed aid Xiao Tao in resolving the turmoil within her. Had I known we would need to seek his help, I should have granted Xiao Yan a position among the core disciples. In the entire inner academy, aside from Lu Xian, Xiao Tao possesses the most exceptional talent. Let us wish that in the near future, she can gradually dispel the malevolent fire within her, thus transforming into a true fire phoenix like her ancestors. As he spoke, Yan Xiaozhe slowly returned to his desk and took a seat. The thought of Xiao Tao's unresolved malevolent fire left him feeling hollow, though he did not voice it. His feelings for this disciple were deepening. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Noticing this, Yan Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. At this hour, aside from Xiao Tao and Kai Mayer, it was rare for anyone to seek him out. "The door is unlocked. You may enter," he said, setting down the book he had just picked up. The door opened, revealing a disheveled old man, his greasy appearance complemented by wild hair. In one hand, he clutched a roasted chicken, while the other grasped a brown wine gourd, his cheeks flushed, clearly intoxicated. It was the 98th level gluttonous Douluo, Xian Lao. "Suan Lao, what brings you to me at this hour? Is there something of great importance?" Seeing Xian Lao, Yan Xiaozhe quickly rose from his seat, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Xian Lao took a swig from his gourd, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Xiaozhe, I have come to a realization. I sought you out precisely because of this matter." "What matter?" Yan Xiaozhe inquired, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Xian Lao casually pulled up a chair, placing the gourd on the table, and declared earnestly, "This concerns a student named Xiao Yan. His first spirit ring is merely 10 years old. Yet the skills he wields can manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, rivaling those of a 100,000-year spirit bone skill. A 10-year spirit ring, yet he may possess a 100,000-year spirit bone. This is utterly illogical. Moreover, the limit Douluo I faced last time. If he was sent to protect Xiao Yan, why does Xiao Yan's first spirit ring remain merely 10 years? It all makes no sense. During the new student assessment finals, the skill Xiao Yan displayed would require spirit rings of at least 10,000 years to be granted. Yet, his first ring is a white 10-year ring? I can't shake the feeling that this boy is a spirit beast in human form. At this juncture, Xian Lao brushed back his unruly hair, revealing youthful ebony eyes that belied his age. What? A spirit beast in human form? Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaozhe's usually impassive countenance transformed dramatically. His pupils dilated, fixated intently on Xian Lao, his hands gripping the table, fingers turning pale. 10-year spirit ring, yet potentially harboring a spirit bone of 10,000 years, coupled with a limit Douluo covertly safeguarding him. This was indeed too irrational to comprehend. Noticing Yan Xiaozhe's agitation, Xian Lao took another sip from his gourd and continued. "Throughout the Douluo Continent, I have yet to hear of a limit Douluo wielding ice. That old fellow is likely a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form." Yan Xiaozhe waved his hand, silencing Xian Lao. "Xian Lao, if your suspicions hold any truth, then what has been their purpose in coming to Shrek City for so long? Do they merely wish to blend into the human world? And can those pills truly be concocted by spirit beasts? No. They must have a purpose in coming to Shrek Academy, perhaps to learn our human cultivation methods and the advanced soul guide technology, only to return to the spirit beast realm with this knowledge." Yan Xiaozhe's expression subtly shifted, and suddenly, alarm washed over him as he recalled something. "This is bad. Xiao Tao just want to find that individual named Xiao Yan. Xian Lao, just to be safe, we must hurry and follow them." Outside Shrek City, on East Avenue, before a quaint loft, in the stillness of the night, a white figure suddenly darted past, lightly landing on a blue stone outside the loft, its crimson gaze piercing into a room within. Soon after the appearance of this white figure, a shadow cloaked in black swiftly emerged from the loft, landing gracefully a short distance from the white figure. "Humph, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Raising his head slowly, Xiao Yan glared at the white-clad man standing nearby, his voice laced with coldness. A sinister grin crept across Dai Huabin's face. "This place is too close to Shrek Academy. Let us retreat to the forests outside the city to settle this. Do you dare?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, tilting his head slightly. Under the moonlight, his handsome visage exuded a defiance that was almost palpable. In the next moment, Xiao Yan moved, heading directly towards the forest beyond the city. Dai Huabin, his gaze icy, followed Xiao Yan's retreating figure without uttering another word, moving with the grace of a shooting star. As soon as they left, Ma Xiao Tao arrived, catching sight of Xiao Yan and Dai Huabin departing the city, and promptly followed them. In the dense forest, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional leap of small creatures, startling the birds resting on the branches. This serene atmosphere, however, was soon shattered by the emergence of two figures, sending the forest's inhabitants fleeing in fright. "Xiao Yan, I truly did not expect you to have such audacity. You dare to come outside the academy with me? Dai Huabin sneered at the black-robed youth standing a short distance away, his expression one of smug satisfaction. "Oomph, do you really think I fear you?" Xiao Yan replied, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Xiao Yan's arrogant demeanor, Dai Huabin's anger turned to mockery. With a wave of his hand, a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the nearby trees, surrounding Xiao Yan completely. Gazing at the encroaching black-clad figures, Xiao Yan shook his head, seemingly resigned. Yet, he showed no fear, his voice steady as he stated, "Have you not considered that my reason for coming out with you is to draw you away from Shrek Academy?" Oomph. With a cold laugh, Dai Huabin fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, grinning maliciously. "What if you draw me out? I have no intention of playing any one-on-one games. I will simply employ the most foolproof method to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He understood that Dai Huabin was not entirely devoid of intellect. The latter dared to follow him out of Shrek Academy at night, relying on the protection provided by the Duchess of the White Tiger. "Attack! Kill him!" Without further ado, Dai Huabin pointed at Xiao Yan, his voice chillingly laced with murderous intent. At his command, the black-clad figures activated their spirit rings simultaneously. The strongest among them was a six-ringed Soul Emperor. The next moment, they unleashed a furious battle cry and charged towards Xiao Yan with ferocity. Gazing intently at the black-robed youth who remained remarkably composed in the face of impending doom, Dai Huabin's fists gradually tightened as he coldly declared, regardless of the circumstances, "Since you dared to show yourself today, you must perish. The soul bone within you belongs to me." Just as the cloaked figures advanced menacingly toward Xiao Yan, an unusual glimmer of white light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, an exceedingly sinister, bone-chilling white flame erupted from within him, consuming the black-clad assailants in an instant. The following moment, several exquisitely crafted ice sculptures materialized within the forest, each capturing the expressions of horror and ferocity from their final moments. Title Douluo? Observing this scene, Dai Huabin's complexion abruptly shifted, and he trembled involuntarily, stammering, "How is this possible? A 12-year-old title Douluo?" At that very moment, the eerie white light in Xiao Yan's eyes vanished. His aura reverted to its original state. With a thunderous crack of energy, a shadow materialized before Dai Huabin. Before Dai Huabin could react, Xiao Yan's fist struck his chest, sending a spray of crimson blood from his mouth as his body was propelled backward, colliding violently with a massive tree after being flung several meters away. The tree shattered with a resounding crash, and only then did the figure come to a halt. Coughing violently, blood mingling with his sputtering breath, Dai Huabin struggled to regain his senses. Glaring at the youth not far away, he roared, "You wretched brat. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the White Tiger Duke. If you kill me here, Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Empire will not let you go." "The son of the White Tiger Duke?" Ha! A wild, arrogant laugh escaped Xiao Yan's lips, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a hint of ferocity as he approached Dai Huabin. With a voice imbued with undeniable malice, akin to a thunderclap resonating through the forest, he commanded, "Take a good look at who I truly am." His pupils constricting slightly, Dai Huabin fixated on the youthful visage of the black-robed figure before him. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition struck him as he recalled a familiar face from years past, which now seemed to merge with the one before him. "What? Why, you are Huo Yuhao!" Dai Huabin exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a purple third soul ring illuminated around Dai Huabin, and he unleashed the full might of the White Tiger Titan, fear evident in his demeanor. With razor-sharp claws, he lunged at Xiao Yan's chest with ferocity. Facing the sudden assault from Dai Huabin, Xiao Yan deftly grasped the handle of his Xian heavy ruler, drawing it forth. After a brief moment of stillness, he tightened his grip, channeling a ferocious energy as he brought it crashing down upon Dai Huabin. Bang! The heavy ruler met the tiger claw with a deafening clash, and the immense force drove Dai Huabin deeper into the ground, his feet sinking into the earth. "Break!" Observing Dai Huabin's struggle against his injuries, Xiao Yan sneered, channeling his fighting spirit into the Xian heavy ruler. As the power surged, cracks began to form on Dai Huabin's claw, rapidly widening until, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. Witnessing his claw's destruction at Xiao Yan's hands, a look of horror spread across Dai Huabin's face. His first soul ring flared to life, conjuring a white protective barrier before him, the White Tiger Shield. Recognizing the barrier, Xiao Yan merely raised an eyebrow. He chose not to engage directly. Instead, he stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself behind Dai Huabin in an uncanny flash. With a swift half-turn of his right foot, he unleashed a devastating kick against Dai Huabin's back. Struck once more, Blood gushed from Dai Huabin's mouth as his body tumbled helplessly across the ground, rolling several meters before colliding with a massive stone, finally coming to a halt. Moments later, Dai Huabin staggered to his feet, gasping like a bull as he glared at the black-robed youth in the distance. His eyes burned with fury, and the malevolence etched on his face was chilling. "You little bastard, you and your mother are nothing but lowly servants. If you fail to kill me today, I will make your life a living hell when I catch you." Dai Huabin's voice dripped with venom as he flipped his hand, casting a small soul guide device into the air. In the next moment, a red flare shot skyward, exploding in a dazzling display, a distress signal from Shrek Academy. Calling for help. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly, a frigid murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. The next instant, he tightened his grip on the Xian heavy ruler and became a blur of shadow, surging toward Dai Huabin. Boom! The black ruler struck mercilessly against Dai Huabin's head, causing his eyes to bulge in terror as his skull caved in. A torrent of blood, mingled with internal organs, erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, within Shrek City, Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the distress signal. Who dares to attack our Shrek Academy? Chapter 69, A Farewell Gift. Boom! The black ruler came crashing down on Dai Huabin's head again, mercilessly. His eyes bulged, and with a crisp crack, his skull was deeply indented. As he beheld Dai Huabin, who was gradually losing vitality, Xiao Yan seemed far from satisfied. His eyes bloodshot, he planted the Xian heavy ruler beside him and unleashed another furious punch, akin to a madman, striking down upon Dai Huabin once more. Dai Huabin, if it weren't for you, my mother would not have perished. It was you who sent her to the brink of death, leading to her ultimate demise. With each punch, furious roars erupted from Xiao Yan. Under the relentless assault, Dai Huabin's ribs shattered into dust. His complexion flushed as he spewed forth blood mixed with his internal organs, splattering Xiao Yan in a gruesome display. Let me reclaim the humiliation I have endured over the past decade. This profound hatred, etched into Xiao Yan's very being, could only be purged with blood. Even if his mother were to be resurrected, he would not hesitate to eliminate Dai Huabin. Some wounds could never be healed. This punch is for my deceased mother. This punch is for the humiliation I have suffered all these years. Xiao Yan's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated through the forest as the moment his fist made contact with flesh, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Under Xiao Yan's frenzied onslaught, Dai Huabin became a bloody mess, his features twisted beyond recognition. At that moment, not far from the forest, 3 figures swiftly darted through the trees, one in front and 2 behind, seemingly rushing towards this direction. These 3 figures were 2 men and 1 woman, Ma Xiaotao, Yin Xiaozhe, and the Elder Xian. Upon seeing the signal fired by Dai Huabin, Ma Xiaotao, who had been following Xiao Yan closely, hastened her approach. Xiao Yan, the people from Shrek Academy are coming. We must retreat. He is already dead. If we continue to fight, he will be reduced to mere pulp. A heavy fist struck Dai Huabin's already deeply sunken chest as the voice of the Elder, Yao, echoed within Xiao Yan's mind. Through his vast spiritual perception, Yao Lao sensed that 3 individuals were rapidly approaching, 2 strong and 1 weak, their auras fluctuating between somber and fervent, filled with palpable hostility, as if they would arrive imminently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately ceased his actions, narrowing his eyes as he coldly replied, "Teacher, if they attempt to force me to stay, I shall trouble you. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe departure. No one from Shrek Academy possesses the strength to detain you." Yao Lao sighed softly, offering reassurance. Casting a detached glance at Dai Huabin's grotesquely mangled body, Xiao Yan delivered another fierce kick before drawing the black ruler into his grasp, swiftly placing it back upon his back. They have yet to arrive. If we can avoid exposure, it is best to do so. Glancing into the distance, Xiao Yan retrieved a large black robe from his soul guide, donning it to conceal his visage entirely. Even his slender frame was shrouded beneath the cloak. At that very moment, a fiery red figure streaked towards him like a meteor, reaching an astonishing speed that left behind numerous afterimages. Ma Xiaotao, who had followed Xiao Yan out of the city. Upon seeing Dai Huabin's mangled corpse, her pupils constricted, and she froze in place, trembling as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yan is dead? Did you kill him?" After casting a glance at Dai Huabin's grotesquely contorted face, Ma Xiaotao lifted her head to confront the figure in black nearby, her fierce and untamed voice resonating. "He deserved to die," Xiao Yan replied coldly. "If he is dead, who will I seek to find the whereabouts of that ice attribute soul master? Who will help me with the issue of my evil fire?" You deserve to die as well. Ma Xiaodao shouted, as 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, spiraled rapidly from beneath her feet. Simultaneously, purple-red flames erupted from her being, warping the air around her. It was evident that Ma Xiaodao had mistaken the identity of the fallen figure. She believed the corpse on the ground was Xiao Yan, as Dai Huabin's features had become unrecognizably mangled, while Xiao Yan was cloaked in darkness. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. Third soul skill, Winged Phoenix Ascension. In the next instant, the second and third soul rings around Ma Xiaodao glowed brilliantly, and a torrent of golden red flames burst forth from her, as her wings flared and propelled her toward Xiao Yan. Teacher, lend me your power, Xiao Yan called out urgently. In midair, Ma Xiaodao's legs radiated with brilliance, golden patterns swirling around her. Soon after, 2 streams of golden red flames shot from her feet, propelling her like a cannonball toward Xiao Yan. Fifth soul skill, Phoenix Cloud Piercer. Suddenly, Ma Xiaodao's 5th soul ring illuminated, a purple-red flame coalescing in her palm, which then began to whirl rapidly, unleashing a fierce howl as it surged toward Xiao Yan. As she observed the approaching purple-red flames, a moment of inspiration struck Xiao Yan, and a faint smile graced his face as he slowly closed his eyes. Boom! The next moment, the purple-red flames collided with Xiao Yan's body, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the tranquil forest, sending violent ripples of energy cascading outward. This is bad, it's Xiaodao. Yan Xiaozhe, hurrying towards the scene, felt the surge of chaotic fire energy, and his expression changed dramatically as he urgently shouted to the elder Xian beside him. Sixth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. In the air, clusters of purple-red fireballs cascaded down like fiery meteors, each one seemingly guided by an unseen force, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. As they neared their target, they transformed into the forms of fire phoenixes, accelerating with a triumphant cry. Boom! Dozens of purple-red, flaming meteors struck Xiao Yan simultaneously, erupting upon contact and unleashing a ferocious explosion of energy that radiated outward in violent waves. What on earth does he intend to achieve? Ma Xiaodao, bewildered by the black-cloaked figure's complete lack of resistance to her 5th and 6th soul skills, felt an ominous premonition rising within her. In the next instant, Ma Xiaodao abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixated on the fiery tempest ahead. To her astonishment, amidst the purple-red flames, a shadowy figure emerged, Xiao Yan. With Ma Xiaodao's soul power reaching the 67th level, even a soul Douluo would hesitate to confront her Phoenix evil fire. Yet, amidst the enveloping purple-red flames, the black figure gradually became discernible. It was Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan's figure became clearer, the surrounding purple-red flames surged violently towards him. At that moment, he resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the fiery energy, creating a massive vortex of flames above him, with the cloaked youth at its center. With this almost gluttonous consumption, the surrounding purple-red flames began to diminish until finally, they were entirely devoured by Xiao Yan. As the last wisp of purple-red flame vanished, Xiao Yan's form emerged fully, now enveloped in a thin layer of ghostly white flames, completely encasing him. What a delightful taste! My purple fire has advanced further. I never anticipated you would provide me with such a gift as I prepare to leave. Thank you. Stretching leisurely, Xiao Yan licked his lips with a beaming smile. Witnessing this scene, Ma Xiaodao's expression morphed into one of disbelief, her purple-red eyes reflecting a flicker of terror as she shouted. What kind of monster are you to dare forcibly consume my Phoenix evil fire? Having suffered greatly from the Phoenix evil fire, Ma Xiaodao found it hard to accept that this individual had simply swallowed a whole. Just then, Yao Lao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind once more, his tone grave as he urged, Xiao Yan, hurry and leave. Those 2 old fellows from Shrek Academy are approaching. They have the advantage in numbers. If we are delayed, it may spell trouble. Upon hearing the words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Without hesitation, he forcefully stomped the ground, his body quaking slightly as a pair of ethereal white wings burst forth from his back. In an instant, he soared into the sky, racing away from Shrek City in a frenzied escape. Trying to flee? Noticing this, Ma Xiaodao was about to pursue when 2 radiant streaks of yellow and white descended from the heavens, landing before her, Yan Xiaozhe and Elder Xuan. Gazing at the mangled and dismembered corpse sprawled on the ground, Yan Xiaozhe's pupils constricted in shock. To reduce a living being to such a state, the animosity must have been profound. What was most troubling was the green insignia of a small monster emblazoned on the dead man's chest, unmistakably marking him as a student of Shrek Academy. Elder Schwann's expression darkened as he demanded, "Xiao Dao, what is the meaning of this?" Ma Xiao Dao, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Elder Schwann, when I arrived, Xiao Yan had already been killed. The murderer fled in that direction." "What? You say Xiao Yan is dead?" Upon seeing the disfigured body, Elder Schwann felt a chill creep down his spine. Yet, as he unleashed his immense spiritual power, his countenance shifted dramatically, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "This person. He is not Xiao Yan, he is Dai Hua Bin." Hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback, his expression flustered. "Elder, what do you mean? The corpse on the ground is Dai Hua Bin? Xiao Dao, who has truly perished?" "Huh? This is Dai Hua Bin? I do not know who it is that has died." Ma Xiao Dao shook her head in confusion and explained, "On my way to find Xiao Yan, I happened to see him leaving the city in this direction, so I followed. By the time I arrived, this body was already lying there." Furrowing his brow, Yin Xiaozhe remarked solemnly, "Dai Hua Bin is the beloved youngest son of Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger clan. His death within Shrek Academy will undoubtedly tarnish the institution's reputation if it gets out. We must apprehend the true culprit. Otherwise, it could lead to grave consequences for both Shrek Academy and the Duke's estate, even straining relations with the Star Luo Empire. Scoundrel! Who dares to kill a student of Shrek Academy?" Elder Schwann's eyes blazed with fury, casting a fierce glance at Yin Xiaozhe before unleashing an enraged roar. Clearly incensed, he summoned his spirit, the devouring divine ox, as 9 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red spiraled upward from beneath him. "Chase!" With that, Elder Schwann charged in the direction indicated by Ma Xiaotao, closely followed by Yin Xiaozhe. In the vast green forest, the landscape was a monotonous sea of green, seemingly without end. Above, a shadowy figure darted swiftly through the azure sky, creating a powerful wind that brushed the dense foliage, leaving a fleeting green mark that was soon restored by the gentle breeze. Moments later, 2 more shadows followed in hot pursuit, once again pressing down the leaves above. Utilizing his battle aura to manifest wings, Xiao Yan raced forward, but suddenly his taut expression shifted as he turned his head. In the distance, 2 black dots were rapidly approaching. "You dare to kill a student of Shrek Academy, and still think you can escape? What do you take our academy for?" The yellow light enveloping Elder Schwann surged like a raging flame, propelling him forward as he glared at the black-clad youth ahead, his voice reverberating through the sky like thunder. "Teacher, those 2 are still on our tail. What should we do?" Xiao Yan felt a tremor of dread at the sight of Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Schwann closing in. "My spiritual strength is not sufficient to sustain long-term flight. If this continues, they will inevitably catch up to you. If they manage to entangle you before the others from Shrek Academy arrive, your escape will be impossible." The voice of Yao Lao grew grave, emphasizing the urgency. "Brat, relinquish control of your body to me momentarily. To escape smoothly, we must first eliminate these 2 troublesome pursuers." Xiao Yan nodded heavily in response, a wry smile on his face. "Teacher, I entrust this to you. If I'm captured, it will spell disaster for me. Rest assured, I understand." Yao Lao replied with a reassuring smile, falling silent. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming surge of ferocious spiritual power erupted from within Xiao Yan, swiftly seizing control of his body. The speed of this individual was indeed peculiar. During flight, not a trace of soul power leaked. Were those white wings on his back not soul bones, but rather advanced soul-guided flying devices? Yin Xiaozhe mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Advanced flying soul-guided devices? Could they belong to the Mingda Hall of the Sun-Moon Empire? Far behind, Elder Schwann and Yin Xiaozhe watched the figure that seemed to teleport ahead, a wave of helplessness washing over them. However, just as they thought they would never catch up to the black-clad figure, the latter's speed suddenly diminished inexplicably, and he turned to face them, calmly hovering in midair. After a brief moment, the 3 stood at a distance in the sky, poised for battle. "Who are you? Why do you seek to kill students of Shrek Academy?" Gasping for breath, Elder Schwann glared at the black-clad figure, his face twisted with rage. "Why? Because he deserved to die," Xiao Yan replied in a low voice, his tone laced with impatience and coldness. "Looking for death." Enraged by this, Elder Schwann's 7th soul ring ignited, transforming his hair into a deep brown and causing his muscles to swell at an astonishing rate. In an instant, his size doubled, spiral horns sprouting from either side of his head. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body. With a fierce shout, a glimmer of determination flashed in Elder Schwann's eyes as his form swelled with radiant yellow light, morphing him into the colossal figure of his martial spirit, the devouring divine ox. Without hesitation, Elder Xuan charged forward, his massive form barreling toward the black-clad figure, sharp horns aimed directly at his chest, looking for death. As the devouring divine ox charged at him, Xiao Yan let out a cold shout, raising his palm into a blade-like shape, angling it slightly as a sinister white flame erupted forth. "It's you?" Seeing the white flame in the black-clad figure's hands, Elder Xuan's expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling. Boom! In the next moment, the devouring divine ox collided with a white flame blade, causing the space around them to freeze momentarily, unleashing an overpowering force akin to towering mountains from the point of impact. The ferocious wind generated by the collision lifted the black figure's hood slightly, revealing half of a delicate face, which caught Elder Xuan's attention and caused his body to stiffen, shock and terror etched across his features. Chapter 70. You think you can leave without destroying my Shrek Academy? In the distant sky, 3 terrifying auras filled the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. Above, the serene white clouds were shredded to pieces by the overwhelming force. Boom! In the heavens above, the gluttonous divine ox, radiating a yellow luminescence, collided fiercely with a figure engulfed in a ghostly white flame. In that instant, a tremendous explosion of energy reverberated through the air. After a brief moment of stalemate, the cloaked figure's palms surged forth, unleashing a torrent of ghostly white flames that swept across the sky, consuming the colossal gluttonous divine ox entirely like a tidal wave. As the immense creature made contact with the encroaching flames, its 8th soul ring flared to life. Yet despite its frantic struggles, its energy-formed body began to dissipate rapidly, accompanied by anguished bellowing. From a distance, one could see a great yellow bull leaping in the air, engulfed by the ghostly flames, wailing incessantly. With a splutter, a jet of crimson blood erupted from the ox's mouth, its form retreating violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, eyes betraying a glimmer of fear, no longer daring to approach the ghostly flames even slightly. After retreating nearly 1,000 meters, the ancient figure finally transformed back into human form, turning to look back. His body was charred black, emanating a strong scent reminiscent of braised beef, and his somewhat pallid face was marred by an expression of disbelief. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gasped for breath, his heart tumultuous with waves of shock as he stammered, "No, it's impossible. That boy is merely 12 years old. How could he possess strength rivaling that of a limit Douluo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His heart trembled violently, and with a labored breath, he contemplated, could it be that the boy truly is a transformed soul beast? But if a soul beast were to assume human form, its strength should vanish entirely. The sudden turn of events left Yan Xiaozhen nearby in a state of shock, and after some time, he gradually regained his composure, swiftly gliding to Elder Xian's side. Extending a hand to support him, expressing concern, "Elder Xian, are you all right?" "Cough, I am unharmed." Shaking his head, Elder Xian spoke gravely, "Xiaozhe, this individual's strength is on par with your teacher's. You must exercise caution." Gazing at Elder Xian, who was nearly reduced to jerky, Yan Xiaozhe's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the cloaked figure not far away, coldly demanding, "Who exactly are you?" "First, you slay a student of Shrek Academy, and now you injure our elder. Are you provoking the entire Sea God Pavilion? Do you know what great powers our Shrek Academy has produced in the past? Can you withstand their wrath?" The cloak trembled slightly, and Yan Xiaozhe sensed the indifferent gaze emanating from beneath it, causing his heart to tighten as he prepared for flight. "Why kill Dai Huabin? I have a blood feud with the White Tiger Duke's estate, hence my intent to slay him." The aged voice emerged from the cloaked figure, calm yet chilling, which made both Yan Xiaozhe and Elder Xian's expressions grow increasingly grim. Upon hearing this aged voice, and as his emotions began to settle, Elder Xian started to doubt the youthful visage he had initially perceived. After a brief contemplation, he firmly concluded that he must have been mistaken. As Yan Xiaozhe listened to the cloaked figure, he too was taken aback momentarily before responding nonchalantly, "Since you harbor enmity with the White Tiger Duke's estate, you must not be an unknown figure on the Douluo Continent. Why conceal your name? Please reveal it, so that Shrek Academy may account to the White Tiger Duke's estate." "Huh, reveal my name?" The cloaked figure shook his head, the cloak fluttering slightly as he coldly replied, "Since you have pursued me here today, you may as well stay. If you are both to perish, what need is there for you to know my name?" Upon hearing this, both Yan Xiaozhe and Elder Xian's expressions changed dramatically, their eyes narrowing as they fixed their gaze on the figure engulfed in ghostly white flames. Their hearts sank as they contemplated the power of the individual before them. If this person were merely a 98th level title Douluo, Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian would not be intimidated, for together they could undoubtedly defeat him. Yet, the strength of the figure before them was comparable to that of a 99th level limit Douluo. Should a confrontation arise, the two would likely fall victim as easily as a chicken is slaughtered, highlighting the vast gulf between a super Douluo and a limit Douluo. Since you bear a grudge against the White Tiger Duke's estate, Shrek Academy holds no animosity towards you. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. However, your actions today will be etched in our memories. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, Yin Xiaozhe remained resolute, throwing down a fierce declaration before exchanging a glance with Elder Xian, commanding, "Withdraw, split up and flee." At these words, Elder Xian was momentarily stunned, casting a resentful glance at the cloaked figure hovering in the air. Reminded of his pitiful condition, he strove to muster his resolve, but found himself incapable, ultimately turning to flee. Simultaneously, Yin Xiaozhe summoned his martial soul's true form, transforming into a magnificent phoenix, and the two fled in opposite directions. Attempting to escape? Since enmity has been forged, I cannot allow loose ends. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is not my style. Observing Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian fleeing separately, the cloaked figure's brow furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, and two ghostly white flame spikes rapidly coalesced in front of him. "Go!" Coldly gazing at the retreating figures of Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian, he issued a low command, pouring forth fierce soul power into the two swirling flame spikes, which shot forth with lethal speed, pursuing the two relentlessly. Though the ghostly white flame spikes appeared small, they left faint traces against the azure sky as they traversed the air, their icy temperatures causing the surrounding atmosphere to crystallize into ice. Sensing the impending, terrifying assault, both Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian quickly turned to face the oncoming flame spikes, their eyes flashing with alarm as they prepare to unleash their soul skills for defense. 8th Soul Skill, Gluttonous Protection. 8th Soul Skill, Phoenix Nirvana. In the skies above, the two flame spikes, accompanied by a piercing sound of rushing wind, hurtled towards Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian. However, just as the ghostly white flame spikes were about to strike their bodies, an unexpected change occurred. A gentle aura radiated from behind Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian, the golden light expanding at a seemingly leisurely pace, quickly enveloping their forms. In the next moment, a formidable aura érupted forte. This aura emanated from behind Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Xian, spreading through the void like lightning, and with a slight tremor, it shattered the flame's spikes into nothingness. "Damn it, that old man has arrived." The cloaked figure beneath the hood exclaimed in a voice filled with aged fury upon witnessing the destruction of the flame spikes. As the echoes of angry rebuke faded, a magnificent golden dragon materialized behind Yin Xiaozhe and Xuanzi. Its powerful form, supported by 4 imposing claws, was enveloped in thick, lustrous scales, and its golden eyes radiated an aura of formidable authority. The overwhelming presence of the dragon instilled unease in the soul beasts lurking a kilometer away in the forest, causing them to cry out restlessly. Golden arcs of electricity surrounded the majestic dragon, which glimmered brilliantly, suspended in the air like a resplendent sun. "Who are you? Why have you sought to harm the students of Shrek Academy?" The voice of he resonated from the dragon's mouth. He was none other than the towering pillar of Shrek Academy, the dragon god, Douluo Continent. Upon recognizing him, Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhe hastily bowed in respect, exclaiming in unison, "Elder Mu, teacher." Chuckling softly, the figure cloaked in black shook his head with a sigh, arms crossed before his chest, and boldly replied, "Why kill? I harbor a blood feud with the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire. Slaying one of their sons is merely the beginning. Go back and inform Dai how to ensure he and his wife prepare their necks for me." Arrogance. At this declaration, Muin had yet to react, while Xian Lao, standing beside him, let out an enraged roar, puffing out his chest as he declared, "Elder Mu, now that you are here, you cannot allow him to leave. Regardless of his personal vendetta, he has slain a student of Shrek Academy, no matter his immense abilities. I refuse to believe he can surpass the combined strength of the 3 of us." As he spoke, Xian Lao's spirit surged, his gaze fixed on the floating figure in black, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Muin's golden eyes swept over the white flames emanating from the black-cloaked man. Moments later, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. He distinctly sensed that the intensely hot white flames contained an extreme chill, akin to the coldest ice of a millennium. Yet, how could such ancient ice produce such intense heat? What on earth is this anomaly? After a brief pause, Mu In slowly raised his head, a subtle chill swirling within his golden gaze as he spoke solemnly. Though you bear a grudge against the Duke of the White Tiger, the individual you have slain today is, after all, a student of Shrek Academy. If I were to let you depart unscathed, how would Shrek Academy maintain its standing on the continent in the future? Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? The black-cloaked figure responded coolly. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? As he spoke, his cloak billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, the white flames encircling him. The man and dragon stood defiantly against each other in the sky, the air thick with the tension of an impending clash. Very well, you may leave. Mu In sighed lowly after a moment of contemplation, his golden aura shimmering as he transformed into a rather hunched elderly man. He waved his hand, his expression slightly troubled, and said, "Leave now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao's expression shifted dramatically. He touched his chest, where the flesh had nearly been seared, and as anger mingled with excruciating pain, his rationality began to erode. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "Elder Mu, if you let him go like this, it will surely tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. Moreover, how shall we account to the Duke of the White Tiger? You old fool, you talk too much." The black-cloaked figure scoffed, his brow furrowing slightly as a tremendous pressure surged from within him, instantly suffocating Xiao Lao, making him feel as though he might be torn asunder. "Stop!" Observing this, Mu In called out sharply, his form flashing as he appeared before Xiao Lao, a gentle golden halo radiating from him that fully countered the oncoming pressure. It was then that he involuntarily coughed. "You should leave quickly." Mu In exhaled softly, his gaze fixed on the black-cloaked figure not far away. The person did not die within the academy, and strictly speaking, it has little bearing on the institution. You have concealed yourself within the academy for so long without striking. It seems you have shown me, this old man, considerable respect. Take this opportunity to depart before the other elders arrive. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yao Lao's immense spiritual perception surged forth, sensing that 7 or 8 titled Douluos were hastening toward their location. Xiao Lao, feeling reluctant, protested, "Elder Mu, we cannot let him escape." Silence. Mu In shot back, his expression darkening as he glared at Xiao Lao. "Xuanzi, do you wish to bring ruin upon the academy? Is it worth it to offend a limit Douluo for the sake of an outsider? Though Shrek Academy has historical ties with the Duke of the White Tiger, those events date back a millennium. Moreover, the Duke's son was killed outside the academy, and it was an act of revenge. They must bear the consequences of their own actions." Xiao Lao, breathing heavily and wide-eyed, retorted, "Elder Mu, if we let him go today, will Shrek Academy not become a laughingstock across the continent? The other elders are already en route. If we 3 can hold him here until they arrive, we will undoubtedly be able to subdue him." Observing the 3 figures of Mu In not far away, the black-cloaked man's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Yet just then, his body trembled slightly, evidently due to the excessive consumption of his soul energy. "Teacher, what is wrong with you?" Xiao Yan inquired anxiously. Yao Lao patiently explained, "My soul energy has waned to a critical low. I cannot sustain prolonged combat. Since that old man does not intend to forcibly detain us today, we should leave. Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction." Just then, a frail voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. "Since you do not intend to keep me, I shall take my leave. Anyone unafraid of death may pursue me." With that, the black-cloaked figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the distance. As they watched him vanish from sight, Xiao Lao's eyes widened in fury, his feet stomping the ground as his body trembled, feeling as if 1,000 ants were crawling upon him. He shouted, "Elder Mu, are we truly letting him go just like that? If we do not seize this opportunity to reclaim our honor, how will Shrek Academy face the world when news of this incident spreads?" Xuanzi's current demeanor was akin to that of a man who had lost his wits, with an evident sentiment that the black cloak figure could not simply leave without facing retribution for Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Mu In's expression darkened further, his tone more severe, as a rare glint of coldness flickered in his gentle gaze. "Xuanzi, have you lost your mind? Knowing he is a limit Douluo, do you still wish to contend with him for the sake of Dai Huabin? Is it truly worth it? This matter ends here. Do not bring it up again." "Elder Mu, we have the advantage of numbers." Xiao Lao gritted his teeth and insisted. "What does it matter if we are numerous? Have you considered how terrifying a limit Douluo's counterattack can be when facing imminent death? Such power could easily annihilate over half of the Sea God Pavilion's elders. Can the Academy bear such a heavy price for one student? For an outsider? Moi chastai Suan Lao. If you dare to complain further, I will take it upon myself to educate you on the fate of our fallen brothers. Now, return to the academy, and you shall personally visit the Duke of the White Tiger to explain the circumstances. The academy has done all it can." With that, Muin transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring toward the direction of Shrek Academy, with Yin Xiaozhe following closely after a brief moment of silence. As for Xuanzi, his countenance shifted from a pale hue to a deep shade of green as he gazed at the retreating figure cloaked in black, his eyes brimming with resentment. His hand slowly caressed the charred flesh on his chest, and his pallid visage contorted into a fearsome grimace once more. "Just wait, you shall pay for this." In the dense forest, a shadow suddenly darted past, occasionally brushing against the outstretched branches, causing the black robe to flutter slightly, revealing the delicate features of a youthful face, none other than Xiao Yan, who had departed from Shrek Academy after slaying Dai Hua Bin. Moments later, on a steep hillside, the shadow abruptly sprang forth from the forest, landing steadily upon a massive boulder. After several hours of flight, Xiao Yan's black robe appeared somewhat disheveled. Finally, he had distanced himself from the confines of Shrek City. As he lifted the black robe that enveloped him, revealing his youthful visage, he stood at the precipice of the cliff and inhaled the mist-laden air deeply. "Mother, I have finally avenged you with my own hands. Do you see this from the heavens? I promised I would sever the lineage of the White Tiger Duke completely, and I shall not spare a single soul who has wronged you." Casting his gaze down the cliff at the serpentine road below, a faint smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips, which swiftly transformed into a hearty laugh that echoed across the cliffs. "Ha ha ha!" His laughter resounded for an extended period. The gentle voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated within Xiao Yan's heart. "You rascal, returning to Shrek Academy is no longer an option. Where do you intend to go next?" "Where to?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan momentarily found himself at a loss, standing there in a daze. Just then, the languorous voice of Tianming Bingtsan echoed in his mind. "Xiao Yan, continue heading north. We are bound for the extreme north. The 40,000-year limit for Bing Bing is approaching. I must seek it out. Moreover, your soul power has been at level 20 for quite some time. You need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings for your advancement. In the extreme north, there are soul beasts with spiritual attributes perfectly suited for your spirit eye. When the time comes, I will help you find one that will surely satisfy you." Hee. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan remained silent for a while, gazing up at the azure sky, softly inquiring, "Teacher, what do you think?" "Yes, we shall heed the words of this great beast. Let us venture to the extreme north. This endeavor has drained a significant portion of my soul power, and I require ample rest." Yao Lao's voice emanated from the ring, though it had grown considerably weaker. 3 days later, at the northernmost edge of the Tianhuan Empire, in the extreme north, the ground here was blanketed with thick, pristine snow, soft and unblemished, stretching infinitely in all directions, clad in a silvery shroud. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the snow-laden branches to sway gracefully, resembling jade trees adorned with silver flowers. Their forms varied and enchanting, while snowflakes occasionally drifted down from the heavens. Draped in a black robe, a young man trudged forward against the relentless snowstorm, his footsteps sinking deep into the snow, soon obscured by the falling flakes, all traces concealed within the white expanse. The harsh environment of the extreme north exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. His face turned a shade of purplish blue from the cold, and the white mist escaping his nose instantly crystallized into shards of ice that dissipated into the air. Amidst the endless snow, I walk alone, free from all attachments. A solitary shadow swayed by the winds. Lifting his head to behold the gently descending snowflakes, Xiao Yan could not help but smile, reciting softly, "Mother, rest assured, no matter what the future holds, I shall never abandon my quest for vengeance." Chapter 71. The Eternal Ice Essence. A colossal city towered over the plains, its diverse array of architecture sprawling outward, bustling commercial streets intertwining within, while a towering spire at the city's heart reached toward the sky, evoking awe at its grandeur. Ancient trees flanked the city gates, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a touch of tranquility and mystery to this vibrant locale. This was a place both enigmatic and prosperous, known as Shrek City. At the heart of Shrek City lay an immense academy, the esteemed Shrek Academy, which boasted a vast artificial lake called the Sea God Lake, at the center of which lay a small island known as Sea God Island. On this island stood a magnificent edifice, sculpted from ancient golden trees, named the Sea God Pavilion. From afar, it gleamed with resplendent gold, its design both primitive and elegant, with interwoven branches shimmering in the sunlight, as if each leaf bore the weight of time's passage. The walls within the Sea God Pavilion were adorned with various ancient patterns, hinting at its rich historical heritage. Surrounding the pavilion, a golden aura radiated gently, akin to a guardian, bestowing an air of mystery and solemnity upon this structure carved from golden wood. Whenever significant events transpired at Shrek Academy, meetings would convene within the Sea God Pavilion, serving as the highest assembly of the Academy. This gathering bore no distinction from previous meetings, yet an unusual gravity permeated the atmosphere. Elder Mu reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed. As he slowly opened them, a flicker of unsettling brilliance passed through his golden pupils, compelling the others to sit up straight involuntarily. Beside Elder Mu sat Elder Xuan and Elder Lin, flanked by the 4 deans of the Martial Spirit and Soul Guidance departments, who remained respectfully at the lower end of the seating arrangement. Elder Mu's gentle voice broke the silence. Xuanzi, Xiaozhe, you two were the first to arrive at the scene. Please elucidate the matter at hand. Yin Xiaozhe nodded, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke solemnly. I believe everyone is already aware of this incident. By the time Elder Xuan and I arrived, Dai Hua Bean was already deceased, his bones shattered, his flesh a gruesome mess for being bludgeoned to a pulp. Xiao Tao reached the scene before us. I have already inquired of her. She had intended to seek out Xiao Yan, but coincidentally witnessed him leaving the city alongside Dai Hua Bean. Now that Dai Hua Bean is dead, Xiao Yan has similarly vanished. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. After a prolonged silence, Elder Lin finally spoke. If I understand correctly, you imply that this student named Xiao Yan was in league with the one who slaughtered Dai Hua Bean? He infiltrated the academy with the intent of luring Dai Hua Bean out of the city? Indeed, Yin Xiaozhe responded with a nod, neither affirming nor denying. Xiao Yan? How can this be possible? Dui's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across his face as he muttered to himself, astonished that the very individual he had considered recruiting into the Soul Guidance Department had now become a fugitive accused of murder. At that moment, Elder Xuan abruptly rose from his seat, his brow furrowed, eyes ablaze with fury, his lips pressed tightly together, as if suppressing an impending outburst of wrath. I have long suspected this Xiao Yan to be problematic. During the last Sea God Pavilion meeting, I proposed that we apprehend him, yet Elder Mu intervened. Elder Xuan's chest heaved with intensity, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. His fury cast a heavy pall over the surrounding air, instilling an unsettling chill in all present. With a deep sigh, Elder Xian, panting heavily, cast his gaze over the assembled elders and stated solemnly, "The influence of the Dai family is quite formidable, and this matter pertains to the reputation of Shrek Academy. I believe that the Sea God Pavilion must unite with the White Tiger Dai clan to issue a continent-wide warrant for the apprehension of Xiao Yan. What do you all think?" Upon hearing Elder Xian's words, the elders exchanged glances, some in agreement, while others expressed dissent. They wished to voice their opinions, but hesitated to speak freely, soon directing their attention towards the silent Elder Mu, who remained reclined in his chair. Xuanzi, have you disregarded the words I shared with you before your return? Do not provoke me to take drastic measures. A calm, yet authoritative voice emanated from Elder Mu, who gradually straightened in his chair. He spoke with gravity. You have experienced the mysterious individual's power firsthand. He is no less formidable than I. The death of Dai Huabin and the simultaneous disappearance of Xiao Yan imply a connection between them. Although Xiao Yan's strength is not particularly impressive, deliberately targeting him may incite that mysterious individual to retaliate against the Academy. Dai Huabin's death outside the Academy does not imply negligence on our part. Furthermore, that individual clearly stated that his vengeance against Dai Huabin stemmed from a blood feud with the White Tiger Duke's estate, having nothing to do with the Academy. In light of the historical ties between the White Tiger Duke's estate and the Academy, I urge you to personally deliver Dai Huabin's remains to Dai Hao and his wife in the Star Luo Empire, striving to alleviate their sorrow. Even I cannot guarantee victory against that cloaked figure. While Shrek Academy possesses profound heritage, facing him head-on would exact a tremendous toll. Dai Huabin is already deceased. Let's not become entangled in this affair any further. Especially you, Xuanzi. I am aware of the resentment you harbor from the beating you endured. Yet you must think of the Academy's future. Do not allow our institution to be destroyed through our own actions. Remember my words today, should you dare to defy me. Do not blame me for expelling you from the Sea God Pavilion. As Elder Mu's tone grew more severe, Elder Xian's body trembled slightly. Over the years, he had never witnessed Elder Mu threaten anyone with expulsion from the Sea God Pavilion. Although unwilling to accept this, he was rendered speechless by the weight of Elder Mu's words. Yes, Elder Mu. After a moment, Elder Xian respectfully bowed to Elder Mu, his face etched with reluctance as he returned to his seat. A few minutes later, Elder Xian emerged from the Sea God Pavilion, sipping wine and gnawing on a chicken leg, his brow furrowed, his expression grim. Just then, a tall male student hurriedly approached him, standing around 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, with a strikingly handsome yet resolute visage. His short, steel-like golden hair and peculiar eyes, characterized by a dual glimmer, added to his striking appearance. This was Dai Yaoheng, the elder brother of Dai Huabin. Within the White Tiger Duke's estate, the Duchess had 2 biological sons, the eldest Dai Yaoheng, heir to the White Tiger Duke's title, and the younger Dai Huabin. As he reached Elder Xian, Dai Yaoheng's face was pale, and his voice was notably somber. Elder Xian, what on earth has transpired? I heard from Xiao Tao that Huabin's countenance reflected anxiety, for Dai Huabin's sudden death at Shrek Academy cast a shadow of suspicion upon him. Although the Dai family traditionally embraced a policy of non-interference and free competition, this incident had no connection to him. With Dai Huabin's demise, Dai Yaoheng was almost guaranteed to become the next White Tiger Duke. Yet, he had no part in this tragedy. Since relinquishing the imperial throne of the Star Luo Empire to become the White Tiger Duke, the family had experienced ongoing competition. It was no longer a life-and-death struggle as it had been 1,000 years prior. Now, the most capable would inherit the title. However, with Dai Huabin's tragic end, how would their parents perceive him? To harm one's own brother for the sake of title? That was a burden Dai Yaoheng wished to avoid at all costs. Little Dai, may you find solace in this time of sorrow. Taking a sip from his gourd, Elder Xuan gently patted Dai Yaoheng's shoulder in consolation. Elder Mu has instructed me to personally deliver Dai Huabin's remains to your father. Would you care to accompany me? I will explain everything on the way. Indeed. Nodding solemnly, Dai Yaoheng replied, my father is currently engaged in battle and is not at the White Tiger Duke's estate. He is stationed to the western frontier of the Star Do Empire. If you're to go, allow me to guide you. Hearing this, Elder Xian glanced at Dai Yaoheng, a glimmer of insight passing through his eyes. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. Very well, Elder Xian. Please, tell me what has transpired. Sighing, Elder Xian revealed, the Academy has identified the individual responsible for your brother's death. His name is Xiao Yan, a student at Shrek Academy. But he has since fled in fear of retribution. Once we meet your father, I will provide him with all the details. Xiao Yan, I have never heard of this person. Let us hurry. We must see your father first. This is a grave matter that the Dai family cannot afford to forget. I wish to assist you. Yet Elder Mu has impeded my efforts. My hands are tied, and the rest is up to you. Elder Mu has intervened? Why? The two continued to converse as they walked, with Elder Xian omitting the fact that Dai Huabin's killer was a mysterious figure on par with a 99th level super Douluo, attributing the entire incident to Xiao Yan. Having endured 2 beatings, Elder Xian's mindset had shifted significantly. Eager to reclaim his dignity, he resolved to utilize the White Tiger Duke's family to exact revenge, as he could no longer rely on Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the extreme northern lands, a biting wind howled through the icy expanse, revealing a white world that unfolded like a pristine canvas. Snowflakes danced through the air, ethereal and silent, melting upon the black-clad youth standing amidst it. In the distance, the snow-covered peaks loomed, partially obscured, resembling colossal white giants guarding this tranquil realm. Clad in a white garment, a remnant of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Xiao Yan felt no chill from the frigid winds. Each step through the thick snow proved arduous, as his footprints gradually disappeared beneath the fresh snowfall, as if all traces of his passage would vanish in this serene wilderness. Here, time seemed to slow, and the surroundings were enveloped in peace and tranquility. Yet, within Xiao Yan's heart, turmoil surged as memories of shared moments with his mother unfurled in his mind. Those once cherished times now transformed into lingering regrets. Xiao Yan vowed to himself that regardless of the hardships to come, he would bravely forge ahead until he fulfilled his quest for vengeance. Just then, the voice of the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm echoed in his mind, urgently warning, Xiao Yan, something approaches. Hurry, lie flat on the ground, and bury yourself in the snow. Do not move a muscle. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly crouched down and pressed himself into the thick snow, hastily covering himself with a cold white blanket. Holding his breath, he managed to conceal himself just in time. Within a mere span of 10 breaths, he suddenly felt his body tremble. He distinctly sensed something massive passing by him, its presence exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Stealthily shifting a layer of snow off himself, Xiao Yan peered into the distance and beheld a colossal white giant ape standing tall, its size nearing 10 zhong. It emanated an intense, icy chill, and heavy breaths billowed from its enormous nostrils like two wisps of white mist. What is that creature? A soul beast? His expression shifted as he stammered. In response, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, tinged with unease, echoed in his mind. That is the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three great kings of the extreme north. The three kings hold a status in the extreme north akin to that of ferocious beasts in the Stardew Forest. They are the true rulers of this frigid land, the apex of power here. In this harsh environment, they are virtually invincible. To compare overall strength, even if you gather all the beasts from the Stardew Forest, they may not be able to overpower the soul beasts of the extreme north. However, the area of the extreme north is vast, yet the number of soul beasts is relatively scarce, making it difficult for them to congregate. The three great kings of the extreme north? Xiao Yan mused, bewildered. The first among the three kings is named the Snow Woman, with a cultivation nearing 700,000 years. The second is the Ice Emperor Scorpion, with a cultivation close to 400,000 years, and it is also our target this time, my beloved Bing Bing. As for the third, it is the Titan Snow Demon King that you are currently observing. The strongest soul beast is merely 700,000 years old. Heavenly Dream, did you not claim to be a million-year soul beast? Why are you not among these three kings? Xiao Yan questioned, as if he had stumbled upon a blind spot. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's little face flushed, momentarily caught off guard, before it haughtily replied, Brother simply does not care for such empty titles, which is why I have not ranked with them. If I were to compete for such titles, then the extreme north would have four great kings. Why do you ask so many questions? Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Yan retorted. If you could squeeze into the ranks of the four great kings, would you have ever been forced to flee to the Stardew Forest by that Ice Emperor Scorpion? Speaking of which, if it weren't for the teacher accompanying me, I would feel as if I were merely delivering a feast to others by coming to this extreme north with you. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm furiously bounced in Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, howling. You speak nonsense. What do you mean by delivering a feast? Do you look down on me? So what if I am one of the three great kings of the extreme north? What is there to fear? As the voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm faded, the aged voice of Yao Lao suddenly emanated from the ring. Brat, look closely at that white ape. It appears to be covered in a kind of white crystalline substance. Through my soul power, I can sense that this should be a rare ice attribute treasure. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Yan focused his gaze and nodded. 10,000-year frost essence. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm repeated the name, and after a moment, its plump body trembled with overwhelming joy, exclaiming, It is indeed the 10,000-year frost essence. How did I not notice it earlier? Why is it covered in this substance? 10,000-year frost essence. What is that? The unfamiliar name caused Xiao Yan to furrow his brows in confusion. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm explained. The 10,000-year frost essence is a rare supplement that greatly benefits the cultivation of ice attribute soul masters and soul beasts. I relied on 10,000-year frost essence to break through to a million years back in the day. Given that my second martial soul, the bone spirit cold fire, belongs to the ice attribute as well, which is also considered fire attribute, I wonder if this 10,000-year frost essence would be of any use to me? Straining to suppress his aura and breath, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the Titan Snow Demon King, murmuring quietly to himself. What? Are you tempted? Yao Lao's laughter resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Well, it is indeed a treasure. It would be disingenuous to say I am not tempted. In this world, martial souls can evolve. If I could acquire this 10,000-year frost essence, perhaps my second martial soul, the bone spirit cold fire, could undergo an evolution as well. Xiao Yan did not hide his greed for the 10,000-year frost essence and stated earnestly, even if this essence does not lead to an evolution of the bone spirit cold fire, it could still be combined with other herbs to concoct pills that would assist me in elevating my cultivation. In response, Yao Lao, with a shrewd tone, remarked, that creature merely has some 10,000-year frost essence on it. I suspect there is a trove of it in its dwelling. Teacher, do you mean I should secretly follow it and locate its cave, then find an opportunity to quietly slip inside? There should be a substantial amount of 10,000-year frost essence there, right? Xiao Yan quietly inquired in his heart. Yao Lao chuckled softly, a promising student indeed. While I could overpower the Titan Snow Demon King in my current state, we are in the extreme north. A battle could easily trigger an avalanche or attract other soul beasts. If we can outsmart it, we should do so. After speaking, Yao Lao pondered for a moment, and a vast wave of soul power enveloped Xiao Yan, completely isolating his presence. With a spark of determination, Xiao Yan smirked, watching the Titan Snow Demon King. Once the latter had moved a sufficient distance away, he swiftly emerged from the snow, his figure transforming into a shadow as he hastily followed. The starry sky was adorned with countless stars, and the cold moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the entire extreme north in a delicate silver glow, lending it an ethereal and mysterious aura. In the dead of night, aside from a few soul beasts venturing out to forage, most had already returned to their nests to sleep, including the Titan Snow Demon King, rendering the land enveloped in a profound silence. At that moment, a dark silhouette suddenly darted into a valley in the extreme north, not far from which lay a pitch-black cave. Taking a cautious sniff of the air wafting from the cave, Xiao Yan faintly detected a scent reminiscent of urine, similar to that of the Titan Snow Demon King. This must be the place. Teacher, if I am discovered, you must come to my aid, he whispered to himself before cautiously making his way toward the dark cave. With the assistance of his spiritual eye, the night appeared as bright as day. The cave was rather spacious. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate the Titan Snow Demon King's dwelling. The towering ceiling reached nearly 100 meters high, and within the cave, scattered rocks and tufts of white fur were evident. Xiao Yan proceeded cautiously further inside. After traversing the long and dark passageway, two diverging paths suddenly appeared before him. Furrowing his brows at the two paths ahead, Xiao Yan contemplated for a moment, activating his spiritual eye. A faint golden light illuminated his gaze, and his mental probing initiated in a straight line. Soon, he detected an abundance of white crystalline substances within the left passage. With cautious steps, Xiao Yan ventured into the left passageway, which twisted and turned ominously. As he delved deeper, the temperature around him plummeted. After traversing this eerie silence for several minutes, he suddenly discerned a faint white light emanating from the dark recess at the end of the tunnel. His heart leapt with joy, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he drew nearer, the white glow expanded, ultimately transforming into a radiant entrance suffused with resplendent light. Standing at the threshold, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and stepped inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold of darkness, he was greeted by a blinding brilliance. Once his eyes adjusted to the luminosity, he cast his gaze around, only to be met with a look of astonishment. Before him lay a vast cavern, adorned with white ice marrow, stretching endlessly to the horizon. The soft white light emanated from within, revealing that most of the ice marrow was either centuries or millennia old, with the truly ancient specimens being exceedingly rare. Young rascal, while the Titan Snow Demon King remains oblivious, you must quickly extract that millennia-old ice marrow. Remember to use the jade implements. Do not touch it with your bare hands, urged the elderly pharmacist in a hushed tone as he surveyed the ice marrow scattered throughout the cave. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan rummaged through his soul guide device until he finally procured a jade spoon. He approached the location of the millennia-old ice marrow and cautiously dipped the spoon into it. With deft movements of his wrist, he managed to scoop up a significant portion of the ancient ice marrow. Just as he was about to extract the remainder, the elderly pharmacist suddenly cautioned him, "Young rascal, remember to leave some behind. It is an unwritten rule in the alchemical community to not sever the roots of heavenly treasures. This millennia-old ice marrow took an eon to form, and we must leave some for future generations. One cannot act selfishly. One cannot simply satiate their own hunger while disregarding others." As the pharmacist's words echoed, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged from the dark recess behind Xiao Yan, their glow intensifying. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the formidable Titan Snow Demon King made its entrance. The cavern exuded an intense chill, the air thick with a cool mist that coalesced into white vapor, undulating with each breath. The cave walls glimmered with ice crystals, pure as jade, reflecting a soft blue light under the dim illumination. A delicate layer of frost flowers blanketed the ground, resembling condensed spiritual energy, gently covering every inch. At the cavern's heart, a colossal piece of millennia-old ice stood majestically, its surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the entirety of the cave. Surrounding the ice were several smaller pieces of profound ice, and atop one of them rested the coveted millennia-old ice marrow. "Wow, I never anticipated that so much millennia-old ice marrow would be found here," exclaimed the heavenly dream ice silkworm, drooling at the sight. "Ages ago, I was pursued by a formidable enemy and fortuitously fell into an ice cavern filled with ice marrow. I spent my days in slumber and sustenance until I eventually managed to break through to 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Xiao Yan, you are indeed fortunate. Indeed, My luck has never waned. It seems fortuitous, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, his jade spoon enveloped in fighting spirit, rendering it exceedingly sharp. With a mere touch, he effortlessly extracted the millennia-old ice marrow. However, at that moment, the dark recess behind him revealed the emergence of crimson eyes, growing ever larger, accompanied by the deep, resonant footsteps of the Titan Snow Demon King. Roar! An enraged roar erupted from the Titan Snow Demon King's maw, causing the surrounding profound ice to fracture. Startled by the sudden, beastly roar, Xiao Yan's arm trembled slightly, causing some of the ancient ice marrow in his jade spoon to spill onto the ground, soaking the earth beneath his feet. Discovered. Young rascal, cease your scooping and flee. The elderly pharmacist exclaimed urgently upon witnessing the Titan Snow Demon King's sudden appearance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and he hastily stowed the ancient ice marrow into a jade bottle. His gaze fell upon the precious marrow now strewn across the ground, and a pang of regret washed over him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lunged forward, licking the fallen ancient ice marrow clean from the ground, much to the astonishment of both the pharmacist and the Titan Snow Demon King. What on earth are you doing at a time like this? The pharmacist exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he mimicked Xiao Yan's tone with a rare expletive. Teacher, with you here, what is there to fear? Waste is a shameful act, Xiao Yan replied, hastily consuming every last morsel of the ancient ice marrow before rising to face the Titan Snow Demon King, which had effectively blocked their exit. In the next instant, the Titan Snow Demon King slammed its foot against the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Its massive form propelled forward with tremendous force, resembling a white cannonball hurtling toward Xiao Yan. Good heavens! Teacher, save me! Xiao Yan cried out, his lips twitching in panic as he quickly stowed the heavy ruler into the soul guide device. The moment the ruler was removed, Xiao Yan felt himself grow lighter, his internal fighting spirit surging with newfound vigor. In the blink of an eye, the Titan Snow Demon King was upon him, its claws coalescing with frost, forming a sharp ice claw over half a foot long, aimed directly at his heart. Psychic interference. Psychic detection. The golden glow of his first soul ring ignited, erupting from his eyes. In a moment of sheer luck, the Titan Snow Demon King faltered, allowing Xiao Yan to narrowly evade its icy grasp. Roar! Realizing its attack had missed, the Titan Snow Demon King's crimson eyes flared with greater malice. It struck its chest with its massive, razor-sharp claws, unleashing a deafening roar capable of shattering stone. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from its being, pinning Xiao Yan in place. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. Teacher, if you do not intervene soon, I may very well perish here, Xiao Yan implored desperately, glancing up at the towering Titan Snow Demon King that loomed before him, rendering him immobile. Why the rush? I merely wish to ascertain the limits of your potential. The pharmacist replied calmly. Now, allow me to take over. As the pharmacist's words fell, an unfathomable aura erupted from within Xiao Yan. Feeling the escalating pressure, the Titan Snow Demon King wore an incredulous expression, baring its fangs as a crescent-shaped ice blade coalesced in its palm. Roar! Once again, a profound and guttural roar echoed through the air, followed closely by the Titan Snow Demon King, who waved his hand gently. The crescent-shaped ice blade surged forth toward Xiao Yan, leaving a path of destruction etched into the ground beneath it. With a cold gaze fixed upon the rapidly approaching ice blade, Xiao Yan exhibited no fear. He exhaled softly, extending his palm with deliberate slowness, and then, with a subtle tremor, a chilling white flame erupted from his palm. Break! His eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked his hand, and the white flame surged forth. In an instant, the crescent-shaped ice blade froze mid-air, and moments later, a massive white tornado materialized within the cavern. In the blink of an eye, the white tornado swept through the air, enveloping the Titan Snow Demon King, and within moments, a layer of white ice emerged from the surface of the Demon King's body, encasing him as a frozen sculpture. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a fusion of extreme heat and extreme cold, possessed both ice and fire attributes. At its peak heat, it incinerated all, while at its peak cold, it froze the very earth. A rather feeble cough escaped Xiao Yan's lips, a clear indication of the toll taken by the soul energy he had consumed. Gradually, the radiant white light in his eyes dimmed, and his breath returned to its normal state. Quickly, we must go. I can only bind this creature momentarily. Understood. In response, Xiao Yan nodded, inhaling sharply as he propelled himself off the stone wall, darting past the now enshrined Titan Snow Demon King, his body arcing forward like a released arrow. Racing towards the cave's exit, However, after only a short distance, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed an eerie chill enveloping him. An extreme cold permeated from his meridians, infiltrating his bones and flesh. What is happening? The sudden transformation within him rendered Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he dared not dwell on it. The pure energy brought forth by the cold intensified his speed dramatically. Within mere breaths, he burst forth from the cave. Could it be the Millennium Cold Marrow I ingested earlier? As he emerged, a realization struck him, such a rich infusion of ice attribute energy. Astonishment washed over him, but his expression quickly shifted as he felt the ice attribute energy swirling chaotically within him. Initially, he could absorb it through his flesh, but upon reaching a critical threshold, frost began to emerge on his skin, and his complexion turned a deep purple. In his spiritual sea, the dream ice silkworm seemed to sense an impending crisis, exclaiming, "What in the world, Xiao Yan? Did you just consume the Millennium Cold Marrow? You can't take in so much at once. Back in the day, I managed to reach 1,000,000 years of cultivation with just a single piece of Millennium Cold Marrow. Imagine the colossal energy contained within. Teacher, what should I do next? I feel as though my body is on the verge of bursting." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan struggled against the surging ice attribute energy, sprinting as far away from the Titan Snow Demon King's cave as possible. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Lao's face reflected a grave expression. His voice laced with concern as he instructed, "Xiao Yan, find a hiding place and calm your mind. Try to channel this ice attribute energy into your second martial spirit, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, and let it assist you in devouring and dissipating it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan dashed toward the depths of a nearby mountain, eventually locating a concealed spot to bury himself. In the frigid night of the extreme north, snowflakes of various sizes drifted down, blanketing the world in a thick layer of snow. In the snowy expanse, only Xiao Yan's face was visible, appearing purple and weary, trembling slightly. His body was directly confronting a formidable surge of ice attribute energy, which assaulted his skin, bones, and veins like an invisible, sharp blade, inflicting intense agony. With his eyes tightly shut, sweat beads formed on his forehead. After taking several deep breaths, he clenched his teeth, slowly opening his palm. A wisp of white flame rapidly coalesced in his hand as he attempted to drive the internal ice attribute energy towards it. As he expelled the energy from all directions, the vast reservoir of ice attribute energy within him, aside from integrating with his flesh and bones, had nowhere else to go. It coalesced into a ball of white light. Trembling in fear at the encroaching pale yellow fighting spirit surrounding it, sensing the imminent threat, the white light formed from the ice attribute energy shuddered violently, emanating an extreme ice attribute energy that momentarily repelled some of the advancing fighting spirit. "Xiao Yan, focus your mind and envelop this energy with your fighting spirit. Then drive it into your second martial spirit." Yao Lao's voice resonated softly from outside. Heeding the command, Xiao Yan harnessed his fighting spirit to control the now coalesced ice attribute energy, desperately urging it towards his second martial spirit. The white light swiftly traversed several meridians and directly penetrated the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Instantly, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire began to merge with it, greedily absorbing the energy from the white light. Although Xiao Yan's second martial spirit was merely a fragment of fire, its power paled in comparison to the true Bone Spirit Cold Fire, if it could evolve through the absorption of the Millennium Cold Marrow. One day it too would attain the strength of its primordial fire seed. Ripples of concentrated ice attribute energy erupted at this moment, radiating outwards from Xiao Yan's body, causing a green scorpion several miles away to momentarily pause. It emitted a verdant glow, seemingly sensing something, its green pupils reflecting a glimmer of greed. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt both alarmed and elated. He could now be certain that the Millennium Cold Marrow could indeed be utilized to cultivate his second martial spirit. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a blend of extreme heat and extreme cold, possessed both ice and fire attributes. The Millennium Cold Marrow enhanced the ice attribute within its essence, and should he later encounter fire-attributed treasures, they could be used to bolster its fire attribute as well. Given time, his second martial spirit would inevitably reach the level of the white flame in Yao Lao's possession. Uncertain how much time had passed, Xiao Yan, hidden within the snow cave, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Instantly, a blinding white light shot forth from them, piercing through the darkness for a brief moment before dissipating, releasing a heavy breath of warm air. Could it be that I have succeeded? The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, now evolved into your second martial spirit, though not fully transformed, Has indeed gained considerable strength, Yao Lao remarked with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement as he sensed the enhanced power of the fragment derived from the bone spirit cold fire's essence. Yes, teacher, it has succeeded. It was merely a stroke of luck, Xiao Yan replied with a sheepish smile, scratching his nose, just as he was about to emerge from the snowdrift. The once pitch-black clouds outside quivered violently, and soon after, a layer of emerald green light spread across the horizon from the northern skies.